People pass you by. You don't meet their eye. You don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. What's been before, and the dancing girls, they twist and twirl, they sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun.
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me. Always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. Shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. I feel electric. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. I feel electric. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. The future shock. The future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it. 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 Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Everybody stop, got that future shot now.
You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With her high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring, all she ever wants is the real thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up. Better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come.
Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback you ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit it up, top down with party, big fly. The future's back to Orient style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, put metal to the pedal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. Feel the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Still want my MTV.
The music's high, the girls are flirting. Come join the party. Come join the party. The sun is high, the bass is pumping. So join the party. Come join the party. Now everybody around the world can find a boy, can find a girl. So put your hands up in the air. This is a good time, summertime. Take you to the floor and sing it. Now when you see me, just come on down and join the party. And join the party. You know there's nothing that can hold me down. You got a story. You got a story. When the music shakes the ground, you know the sunshine has come around. Yeah. So put your hands up in the air. This is a good time, summertime. Take it to the floor and sing it. Get on up on the floor, singing 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody, clap your hands. And 1, 2, everybody, clap your hands. Everybody, take it to your floor now. Everybody, clap your hands. And 1, 2, everybody, clap your hands. Everybody, take it to your floor. The music's high, the girls are flirting. Come join the party. Come join the party. The sun is high, the bass is pumping. So join the party. Come join the party. Now everybody around the world can find a boy, can find a girl. So put your hands up in the air. This is a good time, summertime. Take you to the floor and sing it. You know there's nothing that can hold me down. You got a story. Take you to the floor and sing it. Everybody, your hands. Take you to the floor and sing it.
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Oh, wake up with no alarm. Brand new kind of charm. And fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun. Yeah. Make a list, check it out. Doing only what I want. 'Cause There's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade. On parade, on parade. On parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground.
You have the Fool, the Wheel of Fortune, as well as the Sun. Okay, I'm seeing you trying something new, and I also see a lot of good luck, a lot of warmth here, a lot of good energy. There's a lot of red and yellow. I'm also hearing the word slacks. What?
How you doing, man? I'm sorry about yesterday.
My name is Poon. I'm from Thailand.
So how is it meeting slacks in real life?
I mean, you could see his energy in the streams, but in real life, his energy is like way higher than you would expect it.
Ladies and gentlemen, man, please introduce the winner. J-Paul, come on out, come down.
It's been a blast. It's like one of the best weekends so far. I get to meet like everyone. I get to meet Slacks. I get to meet some of the talents. I get to be in one of the best tournaments I have been to. So yeah, it's a blast. If you have an opportunity to apply to one, just go for it. I mean, one day it could be you, like in my position, and it's gonna be like really great. Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity. I mean, like, it's been a blast this weekend, and I wouldn't have made it without like this sponsor and stuff. And yeah, if you have stuff from overseas you need to carry on and need to get delivered, just get it from here.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Good morning and welcome to another day of DreamLeague. We are just past halfway, the second stage of group stages here. And that means that we kind of know which teams are doing well and which teams are probably going to see more of in the playoffs and which teams really need to step it up or probably are going to get eliminated. But if you want to know the ins and outs of every team here and see how they do, you got to stick around the whole day. We'll have 4 best-of-3 series coming your way, so let's get started. Good morning indeed. I'm looking forward to having a good day of Dota 2. Did you watch any of the last series yesterday?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Did you? What did you find most enjoyable? I can tell you mine. I didn't watch it, but I heard it after the fact, and I thought it was great. And I think we should see more of it.
Oh, you sound really excited to tell me this story. Go ahead.
Whisper at 30 denies in like 10 minutes or whatever stupid number it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like we don't see enough denies. So it entertained me.
That's
Didn't
nice.
end up winning.
You really love the misery of others.
Yeah. Did they win the series? They did win the series.
They did?
They did.
2-1?
2-1. I'm jumping ahead. How are you doing?
Quite good.
Are you excited to be my co-host?
Oh yeah, it's lovely. Absolutely wonderful. That sounded so sarcastic.
I don't know what that was.
No, it's good.
Yeah?
It's a nice change of pace. I'm sure this is not ominous at all.
No.
So that's fine.
No.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to today. I think it's some good games, and of course, I think today is actually going to lock things in for multiple teams.
Yeah,
So,
I think so too.
Those days are always very exciting because the stakes, I mean, you could say every game is worth the same, but when you get to those really deciding games, I feel like the teams play either really much better or much worse because of the pressure. So,
yeah, it's also going to be interesting still who left to face. You know, at the start, obviously everybody faces everybody, but that does have, now it has more meaning behind it.
yeah.
So very interesting to see how that goes. And I do think that we should have had 2 extra people on the couch by here, but it just seems like they don't care. What is this about?
Shiva, I care.
You care.
And that's what matters.
I'm happy
here
with
for
that. Can we get our other panelists on? Maybe panelists, can you help me out bringing forth Effie and Jenkins?
That didn't work out.
So they didn't care. After all. How you doing?
Funny.
Funny.
Sorry.
You're not supposed to smile.
The tragedy of life.
the point of all the shit and Faith Beyond's not even in the tournament anymore.
Actually true.
Actually true.
How does-
Deeply saddened.
How do they get eliminated in the first group stage?
I mean, without him, there's nothing.
So what are you gonna do about it?
Dude, this is rough.
You host?
Yeah, I'm asking you, what are you gonna do about it?
Nothing. There's nothing to be done.
Something could be done.
Oh,
There is
boy.
always something to be done.
If your life is like a Minecraft server,
Or a box of chocolates.
everything tends to entropy in the first place. You know the first thing I do when I join a Minecraft server?
I know.
Start making TNT.
I know.
Because everything's gonna blow up eventually in your face.
If it hasn't already.
Yeah. Deeply sad. Saddened. Did you have an emo period, Sind?
Are they? I feel like they're not exactly handling it the same way. I don't think it's well defined.
What do you mean?
They're They're trying really hard. Great. Did you ever...
Not really. At least not
No.
in this way.
No.
But I don't think anyone had it in this way. So
What would you know? You grew up in England.
That-
Did they even have emos there?
I don't know how to answer this question. It doesn't even make sense. Good job.
There's emos everywhere. There is an emo inside of us.
All of
Shirley.
us.
You should believe this. Isn't this philosophy of life?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
'Cause it's not just a phase, Cheever.
It's not.
He,
Part of everything.
he who doeth learneth, Sheever.
But-
And I've done a lot of things.
That's Shakespeare. That's something else.
I was studying the wrong character. I thought we were doing a Shakespeare thing today.
Is that a character?
I thought we were doing a Shakespeare.
What's that? What are you doing?
You're wet.
Because I spit all over my face when I was laughing.
Are you
Emos
doing a
don't laugh.
Shakespearean,
Most don't laugh.
inspired, thing here? Because if you want to, we can facilitate that by giving you a pedestal and sharing your message with the world.
For Shakespeare? You know,
Every day, same day, we just live it over and over and over again.
Do you think Shakespeare wrote his masterpieces in a crop top with a neck collar?
Yes.
Yeah? Explains a lot. They're really good.
they don't even know if Shakespeare really was alive.
That is fair.
What do you mean?
Prove it.
Shakespeare wasn't alive because no great man is ever alive. Just dead. Like us. We're dead. Just like Dota.
He was a good man.
Thorough.
He was a good man.
Thorough.
That's Shakespeare.
Very thorough.
But
That's Shakespeare.
Very easily could have been
What's your favorite?
amalgamation of people. We wouldn't know because they didn't have computers or cameras back then.
Rank your top 3 favorite Shakespeare works. If he was so great.
My favorite Shakespeare work. No, I don't like the Fleance and Banquo characters. I think they're a bunch of. I can't say that word on.
Say Othello.
I don't like that one either.
Why don't you like Othello?
They're all bad, honestly. They're all just trash.
Just like everything in the world.
I like Cats.
Oh.
Yeah.
A lesser known masterpiece of his.
It's a masterpiece.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did he
And
do the movie adaptation as well?
The Book of Mormon's
The
quite good as
musical,
well.
The songs?
Hmm?
It's good songs.
You guys know what my favorite Shakespearean work is? It's Yatoro playing PA
Building.
with 2 rapiers
And
and a revenant's brooch.
yeah.
Very Shakespearean in its level of tragedy because so close to greatness. Suffers, falls, dies tragically in the end.
Actually, it is a lot like Romeo and Juliet with
Another great Shakespearean work.
game and gladiators killing themselves, buying back, and then killing themselves again for the end.
It's kind of true, yeah. That just, because they had to pretend so they could get out of their situation.
Are you? Because obviously you're not always dressing like this, but this is a part of you in the inside. Are you able to recognize other people?
It's not
that
just a
have
phase.
that? No, I know.
Shiva, eyes are the gateway into the soul.
Yeah, so are you able to
And I can
recognize?
see in your eyes, you need to stop fucking playing Ancient Apparition, Grief in my pubs.
I won all my games yesterday because you weren't in them.
Because the MMR was, the average was much lower.
We had Brian in our team.
Yeah, I know. I know you did.
Fever, I can recognize a fellow soul that knows not but death and despair. For that soul exists in all of us. But some people are not afraid to embrace that part of themselves.
I appreciate that.
Where are you going with this? You
No,
said like
I
4
don't.
times.
That's 3 days. Is that 3 Days Grace lyrics?
No.
That's 3 Days Grace.
What the heck are you talking?
That's 3 Days Grace.
No, 3 Days Grace would
It's
say.
from Shakespeare, actually.
No, 3 Days Grace would say, "I hate this animal that I've become." They said that.
And it was a Komodo dragon.
When I was a young boy,
Don't make me laugh.
my father took me
Cinderella.
into the city and he said, "Son,
When you grow up.
when you grow up, you're gonna play a lot of Pudge. You're gonna grief a lot of pubs.
Yeah.
All the NA Dota pros are gonna hate you and leave the region because of people like you."
And now you've come to Europe.
I said, "Dad, it's not a phase."
And then,
I still play.
sometimes you feel like he's watching over you.
Yeah. And I'll just carry on playing Pudge.
Just carry on.
Yeah, it was very
We'll carry
poetic.
on.
But I am happy that you are able to recognize your own people within the souls of others, just like some people are able to recognize by just with a glance the rank of other people.
If you skill E, like you don't have to play Dota, it's not for you. First of all, I see Breaking, Underlord, Enigma, Luna, Ember draft against Ursa, Axe, Medusa, Hoodwink, Ogre Magi. I think it's something between 1 or 2k. Looking, Enigma, Black Hole. I think it's something between 1 or 2k. At least from the draft.
Enigma have Tango and Stick. He's divine, not immortal, I think.
Item build, it's not bad. It's just Arcane Boots and Magic Wand, and like his skill build is also not bad, but it's hard to fuck up skill build and item build. You just need mana and you have to skill Q and W. Nobody is gonna skill E. If you skill E, like you don't have to play Dota. It's not for you. Most of it, I'm just watching at drafts, and I think it's between 1 and 2k. Not sure what rank is it. So it's something between it, but it's hard to choose something.
Ursa moving like a bot. I think it's very low MMR. Strafe very bad. He dodge black hole and go in black hole and die like a bot. So I think it's very low MMR. Legend.
I think Enigma is divine or immortal. They have a stick and arcane boots. I don't see the rats with a stick. Yeah. I'll cut the rats.
The way how they're moving and like the droughts, it says a lot.
Guardian, what? They are paying a class or Jerax or some guy to learn it.
Low rank players, they love the Ursa and Axe for some reason. I don't know why. On the high rank, you're never gonna see the like this heroes. Also, this Axe has Blade Mail. Not Blade Mail, Vanguard. Axe Call, the 5 people. Bam, bim, boom. I think it's more MMR right now, between 3 and 4k. Because they are already pausing and typing stuff in the chat. Legend or Ancient? You have Timber, Faceless Void, not that weird heroes. You don't have Breaking and Medusa in your team, so it should be better. Maybe it's 4 to 5, but I think more it's like from 3 to 4. Okay.
It's harder to say because I can check item builds on another hero. They say go end maybe and they press smoke and attack. So they use a bit brain, they at a bit higher MMR. And Abaddon by Aghanim into Axe. So he have also IQ. Not bad draft. Void, Magnus, Timber, Ember. Not so good on Harlane, Ember, Abaddon, Magnus, but it's fine. It's around Diamond Immortal or Ancient. I'm choose Diamond.
No, I think this axis is 3k ranked, maybe 4k. 2k and 4k are the same. I don't know the ancient. I don't know what rank is ancient herald. I don't know. I just gonna say the rank. Yeah, low 4k. Yeah, they put together to make the axe easy to call. It's like the rats. I don't say the axe is bad. Obviously the axe do well, but the enemies do like. But anyway, the axe die, right? So I think so. He's 4k or 5k.
Nice. People on low rank, they really love Ursa and Axe. I don't know why.
Would you be good at that, Sin?
Not as good as Duracho. He was very good.
He nailed it.
Basically, close to flawless. That was quite impressive, especially when you look at how big the spread was in their guesses. So.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's incredibly.
It's a fun game, though.
Yeah, it is a fun game for sure. A lot of fun was had, and sometimes.
You guys having fun too?
Depends on how you define fun.
How do you define fun?
Let me recover, please. I've been trying so hard to think about the potato famine.
Hey! What the fuck, man? I'm Irish.
That's fine. I'm trying to think. You say something now, Willie.
Don't think of potatoes. Don't think of potatoes. Don't think of potatoes. I'm thinking of potatoes.
Potatoes. Great great things to think about if you want to be saddened. Is it working?
What are the teams that are playing?
Great question. We'll answer that not right now, because first we will talk about the games we saw yesterday. Now, we started the day with 2 2-0s, and you might think that means that you are perfectly on schedule, perfectly on time. But our first game of the day, Sind, was a crazy one.
This was absolutely ridiculous. We were casting this game and kind of losing our minds. I don't even remember when Game of Gladiators got mega creeps in this game. I think it was around minute
37.
40. Yeah, it was around minute 40. Yeah, so it took them about an hour after they got megas to finally finish this game against Spirit, who had a ridiculous defensive lineup with multiple saves and a PA that got super fat against megas and just kept holding the base. Second series on your screens right now, Falcons against BetBoom, was maybe a little bit more one-sided than most people had hoped. It was the two top dogs of the group that were 3-0, and you'd think maybe Falcons would be challenged a bit more, but honestly, they kind of cruised that series against BetBoom.
They did, yeah.
Why you didn't have expectations.
Yeah.
Of people cindering.
I had expectations that the series was going to be a little bit more even, but unfortunately, that just was not the case. Now, there were a lot of games yesterday as well, later on in the day, and those series went the full 3 games. Jenkins, you might consider that the full 3 stages of suffering?
A lot more stages of suffering than that, Cheever.
Okay.
I could show you if you want.
No,
but
thank you.
For the Aurora versus Extreme game, that was absolute suffering. Very boring series. Aurora ended up winning, I think. I don't know, who cares?
Okay, boring for Extreme Gaming one, okay? And it wasn't that boring, because in the first game, XXS played offlane anti-mage, which was really fun and cool, and it actually worked out really nicely. And then game 3 was so boring, because they just won really fast.
I did like the offlane anti-mage. That was pretty awesome. He went for some Heaven's Halberd, Manta style Sanjin Yasha disassemble, which was quite exciting, I will say, to see that build. Everybody was theory crafting that when Sanjin Yasha just got buffed. So anti-mage against Medusa, that's the one time you could pick the offlane anti-mage, and it looks just absolutely fantastic. And it's really fun, too. You can have a fun time.
He was playing well.
Currently anti-mage offlane. That's the definition of fun. Well, a lot of fun is going to be had today as well, because maybe we'll see some offlane anti-mage, but what I do know is that we'll have 4 best-of-3 series again today. We still got Falcons on top, by the way. They're still 4-0 in the groups, which is obviously fantastic for them. We also have Aurora at the bottom at 0-4. We'll see if Aurora can break their curse and if someone else can make a dent in Falcon's armor, which so far hasn't been successful. We'll have BetBoom, Game of Gladiators, as our first series of the day. So, are you guys good to go?
Yeah, I mean, as good as we can be living on this earth.
Is BetBoom gaming?
Yeah.
See, the thing I like about gaming is that they just make their way through each group stage, but with the most pain inflicted upon themselves as possible. Not a single one of their series has been easy.
True.
It's been suffering the entire time. We heard it from Quinn.
Despair.
That Dota is just like, when you're at the top, you kind of have to like self-inflict the suffering so that way you don't get complacent.
Yeah.
And so I think genuinely they're going to make it through to the grand finals again, as they always do. But I don't think they're happy with it. But the thing is, fulfillment and happiness are mutually exclusive. People don't realize that. You have to pick one. There's a tug of war between the two.
It's not true.
I don't think they'll make it to the finals, if I'm being honest. Like, jokes aside, character aside, they have been getting better day by day, but a lot of their wins haven't been decisive. But the interesting thing about them is that they managed to win a game from behind yesterday, Team Spirit Game 2. It looked like they were getting completely crushed, and we're not really used to seeing Gaimin make miraculous comebacks from behind. That's not the style of play that we've gotten used to from these teams. So the fact that they can come back from these huge net worth deficits through team fighting, that's a pretty good prospect for this team, because they did not look like they were capable of pulling that off a few days ago.
True. Sinrin, I know you're going to prepare for that cast. And trust me when I say I'm going to miss you. I'm going to leave with those two.
I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Let's get started with our first series of the day. Bedboom Gaming Gladiators, and Effie and Jenkins have followed me here. I don't know why, but they're here as well. But thankfully, Purge. Hello, Purge. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm really glad I wore black today. Shiva, why are you wearing colors? What's up with that? Weird.
What is this? What's this color? That's like green.
Well, yeah, but it's my outfit's mostly black. You're by yourself. That's all I wanted to say.
Well.
Stuck in despair, darkness.
Okay, tell me about the teams, Purge.
I would love to tell you about the teams, Shiva.
Okay.
I'll bring some energy through my voice. I've been poring over their post-draft matches, or their matches that they played in the last since DreamLeague started, and some patterns that I'm seeing that we're going to expect to see in the draft. These are important to know because when normally when you're a spectator online, you see the first 7 bans, you're just like, this pasta is really good that you're eating. But this time you can look and be like, yo, they didn't ban Pango against Gaming Gladiators. Almost every team is banning Pango against Gaming Gladiators. Team Spirit didn't do it in their last series against them because they opened with Grimstroke to protect against it. But every single team is banning against Pango. It is not a meme. The 4 times they've gotten it, they've done very well. Other than that, they're prioritizing Magnus. Ace and Tofu are great at getting lane kills with their Magnus. They do these like he'll get like 2 points in Skewer, 1 in Shockwave, basically like draw their entrails across the map before they die. It is some gruesome stuff. So they're doing that for lane killing, team fight, and scaling. For their supports, they prioritize Undying, Batrider, and CM typically. Undying, very popular right now because basically every offlaner is a strength hero, and being able to zone him, lower his damage is really helpful. So definitely an Undying in this series is really expected. And on the other side, we got Betboom, of course. They are almost always picking a stunning offlane hero to start their draft. Assuming Timber isn't in the pool, then they'll pick Timber. And those stunning offlaners are the ones we've seen banned constantly. Centaur, Dragonite, Mars. Miro has won both of his 2 Mars games and 57% of his Centaur ones, and he also picked Centaur a ton at Betboom Dacha, so Centaur is a big one. And then finally, for GPK, Storm is his best performing mid, as we expect at this point. He's always been fantastic with it. They might have a way to give him mana, but so far, 4 out of 4 games, Storm, they've won every single one.
And that's why we saw Falcons yesterday in both games. First phase ban it against Bedboom. So that's some well-deserved respect. We'll see if that trend continues today. We're going to focus our attention first on Gaming Gladiators. And before we talk about them, let's hear a little bit from them as they might be struggling, or maybe not anymore, with the pressure or lack thereof that they face.
Yeah, so far DreamLeague has been a bit up and down. The first group stage we go 7-7. We have to play tiebreakers where we also go 1-1, which is enough to move on. Our next match is against Betboom. It's an interesting opponent because I think we have the lowest win rate against Betboom of any team we've ever played. Well, besides Falcons, because we have 0% right now, I think, after 3 series. But for like more series played, I think it's the lowest against Betboom. If they don't win, they fucked up, right? So no pressure on us. We're just gonna keep trying to do our thing. Our goal for the rest of this group stage is play better every day. We'll try our best to make it to the top 4 so we can keep playing more games. We want to get back to the form where we can win tournaments, but it's a bit pointed. We shouldn't think right now that we are just Omega favorites and we have to win. If we don't win every game, we fuck something up. Right now, some other teams have better IDs and they're a bit ahead, so we have to adjust our way of thinking about it as well, which is definitely different from last year. When you win that much in a row, your thinking gets a bit clouded. We understand that now. We're just another team. We're a pretty good team. we're in the final 8. Hopefully we can make it all the way.
And damage has been popped. Oh, yeah, he's going. Oh, they almost spotted Saberlight here. Saberlight's looking for the spear back, but he tries for it. Doesn't land, and a better RP hits from Ace onto 3 once again. The arena tries to lock some heroes around. Does manage to get off the Stone Gaze, but he's not a man on the side of RTZ, so he can't really get away from these heroes, man.
See you in game 3 as Gaimin pull it back.
Everyone supporting us, thank you very much. Thanks to our sponsors. We're not playing as consistent yet as we would like. Especially, I mean, I guess it's pretty obvious with how we lost against Shopify. We're doing our best to get back in shape and make sure to enjoy the tournament.
Yeah, they might have lost that series against Shopify and before that against the Falcons as well. But ever since, they've just, I don't know, they figured it out or something. At least it seems like it. They've had 2-0s since then. And it is quite interesting to see the road that they have taken this tournament. And Jenkins, you said it just now already, they do unironically take the road of most suffering. This event, definitely very true, because they only barely scraped by group stage 1.
They do, and I feel like when you're winning this much, you probably need this lesson that, like, okay, you're not just going to be the best forever. Like, you have to keep your feet to the ground. You have to keep learning. You have to keep, you have to still be who you were that made you that good in the first place. And I feel like getting slapped a little bit, but then still being in the tournament is just about the best way to experience that. It's like Liquid had this happen to them, right? But they're out. So they're like, well, shit, now we have to wait until the next tournament. This kind of sucks. Gaimin, they probably feel like shit, but they're still here. They can still win the tournament. So they kind of have the best of both worlds. I also feel like the games that they did win, like yesterday against Team Spirit, their series was like 2 hours and 40 minutes of total game time. So it's like you could play 2 series in the time it took for that one series, and it was a 2-0. So even their wins are difficult, but we've seen their draft changing. We've seen their play changing. Like, they're trying things. Maybe they haven't exactly figured it out yet, but they're making progress.
They are, and the one thing that I was a little skeptical of draft-wise is it felt like we just weren't seeing the Mars too much in contention on the side of Gaimin, but yesterday they busted it out and it looked really good. I think Purge highlighted how well Ace played in one of his segments yesterday, so check that out, but it felt like initially they just couldn't play that hero at all, or Ace just didn't want to touch it and they wanted to play more of their typical style, but they tried it, it looked good. I'm sure we're going to see it come again, or it's going to be in question on the side of the other team, because teams don't ban Mars against Gaimin, or they didn't. But now they're going to have to, and that's going to open up a lot of their draft potential.
Yeah, it definitely has a little bit of a development, and the Mars on the radar for Gaming Gladiators. It always was on the radar for Gaming Gladiators' opponents today, as we focus our attention on Bedboom. And when we talk about Bedboom, the player that we want to focus today, Purge, is Nightfall. This is a very young player. He's only 21. He has played offlane. He's offlane carry, basically. And I feel like he's really stepping up this tournament.
Yeah, he's doing really solid. I would say his performance is less stellar than before, in the sense I feel like he dies a little bit more, but I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. It feels like he is playing for his team consistently, and they've had some close games, so it leads to losses here and there, deaths here and there. But as a whole, like he has a firm understanding of the game. He plays with his team. His Terrorblade has been one of his most picked of the tournaments, like that glory zone where like the hero's not too good that it gets banned all the time, but it's not too bad, so it's worth picking it, and he's getting W's on it. So yeah, his performance has been good so far.
Do we feel like because he dies maybe a little bit more, but do we feel like he's maybe trying to look for the right balance? Of course, coming back from the offlane, you are allowed to die a little bit more from the offlane, but it also means your balance is a little bit different in terms of how greedy you can be. And we see, for example, that Racho rides that balance all the time.
I would have to see the average stats for his deaths, because I don't actually know what they are for this tournament, but last year he was the lowest average deaths carry, and he had just even more recently switched to the offlane. Maybe it's just the nature of this patch that with the way the map movements are happening, and a lot of teams are 5-man smoking early on just for the 14-minute Wisdom Rune, even the 21-minute Wisdom Rune, they'll often find carries along the way there, but I feel like he's still been rather consistent. He's been playing very well. he is a player that you can depend on to carry the game if you get him a good carry matchup. And ultimately, that's all you really want out of your carry. You want to know that if you give him the circumstances to win, that he will deliver that win for you. And I think Nightfall is one of the better carries in that regard.
I know a lot of pro players for the last few months have been talking about Nightfall as like the best carry. It's like he's the guy to look at.
Yeah.
Even though BetBoom has, they're good, but they're not like #1 in the world. But I think people still saw Nightfall as like the most consistent, the best carry. In terms of why he might be dying more, I think the fact that like super carries are very popular is probably part of it. Like you have a lot of Terrorblades, Morphlings, Medusas, Svens, Gyros, like these sorts of heroes that the entire game is about the carry-to-carry matchup, and so therefore the entire game is also about smoking and killing these heroes.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets to play his Terrorblade this time around as we are heading into the draft. Game number 1, of course, it's a best of 3. And BetBoom right now is sitting on a, what is it, a 3-1 score, where Gaming Gladiators is sitting on a 2-2. So we'll see who steps ahead after this one. We got BetBoom on the dire side with first pick, Gaming Gladiators Radiant with second pick. No ban on the Storm.
And Gaiman looks like they're giving BetBoom Mars.
Yeah, it does look like it.
Or DK.
Or DK. I guess they're deciding which one do we ban.
It also means that potentially, depending on if BetBoom bans something else entirely, maybe they get their hands on something else. Is there something else in the pool that could be the third one that Gaming Gladiators will get one of the 3 guaranteed?
I don't see that. I think they're going to let BetBoom ban one of those 2 heroes. They're going to take one of them, and then Gaming's like, okay, Undying, easy. That's what we wanted anyways. That's what it looks like to me, because these look like most of their prioritized bans to me.
There could also be higher priority on the contested 5 heroes. Yesterday I saw them quite often be snagged in the first phase, whether it's the Crystal Maidens or the Undyings, depending on the shared hero pool. Yeah, the shared hero pool of either player.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There's the Shadow Demon ban, so probably the DK pickup. There it is.
So they let both through, basically giving Gaming the hero that they're weaker on, which is true without a doubt. Even though they did good on Mars yesterday, their DK is a flex pick. They play carry mid, whatever. So it would be more dangerous in their hands.
So the choice is Undying or Mars.
Yes, and whichever one doesn't get picked probably gets banned. But BetBoom, I mean, picking Undying here is spooky because if they flex it, then you're like, okay, now we don't know what the offlane is.
They gotta go on.
Hello.
Wow.
Okay, interesting pivot. They get the reflection against the Dragonite, which is cool. And they get, I don't know, it's probably an okay lane matchup. And then they don't have to worry about this game we just talked about.
For a long time, Terrorblade was the best matchup in the game, win rate-wise, against DK. Now it's like top 10, top 20. And it's still good because you still reflect the DK illusion, which slows the hell out of him. You get all of his auras. Well, it's not like he's building auras, but anyway. I think these days, though, the way that you play the DK with like the Manta and the Aghanim Scepter is less countered by the TB. And then also, DK plays around burst. You jump somebody, you burst them. TB can often survive that and then sunder you. But that is not how DK is played anymore. I don't think this matchup is exactly a hugely TB favorite anymore.
I agree. I think TB is a great hero versus DK because in the past I would always pick it, not for the... I mean, the reflection didn't used to matter against DK in the past because it's not like they were really playing the right-click DK the way they are now, but it was just because Terrorblade is such a high-damage hero. He's one of the only carries who's able to output the DPS needed to take down the DK. But now it's different because DK is just playing on right-clicks and fighting back, and he plays tempo as well. The issue with carries like Terrorblade is that if they lose their tower early and they get kicked out to the jungle, and the enemy team is playing on their DK's tower push, there really isn't that much counterplay until you're ready to fight on TB, which could take 10, 15 minutes, which means that you're dropping 2-3 towers in that duration.
They're targeting Celery here. Crystal Maiden ban, an instant Naga ban and Venge pickup.
I mean, it's synergistic with TB in a huge way. You buy tons of stat items, so the aura alone is going to give you a moderate damage output. You put a slap of Vlads on top of that, and TB is doing huge damage. It's got to be close to like 40% more base damage with Venge.
TB is actually back to his second best matchup is DK.
Okay.
So it went down for a while, and then now on this patch, DK is apparently countered by TB. But this is pub stats, and pubs obviously always go late game. Like there's going to be a lot more tempo and
they don't buy the meta matches. They don't buy the meta items quite as much.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
They probably are now.
But it is an interesting stat just to know the one-to-one counter.
I think it's mostly just because the Scotty plus TV right clicks shred down the DK does output so much DPS. But yeah, the Mirana plus DK comes out, which is very typical for when you pick this Dragon Tail. You have the Chain Stun, which is also probably why Gaimin chose to prioritize that Vengeful Spirit, because they wanted the bailout to swap out from the DK into Mirana follow-up.
That's a good point.
I like that BetBoom always does this. In their first 3, you always see a trio of heroes that can run around and pretty much kill anybody full to 0. Even, you know, some duo of like DK plus Techies, DK plus Mirana is strong enough to be like a strong duo. And it means that the rest of the BetBoom picks can be like pure counters or like just what is like perfect for the game.
Yeah, because first pick has to pick their 3 heroes before they only see 2 gladiators. So it's like you just want that to be solidified. You don't want to have to cover those hero solutions with later bans or picks, and it's the best way to go.
I thought the Mars would come out later in the drafting phases because it got ignored in the first phase from either team, and it is GG who managed to snag it. It's an incredible combination team fight-wise with the meta TB plus the Mars Arena because he just locks down the heroes and it gives TB the conditions needed to just kill everybody. I think this is a great pick. There's absolutely nothing wrong here. I'm a little bit concerned for BetBoom because they chose to prioritize CM plus Undying, the double support bans in the draft, which means that they really heavily want to focus on just winning in lanes versus GG more than looking at the overall game picture. But sometimes that can fall apart because if you're letting the Mars through and you don't have a save support, you can very quickly regret that in a game. Especially if you need to draft the win condition carry versus this Terrorblade.
Yeah, and if CM was really that big of a threat, Venge looks like a perfect piece for what they were building anyway, so maybe CM was not as valuable to ban over a Mars, because it seems weird to be able to third pick Mars in this meta right now and be like, oh yeah, that's normal. But it works it's almost like Gladiators not picking Mars has now just made it an easy pick, because they can just leave it in like, BetBoom's like, daring them, go ahead, pick Mars. We know you're kind of mediocre. And they're like, okay, we'll pick it 3rd. And then it's like, oh shit, you got us.
And the Wind Ranger, oh god. So the 18 PL comes out very often. We saw XG try to run it a couple of times this tournament, and the idea of picking this PL in 18 and just securing, like, surprising them and securing it with the last 2 bans, on paper seems good, but it just feels like this hero hasn't been working for anyone.
I'm really trying not to say 2-0 game in when I see that pick, like using all my willpower not to say it. Oh god, I don't like the PL.
I mean, XG lost with it as well last night, right? So and they got beat bad too. They like got really outlaned, and I can't imagine that a Mars is going to struggle that much there. They're going to ban out Leshrac at least to protect the PL even more, because they do struggle a little bit with AoE damage right now. But if they find the right PL, I don't see him not dying.
Both teams right now are looking at Zeus. Good against DB, good against PL, great against Mirana, Invis, percentage damage against the DK. I honestly like it for both teams.
Yeah, but it's kind of scary for BetBoom because if your Zeus gets swapped in, he just dies. Like, I really don't like Zeus that much versus Vengeful Spirit, to be honest. And honestly, they could put this Wind Ranger mid instead of playing it on Tofu, because Wind Ranger is great versus PL. If she gets the focus fire off on the real PL, you always have a means to know which one is the real one and take him down. The thing is, on paper, PL is good, right? Because he can doppelganger out of arena. He does very well in killing the Vengeful Spirit. It's not like she can do much to prevent him when he just gets on top of her, and he's good versus Terrorblade. He's always been one of Terrorblade's counters, because if he gets on top of the TB cannot fight back. There are way too many illusions. Terrorblade has no means to deal with them. He can't reflect PL because PL can just disjoint it off with either the Manta Style or the Doppelganger. So I understand why it looked so good. I just can't, it just hasn't worked if it hasn't worked for Ame 2 times, I wonder how BetBoom are going to pull it off.
Yeah, I just feel like it never wins the lane. Its lane contribution is pretty weak as a whole compared to other carries. TV can at least get meta kills and things like that. And then you need to build Ags so that you can farm, and then you need like 2 more items, and it's like there's just so much time that you need things to go pretty decent before you can contribute in a good way. So I just don't believe in the hero right now.
I think BetBoom made Kunkka. Sorry, Shoes.
No, go for it.
I think BetBoom need like a Kunkka style mid laner.
That's where I went, because what you're saying is BetBoom needs a hero that does not need PL, and then you have the other 4 that do everything, and a Kunkka would fit.
There's still Puck as well. Like Puck has made it this far through the pool. There's very little lockdown on Gaimin for Puck. And BetBoom needs a hero that's going to do fine regardless of what it's up against, which will be a Zeus, of course. Serge?
Yeah, Puck could be good too. I like Kunkka more just because it'll give them a means to fight into Terrorblade with the Torrent Storm and the boat. It'll just be easier to deal with, but Puck is always a good choice if it's available. The thing is, Gaming Gladiators have overall last pick, so they could choose to go Sniper or something like that versus
That's
Puck.
true. I would love to see Cardell come out when the Puck comes out from Bet Boom.
Sorry,
I feel like with the Huskar ban, it's got to be Puck, right?
I feel like 23 Kunkka is a lot more stable, though. I hope they choose stability.
Or Ember.
Or Ember could be.
That could be.
Then again, if you Ember, then maybe Windrunner can go mid, and things get awkward.
Could they lane swap too? Put DK mid, pick an offlaner? Are there any? They still have flexibility in the draft, not from their carry position.
So we Omni Knight.
Okay.
What the
They
hell?
do swap the lane.
Okay.
It's surely DK mid then, Omni offlane.
Omni offlane versus Terrorblade, and he's got techies. That actually sounds like a very
That
strong
sounds
lane.
pretty good.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
sounds like they could beat up the Terrorblade because, the Hammer Purity is pure damage versus the TB. Techies blast off into mine. This should be a means to lock him down.
I really like Omni ulti versus Wind Ranger too. Whoever gets focus fired, you're just like, boop. Keep
is
that guy alive. Kind of good against TB for similar reasons. And then dispel the guy. Well, not dispel, but whatever the hell Omni's second skill does. Do that against Mars is probably effective.
Yeah, it's really good. That's the save that you talked about, Purge. I mean, Puck would normally be good here, but with the DK going mid, it's not good. You chip away at Heroes mid. DK obviously doesn't care about that. He's got the instant stun for the Puck. So
They need a natural dispel on one of their heroes, but Shadow Demon's taken out. Who else can provide that?
Oracle? No.
He does, but I haven't seen. If it were Liquid, they might have
Yeah.
gone for the Oracle pick in the Wind Ranger mid.
It's not good against like PL anyway, so maybe it's good against techies.
just techies, though.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, they're gonna have to come to their conclusion very soon, as they're out of bonus time. It will be a Dazzle.
Okay,
and they
so-
got the Hex, they got the Illusion clear if you get a Shard.
Wind Ranger support then, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dazzle mid.
Tofu.
I mean, this hero dumpsters DK mid, so I can see why they pick it, and then they have the Aghanim Shard to clear through the PL illusions. I'm just not sure if the Omni is answered, but I guess Gaiman feels like maybe it's not a hero that needs to be answered.
We sometimes see these mid dazzles come out, and I remember Liquid picked it in a really great game versus Naga, but they had a Batrider, and they were constantly diving towers and abusing the early Graves when, I forgot who they were playing against, but the enemy team wasn't ready to fight back. But I do think that Gaming Gladiators heroes are less dive towers and more so just group up and hit them. So I don't know how much value they're going to get out of the early Graves, but it is a good hero on paper. It's good in the long fights that we're going to see being played out against PL. That's PL's specialty, is just throwing out those Qs over and over again and trying to chip down at supports. So the pick is good, but I also think Batboom's draft is solid. The Omni Knight is really terrifying here because there's no way to deal with him at the moment. And the PL on paper is good. On paper. But we say that every time PL is picked.
Yeah, I mean, illusions against TB on paper, good. But I also see him getting chain stunned and having to deal with like a million sources of minus armor. I mean, Dazzle's gonna layer now with the Venge as well for physical damage, and Dazzle really ups tempo a lot. You can't do this like Midas build really anymore. So it's always like ags into like getting shit done, moving the game forward. And I feel like that's where what Quinn's gonna be able to bring to this game. I just feel like it's gonna set good tempo against Batboom and make the PL not good enough fast enough.
I don't know enough about Omni Knight to like make a prediction in this game because I feel like it's completely unanswered. I don't know how well it's going to do in lane against like a Venge TB. My gut says it's going to do very well, and they're going to stomp because of that lane and because of Omni being unanswered. But I've thought that before, and then Hero's like a 40% win rate, you know? So it's hard to say. I'm excited to see that lane, though, how that goes.
Okay, I'll say, if the first 3 tier 1s are, like, if at least one of them is alive by minute 20 for Batboom, I think they got this if they can protect their map a little bit just so PL can farm. I really think he has the conditions.
Because Dazzle has to set a high tempo, and if gaming can't do that, then
it'd be bad.
Let's find out what's going to happen and how this Omni Knight plays out for Batboom in game number 1.
to game number 1 of this best of 3 between Game and Gladiators and BetBoom. Suns fan here, Cinder in there.
Yep.
You almost got it right, Cinder.
Unlucky.
And some questions about the drafts here.
Yeah.
Dazzle, last pick, a great theoretical answer, at least, to PL Illusions, although you can replicate them or recreate them so quickly. Not sure how much it matters, but yeah, the last pick, Dazzle, seems to be talk of the town, Cinderman.
I really like Gaiman's lineup. I think the Dazzle was a brilliant last pick. It's got multiple facets to it in this game that I think are really strong. So the obvious one will be the Shard against the PL. But when you have Scepter on Dazzle as well, that's also very good against PL. So you have both items against him. Grave for Terrorblade is amazing, so you can get off maximum value Sunder. The tempo that Dazzle plays, I think, works very well with Terrorblade as the carry, where Terrorblade gets his 1 or 2 big items, and then you can group up and start taking objectives. So that works well, too. For BetBoom, I think it's going to be a matter of, like the panel talked about, how well is this Omni going to do? Like, is Duracho actually going to struggle? We saw him play against an Omni Knight yesterday as Weaver, and he struggled in that lane. So now that he's Terrorblade, on paper it should be worse than the lane was for Weaver. So if that's anything to go by, then that will be worrisome for the side of Gaming Gladiators.
So I'm going to counter your argument and say I think the mid lane is far more important because Omni seems to always have a good lane, but it turns into more of a carry type hero, and you need your mid laner to be the initiator, which of course Dragon Knight can be, but the Dazzle is also the key ingredient to Gaming Gladiators. So I think this is the lineup that is, or this is the lane that's going to be most important. But we'll see.
I'm curious how it plays out. I think Jenkins was very quick to say that Dazzle destroys DK. I think DK is one of the melee heroes that, in theory, should have the best chance against Dazzle in mid, because Dazzle just beats the stereotypical mid melees, right? So, but DK has more sustain, he has more armor, so I think he can do okay. I am also expecting Dazzle to win, but I don't know if it's going to be by like a landslide like we've seen against when Earth Spirit mid was a thing, or Ember, these kind of heroes. I think Dazzle doesn't destroy DK just as much. But nice pressure here from Celery onto Techies.
Now, here's the other thing, though. A lot of these, I want to see if there's a different Omni build. We've only been seeing, really, the Echo Saber into Harpoon, single target, just burst. But Miero, I feel like his hero pool, or the way that he builds his heroes, as Save is going to get gone on here. Looks like that's going to be first blood for Duracho. Perfect hero to get it on for Game of Gladiators.
Yep. But
he's the type, Miero's the type of guy to build like the auras, initiation. Don't really see him playing the carry type offlanes, if you want to call it that.
Yeah. And you could also argue that auras are more valuable this game because you're playing with an illusion-based carry. Generally, they benefit very much from that, and you want to protect. You want to protect him from the threat or the pressure of Dazzle. You want to also try to bring your DK into the game from Omni enabling him, but I feel like that's more about levels than items. I don't know. Like, if you go for... Like, what would you build is the question.
I don't know, because I've not... Actually, maybe I have seen 1 or 2 games, like, really early on, and not this letter patch, not even the last letter patch, where you'd go, like, Greaves or something like that, just the typical auras, but, like I said, it's been primarily just this Echo Saber build.
Should mention, BetBoom as a team in this tournament has largely been having kind of one-sided games, win or lose, a lot of the time anyway.
Yeah.
So they are ahead, they stay ahead, they fall behind, they don't come back. This is worrisome. You look at this laning stage right now, they're actually getting run over quite hard in their off lane. The Omni Knight that we were thinking could do well against Terrorblade is... The Techies died, Terrorblade got first blood, he has 21-6 CS against Omni's 13-0. And in the meantime, the top lane, PL, 9-1 against Mars, 17-6.
Yeah.
So not exactly the best conditions for BetBoom. And honestly, I think if they lose the lanes significantly, I think this is a very difficult lineup to come back with. Because PL will be, you know, he'll be a liability. That's just what the hero is for 20 minutes. And if Omni Knight also isn't enabled, who are you going to play around? You can play with your DK with the supports, I suppose. Do you have the damage, though? A lot of questions to answer for BetBoom here. With this poor of a start in the lanes, which is very uncharacteristic for them.
Yeah, and speaking of the PL, the panel kind of went over it a bit, but just to go forward with that conversation, you were talking about how off camera that Nightfall is known as the best PL in the game right now, but
he's exceptionally good on this hero.
PL as a hero has felt quite underwhelming.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen it with the lead, we've seen it from behind, and it's just not, it doesn't feel like a consistent hero in this current patch at least, but maybe Nightfall can bring something special to the table.
I would agree with that, and I think no matter, that's the curse of the hero in a way, no matter how good you are at it, I would say, yeah, I think Nightfall is the best player on this hero in the world, probably. He should be okay. He got very famous for this and his Ursa when he broke into the scene. These were his two big ones. The problem is, even if you are incredible at this hero, it just has massive limitations in strategy. So you can be the best player in the world all you want, but if you're playing a PL and your team is losing, the game generally ends one way. Like, say you're 10% better than the other PLs in the game, doesn't really matter. The hero still has some... His Achilles heel is, as you said, being picked. So unfortunately, Nightfall can't really circumvent that.
Like, okay, in theory, what is the perfect PL game? Like, what conditions need to be set?
Enemy team can't put a lot of pressure. Enemy team has bad illusion clear, and you get a good lane. I think those three things. And in this case, I feel like they have none of the three. So, but I can see why they wanted to pick it, because the carry-to-carry matchup is good. Like, you can easily get baited into this pick when you see, oh, Terrorblade, PL is a classic good counter. He still is. But the conditions around it, I just think, kind of tough. You can't ensure his lane here. And with the... You obviously don't know this at the time you pick it, but the tempo that Game are able to put with their heroes is definitely something PL does not want to face. He wants these slow, dragged-out games. This could be big if he can find something, but...
Oh, the shackle into the power shot, Tofu. Gonna have to use his win run to get away. Ace sticking around a little bit. See if it costs him. Gets off the spear onto Toronto Tokyo. Spirit Lance from Nightfall. Out of mana now, though.
Meantime, save.
Yeah, save will drop in the bot to Doraccio. And the lead continuing to grow ever so slightly for Gaiman. But again, 2K at 6.5 minutes. Usually a bad sign for the team behind.
Yeah.
And GPK in the mid lane, 25-5 versus Quinn, who's been harassing the ever-living crap out of him, 33-10. So
yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty good representation of how this lane is on paper. Dragon Knight loses, but not by a landslide. So yeah. I would say GPK, for the most part in this lane, has probably been playing it quite well in compared to, like, theory, if you will. I'm mainly curious to see what are BetBoom going to do to get into the game now, because the two side lanes were a travesty. You're not recovering them. You're going to try to, salvage, so to speak. Is GPK going to move to them? Are the supports going to come to him and try to kill the Dazzle and take mid tower? Who are you primarily playing with in terms of bringing in the Omni as well?
Yep, I thought this would be the one lane BetBoom would be doing really well in, the bot. I mean, Effie brought it up, the pure damage against the likes of TB with the initial. Okay, well, now that we bring it up,
this would be big.
They're gonna go for him under the tier 1 tower. They will get the kill, but Doraccio was on low HP and just happened to stick around as Celery was not there to assist.
That's a huge kill. GPK is also gonna find Tofu.
Dragon Tail into the arrow. Quinn is here though to assist. The shackle does connect as GPK is going to back away for just a brief moment, as Celery did show himself. So Quinn, no big surprise, will be going for the Aghanim Scepter first, and then almost certainly into the Shard like you talked about. Way to clear those illusions really quickly.
Yep. The power run got denied. It was a haste. That save destroyed from long range on techies, so Quinn will not get that bottle refill that Dazzle loves to play with. Obviously, one of Dazzle Maid's strengths, aside from bullying these melee heroes, is also his ability to go and farm the side camp whenever available, but needs a decent amount of mana to do it efficiently. So losing runes obviously sucks for him.
All right, I do want to talk about Omni Knight because the panel, again, it is the weirdest hero, if you want to call it that, in the game, along with Dazzle, I guess. But what is the identity of this hero? Because his second spell, Repel, does not dispel, unless I misread everything on the skill.
I believe the dispel was removed, and now it just gives magic immunity.
Yeah, so it's like a cross between Heavenly Grace and the original Repel without a dispel of any kind. It's just magic immunity. Celery will take a blast off into an arrow.
Okay.
As Miero able to burst him down.
They've got some good damage when they connect their spells with this trio.
But the hero is just so weird because you're doing all this burst damage, but then you have these very defensive type abilities. And you have to get, is it the shard or is it the Ags that, I think it's the Ags, to be able to cast it on yourself as well, right? The Guardian Angel, that is. It's just I don't know. This hero just feels really weird right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I love this hero personally. I think it's really fun to play, but find it difficult to identify what conditions make for a really good Omni game nowadays. And I feel like the teams do as well. Like we've seen it picked in a couple of games, and it's been very mixed how the impact is. Nice damage here onto Nightfall.
Trying to force Nightfall into the arms of Celery. Nice dodge with that doppelganger. Nightfall will go to the south. As Ace won't be able to catch up. Toronto Tokyo making his way over there, though, as the poison touch from Quinn is there.
Oh, boy, he's
Slows
dead.
continue to stack. Doesn't have doppelganger for 8 seconds, so magic missile into spear. Very casual kill.
Nice
Very
rundown.
Casual rundown.
Yeah, I thought he was fine there, but Quinn showing up from the south with just that one poison touch will be enough for the rest of the teammates to connect. Will cost them a decent amount of damage on the tower, though. BetBoom make the most of it with Dragon Form as well as the 10-minute siege creep.
And save. You have the blast off just to get away here.
Gotta fly away there. When all said and done, you know, okay for BetBoom, I guess.
Ooh. First arena of the game. Not initially successful. Toronto Tokyo able to leap away. Gonna throw an arrow, which Ace will spot, so the chase continues. Has spear again. Needs to find the angle, though.
I think it's just gonna crash.
He is faster.
Rebuke and then.
And eventually, Toronto Tokyo will fall.
Yeah, I think Toronto Tokyo maybe survives that if he doesn't turn to arrow, but I believe he arrowed the siege creep, which is very valuable to do. So, not gonna chalk that up to a mistake. I think. Well, I guess was the tower already gone, or did they just take it? Because okay, he still got the tower and Terrorblade. Then I don't think it was worth it. So, yeah. Anyway. I was going to say BetBoom, honestly, staying afloat quite well here. I think this could have snowballed even worse from the first 5 minutes. We could have been looking at a 4 or 5k lead. They've made a couple of successful moves, and they are making Gaming Gliders respond to them as well. It's not just Gaming initiating absolutely every move, so they can somehow stabilize this a little bit and start getting there on the PL. It is possible. Look at his net worth right now.
GPK showing off that Blink Dagger, but the swap from Celery will keep Quinn safe. Might cost him his life. Indeed, it does. That was the Blink reveal for GPK. As, Ace going for a Radiance, so against that PL. Pretty solid choice.
Don't mind that.
Don't see that every day, but they don't really have another Radiance building type hero. As Toronto Tokyo. A power shot. Oh, they don't actually line up the spear, though. That would have been a kill. They might find it anyway. Looking for it. No. Does not get it in the end as GPK with a Dragon Tail in
that was close on the power shot, too. But not quite. Yeah, I was wondering. I feel like you look at the Radiant lineup, and they don't really have any initiator aside from Mars, so you were kind of expecting a dagger first, and then you could go Radiance. But Ace wants to go the greedier route here, which... you could even argue it's not the greedier route, but it just plays into the same timing as his teammates. This Radiance is going to come out when Dazzle has Ags and when Terrorblade has his first item. So perhaps they're just going to group up and force objectives. And you don't really need the dagger if the enemy team can't ever go on you, right? You can just... If your push is strong enough, if your 5 man is strong enough, and you can force the objectives that you need, catching the enemy team becomes a secondary concern. So for now, I don't really mind it. I do hope if the game draws out a little bit that he will get a dagger, because I think at that point, Gaimin will need him to start fights for them. But for now, this is fine.
Yeah, and for Miero, he's building Phylactery instead of the Echo Saber. We've been seeing that as a little bit of a later build, as we saw the Conda yesterday. I think it was, I don't know the actual order of things, but I believe it was Echo Saber, then something, and then Conda. Maybe Conda was second, I'm not sure, but either way, kind of serves the same purpose. Maybe he still ends up going Echo after the fact, or just switching it up entirely. We'll see.
Yeah. It is I think yesterday was definitely Echo first, right?
Pretty damn sure, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So Miero is taking a different order. I can't tell you when one is better than the other. This is still quite new to me. Going this route with the phylactery first, I don't think I've seen or tried myself, but
You seem like a phylactery hater.
no, not necessarily. I think it's nice to see more heroes being able to purchase Conda. It kind of felt like it became a one-hero item for a bit.
Yep, GPK gets the opener onto Celery. Swap to give some damage mitigation, but he dies anyway as the arena comes out from Ace. He waits a while so that Quinn can catch up, and that's the more valuable kill onto GPK. Quinn gets credit for it. As the rest of Betboom show up as well, but not able to really find anything meaningful. And we can see Nightfall about 800 away from finishing his Ags.
Yep, the lead only 2K currently, but looking at the distribution, I think it's a bit misleading for the game state. The supports on Betboom somehow have farmed a lot more than Gaimin's, but the chorus are a totally different story. With Gaimin easily having the top three. All 3 cores are ahead by more than 1,000 against their counterparts. Almost 2K on some of them. And I would argue that Game and Gladiators lineup, their supports don't need to have high net worth, especially the Venge. I think if she's just there with the aura and with a good save, that's going to be enough for them later in this game. So Boom will try to do something here with the smoke. Seems like Game and are well aware of it. Might be Tofu breaking it and then potentially getting out, but it was also Moonlight.
And they're going to pop the dust. Blast off hits onto Tofu. Mine will connect as well, but the spear is there. As the Rachi on the low ground with that meta. Gonna force the rest of Betboom back, so turns out they're not interested in the fight after all.
Yeah, ran into more people than they were expecting. Quinn with the Ags. Well, easily push this out with Mars. And this Radiance is now going to be complete. So there's the Aghanims for the PL. Step 1.
Have you seen late game, like super late game Dazzle recently?
No, not recently.
So with Ags, wouldn't you be able to do the Mars build, which is Divine and Brooch? Is that not similar interaction, but like longer range?
I guess so.
And you have Grave to stay alive as Arrow is going to connect. As they get the blast off as well, double mines, but a nice swap from Celery to keep Ace alive. And there comes the big arena into the huge rebuke. Ace is going to get graved, has a Radiance online. Still getting quite low, though, as Miera will chase Tofu instead of Ace. Interesting choice.
Wow, Gaimin got 0 kills there.
They get 0 kills.
Both supports on the enemy team on, like, a beat stick of health.
But they also only lose 1. So another kind of, I mean, I wouldn't call that a stalemate necessarily, but not a whole lot lost either way.
My gratitude.
So far, so good for Betboom. Gotta repeat it. Like, this was not going to be easy with how the first few minutes went, and they're staying in it. PL will continue to ramp up. Gonna be curious to see what way he chooses to itemize. Going to Fusel is pretty standard, but after that, are you going to go the Manta? Do you try to get some heavier stats? Is that even a discussion here? I mean, maybe you just have to buy the Manta no matter what, but could argue for perhaps a fast disperser.
Is under attack.
Yep, against Poison Touch.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
I don't know. Maybe you just have to get Manta.
We have another attempt at initiation into the swap, though. Celery keeping Ace alive again. Betboom now on the run, at least for now. The Moonlight Shadow is there as GPK uses his ult. Spear is not going to connect. Actually, the repel is placed upon him, and Dyrachyo rethinking things. Still in that melee form as Nightfall inside the arena now. Going to try to do as much damage as he can, but it looks like Gaimin are the ones on the run as Ace left to his own devices. Quinn, no Grave available now. So they lose 2 and now on the retreat. Dyrachyo, now he has his meta, but tries to hide in a corner. Gets off the Sunder. There's the Grave to follow. Poison Touch as well. Nightfall has the Doppelganger away, and the TP is fine. As... All right, save does end up falling to Quinn.
GPK did not have mana for stun. He was
is that what
completely
happened?
dry from... Yeah, he blinked and he couldn't stun. He was so dry from that fight. If he has a stun there, that's a very different situation. Then Terrorblade doesn't get Sunder off. But Gaimin do back each other up and survive, but it's a big part of the lead out the window. And honestly, if this keeps going on in the way that it has for the last 5 minutes, I'm starting to give BetBoom much, much more of a chance in this game. Arguably, you could say they got past the hardest part, in a way.
Yeah, I feel like these fights are starting really slowly for Gaimin. It ends up being them being initiated on into a swap save, and then it gets a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
But once this blink comes on, you talked about Ace going for the Radiance, and it's only like 600 away from blink. I would assume once he gets that, the tempo will change a bit for Gaimin, and they'll try to be the aggressors for once this game.
It definitely helps a lot. I think when you're looking at how BetBoom structure their fights, you want to force heroes away from Omni. So having a spear that can displace them, you even have swap after if you need it to get them really far away from Omni. That's a great way to start the fight. But yeah, when you run this Radiance on Mars, he's going to walk in, everything is telegraphed. BetBoom get to pre-plan how they want to fight, and they are the ones with the dagger and the burst damage with the techies.
If I remember right, the repel used on the DK, GPK, I think would have maybe died. It was used mid-spear, so he was flying from the spear, but it repels before it hits the tree.
Yeah, he didn't get stunned.
So that was a big part of that fight as well. Save. See the Moonlight Shadow. BetBoom want to aggress. Ace again. They initiate on into the arrow. Swap is ready for Celery. Will use it into the Magic Missile. And again, Gaimin gonna back away as Quinn gets slowed down by the Sticky Bomb. Do they have a stun? Indeed they do. Blast off into the Dragon Tail. Down goes the mid for Gaimin as Tofu is going to take an arrow to the back of the head. Gets the win run off, but only delays the inevitable. So BetBoom again coming out on top of these fights. They're not like these huge team fight wins, but keep collecting a support here, support there, and now they get the mid.
It just seems like Gaimin aren't strong enough to make the moves that they're making, or aren't committing to them enough. Like, they're not bringing the Terrorblade in with the meta for this. He does have a really big item coming out now, so maybe if they start playing around him and get the Roche, I would think, on the Radiant side here could be an idea. I think it's a very different story if you're playing in a controlled area where you pre-place vision and BetBoom run into you. Most of the previous fights has been Gaming Gladiators walk into BetBoom's side of the map, BetBoom have wards, and then Dragon Knight jumps them. But if you're set up around the pit, you have control, you have good angles on your supports. Perhaps BetBoom will struggle a little bit more to get these easy fights. Could be an idea now that Terrorblade is showing up with a butterfly.
Yeah. Phantom Lancer, not a hero that ever wants to buy MKB. If anything, Bloodthorn would be the choice, but...
Bloodthorn is really good on PL, though. It's insane.
Eventually, you will get that BKB or Duraccio, so...
But once that expires, the new Bloodthorn eats you alive. Like, PL does ridiculous damage with that item. I think even if you're not playing as a single hero with evasion, you still buy it on this hero. Because the damage per second is just ridiculous with all the illusions you have, so... We're definitely going to see that come out from Nightfall here if the game continues in its current trajectory. Yeah, pointing out the support net worths once again. Look at that. Save ahead by 2.5k over Tofu. It's quite crazy. I don't fully understand how BetBoom found this big of an advantage on their supports against the other side. Is it just raw CS? That's a part of it, but it's not like that overwhelming.
Save has Greaves now, as Ace leading the charge with his Blink Dagger. So finally trying to take initiative, but we can see no one in the area quite yet, although BetBoom now.
It's actually just kill gold, is it? It's just kill gold.
Okay. Well, they don't find anyone initially, so they're going to go into the pit.
I think when the score was 4-2, when the score in this game was 4-2, BetBoom's supports were ahead of the enemy supports by 1,000 each. So at that point, they must have had more farm then. Like, I think the bounty runes are pretty even. Huh. All right, Gaimin will finally do this. As expected, they will take it at daytime, which is bad news for everybody out there who loves the cheese. Probably not going to see it this game. But you never know.
I mean, we haven't been seeing that many Roche-offs, which I think contributes to it being the same time of day. Because the Roshoff sometimes, like, it's a 2-minute standoff, and then Rosh eventually just switches sides. That's Quinn. Will be the one with the Aegis. There's the blink. Toronto Tokyo dead. And the tier 1 to boot. And game, I mean, they're in the area. They could go for the Tormy. They could just go for the tier 2 as well.
I have an idea for Rosh, Shannon.
Oh boy.
What if, after the second Rosh, it alternates which item he starts giving? So let's say you kill him on Radiant, he gives Banner.
Yeah.
The next Rosh, if he spawns on the Radiant side he starts with Cheese, and then when he goes to the Dire side he gets Banner there.
I think that's fine, sure.
Because the way it is now, if you kill Rosh at nighttime, it's a Cheese game, and if you kill him at daytime, it's a Banner game. That's how it feels. Like, you just pile on the same item over and over, because his average respawn time is 10.5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
It's 9 to 12, so you're almost... Wait, what am I saying? It's 8 to 11. Am I tripping? Anyway,
you're tripping on something. Ace finds the connection onto Miero. Gets onto the high ground. Yeah, keep talking, Sin. Keep talking about this idea during a fight here.
It's fine. Nobody's dying except Miero.
That's a core. Pretty big kill.
He's staying alive for a while.
Yeah.
Guardian Angel's quite good. 2 charges. Yeah, they finally do get him with this group of play.
They don't really have a nullifier type hero either for Gaiman.
Yep.
But no, I agree that if they're, I mean, that's the thing. You can balance it so many other ways, but if you were to keep the current system, then I think that would be good.
It's
because then you're not seeing refresher shard every time either for the later ones. It's alternating between Ags.
Yeah. I think the sets should just
tier 2 tower for Gaiman.
It's go time, baby. High grounding minute 25, classic Gaiman style.
Yep, bet boom. I
don't think this is going to be easy for them whatsoever.
It might just be a poke and back, because there's still a tier 2 top that they can safely take with this Aegis.
And Bet Boom's high ground defense is very annoying to push into. Techie's mines, you always have the threat of the blast off. PL spam with the Aghanims is very strong for defense. Can get fished out by an arrow. Breathe Fire is good to stop pushes because it reduces attack damage. Plenty of problems, so Gaiman cannot force through this.
Yeah, I mean, still plenty of time on the Aegis, and yeah, I was going to say, the BKB now coming for Quinn. Not too far away for both Dyrachyo and Ace, and I think he just wait for those two. And it's going to be towards the tail end of the Aegis, I would assume, and you really push the pedal to the metal, which is a car reference. I know you wouldn't know that because you don't drive. You don't have a license even.
What's a pedal?
Exactly.
What's metal?
Yep.
I think even when they have all these BKBs, the one problem Gaming Gladiators has is they have no counter to Guardian Angel. So effectively the way fights are usually going to pan out is there's going to be one initiation one way or the other. You're going to have to pop BKBs defensively on Gaming Gladiators to have staying power in that fight. And then can you kill anyone?
Yeah.
While their BKBs are running.
You know what the counter to Guardian Angel is, other than Nullifier, Cinderin? Rapier Brooch on Dazzle.
True.
Or the Mars. You could do both, I guess.
How about both of them get it?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I can't tell if you're serious, but I think you should be.
No, I'm not. Of course I'm serious. I'm always serious.
I really think that's a possible necessity here. Let's see if they can pierce through a little bit here. Quinn with the shield rune trying to tank up a bit, but yeah, he doesn't really get more than 20% of that tower, and Gaming will back off.
Yeah, the high ground will be difficult.
He's close to heart on PL.
Yeah, the Aegis, doesn't align as quite as perfectly as I thought it would. So, don't think Gaiman are going to push with that. They will wait for these BKBs. That's Quinn. Oh, that is a very good rune, though. Yeah. Had another 30 seconds on it, maybe they would force the issue here. He's going to be going for the Lincoln, so going to stop the Dragon Tail. And I guess there's only 2 other single target spells, I want to say. So it's actually a really good Lincoln's game. It's going to block something if it is the DK stun.
If you block a Lance, it's also good because then it doesn't bounce, right?
Yeah, true.
It's quite valuable.
Quinn leading the charge, but the Aegis about to expire here. So he will reposition as Bet Boom are certainly aware of this.
Just a touch.
There's the second BKB. Actually third, so Dyrachyo already has his completed as well.
All right, now they're committed.
Yes,
That's
so
the
it was
meta.
the BKBs.
They definitely want something to happen here with this triple BKB timing. Bet Boom all gonna smoke and look for a wrap.
Hopefully it's a delicious wrap as Miero. Smoke will pop. GPK goes in really deep. Quinn already gets on the BKB, but instantly Celery dies. Inside the Mars Arena is just the techies for now. Ace pops the BKB, so he's not disarmed any longer, so it's a support for support. But the BKB is already expended for Gaiman. Celery buys back as Nightfall now has Heart, so going to be super difficult to kill, but the meta now running out.
Actually got a base tower. That's not too bad. I wasn't sure they were going to get this, but Bet Boom's wraparound took so long that they were able to finish off the tower. This obviously means Glyph is reset, so Bet Boom will have that for a secondary push coming sometime soon. Yeah, this push from Duracho very successful. And they just instantly blow up Celery. They know exactly what they want here with their Omni Knight. But nothing more to come from that. With Techies isolated on the side, a 1-for-1 trade is fine, honestly, for the side of Gaiman in that situation. But yeah, the BKBs were expended, so they're going to be a little bit shorter next time. Gaiman probably going to chill now and wait for the next Roche, which can spawn in 1:25, and therefore overwhelmingly likely it will be killed bottom again, unless it's a maximum respawn and they're not on the dot. Then
Doubloon. That's not picked up very often. Have you used this one before?
No. Wait, why did he get this?
I was going to ask you. You're the analyst.
I don't understand.
I'm sure there's a reason.
Yeah, does he just want the regen to just spam out waves?
It's a good question, Cinderin.
Oh, would you look at that Dazzle that has most healing?
Yeah, that is incredible.
It's a lot of healing, to be fair. That's a lot of healing. Honestly, with that graph, I'm surprised Omni has half of him. I thought Dazzle would be further ahead than that. But is obviously...
Oh, Ace. Ooh. Rebuke. And the Radiance didn't tick fast enough, apparently. Always found that one really strange. Able to blink out just fine.
GPK will be...
There was a time where Blink was not canceled by damage, right? Am I crazy?
Yes, there was a time.
And it also cost mana, which is the dark ages of Dota. That was the best change to Dota ever, was getting rid of mana cost on Blink.
I think the best change to the game ever was putting in Smoke of Deceit.
That's up there too.
That was simply the best invention we've ever had. The patch you're thinking of is 648B, which was a very iconic patch in Dota 1. Dagger did not break on damage up until that point, and at the pro levels of play, the meta was largely a lot of Blink stunners and Silencer and Warlock. Is how I remember it.
Slacks would have been real happy
Those
back
heroes
in the day.
were very good back then. It was the era of Vigos, the legend.
Wow, yeah. Old school.
Yep.
Bet Boom with
he
the
never really
smoke.
made it big in Dota 2. He played for a little bit, but eventually
GPK
moved on
leading
to
the
other
way.
things.
Ace might be the one to block this smoke, but you can see they're wrapping around very far. They're going to spot the courier.
I think they saw Quinn for a second there. Yeah, they're pinging him.
Yep. Moonlight
Okay.
Shadow now. GPK in melee form to get this instant stun off potentially.
Oh, this is so awkward.
In the trees. The sentry's placed. Celery's courier killed by Toronto Tokyo, so kind of giving up a bit of information now. Bet Boom. There's no Roche for another minute, so this Roche off is a little bit premature. But I think the difference is Gaiman is getting a little bit more farm out of the map.
I suppose.
Slightly.
It's very minimal though. All right, Ace is gonna show.
Yeah, he's sick of waiting. Romans don't wait.
This is Mars
Sparta.
Mars roleplay right here.
That's right.
Really begging for a fight, walking out into the open. Come on.
Another courier killed. 1 for 1.
All right, Arrow's gonna hit.
Will they wait here for half an hour? That would be the record. for Roshovs at least. As the mines.
This would actually be a really nice time for Gaming Gladiators if they had a banner. Then they could force someone to TP back to base.
Well, they'll have one soon, potentially. I mean, this is where having a hero that can split push and get back to you real quick would be so invaluable.
Yeah, if they had like Kunkka or
Smoke
Emperor.
again. All right. It's going to be popped. Dyrachyo with the reflection. Doppelganger immediately from Nightfall. Arena comes out from Ace just onto Nightfall for now. Quinn prematurely popping that BKB. Spear connects onto Nightfall, but the repel is there. He runs away safely. Now that the BKBs are dissipating, Miero goes in trying to delete Celery. He's going to get Grave, though, but Dyrachyo is the one that's taken out. Ace is next. So 2 core kills for BetBoom, and the rest of Gaimin now on the retreat. They reserved the Grave for a support, and ends up biting them in the ass.
I feel like this fight is almost over when they initiate. They brute force up into this, and they can't kill Nightfall like this. It's not possible. He just gets 1 spell from Omni, or 2, you know, if you want, if you need. And you have to pop all your BKBs to commit in. They're eventually going to run out.
Yeah.
And you just get overpowered. The Dragon Knight, obviously also amazing in this area, level 18 with the Black Dragon form. Man, Gaimin. They wanted to play tempo this game with this Dazzle, but it really has felt like they haven't been able to get there, you know? Thank you, Tofu, for letting them know when Aegis was. It will actually be a Dire Roche. Would you look at that?
Yeah.
I guess if they stare at each other for long enough, day turns to night.
That's right. Aegis now for Nightfall. Cheese on Miero. And that was, I mean, we've seen this go the other way where it's really successful, but the Mars Blink, it's basically blind Blink Arena, right? You're not seeing everything. And it just happened to be only the PL, the one hero you literally just can't kill right now without getting out the Omni Knight. At the very least.
I think Gaimin have to go on Omni. I actually, the more I see this play out, the better I like the Omni Knight pick, specifically because of the teamfight structure that the Radiant lineup has to take with their heroes. They are so exceptionally physical heavy that Guardian Angel is just going to remove, I want to say like 80 to 90% of their damage. So he can just, as long as Omni gets to use GA on the target that Terrorblade's hitting, or the target that the, yeah, I mean, it's mainly Terrorblade, because Dazzle's damage isn't too overwhelming. Then I don't think Gaimin can kill anyone, actually. It's very problematic. There's no easy target. Even starting the fight onto someone like Techies, I feel like you honestly just GA and repel him, and that's good enough.
Yeah.
Then the PL gets the chaos he wants in the fight. Ace will probably get Blink Dragon tailed here if he sticks around a bit too long, but... Oh, there's a mine.
Yep, that was a mine. Good call.
What? Does Dragon Knight not have dagger ready? I really thought they were going to connect with that mine exploding. That would prevent Ace from reacting to it, to blink in.
I do like the itemization from Gaimin, though. We talked about the Radiance already. Now Mjolnir for Terrorblade, so magic damage against... It's not just good against PL, but against just Guardian Angel in general.
I really like your brooch idea. I think it's going to be the game winner for Gaimin if they...
Mars is getting it now.
Will get there.
But he'll... I mean, how good is it without Rapier?
It's okay. It's definitely not like... You're not like threatening to kill PL with this, but it's the start, and it shows that Gaimin understand how to problem solve this game. I'm at a point now where I feel like it's actually the only way you win is to go this item, this build path.
They find Celery. He's getting closer to that Ag, so that's going to kind of punish BetBoom for finding him in fights usually first. They're going to dissuade them at the very least from doing so.
Yeah.
Which means that the swap save is going to be more readily available. There's Nightfall now. Getting pretty damn stacked.
Quinn is going Wind Waker. I don't think it's the call here. I'm really with you on the offensive build. Unless I'm missing something and the brooch doesn't work with Shadow Wave or something.
I've never seen it, so that's why I'm questioning whether it works or not.
The thing is...
It's an auto attack, though.
Exactly.
So why not?
The way I believe Shadow Wave is genuinely coded is every target affected in an enemy team launch regular auto attack at them with zero, like, limitations, right? It just fires an attack. They can all proc orbs. I would think they can all...
Would they be able to crit Daedalus?
Yeah.
Why haven't we seen that?
It should work.
Nightfall.
I think.
High ground attempt, minute and a half. I feel like we would have seen it. It's the doppelganger to the low ground. Resetting. GPK gets off the stun onto the Windrunner. Arrow connects as well.
Oh, boy.
Ace is the one taking the brunt of the damage, though. Tofu's already dead. He has to use his BKB in retreat. Nightfall. His illusions are getting killed readily.
Duracho forcing a rotation back from at least one hero of Betboom here.
Yeah, that is true. He is pushing, but it looks like the melee racks will eventually go down. As the Omni Knight still shadowing Nightfall. As Duracho, he's actually going to get the full trade in top. He's going to BKB TP to prevent Toronto Tokyo from stopping him. So somehow, Gaiman get the trade. That is really good for them.
I guess.
Only 30 seconds on the Aegis. GPK. Oh, he's going to get sheeped, but the stun is on Dazzle with the blast off as well. No save to come. And Ace looks to be next. Neither of which of these heroes have buyback. And now Betboom in the base, a swap to try to get him closer to the fountain, but GPK able to get out. Celery goes down to purely illusions. He does have his buyback, but now Betboom going for the tier 4s. Aegis is consumed. And there's the buyback from the techies, which will cause Celery to buyback instantly. You can see they have the stun, they have the damage. I didn't think they'd be able to get it, but Duracho falls, buys back again. No meta for 50. Tier 4 tower number 1 dead, number 2 as well. Ancient fully exposed, and this is when Gaiman has to fight. Nightfall is so hard to deal with. They need to get some offensive swap, but Celery super low, gets it off. But this is an illusion hero. Can definitely deal with this a bit. And they're going to find the stun action. They're going to find the damage again onto Duracho inside his own fountain. And that should do it. Save will die back for effect, but it's a full team wipe as Betboom's going to take game number 1.
Damn. They played this one really well considering how it all started out. Like, their lanes did not go the way they had hoped, I think, but the macro and the overall strategy, what they were trying to accomplish, Betboom's timing-based lineup just fell completely flat. I actually think this went way, how to say, even in a scenario where I imagined Betboom coming back, this was a lot harder for gaming than I thought it was going to be. They just ran out of steam seemingly, I want to say 15 minutes ago. They tried a couple of times to force something. They couldn't really get through. Nightfall got huge. And for me, man of the match, probably Miero on the Omni Knight, right? Like, this hero was going to be the talk of this game. It worked out really, really well. They did a great job just setting each other up for success, going in whenever possible, using the Omni Knight spells to perfection. And Gaiman, yeah, sure, they traded the barracks, which was kind of the highlight for them in terms of pushing. Then they lost 30 seconds later. So it's wow, well done, Betboom. That was a great display from them, honestly.
Indeed, very unique gameplay for sure. As Betboom take game number 1 of this best of 3. Let's see what the studio has to say.
We have to say a lot as this game. Well, you know what? Actually, I feel like maybe we've said it all already because we kind of described the way this game could be going, and I guess I think you did a pretty good job at it.
No, I didn't think it would go like this.
Yeah, you did.
They lost all 3 lanes on Betboom.
Yeah, but they didn't lose too many towers.
No, they didn't. That was
Effie's point?
Effie? Yeah, I can see why you get us mixed up today, though.
Yeah,
we do look the same. So the thing with PL is that he needs time, and every time he's been picked in a good PL game this tournament, he hasn't been given enough time. But I don't think Gaiman's draft took advantage of the map as well as it should, just by nature of what their heroes are. Because while the Dazzle pick was really good and it did destroy the lane, there weren't enough heroes that had low enough cooldowns to pair with this Dazzle and just run into Betboom over and over again. So because of that, Betboom were able to hold the map nicely, not lose too much, and PL just needs a couple of tier 1s up, or at least one. If you have at least one tier 1 up around minute 20, then you're always going to have a side of the map to play on, and it also means that you haven't actually lost too much in that duration of time where you're most vulnerable, which is the first 20 minutes. And yeah, Nightfall went for that first item Aghanim, so he was able to join fights very early. I think we saw him join fights minutes 16, 17, and when they didn't manage to get an arena off on him, boom, in comes Miro, the Omni Knight. He repels him so he can just easily walk in and out of the arena. He gives him the Heavenly Grace, so there's actually no damage output on this PL. And sure, even though there were Graves from Dazzle, it didn't really mean anything. It just extended the fight by 5 more seconds, but it never turned into anything for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah. Jenkins, you were very worried before the series started that there was no answer to the Omni Knight. And there was no answer to the Omni Knight. How does that make you feel?
Almost nothing towards that, Shiver. It seemed pretty good. I don't know. I was more looking at that game and thinking, if I'm Ace, after that game, he was top net worth, right? I would somewhat question the Radiance pickup. Not because I think it's a bad Radiance game by any means. Obviously, he's against PL. He's top net worth, so it's probably pretty good. But it's more like they got it, and then they started grouping up as 5 and fighting with it. BetBoom just started focusing him, and they killed him every single time. And it's like you have this top net worth guy just feeding the net worth into the enemy team, where in retrospect, like maybe an item to make him a little bit tankier, or they get the Radiance, and then instead of taking these like full 5-on-5s where he can just be focused down, they take like 3-on-3s and with the carry farming and maybe the mid connecting or something like that. You know, these like small skirmishes rather than a 5-on-5. And I'm saying this not in like, I didn't know that watching the game that, oh, we got the Radiance, now they're going to 5-on-5 and he's going to start feeding. Like, I would have done the exact same thing or worse. But it's just in retrospect, you're going to look at this game and be like, this is not a timing that we can necessarily fight on, or if we can, it's not a 5v5. You're not immortal when you get the Radiance on Mars. It's not like a, I don't know, let's say you got like a Radiance on like a DK or some hero that had like built-in tankiness. Like Mars isn't really like that. Not against those heroes if they focus them.
I see what you're saying, but what item do you think he could have gone? Because, so, Illusion Heroes got a indirect nerf a few patches ago when Radiance and Shiva's got buffed to be stronger against Illusions. And of the 2 items, Shiva's got nerfed and doesn't feel as good to buy. And it wouldn't have really protected the Terrorblade from getting beat up by the PL.
I would take the second approach then. I would not take full 5-on-5s. I would take like small skirmishes or 5-on-5s when you've like picked off one of them right at the start.
But then why pick Mars? Mars is like, hey, let's fight. We're gonna 5-on-5.
Because just because you don't want to do it for a set window of the game doesn't mean you don't want to do it for like the rest of the game, right? Like if he gets Radiance and then like +1 item like BKB or like Radiance, Blink, and he gets some levels from getting some kills or whatever, then the game is different. Maybe he has other heroes, like he has like a Glimmer Cape on one of his supports to protect him, something like that. It's just in that game, clearly the way that they were playing was as if the Dazzle saving the Mars and the Mars going in and being manly was like enough to win them the fights. It's like Snaking was saying, like first contact. It's like if we make first contact with our Mars, he's got the Radiance, he's got a Dazzle, he's not going to die. Because you don't want your guy who's top net worth to die, right?
Of course.
But it's like sometimes you just miscalculate that and you actually need +1 item, or your supports need like, you need like a 4 staff or like a mech on your 4, and then you need Glimmer Cape on your 5 or something like that. It's not an easy line to tread, especially against a team like BetBoom.
Yeah.
I see the point that you're making, and definitely they're gonna consider things like that in retrospect, looking back at this game. But even not fighting and split pushing would feel really awful versus a PL when you have a TB as your win condition on your team. Because like you're playing on this timer of PL versus TB, it's almost unplayable for TB. You can't really do that much versus the farmed PL. But a lot of TBs in this patch will actually end up winning versus PL because their team ends the game earlier. So I think that the PL just really caught Gaming Gladiators off guard. Maybe they didn't think that hero was going to be a threat because Extreme Gaming did run it a few times this tournament, and it looked like it could never come online. They ran it yesterday, it looked bad. They ran it a few days ago, it looked bad. But, I mean, BetBoom made it work, and I think that's also just due to Gaming Gladiators heroes not really having any inherent push built in. And the only hero that pushes really is the TB, but by the time he's ready to push,
PL's ready
to fight.
Yeah.
In this game, not overall.
I got a question to throw out there into the ether. Can I ask it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it. Okay, thank you.
What's the question?
I already asked it.
It was the question.
Oh.
If you could ask a question. But there is...
Oh.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
We understand each other, and I'm sure we're also going to understand what Purge has to say to us.
Thanks, Shiver. To continue the discussion that we were having about the Radiance with Mars, the Predator head-to-head is going to cover the 2 offlane heroes, the Omni Knight and the Mars that we saw. This is their hero damage dealt. Aces is much higher in this game, which I think is what Gaming Gladiators are going for. I mean, they're up against a PL. They clearly need more AoE damage. They had these great saves with the Dazzle and with the Venge, so surely this should translate towards teamfight wins. But if we jump into the clips, it's kind of even for both of the two squads here because both teams actually have saves because Omni provides that as well. It doesn't necessarily go as straightforward. This is a great jump by BetBoom. Chain disabling here. They're forced to use swap to give Ace some cover here. And I loved how long he committed to this fight. He could have disengaged, but he went back in knowing Dazzle was there. Because every second that he stays there, his Radiance is doing another tick of damage. I feel like, though, if they took that fight in a win instead of an even way, maybe it continues their tempo and puts it in a good place. But we had another fight here that kind of goes half and half. Ace kind of commits. They partially commit to Nightfall. Nightfall is able to disengage with the nice repel from Omni Knight, but ultimately Ace does get cleaned up, and these two fights really needed to be won by Gaming Gladiators. They again manned up with Dazzle's backing him up with Dyrachyo TPing home, but they didn't win these fights strong enough. And then the one immediately after was Mars going to the top where that cliff ward is, and he just got engaged on, didn't have BKB. It's like the Radiance ended up not paying off because they lost those fights, because there were enough saves on both sides, and because Gladiators didn't get a good initiation, basically.
I have a question. For the Ace to Predator head-to-heads, we choose normally two players, oftentimes with the same role. I feel like there's a trend where we see a lot of offlaners chosen, and I was wondering why you think offlane is a role that at the moment is getting a lot of the spotlight, and our attention goes a lot on how the offlane goes. Is that because it maybe is not completely figured out and people play it so differently?
I think the most obvious thing is that drafting, the offlaners are picked in the first pick. It's your Marses or your DKs or whatever. So if that's the priority focus of your draft, if these are the best heroes, it's likely going to be the important hero position. If that's played in a different way, then yeah, the game changes in a big way. But if those are like your stunner initiators, then I think there's a lot more focus on those heroes typically. And there definitely was that game, especially because we had a weird Omni Knight pick, and because Ace is playing a hero that he has less exposure on. So I think it's more to focus on there.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. Let's see which offlaners we got coming our way. Game number 2. PugChamp Pandas, and welcome back to game number 2 here, Dream League Season 22, Day 10. That's right, Day 10. We're in the group stages, second phase, and we have Bedboom 1 game up against Gaming Gladiators, and we should be in the draft of game number 2 as well. We have had a lot of focus on the offlaners for the previous game, and we already heard Purge explain why exactly that is, but it also means we're going to have more focus on the offlaners, because I think that trend that you described of picking the offlaners first and therefore having extra emphasis on how they do is going to be a recurrent trend. And
There's got to be Mars, right? Surely against Centauri. Don't be stupid, Bedboom. Think for once.
What else could they do?
Come on.
What else would they want? DK's banned out?
I mean, maybe a support like Marana.
What about Undying?
Marana is banned.
Undying. Oh, Marana's banned. Okay. Undying. Come on. Against Centaur and Mars, it's easy. You can't run out of the arena.
Well, I will say Pango is in the pool, so they could have potentially wanted a Grimstroke or something like that maybe, but they left Pango in.
Probably ban a hero, I'm guessing.
Maybe a next ban. Indeed. Let's see what other heroes that they leave in with the Techies ban. They also left in the Shadow Demon, but that makes sense.
They were
banning out DK.
I think they were really trying to bait game into
pick the Pango?
To pick the Pango, and then they get the Centaur. Because that's been Mira's favorite in this tournament.
I think they're also just happy to trade for the Undying because it's been a very high value hero for them in terms of how Bedboom like to play, which is they like to heavily emphasize on lanes and being able to secure 2 very strong side lane supports. And they have a lot of hero potential for Miro where they don't really feel pigeonholed to only playing the typical
He's an offlaner.
high meta guy.
Yeah.
So they get also tiny because of this, because I think Gaimin are probably gonna have to expend a ban on Mars. Could like Tiny Enigma or something cool like that. Ooh, they didn't.
Get it done. What do we make of the Bane ban?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I don't know if they played it that much. Some teams have occasionally.
They haven't.
Yeah, we've seen at
Not
least
once.
We've seen one Bane at least.
No,
Other teams have.
Bedboom has
Oh,
not.
Bedboom.
Wait, that was not Bane. It was Morphling.
He had used Morphed into Bane
What the
before
heck?
that.
Yeah,
and it
that
just, he
confused
switched back. It's,
the heck out of me. All right, that's a morph ban.
Yeah,
Does
this
that make
is-
more sense?
Yeah, because this is why Morphling's a good hero, because he can turn into other guys. That's why he's a good offlaner.
It's very confusing.
Yeah.
And Bedboom still ban out the Pango because they can. They pick up the Lion as well, and that completes their support duo.
Not a huge surprise. Their line is one of their most picked heroes, especially in the last month. It obviously got nerfed a little bit after the last patch, but they actually still have been occasionally playing with it in their draft.
Yeah, they have. I've seen Save and Miro do a lot of line plus Primal Beast combinations, especially at the Bedboom Dota tournament, and it felt like regardless of whichever hero you could throw their way on that lane, they were able to get kills over and over again. So it's a very comfortable hero for Save, and it's another strong support. It seems like they just want to make sure that their supports tick every single base, right? You get the melee guy and the range guy. You get someone who provides you team fight with the tombstone, and somebody who's going to give you that very hard disable and potential burst damage. So they just cover their bases well here.
This Gyro can either be a 4 for Tofu or a carry for Durachio. Both of these players enjoy playing it. It's very good with the CM in lane. A lot of kill threat there. You can kill the tombstone and flack off of it and take out the Lion when he's sitting there and sucking people with his magic resistance. But also, I know that back when Gyro was being played as a 4, people actually really liked this hero against Undying as a support in the lane. You just outrange him and he can never hit you. You can outtrade him with the Q. You can flak and kill the tombstone, and Gyros as a 4 are actually going for flat cannon level 1. It's good for pushing the lane out, doing a bit of harass.
Does that mean that you, in this game particularly, would like to see it as a 4 more so than as a carry?
I think what they did is they picked a hero because then they can see 2 picks, and then they can decide how it looks in the game as a carry.
Because, so if they are worried about another PL or a pesky hero like that coming out, the Gyro flex to carry would be really good in those situations.
Yeah.
So it's one of the better flex to carry heroes you can pick this early on.
Cover your bases. What gaming
Shaver,
Gladiators
we
do.
played this Gyro CM lane yesterday.
You did? We did!
We did. You died a few times, but it went fine.
That was debate.
She
I
baited
did
all right.
very well as debate.
Yeah. I got my creeps.
I don't think you and a Gyro carry versus Medusa now. There is just It's not the easiest core-to-core matchup to pull off, especially when Medusa has something like a Mars anchoring the fight for her.
What if you get a Diffusal Blade and an Axe?
No, dude, bro, this is such an anti-mage game. I don't think Duraccio is a... I can't remember the last time I've seen him play AM.
He's got to be an AM player. It's like perfect. You go in and out.
It's like it's great against Mars in lane. It destroys Medusa in the game. Lion is all single target spells you can reflect. Undying has no disable for you. It's just it makes it into an anti-mage game, which you don't necessarily want to play.
But you'd think that it's a good anti-mage game, but I think it was Betboom in particular. We saw Miero play Mars versus anti-mage, and he completely popped off in that lane. I think he was playing with the save techies, and they did kill the anti-mage a couple of times.
That shouldn't happen.
And he was top of CS, so it's a matchup that Miero is comfortable playing. And on top of that...
Was that me talk or wait?
Oh, you can talk.
Oh, that was against XXS, right?
It was against XXS.
Okay,
No, it wasn't against that. It was a week ago during Group Stage 1.
Okay, I think I saw Mars and a Techies against an AM in the game yesterday. That's why I was confused.
Yeah,
for some reason, this is the only hero that I can predict is anti-mage. What is it?
You always
What's wrong with me?
I'll make a case that I don't like this anti-mage, because Jenkins is right. It's very good on paper, but the issue is that Betboom seems to be investing very heavily on their lanes right now, and I don't think that anti-mage is going to have the space required to win the game, because similar to how Game 1's draft went, there weren't really heroes to deal with PL, so it wasn't as scary, but they did have that strong win condition in PL, the way that Gaimin have it in anti-mage, but Betboom actually have a means to 5-man and push. Gaimin didn't have that the game before.
That is true.
Interesting. Monkey Ban worried about the physical damage and the chase and the pressure that it would have brought. Would have been Monkey 2, I guess?
Yeah, looks like that there's a hero needed still for GPK, which, by the way, obligatory. Hey, Storm Spirit is still in the pool. I don't know if you still want to pick that now that there's an anti-mage on the other squad as well. But it is still in, and he does seem to be comfortable playing the hero, even in situations where other people might sway away from the hero.
I thought of another argument I want to run by you guys.
Okay.
Hey, Duraccio, he's obviously a very aggressive player, gets into action early. Anti-mage, usually not that type of hero, so you look at an anti-mage pick on Gaming Gladiators and you go, wow, this makes me uncomfortable, golly gee. But against Medusa, anti-mage can actually show up early and contribute to fights. You can kill the Medusa, you can use her to kill other people as well because of the mana void. So I think, and that's exactly why people play it as an offlaner when there's a Dusa in the game, because then you're actually useful in the early game. So I think against a Dusa, this is a Duraccio hero.
I like that
Interesting. The way that Dusa plays against anti-mage is she goes like first item butterfly. She'll go like a Dragon Lance or a Yasha or something like that into butterfly. And then she'll just 5-man with her team, and anti-mage, when he blinks in on her, can't really hit her to drain mana. But for that to happen, for that condition to be met, where she's an item above anti-mage, so that he can't join early, she needs to win her lane really, really hard. And I would say on paper, yes, Undying Medusa should destroy Centaur, but we have seen Centaur win lanes that he shouldn't have this tournament.
Hero just does not lose lanes, I guess.
It's a giant question mark, right? Because I would say, yeah, Undying, Decay versus Centaur, Dusa, ranged hero, you know, she's famous for beating up on melee offlaners. Is that going to happen here?
But yeah, I mean, she does do like poke damage against Centaur, who likes to be poked, and then Gyro wins the 1-1 against Undying, I think. At least back when Gyro was being played as a 4 in like every game, that was the general sentiment, was that Gyro is one of the few heroes that's good against Undying. I mean, nothing really truly beats Undying in lane, but if you 50-50 against a hero that's supposed to win every lane, you're very happy with that.
They ban out the Wind Ranger as the final ban, and it is Gaimin that have to select a hero for Quinn first.
That makes sense. I think we saw Wind Ranger against the anti-mage last night. It was one of the last picks, so valid ban there. If other teams think it's good.
I mean,
he's smiling. That's a Huskar smile right there. I don't know.
Yeah, Puck's in the pool, but you can never 23 Puck.
How about a Razor?
And there's a Lion. It feels pretty bad.
And Puck's in the pool for the other team potentially as well.
So Quinn playing Razor. It's not exactly a common one, but
it's not.
Losing matchup or losing win record on the hero, but I think it is an okay pick at this late stage of the draft where all the best things are gone. Sucking damage from Dusa will reduce their damage output a lot. He'll be pretty tanky, good at tanking spells. He's definitely buying Assange this game.
Oh, there's still Storm.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Anti-mage. Although, I will say, that one, the fact that you can get an Orchid so early now, like, Orchid does counter AM. But then if the game goes late, there's 2 huge Mana Void targets. I don't know. It's really risky. It's just, I'm looking at GPK's hero pool, and, I mean, I guess Caudle is another one, and that would pair with the Medusa really well.
I think that Bedroom actually wanted to pick their first Invoker of the tournament with the double bans that they did, but the Razor pick really offset them from it.
They'll still go for the puck themselves. Do we like this?
It's the most stable thing they could have picked there, I think.
I agree.
I was just trying to offer other things.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good laner. Like, the few bad matchups that it has isn't in here. Like, yeah, Razor is a very difficult hero to lane against, but I mean, Puck should be able to do fine. Also, the Dream Coil is going to be a very important tool versus Centaur Stampede. The way Centaurs kind of overwhelm heroes in the mid game is they just disengage their entire team on these like key picks, but Puck's going to prevent that. Mars is also going to prevent that. They have really good team fighting and good hero synergy on the side of Bet Boom, whereas the Gaimin have this really strong potential win condition in the anti-mage. I just worry that Medusa's going to come online faster. I feel like that's the situation Gaimin are in. Unless Centaur's lane completely pops off and Ace is their entry point into the game, I feel like they might get run over here.
I really do like the last pick Puck, though. He doesn't have very many problems to deal with. Like, he's not going to get disabled much. Frostbite's a little spooky, but, like, that's about it. Everything else is pretty dodge-worthy, so it's going to be up to him to disrupt fights, protect his supports a little bit from the AM and his Dusa. So I think I like the Bet Boom draft better.
I believe in the anti-mage versus Medusa.
You do.
I've
You don't
never
mind
seen
the
this
time?
lose before.
It's
No.
really good.
Unless Medusa goes for a rapier first. Then things get a little difficult for the anti-mage. But people are scared. They're afraid of the rapier, Shiver.
Yeah.
Other than these offlaners, but it's not an offlane Dusa.
No.
It's a carry Dusa. These carry players are weak. They're afraid. They're not real men going for rapier first.
It's going to be dramatic.
It worked.
I forgot I was wearing these chains.
So we are thinking anti-mage successful. There's 2 people going. Actually, you were going for the game of gaming, side of gaming.
No, I think Bet Boom's draft is much easier
So
to pull.
he's all one out.
Yeah, that's very non-standard here, I think. Yeah, I'm going to go 2-0 gaming.
Yeah, it could be 2-0.
It just might.
Can't be 2-0 gaming because they already lost game 1. That's right. Gaimin have to win this one to extend the series, and we're going to head over to that game 2 to see if they can. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for the PogChamp Pandas and My Chemical Ocean!
When I was a young boy.
Gaimin Gladiators!
Yeah. Good.
All right, that was something.
Tried my absolute hardest to jam along to that one, but I couldn't really get
just
into it.
Stay offbeat and you can get there. Bet Boom versus Gaimin Gladiators, game number 2. Bet Boom wins game 1. Will they win game 2? It rhymed because 2 rhymes with 2, Cinderin.
Wow.
I'd make a great musician.
All right, somehow they were better than you. That's actually incredible. By they, I obviously don't mean the band. They're always stellar. But I feel like the lyrics of Effie in particular could have used a little bit of work. I think just yelling Bet Boom isn't particularly inspiring poetry.
I don't know. I've heard worse music, though. So.
Me too. Me too. A good beat can save a lot. That's how a lot of rap music flies nowadays. That's fine. All right, let's have a look at the lineups.
Yeah, because everyone's collecting themselves after that performance.
Let's see who paused.
I think it was Gaimin.
Bet Boom have been good, clean boys recently.
They have.
They have stopped pausing. It's been Bet Boom pausing a lot recently.
They heard the flame.
Gaimin pausing recently. So, as far as the lineups go in this game, like the panel talked about, this is I feel like for Gaimin standards, this is a quite risky strat, I think. But what else were they supposed to do, right? They had to pick something against the Dusa that was going to solve it. Anti-Mage is the best option available in the pool at the time. But the reason it feels a little bit risky for me is I look at their lineup and I see very limited ways of engaging into Medusa in general. So in order to beat this hero with AM, you generally want either a team around you that can create chaos so you can isolate the Medusa and get your fight going, or you want a lineup that has a lot of damage to, break into the fight, kill a hero, you get ahead, and then you can run her down. But realistically speaking, the only initiation Gaimin have in this game, and in its entirety, basically, will be a Centaur Blink. They have nothing else. They have no catch. You can Stampede into Frostbite, which is a bit of a stretch. Or at Bet Boom, they have Mars Arena, they have the Coil, they have Lion, so plenty of ways to initiate. They have... even though this is a good AM game, he's very susceptible to getting ganked. The Mars, the Puck, and the Lion, all three of these can catch you off guard and start a fight. He doesn't have any save with him, so... I think for Gaimin, it's really, really important in this game, more so than usual, that the lanes don't go poorly, because otherwise this Medusa is going to reach critical mass, Bet Boom are going to group up with their team fight, and Gaimin will not be able to fight back. That's my concern. And on top of all of that, just as a final note, Puck has one of the highest win rates in this entire tournament. It's 29-19, which is exceptionally high for a mid-hero. And it was last picked into a good game for it.
Yeah,
so
we talked about
a lot of
this hero.
upsides for Bet Boom here.
Wondering why these teams are not banning it that often. Does feel like it gets through most of the time, and like you said, the fact that it was last pick is just added luxury for Bet Boom.
Yeah, let's
GPK's best heroes for sure.
Curious to see how the bottom lane plays out. We've doubted Centaur a couple of times against Undying, where he has turned out to do completely fine. I don't see Medusa not getting good farm at the very least, but I could also see Ace getting off to a pretty good start if Tofu plays this well with pulling. Obviously, Undying's Achilles heel in the lane is just not getting to keep the lane in one place. I would imagine Gyro will want to pull quite a bit. Mid lane, I suppose Puck and Razor is kind of a draw, would be my guess. I think it's very one-sided one way or the other.
You can get... If he uses the orb to farm, you can static link, and then kind of just have to eat it.
Yeah. There might be some moments of vulnerability, but even then Puck also will have Waning Rift, which can create enough distance depending on the situation. Kind of just want to play the lane at max range most of the time on the Puck, and then should be fine.
Quinn hasn't played too much of Razor, at least from the games that I've seen. Has definitely played it enough to be good at it, Cinderin, in case you were wondering.
Yep. Nice first couple of waves from him. He's 7-4 against 4-0. That's a very good start against the Puck. Many denies, slowing him down. Daracho take a little bit of harass here, but no God's Rebuke ready from Yarrow. Otherwise, they would have definitely got him down to like a quarter health there.
I think one of the drawbacks of Anti-Mage is the fact that it's a Battle Fury hero.
Mm-hmm.
Items a lot harder to build these days, and there's no alternative build.
That's true.
Right? Like,
if you play it carry, that is. That's
yeah. Offline, we've seen like Vanguard or whatever. You can kind of just you don't go Battle Fury in that case, but for carry, yeah, it's pretty much the entirety of all Dota. It has been the Battle Fury hero.
There's been phases. We had the phase with Vanguard Manta. We had a phase with Vanguard Radiance, if you remember that.
Barely a phase.
It was quite short, but it was a phase.
There was a Vlad's era as well.
Yep.
Vanguard Vlad's.
Only been Battle Fury, but I think it's fair to say it's been like 90% of the hero's history or more. So, yeah. And in this patch, I don't think there's
Is there a hero that has built less, been more reliant on Battle Furies?
No.
Like PA?
PA has had like Deso phase, for example. And we've talked about Troll. He would sometimes build Maelstrom.
Yeah, Troll, I feel like the Battle Furies doesn't date back that far for him.
Anti-Mage definitely #1. He is the hero with the highest percentage pickup for that in the carry role of all time, I would think.
Yep. As the 3-minute Lotus is upon us already, Tofu will be fighting against Toronto Tokyo. Tofu wins the click battle. That's because Toronto Tokyo is playing Undying, and you don't need fast reactions for that hero. Which is ironic because he has very fast reactions being a mid laner for so many years.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo was an exceptional Puck player himself, and if there's a hero that's about reaction, Puck is definitely one of those in the mid lane. Puck and the Spirit heroes.
If you count all the mid heroes that he played when he was on Spirit, and then all the supports, he might have one of the widest hero pools in the game.
Yeah.
At a high level, of course. I think the only person in Dota right now to play every hero competitively is Kuroki, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he hasn't played all of them anymore.
Oh, really?
Has he? I think he might be missing 1 or 2 at this point, but maybe he has. Maybe he found a way.
Yeah, they forced it into their drafts.
What was the most recent addition to CM again?
Oh my god. What is it? It's not Dawnbreaker.
It's not Primal either, is it?
Primal. Could be Primal.
Is that actually the newest hero we have in CM? I mean, in Dota in general. Every hero's in the pool.
It's been a long time since we've had a hero. Can't wait for the Puppet Master. Ring Master, that's right.
Primal was the most recent hero? Are we missing? Are we stupid?
Production says we're stupid.
Yeah.
Spear connects onto AM. So this is our trivia where we embarrass ourselves in front of a live audience.
I think the production needs
Bring up
to
the hero
show
pool again,
just
Cinder.
show with the camera movement which hero we're missing. Draw the words on screen with your mouse.
We'll figure this out.
All right, the hero is shaking. Earthshaker is the newest hero. Oh, that's Dorocho dead. It was a matter of time. This lane, honestly, I don't think this is a good AM lane. I think Mars Lion is really strong against you, and you're seeing it here. It's one thing to not get the most farm, but also getting killed. Definitely a great start for the side of Bet Boom.
Oh, it's Muerta.
Oh, it's Muerta, yeah. I just saw it too. I literally just saw Muerta in my hero list.
All
yeah.
right, good.
Okay.
Now that we got that out of the way, we can commentate the game freely.
Oh, that's so relieving. I'm so happy we figured that out. It would have bothered
You're
me.
just like me, where if you can't think of something, it just
It's so
overwhelms you.
annoying.
It overwhelms you, and you can't think of anything else.
Yeah. My secret is I can't think in general.
Yeah, we've realized that.
This is like, it's impulse. It wasn't a thought. It was just, I can't find the word for it. Now it's not going to bother me that I can't find that word. All right, anyway. Antimage is back to top lane.
So
want to keep an eye on him. He is really crucial for game in this game.
Oh, yeah.
If they keep shutting him down, this is not fun for Dorocho.
He won't die, but he does
gonna
take
have
heavy
to blink away in
damage,
a
and
sec
now
again.
you can see Miro out of mana, but that means Dorocho doesn't do damage anymore.
Yeah.
He does slow on auto attack though. His ace. He'll be playing this Centaur against this Medusa. They're actually Ace is farming quite well, I have to say.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think this Centaur is going to do fine in this lane. The lane that we're looking at right now is where it's at. It's the top lane where things are going to be decided for the laning stage. The rest will probably just be a draw across the board. Like Razor actually winning mid a bit harder than I was expecting, so I guess that's good news for the side of Gaming. Tons of denies on Quinn.
Yeah, 41 and 19. Man.
The thing is, in this game, Puck being a bit behind, I actually think is the biggest of problems as long as AM's game is this bad. Like, if it stays this bad, and Nightfalls is all right,
yeah.
The timing of the game that is very decisive is, can Medusa finish before AM gets strong enough to even contest this team? Like, I'm trying to picture a fight that AM can even show up in against this lineup. It's very difficult without multiple items. But for the same reason, I guess it's very good news for Gaming that Quinn's game is going this well.
Okay, so CM, that was such a weird series of events. Celery took the gate. It cost mana when you click on it initially. Then he canceled it. Then he tried TPing mid, canceled that, and then takes the gate eventually after all of that.
And then he shows up and uses a Nova.
Wait, he didn't TP then, because he's not on cooldown. All right, fake news. Tier 8 commentators here. You're with me, Cinderin, on that mistake.
My bad.
As the double impale from the fog. Say he wasn't even going for Dorocho. Celery, one more right click will bring him down, and Dorocho now has to run away. And look at all this farm.
Exactly. He blinked to trade here, doesn't get the trade, and now has to walk the long way around back to lane where he will not be having too much fun. Look at his item build, by the way. He went double Wraith Band. So this Cornucopia is even further away. I mean, this is not going to be a sub 20 Battle Fury. I'm calling it now. I just don't.
That extra armor just to go into the jungle because he knows he has to do that at some point.
27 CS. It's nothing. He's doubled by the Mars. Like, imagine this game if Quinn wasn't crushing mid. Like, you're still 1,000 behind despite Quinn being up 1k in mid lane.
Yeah.
And this is with 2 kills only on the side of Bet Boom, so really.
Oh boy. All right.
If I'm gaming, I'm looking for Quinn to bail me out of this game.
Yeah, this
for a while.
rotation has to result in something. Toronto Tokyo will be the something, it seems. Puts down the Tombstone, which will provide some farm for Quinn.
A little extra bonus there.
Perhaps putting it down just so they can't chase the Medusa, not sure. So Quinn is successful in his endeavors and forcing Nightfall away from the farm as well.
He's 1,500 ahead of Puck. That's a lot more lopsided than I thought this was going to be. I don't know if this is just my lack of knowledge in the matchup and this is actually the expected outcome. Nice reflect there from Duracho. Or if this is a little bit of an outplay. I feel like instinctively it's a bit of an outplay, at least. But maybe Razor does win this one on average.
Yeah, well, they can use a lot more of that if you're a Gaming Gladiators fan. As Toronto Tokyo will end up dying in the bot lane as Celery makes his way over. So it was a 3v2 there. Have they just given up on Duracho?
I think this is the best play.
Okay. You can't reflect anything of Mars unless I'm an idiot.
Yeah, you can't.
Maybe he thought that line was in the fog.
Exactly. You can use this as a potential counterplay measure. So I think if you keep babysitting this AM in a lane that he can't play, you're just losing 2 heroes instead of 1, right? So it's better that the supports now go and play around the Razor and around the Centaur. You need to play around the heroes that are enabled and can do something in the game. And Duracho just has to fend for himself for literally the next 20 minutes. There's a chance he can show up to a very specific type of fight, but aside from that, he is hitting creeps until minute 30 minimum. And now Gaimin have to find a way to enable that. And the best way is probably to ensure runes for Quinn, play on Stampede, try to find favorable fights. They're not giving him any room to breathe
like
here.
we've talked about in the past, this is not the same Medusa as years of old. You can start kind of grouping up with 2 items.
Yeah.
It's not a 4 or 5 slot requirement. And for AM, it's still the exact same AM, right? Like you
pretty much.
You need 3 items, pretty much. As Duracho inside the Mars arena gets bursted. TP's in, Tofu, Celery, and Quinn come in. They want to focus on Miero because Tofu should be able to finish off save on his lonesome. Rocket Barrage will be there. And they do get Miero, so it is a trade for Gaimin.
Damn. Quinn is so rich.
Both he and Ace are owning.
It's actually...
I mean, that's what they needed.
It really is what they need here, because this is... I think this is kind of the dream scenario where your AM, who is completely screwed, gets ganked for the 3rd time, and you get counter kills onto more valuable heroes. That's what the doctor ordered for Gaimin. Gonna need to see more of that. Duracho's recovery curve gets delayed, but it gets easier by the minute to get there as long as Razor is this strong, because he can act a bit like a wall against Betboom for quite a while, reaching their potential. He will walk into fights, he will link the Dusa, slow her down.
But Ace is the other hero that is mega farmed right now.
Yep.
As an impale
they find
into
Quinn.
a coil.
This would be a big one.
Absolutely. Illusory Orb is there with the Waning Rift to follow, and the right clicks will suffice. And Quinn takes a tumble.
Why was he actually there?
Perhaps trying to connect with Ace in the jungle, who opted for Blade Mail, by the way.
The 12-minute rune is already gone, and he doesn't... he had a ward. Wait, so were they smoked? Did I just miss the details around this play? Because maybe he just they found a perfect angle here where the ward did not see them advance, and he walked into them that way. Might have been what happened, but that is a very big kill to find for Betboom. It's the best hero they can kill on the map. As you said, the Centaur is also very farm. The Blade Mail build is rather unusual, but it's fine.
You think so? Against these heroes, it seems a little weird, actually, for me.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm looking at the macro of the game of what's going to happen, right? I think the Centaur has to be able to output because AM is this stifled. So I think if you go Blink on Centaur here, I don't know if you have enough to fight around with. I think you need to have just massive staying power. You just need to be a tank that goes in, takes damage. And if you do that, you're going to reflect a decent amount. It's not going to be outstanding. Like, I agree. It's not... You're not against, like, Windranger or something where the Blade Mail is just amazing, but this is the type of game that I could see it in, when most of the time I would prefer a Blink.
Yeah, I figured just running around with Quinn would be enough to find these kills and just have a blink, but he's gonna delay it a bit. S and Y, very early pickup actually for Quinn.
Yeah, he's very big still, despite that death well ahead of everybody else in the game. GPK will not get the rune, losing
Rune
the 50-50.
is bottom. It is a haste.
One of the best runes for Razor.
Indeed.
See if they can make a move with this.
Looks like BKB is next on the plate for Quinn. Yeah, despite the horrific start for Dyrachyo, Gaiman with the slight net worth lead.
Yep.
But it's all about these power spikes and when these heroes can actually start fighting together. It's going to be, for the most part, a 4v5 for Gaiman. Once this Medusa has a second item.
Yeah, for now it's 4v4. Because Medusa isn't involved in anything either.
Yep.
It's kind of a bit of a time machine back to a simpler time in Dota when the carries were just on an island forever.
God.
Good old 4 protect 1.
That was so bad.
Carries farm, everyone else fight.
It wasn't a brief moment either. It was such a long period.
That was a good decade.
Miero is the one getting ganked. Hoof Stomp gonna cancel the Lotus. As the call down is there, Dyrachyo cleans him up with the Mana Void. Dyrachyo will connect again. Actually, just going back to farm.
Nice strike from Gaiman.
They get the Toronto Tokyo kill nonetheless, 2 for nothing.
I guess maybe slightly unexpected for BetBoom that they were going to connect to Anti-Mage's lane while they're being pushed mid.
Ooh.
But this invasion is massive.
Oh my.
Oh, the dream for CM. Oh, get CM all the CS.
All right, gets the Impale on 2. It might cost him his life though. Ace gets off the Hoof Stomp and Double Edge because he does have Blink.
Well, well, well. All right.
4K lead for Gaiman all of a sudden.
That was much bigger than I thought it was going to be. Getting all those stacks too.
I mean, how often do you see a team with a lead like this at 16 minutes when their carry is getting beyond dumpstered? Like beyond. Like he almost has the same farm as Tofu, Gyro.
It does happen, you know. It's not extremely uncommon, but I think, especially because, let's keep in mind, the bottom lane was a clear win for Gaiman too, right? It wasn't like, okay, it's a draw, but AM is losing. The Centaur lane was clearly winning against Medusa.
GPK, Coil.
He's
into absolutely nothing.
Fine. What were they hoping here?
I don't know.
Okay. Dyrachyo is also like, what?
Meanwhile,
yep.
Gaiman still continuing to get kills across the board. Gets save as Miero will blink in retreat.
It feels like BetBoom are dropping the ball a bit here by not playing.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, Dyrachyo uses his blink. Toronto Tokyo wanted to go real ham, but the Stampede to run away. Don't think he was really in trouble.
This is the classic Stampede to save you from undying play against as AM. But yeah, the thing about BetBoom here that I feel like they're dropping the ball a little bit is they have really strong team fight. You've got a Blink on Mars, you've got high-level Tombstone, you have the puck, and you can even bring Medusa for the Stone Gaze, but they're kind of just letting GG walk all over them, right? They haven't put up much of a return fight. Maybe they think the Razor is not solvable for their lineup right now. Perhaps that is the case, and it's just too much to deal with. But yeah, Gaiman are taking a massive advantage around the map, despite only really having 4 heroes activated in the game. I'd like to see BetBoom try to fight back a little bit, especially now that Dusa has her first item. It should be possible for them to try to poke back. Another courier kill for Celery this time.
That's right, Ace defending. GPK will be able to TP out. All right, I've done this. Okay, there's the Battle Fury. 18 minutes.
He got it sub 20.
Yeah. That is still not good, but now he'll be able, I mean, he's only 1,000 behind the puck, so GPK has definitely fallen off quite a bit.
I mean, this is more than good enough for Gaiman. I'm very...
With the current state of affairs, it should be.
I'm very surprised they managed to build this big of a lead mid at 18. If you take AM out of the equation, let's just imagine he's another hero, and the game is playing out. I'm still surprised that Gaimin that BetBoom have not been able to look for any sort of team fights successfully with this composition of heroes. Guess Gaimin have been doing a good job at pushing out the waves and keeping the information up, but you'd think you could find some sort of smoke play that's successful. And if Gaimin turns it into a bigger team fight, that's when things can really cascade with Tombstone, with all the big ults you have. They never even find a pick. They're just content to farm the side lanes, play it slow. And that is obviously the recipe for an AM that will eventually catch up.
Yep.
He can't be in the dumpster forever.
You would hope not.
And Duracho has... I would say he's obviously still behind par, but considering his start, I would say this is recovery. He has recovered. And now he's starting to build the usual AM.
Gonna go high ground, will be spotted. No connection with the spear though, fully. Has the BKB. Try to force it out. He gets the finger on top of him, and there's the BKB now. Coil was expended as well, but Quinn just runs right through it. And they are demolishing BetBoom every step of the way. Zombies are slowing down Quinn quite a bit. There's the arena and the coil. But you can see Quinn is actually surviving through this, surprisingly enough. He actually snaps it and still will survive. And this is all without the AM, as Nightfall very low on mana. Ace really thinking about going in here. He does, but misses the connection. Impale will greet him, and I think Gaimin will back away.
Yeah, Gaimin's just walking all over them. When that spear misses, now that Quinn has BKB, I think this type of fight that BetBoom are trying to take now should have happened 5 to 10 minutes ago. Like, now it's too hard against the Razor.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have BKB, you can just blink Arena and kill him off, but now the BKB is out. You saw Miero, he's trying for a blink spear because he knows he can't open with Arena. And the spear doesn't connect on a tree or on the cliff, and then Quinn just turns and starts fighting them. He could probably win a 1v3 right now during his BKB.
Yeah,
So.
Quinn now making his way to the bot section. Toronto Tokyo's dead. And Quinn just continuing to rampage all over. Well, not a literal rampage, but the actual definition of it.
This is such...
2 kills again for Gaimin, and now the tier 2 with the Siege's help.
I feel like we get a lot of strange games when we
patch
cast
is really
right now.
delivering some unique ones.
It's very odd that...
Odge?
Odd.
That's a new one.
Odge does sound... That's a good emote.
Yeah, that does sound like a good one.
Yep. You're welcome.
Sag, Odge.
Bedge.
Okay.
Definitely a bit of a bedge game for Duracho. That's fine. You know, he'll sleep his way to victory here. Has not needed to do particularly much here.
Not at all.
And yeah, he can.
Under attack.
It's like the what is it? The meme with the guy on the podium drinking champagne.
Yeah, as like the 4th place or whatever.
He's 6th on net worth, and he's like, fucking 1, boy.
Miero out of mana.
Yeah, this is a pretty big solo kill. Nobody is getting involved here.
It's going to take a while. I don't know if the mana void's going to do enough now. It might, as the flags are placed, and Miero takes a tumble.
For like 20 damage a swing, but you know, gets the job done eventually. It's a big kill for him. Ton of gold for that one, about 600.
That'll accelerate him quite nicely as Ace.
Feeling himself.
Absolutely. Is not scared of anybody.
They can't kill him. He has Eternal Shroud.
Great auto attack animation there. Yeah, I love it. I would actually pay money for cosmetic that gives me this auto attack. That's a pay to win, legitimately. That's awesome.
Some of the flailing animations in this game are so funny.
Yeah. See if it goes away with a hoof stomp. I think he has to get stunned again, so I think that animation needs to come up again.
Well, but based on how this game has been going so far, I think BetBoom are not going to be looking at him for the next 20 minutes. So he's going to be... It'll be a while until he gets stunned.
BetBoom do smoke, though.
This kind of feels like a Hail Mary at this point. Gotta get something done. They can't keep letting Gaimin play the map this way and just absolutely obliterate them. They will smoke up toward their Medusa. GPK is 1-0-0 on puck in a 23-minute game. All right.
Duracho's their target again. Quinn coming in.
It's going to
They do
cost
get
them
the connection
possibly.
that they want. Nightfall getting brought back thanks to the Quinn shard, but is able to TP out.
Oh, if they all disengage from this, that is a very good outcome for them. Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Won't be
They
there.
actually all get out.
So a good, solid kill for BetBoom. But Gaimin Might just go. They'll have the wave with them.
GPK once again was not involved. So I was just saying, Puck is 1-0-0 in a 23-minute game. This is exceptionally rare. This is a hero that thrives on taking engagements and looking for kills. And BetBoom have just been playing a very quiet game of kind of keep away.
Yeah.
And just keep farming. And obviously, the upside to modern Puck is that this playstyle has its benefits. The hero can scale and become a late-game monster, but it doesn't really feel like that was the original plan for BetBoom against this lineup. But now that it's the situation that they're in, I guess this is the best thing GPK can do.
Yep. He's still in that animation, by the way, is Miro will be able to blink outside of the range there. Ace. Just hovering his way over.
Oh, we said sleeping his way to victory a moment ago. I think Centaur is in that spot now.
Yeah, for sure. It's so funny that it can last so long. Yeah. He has not been stunned yet since that point. Has the halberd now.
S-tier item against Medusa.
Are you interested in Dota history trivia, Sundaran?
Yes.
The problem is, I know for a fact that I've asked you this question before, but it's probably been 10 years.
Okay.
Like legitimately 10 years.
All right.
Okay, when we have a break in action, we'll get to that.
Middle tower is under attack.
Is the tier 2 as Gaiman looks to be taking that next. Still no Roche though. I mean, the Roche is not particularly good. Would take quite a while.
I was gonna say,
they'll still get this for free.
I feel like when you watch a game like this is where the true big difference lies between Falcons and BetBoom. Because we've seen... Okay, Miero is probably dead here.
Yep, no TP.
He doesn't have... Yeah, okay. They just need to see him. If they ever see him, he's dead.
Will they see him?
The
scan misses, and okay.
All right, he might have just dodged them out.
He has to wait 3 seconds. Okay.
So what I was saying is we had a game from Falcons a couple of days ago where their lanes went really poorly, right? And they recovered the game by relentlessly looking for fights with the heroes that they had that could fight. They kept getting picks and fought their way back into the game. In the games where we see BetBoom lose the lanes, they almost always go extremely quiet.
Yeah, that's true.
And just, they try to farm their way back, and it's just not working. So, it's kind of like playing not to lose rather than playing to win, right?
Yeah.
You're not... I don't really think it's a likely path to victory in a game like this to dodge the enemy team when you have this kind of a strategy. I'm actually positive if Falcons were playing this game and their lanes went this way, they would have just... Amar and the Mars would be like, guys, go kill.
This
could
be a really big
literally.
kill. Ace still waddling away.
Can they kill him, though?
He was alone, but yeah, they're not going to find the angle, it seems. But they do
kill
find the
Tofu.
gyrocopter. Tofu will die eventually.
Even
Does
that
take
is
them quite a while, yeah.
All right, give me your hot trivia.
All right, the reason I thought of this is because there's an AM in the game, and you were talking about the olden times. So TI1, there was a big issue with the meta, for those that don't remember or didn't exist back then. I know there's a lot of 10-year-olds watching, in Twitch chat especially. The meta was Spectre versus AM.
Yeah.
Every single game. And AM was stronger. Spectre was a lot worse back then, by the way, as were most heroes. As I had to hold that thought. Ace, spear to the tree. Seller trying to make his way over. Can they burst this Centaur down? No. Pops the blade mail, gets off the Stampede, hoof stomp as well. Double edge to take out save. It'll be very shortly. He'll be able to pick that up, but the coil comes in. And now Ace taking considerable amount of damage. Miero gets a nice spear with the Mars Arena. Ace still surviving. Right clicks from Nightfall, not enough.
No way, they don't kill him
Ace
here.
is alive.
Oh
Mana
my
Void
God.
comes in, takes out Miero. Toronto, Tokyo will die as well. And after all that, Ace survives.
He used everything.
That was like watching a Huskar get initiated on. It's like he got
my
stronger
goodness.
the lower HP he was.
Yeah. You're going to see the replay here. So, I mean, in the first initiation, part of this initiation, they get him to like a 2/3. They don't have any damage against a single target like this. But this here, Nightfall is tickling him. Really nice barrier usage there coming through. Do they have a full solar? They do. So that was the Solar Crest plus Glimmer from Celery, saving Ace through all of that.
All right, back to the trivia. So.
Yeah, okay.
So anti-mage was a huge problem, and remember, back then there weren't a lot of heroes in Dota.
Usually
right?
trivias are you ask a question, not you tell a 3-minute story.
The question is, to counter Anti-Mage, what two heroes did they come out with?
Bloodseeker.
Okay, that is correct.
And Kunkka.
Holy, how did you remember? You remember me asking you?
Because this 10-year that you're referencing, 10 years ago, is probably half a year ago.
That is a lie. That is a lie.
I'm pretty sure you asked me this.
No way.
I think you asked me this in 2023.
That is such a lie. No way.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Impossible.
No, actually, I just have really good memory.
Well, that's the thing. I know you have terrible memory, so now I'm the idiot.
Wait, who has terrible memory now?
Yeah, exactly. Jeez.
Yep.
All right, well, you ruined it for everyone. They didn't even have time to guess.
I'm just that good.
Yeah.
At ruining things.
It's funny, though, because, I mean, I guess Bloodseeker can still be considered a counter, but not so much Kunkka these days. Dyrachyo is going to get coil GPK.
That's not how...
Pops the coil. All right, GPK out of mana. Mana Void does a lot of damage, but doesn't matter. He still melts. So now that the AM is top 2 net worths after all of that, Toronto Tokyo dies on the footsteps of his base save. Not invulnerable anymore with that shard. And now the high ground from Gaimin. It's 29 minutes, and there. I mean, am I wrong that there has not been a Roche yet?
I think you're right. No, that's wrong. Quinn had an Aegis, didn't he?
There we go.
Did he never? No, they never killed it. You're right. They never killed it.
Yeah, whose memory's bad now?
Yeah. Well,
Probably was 10 years ago.
You said, am I wrong? So you weren't sure.
Yeah, because you're making me doubt myself.
Excellent.
To go my ass. No way. There's no way.
Maybe 1 year ago.
It's a good trivia, though.
Huh? It's good.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Right,
Did it work?
Boom. Huh?
Did it work?
No.
AM was still the hero, right?
Kunkka, when he was ported, memory might serve me incorrectly here, but he was pretty weak, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And Bloodseeker, I mean, Rupture is good against, it still is, against AM, but no, the hero itself still wasn't very strong.
Yeah.
And it's not strong again now, because they nerfed the crap out of it. They got rid of the pure damage from Bloodright.
A lucky find.
As Ace gets a Heart of Tarask as if he needed it. No shard, though, so we're not going to see the 6k HP until he gets that, but looks like that's what's next in his queue. And here's a smoke from Betboom. Absolutely needing something to go their way. It's a 24k deficit.
I'm just a bit disappointed that they didn't try these things when it was the right time for it. They're a really, really good team. Like, they're in the top, or they're in second place in this group for a reason. It just feels like in some games they kind of lose their way. Like, their high is so extremely high. Like, the ceiling of this team is the highest of maybe any team, but they don't... Their lows like this are also just a bit disappointing. It just leaves you wanting more, you know? Like, even if they lose on fighting early in the game, you would have at least had this
They're going to try for it. Miero with the opener onto the CM inside. The Greaves is going to keep her alive, though, as Quinn now focusing on Nightfall. And Celery, he's still alive. Miero just trying to beat away at him, but doing no damage. And now Miero is the one to fall instead. The Stone Gaze allows the Medusa to get away for the time being. GPK, mana voided to death. Double kill Dyrachyo. Toronto Tokyo will follow suit, and GGs are called.
I was gonna say it.
This is
like,
going to game 3. A very, very good performance from Gaimin, and I want to say quite underwhelming from Betboom. It's like that meme with that, you know, do something.
Yeah, I was thinking that exact same thing a minute ago.
Yeah, we've been hanging around each other too much, I think.
The poking with a stick, you know, come on, do something, Betboom.
Yeah.
And it's easy for us to say when we're watching the game, but I can't help but feel like they just let Gaimin Gladiators run the entire show, despite getting off to a pretty good start, especially in their off lane. Or I wouldn't say they got off to a great start. Right? Like the puck didn't do too well in mid, but it was okay. It was definitely playable. Like
Nightfall didn't die, by the way.
Yeah. He had playable levels on farm on the puck. Mars had a great start. The Medusa was doing not too hot, but definitely better than the AM. And then Gaimin Gladiators just took all the initiative, found all of the kills, just ran the show. Quinn on the Razor as the frontliner, just running into Betboom, winning every fight. And Betboom never really fought back.
Nope.
It was kind of strange to watch.
They went out with a whimper.
Yeah, that's really what it felt like to me as well.
It is only game 2, though, because this is a best of 3. Game 3 is coming up next. Let's go over to Sheever.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was it's a tough one for Bedboom because we said later on the Anti-Mage is going to win. The question is how much can Bedboom do before the Anti-Mage gets big, but I kind of felt like Bedboom didn't have a peak in the game at all, let alone early, definitely not late. It was seemingly incredibly difficult, and obviously it also resulted in calling GG before a single throne or barracks even fell, Effie. This was tough.
It was very tough. I understand why they called GG. It would have felt like a waste to stay in that game any longer. There was really no way back into the game. I mean, I feel like what cemented that is when that Centaur is on 100 HP and you're throwing everything you can at him. You arena him. You cast Stone Gaze. You can't just get that last sliver of HP left after using everything in the bank right here. That's pretty hard to recover from
demoralizing.
Situations. That's very demoralizing. But yeah, I mean, that tankiness obviously was due to the very nice double Glimmer Capes from Gaming Gladiators and the Halberd. I really like that they itemized defensively, actually, instead of offensively, even though they had the better start, simply because the only way they would have lost this game at that point after they got the early game lead was that if they fed in a couple of fights or lost a few kills, but they really did have the natural draft to win in the late game. So I love the defensive itemization. Thought that was very on point. Yeah, Bedboom didn't really play the way that I expected them to. I thought they'd be a lot more proactive on their Mars, but maybe Gaming Gladiators just had their number. They smoked top, they got a really good kill on Miro, and then they stole an entire Ancient stock.
Yep, everybody played well, especially my boy Quincy. He was destroying mid as a Razor versus Puck, which I do think is, in retrospect, probably Razor favorite. I don't know about that much, though. Like, he had like 20 denies or something like that at like 8 to 10 minutes. And then the rotation top, where they turned around like 3 kills and then, like you said, stole the Ancient stack eventually. After that, it felt like Gaiman was in like full control of the game. And this is twice now that we've seen on the mainstream, at least. Well, I guess every game is on the mainstream now for Group Stage B, but we've seen the Anti-Mage versus Medusa be very Anti-Mage favorite. Like, the timing does not seem to be there on the current patch to have the Medusa beat the Anti-Mage. Because I know the butterfly thing that you're talking about, or, you know, I'm talking about the rapier. Like, it's not actually a meme. People were doing that for a while, right? It's just that the butterfly is like the safer option. It is a timing, but sometimes Dota just changes. A patch comes out, games are all of a sudden going later, or like for whatever reason, Anti-Mage is able to fight earlier, whether it's because of items or because of how people are playing with like the position 5 or whatever. It just doesn't seem like Dusa can deal with an Anti-Mage currently. Not with this build.
Unless you're like crushing the lane so hard that it wouldn't have mattered which carry you have.
Yeah, but Centaur apparently does not lose lanes.
No.
So.
And that game was interesting because Anti-Mage, like, they were bringing Medusa to fights early on after Medusa had a decent start, and Anti-Mage wasn't in those fights, and Bedboom were still losing those fights. Even before the Anti-Mage aspect of the game comes into play, Gaming Gladiators seem to have won far before that. Because if you're taking these 5v4 engagements with your carry, and the enemy carry is farming, and you're losing those engagements, oof, that's a tough one.
Was there a chance, because it was overall last pick for Bedboom and they went for the Puck, they already knew the entire lineup at that point from Gaming Gladiators. Is there anything other than a Puck that could have saved this potentially, on hindsight, of course?
Not from what is normally GPK's hero pool. Okay. I was looking at the heroes that he had normally been playing, and it was either like horrible against the game and draft or banned. Like the other one that he really enjoys playing is the Storm Spirit, or he could play like the Ember Spirit. Both of those heroes looked really bad in that game. Like, the Puck seemed like a safe option, and they needed a hero that could run around and do stuff. They needed a hero with disable. Like, they needed a Spirit type hero, essentially. But a lot of the Spirit type heroes are bad against Anti-Mage.
It looked like they were setting up for Invoker in that draft with the last 2 bans. They banned the Void Spirit. Let me check again. Void Spirit and the Queen of Pain, and it was a good Invoker game before that Razor came out, because there wasn't really much to jump on it outside of the Centaur. It had so much combo potential, and the Wex Invoker is a really good hero to play against the anti-mage in the early game because you just Ghost Walk and you hunt him down with your team and you don't give him space on the map. But that Razor coming out really was the unexpected factor on Bedroom's side. I don't think they thought that Gaimin had that hero in their arsenal or were looking at it in any way.
Yeah.
But after the Razor came out, you kind of had to puck there. There was nothing else like Jenkins mentioned.
It was an incredibly strong performance by Quinn on the Razor, and actually, I mean, you gotta keep your eye on that. We saw Razor played mid yesterday by Melreen as well, and he crushed his lane with that as well. I feel like maybe we're seeing maybe a little bit of a development in terms of the mid lane and keeping that hero more often as an option than we have in the past. But we're gonna have to wait and see, of course, what happens in game number 3. Before we do that, though, we're gonna find out what Purge picked up from this game.
Thanks, Shiver. For the head-to-head that I wanted to focus on this game, it was about the Razor and the Puck in the mid lane. And typically, Puck has just been looking like a really strong hero in this meta. A surprisingly weak-looking KDA for GPK, but the important thing to notice is that he didn't actually die that many times. The most notable thing is that he wasn't able to get kills either. And that's just because so many of the heroes on the Gladiator side were really, really tanky. Gyrocopter has a large amount of HP. Look at the total hero damage dealt in this game. GPK wasn't able to snowball kills. He wasn't able to get enough items to do damage. He could kill Crystal Maiden, but other than that, he has to deal with a Centaur who has a ton of HP. He has to deal with a Gyro who has quite a lot of HP as a support. The Razor tanked damage abundantly in a lot of these fights as well. But Puck is in these engagements. He's trying to get kills. Gonna drop an ulti here on Quinn, trying to secure this kill, ideally, but it just kept being Gladiators has too much survivability. The Sanji Yasha, very popular right now. Definitely very effective on Razor for the survivability it gives. Here's the obvious clip we saw before with the Centaur taking heaps and heaps and heaps of damage. Look how many people commit to killing him, by the way. Mars jumps in as well to do this.
And he doesn't die!
Here comes, he blinks in, tries to get him, but the Solar Crest saves him as well. They put so many resources to try to get him there. Ends up surviving, and the evasion. I mean, the Sanj upgrades with the tanky heroes in this game was amazing. Really made the Puck look underwhelming in terms of damage output, and thus underwhelming in the game.
Are you surprised that the fight that we just saw, because that one happened before the fight that they called the GG on?
Correct.
Are you surprised they didn't call GG earlier?
I mean, they knew that they lost the Roche fight in the follow-up fight. They lost the Roche fight before the Roche was grabbed, I think. And so, yeah, that was just kind of like 4 fights in a row that they couldn't kill the tanky guy. I think that's where you call it. It was a little bit early, but considering how the game had been going, it was pretty one-sided at that point.
Yeah, I guess maybe in their heads that them getting Roche and them getting an Aegis would be the only way for them to still win a fight, potentially. And therefore, if they don't do that, then it's like...
Yeah, it was over at that point. So it was a good try, though. Gaming Gladiators just had a cool draft, and they played a little bit better in fights. And yeah, that's how it goes.
That's why we're here right now, and that is why we are going into a third game. That's right. A third deciding game will come your way right after this.
The city lights a neon aglow. We are stars covered in gold. Covered in gold. Walking on a highway of dreams. We will shine, only believe. Only believe. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Let
a third and deciding game here. Bedboom and Gaming Gladiators. And we've seen both teams win in very, I would say, pretty dominant fashions, actually. Maybe the first one for Bedboom was a little less dominant than the second one was for Gaming Gladiators. But either way, very curious to see what the teams have in store for each other this time around. A lot of it seems to be solved in the draft. And that's where we're heading first. Game 3 draft has, I believe, begun. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and Jenkins. Jenkins, where would you like to see this draft go? Because I feel like both games, we had the first game was Terrorblade versus PL. We had the game go late, therefore PL's wins. We had game 2. It was the Anti-Mage versus Medusa. Game goes later, so Anti-Mage wins. What do you want for game 3?
Cheever, we keep talking about this.
Yes.
It's all about the carry-to-carry matchup. You know how you win the carry-to-carry matchup?
How?
You pick 2 friggin' carries. Get that Cardell, the tank, Sharp Eye mid. Get something else that can carry. If you're that sniper. Okay. If you're gonna pick a Medusa and it's gonna be countered by Anti-Mage, maybe get something else with some carry potential. Get some cheese pick. Get something going that can be your win condition. That's not the Medusa.
Like a Razor mid.
Like a Razor mid, for example. Yes. Perfect, Purge.
Perfect.
Like a puck mid?
No, not like a puck mid. Not against Razor, apparently.
With a Chen with Maelstrom mid and Manta?
Oh.
Is that an OD pixel build right there?
No, isn't that a very popular build in pubs?
I've seen it.
Not Chen, sorry, I mean...
I've seen the right click.
Close enough.
That's a lot more sense.
With Maelstrom.
Wait, no, I've seen that.
Maelstrom Manta.
No, wait, I've seen the right-click Chen mid. I've had some of those before, but not in the last year, but I have seen that. But that is not the future.
They nerfed it. It was the Penitents gave too much attack speed. They were like, this mid-Chen can't be a thing, so they had to...
Okay.
But
give it
the
Axe.
reason I was thinking Chen is because Chen's on the mind because it's the first ban always. But I meant Zeus.
Wow.
But we're not going to see
Centaur.
him. But we're going to run it back here for now with the same bans coming out here in Game 3 as in Game 2. Techies, DK, Marani, yeah, exactly the same with the opening of Centaur again.
Come on, this has to be Mars, dude. How does this keep happening? It's going to be Undying, but it should be Mars. Because Mars is going to get second phase ban. Purge, anyway, you're going to say?
Probably. I just got to say that Ace owned that last game in itemization. It was kind of wild, but he had Blade Mail. And he went Eternal Shroud. He just tanked the hell out of the whole team the whole time. It was really cool.
Did you know Eternal Shroud gives you the magic resistance before you take the damage? So if you're going to take like 900 damage from a Lion Finger...
That's really nice.
It gives you the magic resist first and then reduces it to like 500 damage. Isn't that ridiculous?
It's very gentle and nice.
That's not nice.
It's not.
You don't want the magic resist. You want to take the damage so you can convert it and stuff.
But don't you want to take
No.
damage?
You get the stacks as if you took the full damage, but then you reduce as if you didn't take the full damage. So it's the best of both worlds.
Okay, no, I thought you were saying the opposite.
No, it's OP. It is shit's
So
OP.
you're saying it's not necessarily better to like hit him with the Finger of Death right away or something?
No,
it
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's
Yeah.
going to get the stacks regardless. That's why the item's so OP. If they fix that, it might be...
I mean, they did nerf it. It dropped like 5% magic resistance or something, which is a lot. I think they changed the threshold a little.
Barely.
Anyway, there's the story of last game. I feel like the Anti-Mage versus Medusa is definitely very hard for Medusa as the game goes on, but there are a lot of problems with Bedboom before the carries became like the question of the game. When Bedboom like smoked on Mars top, who was the strongest hero in the game, he was the one who won lane, and then they just stayed there for a little bit. They corrected the entire game because before that, Bedboom were doing well. So there's this giant swing in net worth in the same window of 2 minutes, and then when they went in to take Bedboom stacks, there was no one to defend these stacks because GPK was having a bad game on the puck because he was laning against the Razor. So I don't think we can simplify what we've been seeing as simply, the carry-to-carry matchup was good, that's why they won. That wasn't the case here because Bedboom did not fight back into Gaiman's early rotations that didn't involve the Anti-Mage. So Bedboom need to equip themselves with a hero on GPK that can help his team regardless of the mid matchup.
Like Coddle?
Such as a Coddle.
Or a Storm, if they could go Coddle Storm, if they managed to not have this hero banned out.
I think that would... Well, it's not banned out for now, and they still have picks to go. So they could still pick it up in the next phase. It does mean that you have a support duo of Crystal Bait and Coddle, which... Yes, you get a lot of mana, that's lovely, but I do feel the lack of stuns.
Yeah, but then you just correct it with your mid laner who's going to take advantage of this. I mean, it could definitely always be the Coddle mid flex. We know GPK plays it, has played it before, but I would love to see Storm Spirit here. It's the game 3. You don't want to drop this game 3. It is your signature hero and it's still in the pool. The question is, are Gaimin going to address this with picks preemptively, such as the Lion to catch him? Are they going to just go for the puck here? Are they going to ban it last second?
They're going to go same thing as game 1. Venge protecting, well, it's not exactly the same, sorry, but Venge to protect the guy that gets gone on. But I do like the fact that you have to wonder, is it going to be Midstorm or is it going to be Coddle with a really fast Spirit Vessel, which is a great solution against these tanky heroes.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, you ideally do want the Storm Spirit, but because you're gonna, after this picking phase for Gaimin is over, Betboom pick 2 heroes, and then you can just counter the Storm on last. They would have to pick if they wanted Storm on 16, 17, and then on 18, you could just counter pick it mid. And if you wait for the last phase, Gaimin will probably ban it out in the last 2 bans. So it's just about Betboom's confidence in the Storm if they're gonna make this declaration here.
Pango, by the way, still in the pool. And I was also thinking for Betboom, they could do something like pick a tiny mid or something that could also be flexed to 4, so that way it's still open.
Or they go for Rubik on the side of Gaimin.
Interesting choice.
Like Tiny Mars, something like that. I don't think they're going to Tiny, but something along those lines that could be flexed. Or they're just going to Mars.
If you can steal Frostbite, that gives you a little cover against Storm because of the high cast range. 2 decent disables against Storm in the early game, but I mean, it's a harder to predict draft for Gaimin, and considering they still get that last pick on the second phase, then yeah, they can still protect against potential Storm, just not from a support.
Also, the Rubik plus Centaur is a pretty strong lane because you can just abuse the telekinesis on this Crystal Maiden into Hoof Stomps and potential kills. He should also out-trade the Crystal Maiden, which often seems hard versus this hero, but Rubik is one of the better heroes at doing it because if she's going to trade with you, she's going to expend her entire mana pool. And this is where they pick Storm on 16, 17. Like I mentioned, they have to pick it in these 2 picks, or it's just they're not going to make it through. The question is, what 18 hero for Quinn are Gaimin going to pick as its ultimate counter?
Yeah, and they showed that Storm had an 8-8 record. Keep in mind, Betboom has won 4 out of all of their Storm games. So outside of them playing it, it's a 4-8 record on Storm. So if they can't win with it, bad hero.
It's their hero for sure.
Let's see how they'll protect it, as we need to get some cores that will allow Storm to feel free. And Mars is still in the pool, if they do want to go for something like that.
They need another frontliner for sure, somebody that can get vision. Coddle and CM are not in any way going to be capable of doing that, so some tanky offlaner that can set things up or follow up makes sense. So like I feel like it has to be Mars.
It's got to be Mars. I mean, and you can bulwark against Rubik. He's never going to steal the spear. It's not a great hero to.
But do you pick your carry first? Is the question.
I mean, otherwise it's gonna get banned. If you want something else than Mars and you don't really care, then sure, pick something else instead.
But then you might have a bad matchup against a Centaur Rubik base.
They could
That's your trade-off.
They could Lifestealer. Oh, Morphling. Okay.
They're gonna Morphling.
So when you go like 16, 17 double cores, like Betboom just did, it's kind of nice because I feel like if they picked their offlaner here, they would have put Gaimin in a better position draft-wise where they just outright counterpick the Storm. But now Gaimin are in a position where they have to choose which of these 2 heroes that they want to prioritize in their draft. Like, are they going to pick the mid hero who's going to have a good matchup versus Storm, or are they going to pick something to shut down the Morphling? And then whichever hero is picked by Gaimin, you at least have the ban security for one of your other 2 cores. So instead, they just go for the Puck versus Storm. They say now you can expend 2 bans as Betboom to protect the Morphling.
Do we like Puck versus Storm?
I mean, Puck is typically considered a Storm counter just because she has Silence, she has a Dream Coil, which allows for a lot of setups to kill the Storm Spirit, but also Storm just buys Orchid now, so depending on how the mid lane goes,
go both ways.
If Storm gets an early Orchid, he can also kill the Puck over and over again too. But it is a hero that gives you a way to deal with Storm, so it's always just been the go-to.
Yeah, there's definitely a early Yule's game from Quinn, unless he's like stomping so hard he can get Sanjin Yasha or Sanjin Kaya. Sanjin Yasha would be very Giga Chad, but Sanjin Kaya plus BKB. I know a lot of pucks have been itemizing for the early BKB these days, which is pretty good.
Yeah, it just seems like silences are up in priority. Like there was one of the games last night, the Slaughter just went like phase Orchid
Yep.
And then the Void Spirit rushed Ags. So they just had like 3 powerful silences right at like 18 minutes. It was
like,
really hard to play against.
There's like 6 Yule Scepters in every game because there's like 6 silences in every game right now.
And there's the Mars ban that we anticipated, and Bet Boom bans out competitive carries here, the Dusa and the Luna.
Yeah, Morphling versus Dusa is very awkward because Morphling can't really take these fights. Like, he can't waveform in and just get Stone Gaze. Medusa also outranges him, and it can be very difficult. Also, as a Morphling, you would have to kill the rest of her team before you focus her, but Stone Gaze and Stampede makes that hard to do. And the Luna, on the other hand, I think that's a great matchup for Morphling, but Luna gives tempo. She gives more tempo than Morphling. She comes online earlier and she plays for a 5-man, and Storm Spirit does not want to play versus 5-man lineups, especially with the Orchid build. He wants to play for these smokes and pickoffs on certain heroes until his Morphling is strong enough.
Mm-hmm. And Luna would have been really good with Avenge as well. Protects it appropriately, gives them even more high ground damage. So definitely some much needed oomph.
There might not be a Medusa in the game on the side of Bedboom, but isn't that still a very good anti-mage game for gaming?
I was thinking that as well. The only issue with that is Bedboom has last pick, and then they're just going to Slardar.
Okay.
Unless if the Slardar gets banned here, then I think the anti-mage is actually coming out. But that's what I would worry about. It's just that there's a lot of like really good lane counters to. Okay, they're gonna anti-mage.
I mean, a lot of teams have been picking Slardar against Centaur anyway, so it just would have been the most obvious pick, frankly. So great for them to ban it. Good call.
What about Legion Commander? I know people don't play her, but she is considered one of the offlaners who lanes incredibly well versus anti-mage. She hasn't been a popular hero at all, though. But she does have her Dispel versus the stuns on the side of Gaiman, too.
It's true. Yeah. Isn't it really embarrassing, though, when you duel anti-mage, but he reflects it, and then he duels you back?
That's so bad. That's so embarrassing, dude.
Because then it's like he challenged you to a duel.
Yeah.
And you meant to challenge
And then
him
even
to
if
a
you
duel.
win, you're the one that got challenged. So
Yeah, which is really lame.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah, but very emotionally damaging. Sure, but at least you still get the damage when you kill him, regardless. So that's
Assuming you win, yes.
There's not a lot that Miro plays that's good in lane against anti-mage. Like I agree with Effie.
Question.
It's got to be something that's like unpicked so far.
If you're a Legion Commander and you have a Lotus Orb, we'll talk about the Beastmaster in a second. If you're a Legion Commander, you have a Lotus Orb, you Lotus Orb yourself, you duel the anti-mage. Do you get 2 duel wins if you win? Because he'll duel you back and you Lotus, so you duel as well?
Yes, you do.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, you do.
This sounds like
I'm 100% sure.
Pixel, so he can try.
You would 100%, right?
Yeah.
It reflects the duel.
It reflects the duel first,
With
so
the first
anti-mage
one.
then duels, but then because you're Lotus, he duels a Lotus target, meaning you duel as well.
Fever, there's no Legion Commander in this game. I think it's.
Wait,
time
it
to
doesn't
move
matter.
on.
I actually think I'm wrong.
We got an unpicked hero, though, in Beastmaster. It's been unpicked, right?
It was 0-1. I think they
0-1.
played 1 game.
Yeah.
Well, a very rarely picked hero in Beastmaster. If you play on boards versus anti-mage, you can actually shut him down very hard. It's not easy at all for anti-mages to walk up to boards and kill him, especially if you have a strong support right-clicking him with you. It also gives you tempo so that you can just play tempo versus the anti-mage, which typically used to be the answer in the past. I just have a question mark regarding the Beastmaster because we haven't seen it this patch. How good is it? I understand it conceptually. I know what Betboom are going for here. And in theory, it could work, but the question is, will it?
I want to see a Helm of Overlord build. That item got buffed. It's cheaper now. Beastmaster's universal hero. If he gets like tanky with auras, I feel like that would help his team.
I definitely don't think against anti-mage you go for like the Drums of Slum magic damage build. That sounds like reaping. You probably want to play the tempo game. But I do think that like Venge is one of the better heroes in lane against a Beastmaster because you just stun and kill the boar with the minus armor, and anti-mage can blink on the boar. Like I do think in a vacuum, if it's Beast versus anti-mage boar build, like Beast will win, but with a good range support, it changes the matchup because anti-mage can jump on the boar. It's literally like fuck the Beastmaster, nobody cares. The boar is the real hero. So if you can kill the boar, you're going to beat the beast in lane. He's not going to go Axis build because that's not good versus anti-mage. So I'm not. I think I'm calling a little sus on the last pick Beastmaster.
That's all they had, I guess.
It's all they could go for here. So we are all not convinced by BB's chances here, but that often means that we're just all wrong, and maybe they're gonna surprise us and take this game. But it is game 3 of the series, so who will take it? Gaming Gladiators or Betboom? Let's find out.
3 is upon us, Cinderin. Get your hands up in the air. Let's start the wave.
For what?
Hopefully chat is playing along.
Let's go, chat.
That's
We
the
can do
biggest
it.
global wave in the history of esports.
You
As long
were
as
here.
Somebody put their hands up.
You're part of Guinness World Record history.
That's right.
Right now, you participated.
Congratulations. We can all share this beautiful honor of now watching game number 3 between BetBoom and Gaimin for the group stage 2 here at DreamLeague Season 22. BetBoom coming into this 3-1. Gaimin at 2-2. So if Gaimin wins this game, then they will be tied.
Yep.
Which, that top 2, very important. I believe that's for upper bracket, if I'm not mistaken, Cinderin.
That is correct.
As Nightfall and
Backstab
Toronto,
attempt.
Tokyo, yeah, they had a feeling. As the smoke dissipates, Doraccio, will he follow suit from last game? 2 games of anti-mage in a row. Is it possible for this hero to win twice? And I mean, he basically wasn't even in last game, if we want to be true to our word here.
That's a bit harsh. He just wasn't really in it the first 15 minutes. But then he was in it.
Kind of.
You know, I know what you mean. But.
Kind of.
The hero I'm looking forward to in this game is the Beastmaster. He is currently 0-1 in this tournament. He was played in one other game that we cast, as a matter of fact. He was played by Heroic Devi Lama. And he went the Drums of Slom build against a Phantom Lancer, did not win.
Yeah,
that's why he's 0-1. He was owning, though, for quite a while in that game. He was having major impact. And obviously, this is a classic combination, the Beastmaster plus Storm. Beast will give some vision, and then you can get the jumps. You have the Roar as a very reliable setup for Storm to connect on. Couple that up with them already having a battery for the Storm via Caudle. Pretty clear what the idea is, and it seems like BetBoom's conclusion on the last game was that they weren't able to skirmish and threaten enough around the map, so they're really trying that in this time around.
Well, they also didn't try to do that.
I think their lineup last game wasn't particularly good at skirmishing. It was good at bigger scale fights, but they didn't try for those. Would have been nice to see a little bit more in that regard. But in this game, I think BetBoom are going to bring it way more. I think their lanes are also going to go better. Aside from the top lane cannot go as well as last game. I think that's not really possible.
Doraccio has something to say about that, Cinderin.
Just kidding.
Getting chased, and that is first blood for Miero. Man, what a caster curse from the great Cinderin.
Well, it hasn't gone worse yet.
That's true. He has to die 3 more times in lane, and then it'll be even.
Man, they have so much mana. They have Caudle and the CM Aura, so Miero is going to be having a field day casting his spells up here, just absolutely spamming them out.
And what do you think about the AM? It does feel like a pretty good game. I mean, it used to be a Morphling counter. I don't know if it still is.
The core matchups are good.
Mana Void against Storm, extremely good. Yeah. Reflect against Beastmaster, extremely good. As Toronto Tokyo. Oh, knock. Yeah, he will end up falling to Tofu's right click.
Is this just the same game again?
It might be.
The Centaur is owning in the off lane. The Anti-Mage is getting owned in his own safe lane.
I'm a little surprised that Pango didn't come out at any point for Gaimin. They had their chances.
Yep.
Maybe they don't believe anymore. And you were talking about off panel that the Storm is theoretically good against Pango. I mean, Quinn literally never cared. He does not care what hero's in the game. He will play. He has shown that he will play Pango and own with it.
We're in the playoffs now. It's time for a real hero.
This is group stage, actually.
Oh, sorry about that. We're in the
second group stage.
We're in the second group stage in a game that could very well decide a spot in the playoffs at the end of the day. It's time to play a real hero. He's not going to play Pango in that. He only plays that in grand finals. Not in these ones. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what he was worried about. If he thinks... I would like to say that it's probably the Storm matchup that he just really doesn't like, and the reason they didn't pick Pango early in this draft is that they know GPK is a Storm fan and it would likely come out.
Right.
And then after it comes out, you just change your plan. And I kind of see it, because I think if you would have gone Pango in a game like this, and a couple of things go wrong, the momentum of the game is really going to be against you. Like, the Orchid buff for Storm, he's playing with Caudle, he's going to be hunting you all over the map and just making your life miserable. On the puck, you can do it a little bit easier.
I'm a bit interested to see if the fact that BetBoom gets away with not banning Pango, if other teams are going to try the same thing.
That's true.
Maybe we're going to have a little flip-flop situation. So I dare say we will see Pango Quinn at some point in this tournament, Synderen. Making the bold prediction now.
Okay.
This Nightfall playing Jamorphling, and he is struggling quite a bit. Lowest in CS, even behind Dyrachyo, who has died. And was taking some damage here.
This time the mid lane is going very differently, however. Quinn 21-2 against GPK's 29-7. So not a Razor beating out a Puck. This game, it's a Storm beating out a Puck. Is Puck just bad now?
Trash hero, easily.
More news at 11. We will keep looking into Puck's development. I do not know why these mid matchups are going the way they are for Puck, but maybe it's just...
Radiant structures.
Maybe Puck is just worse on... Which weekday is it today? Tuesdays.
Okay.
Sorry, had to just check that real quick.
Yeah, we never know day of the week, do we?
Always operate on date.
True.
Well, we do have to know day of the week for our podcast.
When you say what the date is, how do you say it?
That varies, actually, I think. So today is... I'd either say March... I'd probably say March 5th.
March 5th.
Yeah,
Okay, we'll have a discussion about that in just a moment, which is going to be a little bit more interesting than you think, but not much. Dyrachyo blinks out. Celery getting chased now, and the Hawk will get its root. Axis to come. Blood grenade save. Very
Here
slow with
comes
his
the
horse,
bird
but he
again.
is faster. Bird advantage goes to BetBoom. And Miero, another kill to his name.
Okay. Tell me about the date.
So everybody makes fun of Americans, which understandable. I get it. Believe me, I make fun of Americans too.
Yep.
I am self-deprecating.
That is
after all.
true. That's
Like,
actually very
when
true.
you write the date, like let's say it's March 4th, right?
Yeah.
We do 3/4/ the actual.
Yeah, that's
year.
really stupid.
Yeah, but I say March 4th. So it goes in the order as GPK. It's going to get stunned up. Quinn actually takes the illusion rune. GPK trying to get something out of this. Celery is taking good amount of damage, but GPK has to use most of his mana pool to try to get away. He's actually trying to re-aggress though onto Quinn to get off the illusory orb. Jaunts to it. Tofu finds the kill on Toronto Tokyo. Now Quinn gets the coil. Level 6 is there. Down goes GPK. And it looks like save is next. Pops the fairy fire, but it's not to be. Double kill Quinn.
Big moment for gaming. This was already starting to look... I wouldn't say it's starting to look grim, but this time around, 2 lanes going very well for BetBoom, and bottom is kind of a draw. So getting this big support rotation with this kind of a trade-off is huge. And yeah, just playing the resources better there. Like, the heroes were taking so much damage, but not dying means effectively all of the damage kind of goes to waste. GPK was not able to isolate and take down a hero in that exchange. Not enough in the tank. Good news for BetBoom is that Miero is owning it up top. 3,800 net worth to the 2K of Anti-Mage.
Oh.
Truly is one of the heroes of all time in lane, this one.
Yes, he is.
Okay, that's an interesting dive bomb. That's
How does that work?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, let's finish off the date thing.
Okay, I know what you're going to say.
So,
it goes in order of... Go ahead.
So in Danish,
Yes.
I would say 4th March.
Okay, so that's why. Yeah.
I don't do that in English because, can you even say that? Don't you say March 4th or the 4th of March?
The 4th of March, yeah.
The reason I don't say that is it takes too long.
Yeah, of course.
That's why I say March 4th.
Yeah.
But, and it's also because I like to March 4th. You know?
Okay, I think it's just a language thing. This
It's-
one
it's
is
an efficiency
This
thing.
one is less
Genuinely
about
efficient.
Americans being dumb, okay?
Mhm.
All the other ones are probably true. This one, I feel like, just because of the way we say things, all right?
It's
But you
efficient,
could argue it's
it's
also
efficient to say March 4th. If you could say 4th March,
Yeah.
then I would probably do that. But
Then I
that's,
thought, you know, I'd misunderstand you with wanting to march on me.
yeah, well, that's specifically one date of the year that we could have that problem.
Of all the dates that we chose, very useful. 2K lead for BetBoom, as we're learning a lot about cultural things, including the U.S.
Ah, yes, cultural things.
That's right.
Very specific.
Looks like Orchid will be the first stop for GPK. And that is a killer for the AM. And Puck, of course, but I assume Quinn will be going for a Yules. What is he actually building right now?
I mean, can you play Puck in this game without rushing Witchblade? I don't... I think you run into damage issues really fast if you don't have the Witchblade.
They're going to try to go on Nightfall, but he's already got his attribute shift off.
Well, I mean, you get a Dispel at some point. So what second item going to be then after Witchblade?
Yeah, you probably have to, right? I think some players would go Kaya Sanj, but I don't think. Yeah, he is finding Duracho, having some fun down here, so he'll back off. I'm kind of with you. I think the Yules is probably the best option, but we've seen other pucks go Kaya Sanj against this. You could go BKB even, but maybe that's a bit too crazy. Lincoln's is good this game. Beastmaster Aurora as well, covered by that. There's a couple of options. I'm curious to see what Quinn decides to do here based on the state of the game, but yeah, this is really a Beastmaster is he is the show right now. Owned his top lane, took the tower, rotates mid, takes this tower minute 10. Helm of the Dominator, fast approaching Helm of the Overlord, Miero. We haven't mentioned this. He's level 30 on Beast. He is an absolute hero specialist. I think this is his best hero.
Despite it not being a hero in this patch, apparently.
Yeah, it's just his S-tier hero for him personally, and when you have specialists like this, they will identify the circumstances that this is the Beastmaster game, right? I would bet you almost anything that this was his suggestion, specifically because he will just see something. He will know some little thing about a lane or about the flow of this game and about the pairings that he has, where he's like, I want to play Beast here, guys. Let's go, you know?
Yeah.
A hero that they haven't played all tournament. And so far, you're seeing why he would suggest that. It's absolutely crushing. He's doubling up AM minute 10. He's 6k to 3.
Oh, Duracho, yeah.
Completely.
Another rough start for him.
And this time, in comparison to the previous game, this time Gaming cannot coast it from the offlane and mid lane. This time they are behind.
Indeed.
So.
And you can see BetBoom grouping up a bit.
Yep.
Trying to get a smoke game onto Ace. It's going to be a 4 versus 1. He has Stampede.
Yep, he'll live Shannon.
Looks like he'll live in another universe.
If only he had used Stampede.
Well, you could have wasted GPK's mana potentially.
You're right, he did have it though. Invasive maneuvers, they're going to start taking the enemy triangle here, BetBoom. Looking for some sweet revenge after that last game.
Yeah, Gaiman, I mean, that was the reverse move, right? I mean, not as many stacks this time around, but that's when Gaiman really started to take off, getting a couple pickoffs and then getting a ton of stacks in the Radiant Triangle. And Duracho, he'll have to be a little bit more involved once, I mean, having to fight with just Battle Fear, I don't even know if you can. Maybe you blink in for like a Mana Void. That feels like usually
that's
what
pretty much
contribution is.
That's pretty much what he can do, I think. He definitely cannot use his
When Orchid reveal, dead.
This map is so small for Gaiman already. We're 12 minutes in. Orchid, he has the Coddle to constantly keep him going. Usually when Storm rushes Orchid, you get a key pick like this on the puck, you're like, nice, okay, now I need to calm down, maybe go back to base or farm a little bit. He can go again. It's level 4 Chakra minute 12. He's just going to spam him up, keep killing these heroes, and what's Gaiman's counterplay?
Yeah.
What's it going to come from? Are they going to start setting traps with the supports behind Quinn and hoping that GPK falls for it?
So it will be the Yules for Quinn next.
Yeah.
But like what I understand that the build is Witchblade first, but when you identify that there's an Orchid going to come out pretty fast for GPK, I feel like maybe you switch it up. You go a little bit defensive.
It's just tough because you can easily see the mindset of, well, if I buy Yules, what am I doing?
Yeah,
like,
I can understand it, yeah. As the initiation is here in the bot lane, they have the stun at the GPK, but he zips away. Duracho coming in, Mana Void available. Save completely out of mana. Mana Void level 1, not doing that much as the coil is expended.
Whoa, that was close.
Yeah, GPK just on the outskirts of the AoE there.
Didn't Nightfall TP out like 0.1 before that coil landed? I feel like they could have maybe got a secondary kill there, Gaiman, so...
Possibly.
Nice punish for them to bring their entire team to this to hold. It doesn't feel that great. We're going to see the replay here, so then we can see that coil. Yeah, GPK with a shield rune, very tanky. Save will run out of mana, so starts getting slowed by AM, and threw him down.
Ooh. Okay, he was in range.
That's 0.1, I think.
Uh-oh.
Back the other way.
Story. Ace dead again in the exact same spot. 3K lead for BetBoom. And Storm Spirit, one of those heroes, might not be more snowbally hero in the game at this stage. Well, depending on your perspective. In terms of like hero kills, I feel like. Like Alchemist is very snowball. Is GPK using up all his mana and Nightfall finishing the job.
That is a Storm expert right there. He knew his limits. He had just enough for the jump, Orchid, and pull. I think he had 20 mana left after using everything.
Okay, quick question here. The new regen rune.
Yep.
Is it better or worse on Storm than before?
Probably worse. Because the peak regen is slower, right? They lowered the top end and then they...
Did they lower the top end?
Well, if they... Am I remembering this wrong? Did they just give it an extra component? Which patch was it that happened?
It was,
in? 735 flat?
Yeah, flat.
Where would this be? Regeneration rune is no longer disabled. It just... I mean, that is just better.
Yeah, okay.
Right? It's better in every way. For some reason, in my mind, I thought the top end also got lowered to compensate, but yeah. The rune just means that when you take damage, you're still regenerating 1% of max HP and mana per second, so... Effectively, if you look at Storm right now, that would be doubling his mana regen. Just 10.3.
Please state the reason for your pause. Sugar.
Crash Sugar.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, he had a sugar crash.
Yeah, too many packets of sugar he's ingesting, huh? Snorting that sugar?
Is that a word, sugar crash?
No.
It's like where you don't have enough sugar.
No. Sugar crash is that you have a lot of sugar and it's starting to wear off. That's when you're crashing.
Okay.
I feel like it's a caffeine crash usually. Maybe it works for sugar as well. But yeah, in that context, it makes no sense, of course. Good effort from Betboom, though. Toronto, Tokyo.
I think it's just a matter of time before when the admin asks, please state the reason for the pause, they're just going to write no.
I was half expecting it, honestly.
My God, that would be funny. Giga Chad energy. Don't think that's going to be very well received from the tournament organization.
No.
The administration might be like, that is not a valid reason. Please try again.
The smoke is there, and they scan in addition. They got to go around because GPK is in a pretty good spot. In fact, 4 members of Betboom here, everyone but Nightfall.
You're seeing the dichotomy between this and the previous game, right? This is what I feel like Betboom should have done in the last game. Gaimin feel like they're under pressure and they're struggling, so their way back in is to smoke around their AM and really try to make a fight happen and hopefully take it a good position. This can easily fail. The whole game could just fall flat on its head here, but if you don't do anything, you're just letting this Storm and Beastmaster kill you at every turn around the map. Now, Betboom are not going to fall for it here, so you'd have to find a different angle. They have insane wards currently on the side of Gaimin, so they will know pretty much exactly where Betboom are placed, but it's so difficult for them to go up this high ground. They know they're there, but can't really access it.
Yeah, a lot of wasted time as Nightfall continues to farm.
Yep.
And the tier 2 tower continuing to be sieged. Looks like he's almost done with his Manta. Fortification is activated, and we're gonna have to wait for the next wave, but they could try to go into the jungle here. Duraccio, a recipe away from Battle Fury. So if he gets that around now, it's about a 2-minute increase to his timer from last game, which is about average. It'll be a little bit late, but as GPK looks at Tofu, that'll be enough.
I'm surprised Gaimin hasn't dewarded here yet. This ward has been up for 6 minutes. It's a very standard Radiant ward. It's on a team with Storm. They've already died there, I think twice, actually, since this ward was placed, and they're not clearing it out. Maybe not dewarding it because they feel like when they try, they're just going to die for it, but then at the very least, you can't go in that area. He's pinging it now, finally. Like, we need vision. He's pinging it out and drawing circles, and it's a very good drawing. It basically shows exactly where the ward has vision. So...
But it is about to expire.
Yeah. I think Betboom might just place it again. Like, if this got full duration, can they just get away with another? Might be what they're thinking. Is this ward is really impactful in a game like this.
Next level play, though, from Gaimin, huh? They want that second ward. The first one, not so hot.
I don't know what makes more sense, that or the sugar crash. I feel like it's a tie.
That's true.
So good job.
All right,
Congratulations on joining BetBoom, Shannon.
Thank you.
You'll be a great manager for this team. You have a lot in common with the players.
Okay, what else?
That's all I got.
Okay. Good effort on your joke. Falling flat again. As the Roche will go to BetBoom.
Yep. GPK will be grabbing the Aegis.
Oh, yeah.
Storm Spirit with Aegis. Morph, in the meantime, has farmed up a Manta since we've seen him on screen the last time. He's literally just off in the jungle. Don't blame the camera crew for not showing him much. It's not particularly interesting. He's just away from all the action, enjoying life.
Yeah, finished the Vlads as well.
He did have that one when we looked at him the last time. He's had that one for a while.
It's going to be very nice one coupled up with the old Beastmaster, since that's used to be part of the build.
Yep.
As Celery is spotted, just trying to get some D wards, and it cost him his life. Seems to be the state of affairs for Gaiman. I mean, the Yules is there for Quinn, though, so he does have a Dispel now.
Yep.
And Dyrachyo, I mean, just starting his Manta. But once he gets that, then, I mean, if you can force an AM to fight with just the 2 items, you're going to be in a pretty good position most of the time.
I'm going to make a prediction based on this game, Shannon.
Okay.
I think we're going to see more Beastmaster in this tournament.
Okay.
I feel like...
From other teams.
Yeah, even from other teams, because I think what BetBoom are showcasing here is this hero's massive strength that I think may have been a little bit forgotten. I think there's plenty of games when you think back on this tournament where this could have been a pick. The main reason he isn't getting so much love is that in this meta, every team is first picking Centaur and Mars, right? So then you've already picked your offlaner. But there might be something about this Savior offlaner pick a little bit for later and get the better matchup. We've seen some other teams starting to pick 2 supports. I think Extreme Gaming have defaulted to that actually recently. So if you are drafting in that order, getting a late offlaner pick I think can be just as impactful as getting a late carry pick. Because maybe, okay, you know, maybe the enemy team can try to counterpick your carry a little bit like they did here with the Anti-Mage, but in return you open up an extended offlane pool of heroes that, in this meta where the offlane can dictate so much, I think that can be a true game winner.
And look at this, the steal of the Tormentor, but Quinn is here to try to steal it himself.
Tofu
will get the shard as a result. Nicely done from Quinn. And GPK already out of mana, uses the BKB, runs through Coil. Will use the last of it to try to get out. No stun this time. Good attempt on the Yules, but the BKB was still up. And now the Roar is going to find Ace. Mana Void coming in to stop the freezing field. Ace still technically alive. Axe is not going to do much as Miero now left all alone.
God,
he does get Celery in the end. He's at half HP now as Dyrachyo and company clean him up. So Gaiman.
Huge for Gaiman.
Very nice fight. It does cost them a bit though. Tier 2 goes down as Nightfall wasn't even a part of this.
But that's a big part of the lead taken out. The Tormentor kill there is essential. Like, wow. Okay, that was pretty much the perfect storm for them. They get the last hit on the Tormentor. They force the storm out. You could have made a case for GPK actually dying there, being better. He had Aegis.
Yeah, that's true.
They could have potentially taken a follow-up fight if they would have just burned the Aegis there instead of getting out, because I think at this point the Aegis is probably just going to expire instead now.
Yeah.
So maybe that was a little bit of a poor play call there, if they would have stuck around. When you saw how strong Miero was there with the BKB, imagine he has a Storm with him. I think they clean house without the Morph. I think they're just that strong. But yeah, after he TP's out, not enough in the tank, and Gaiman finds some big kills. Still quite the hill to climb, but Hope survives with this moment. As the lead went from, I think, 8 to 3.
GPK is going for a Sheep Stick, I believe. That's pretty cool, because you force out the Yules because of the Orchid, but then you get Sheep, which is, you know, going to force out, what, a BKB or something for Quinn?
Or Lincoln's. But still a lot to manage. Tofu is dead.
Tofu.
Oh, they actually roar.
Goodbye.
More chasing potential for GPK.
The Glimmer TP.
Nice.
Ooh. And he's going to start working on his Aghanim Scepter. But yeah, it looks like the Aegis will expire in about 30 seconds. Don't think they can get much more out of it. How fast does the mana come with the Aegis? You can just keep zipping like a refresher, right?
Yeah, I actually don't.
Or not a refresher,
I don't remember
regen.
how fast. Is it 100 a second?
Well, I'm sure we'll
see
find
in a
out.
moment. I think it's 50 or 100 a second.
JPK.
But we agree it's a flat amount, right? It's not
I
percentage.
think it's flat, yeah.
200.
Oh, there we go. Oh, all right, gets just a little bit out of it. Okay. Doesn't want to take advantage.
Wait, was that percentage? It might have actually been percentage.
Not sure.
I think he went from 9.7 to...
Does regen not scale like some of the other runes now? I guess you did read the notes, it didn't show that, right?
The flat part of regen should be the same, but the percentage one after you've taken damage will obviously scale, right?
Right, Bet Boom. Still grouped up here. As Gaiman are the ones that are smoked, but no one is on this side of the map.
Come to think of it, I think the Aegis expiry might be 20% of health and mana per second. I could look this up.
But you are leaning back with your feet up.
But what are you talking about?
You have someone massaging you.
Oh, that would be nice. Now that's just wishful thinking. That would be great.
Maybe next DreamLeague.
Honestly, that would be a really big improvement to the broadcast, I feel like.
Yep, I agree. I think the observers could get massage therapists as well.
Yeah.
There's the Rubik is going to be a lot tankier now for the rest of this game with that attribute shift as Nightfall basically gets a free tier 3. Gaiman don't really defend that.
Sticking around.
Yeah, it feels like Bet Boom have been very 5-manny, if that's a word. Quinn was the initial target, but now they're going to have to force their way onto the Rubik, who's a lot tankier. Like we said, the swap keeps them alive. Tofu finally does die, along with the Venge, and now it's a 5 versus 3. There's a buyback onto Cellar if he wants to use it. Backdoor protection is there, but not the greatest layering on the fortification.
This is what you want to see from your carry when he's
Oh, the instant silence and the roar. Goodbye, Quinn. And that is 50 seconds without the mid laner.
And they have all tier 2s taken, and this is a Beastmaster push with a fat morph. This is easily 2 lanes. I don't think there's any world where Gaming Gladiators...
It could be more.
This could be Megas, minute 25.
Wow.
That death on Quinn is absolutely debilitating. Anti-Mage is not ready yet. This is what you want to see from your carry when you give him 15 minutes of free farm. This is a payoff right here.
Yeah.
This is morphling
man.
stuff. AM, can you do this?
All right, Gaiman are going to have to do something. Ace with the initiation. Stampede on top, but he's all alone still. There's literally no backup. Finally, Doraccio arrives, and he blinks away. But that does buy time for Quinn to respawn. But still, you've lost 2 sets of racks now.
They're down 2
Bet
sets
Boom
of
can
racks
just fully
minutes.
reset.
When's the last time you've seen a team be down 2 racks minute 25 and it's a 7k lead?
That's true.
Like, it feels like this should be some sort of like 15 or 12k something lead, right? But I mean, at least in terms of gold, Gaming are still hanging in there. But the map control loss here is devastating. You've lost 2 lanes. You're playing against Beastmaster who can give vision. God forbid the Radiant kill Roche again on the Radiant side and get a banner. Then they have 2 lanes to choose from.
They'll probably choose the 3rd lane that does not have super creeps.
Sounds like the Monty Hall problem. Would you like to choose another lane? The answer is always yes if you've chosen the lane with barracks.
Well, Save will get his shard from that, so I believe that's the recall.
Gaiman won't end this, or rather, Bet Boom won't end this right now. Maybe Gaiman do too.
Yeah, it's possible after what just happened.
Maybe they've had enough as well. Like, whatever.
Well.
GPK.
Drums are popped. Miero looking for a roar target. Quinn blinks out. Now AM has the Aghanim Scepter. Let's see how much work that does. They find him again. Burst down Quinn. 50 seconds. Roar was stolen, used on Nightfall, but he's perfectly healthy. And Doraccio has to be careful as Nightfall turns into Doraccio, in fact. Takes out the Vengeful Spirit. Doraccio finally blinks back to base.
I think the Radiant Anti-Mage did more damage than the Dire Anti-Mage in that fight.
Probably. Yeah. Well, we don't know how much of that was As
yeah,
the
we
AM.
we can't tell how much was in the AM for. I guess if he did 1500 on AM, I don't know if he did that much as AM on Morph. It was kind of close. What a sentence.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that to the English language.
30 seconds for Roche. So we're seeing the total damage dealt here. Yeah, Venge and AM holding hands. It's truly,
I mean, to be fair,
not great.
I don't know how much of this is on Dyrachyo.
Oh, I'm not saying he played a terrible AM game. It's just
this is just an AM
this is
game.
the other side of the coin of what happens when you are AM on the losing team and you have a bad lane.
Yeah,
like
when you're
night and day.
When you have a Beastmaster that can help push this fast.
Yeah.
I mean, AM just, like we said, he needs minimum 3 items just to start fighting, but now you're at such a major disadvantage because of the barracks. See how the blink fragment works out for Dyrachyo.
Excellent pick this game. Just giving them everything they wanted and more. So now it's just time to close it out for BetBoom.
Quinn.
Okay,
Gets a
good
very
coil.
nice coil. GPK zips towards it, though. Dyrachyo's getting rooted. Roar is expended. It was actually, that was still the stolen one from Tofu onto Beastmaster himself. No one has died yet, though, as, Quinn all alone in the corner. Will phase shift as the rest of his team tries to catch up. Looks like he'll be able to blink out safely. The root will find Ace. Finally pops his BKB as Dyrachyo gonna reflect. Very back and forth fight here. Still nothing as Mana Void does basically nothing, speaking of it. As Quinn will barely get out with any HP. Might have to back away here, but he gets destroyed by save. That is very unfortunate. Ace, though, will be able to clean up the CM at the very least. Nightfall. Oh, he actually already waveformed it. Attribute shift on top. There's the Hex. And there's the death of Dyrachyo. And this is where BetBoom will finally start to clean up. Double kill for Nightfall. As that is 4 heroes dead for Gaiman, and into the Roche pit, BetBoom goes. That was such an extended fight.
Tofu played his heart out in that. He did everything he could. He still had the stolen Roar, then he stole Freezing Field and forced the Morph onto him. Then he stole Frostbite. But still, not enough in the tank. And again, it's just the issue of, you see AM blinking in, he has to run in and blink out, is essentially what's happening. Dyrachyo, he's not strong enough to stand his ground against this Tricore of the BetBoom side, especially the Morphling is just eating him alive. And this was one of the heroes you counterpicked it against, but the dynamic in this matchup is so different if you're behind by a few thousand. And Morph just has more than enough, and he also has the advantage of having, you know, multiple auras on his team that empower him, that Gaming Gladiators can't match. He's got the Vlads that he bought himself, Beastmaster Aura. All of these things swing these matchups by sometimes more than you would think. Now this tower is going down. And
Gaiman do have everyone up, though. There's a zip in. Quinn looking for the sign. He actually does find it. But GPK gets to the low ground.
Dyrachyo with the blink fragments now. It is annoying, but once the fight breaks out, your overall impact will be a lot lower. You don't have...
Yeah, I don't know about this Ags.
I don't know either. We've seen a couple of these Ags purchases on AM that I just didn't agree with. I think in this game he should have tried to get an Abyssal, so that there is a chance, you know, of catching the Morph by surprise or catching the Storm by surprise and actually bursting someone. This item, while it is annoying and is harassment in the fight, I just feel like it takes away a really big part of why you picked AM in the first place.
Right.
You picked him for the good matchup.
If they were doing fine at that point...
Yeah, I don't think he would have bought
sure,
it.
it doesn't matter, but... I mean, you're behind. I mean, maybe it is just one of those high ground defense type things.
Yeah, but is it really good enough
But then
for
you
that?
fight outside the pit, and that's where it's not particularly amazing. You don't
Yeah,
have that
I
much
don't know.
vision.
I personally am not really sold on this item in general. I would actually make a case for this rarely being the best choice in any game situation. I think it's being picked up more than it deserves, in my opinion.
It's been, I mean, it's hard to gauge, though, because it has looked underwhelming, but AM also has looked underwhelming.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, my. Okay. Tasty treat and a recall.
All right, BetBoom going for the killing blow.
Daedalus there. Miero picks up an AC, so...
Time for coup de grace.
Big power spike for BetBoom. Only 1 tier 4 remaining as well, so they don't have to go for the top if they don't want to. But they find the Hex onto Dyrachyo with the Roar to follow. 70 seconds. Ace just melts as well.
Okay, that was the Centaur.
Yeah.
He died in 2 seconds during BKB.
Melee racks down, and this will be Megas. And Bet Boom can sit pretty. They have the cheese, unfortunately, not the banner this time, so the Gaven creeps will not come. Tier 4 tower is next for Bet Boom. There's the Waning Rift being used by Nightfall on top of Quinn, but the Yules to counteract it. Hoofstomp comes out from Ace. This is going to be his dieback. Just way too much damage. The Daedalus ripping through them. GG's are called, and Bet Boom takes the series 2-1.
The bet in Bet Boom stands for better. They're just better, Shannon. That was an absolute smackdown, but what a weird series, right? Like,
yeah, it was.
This felt like...
I feel like we've said that every series.
I know, but the way the power dynamic changed from game to game was kind of strange to watch. Again, it's the draft obviously means a lot, but it still feels like, in a way, would you know what I mean if I say it feels like we're in the early days of a patch? That's kind of the vibe I'm getting, where the teams don't really... Yeah, it's like it's not fully defined what exactly is the solution to what, and I'm not saying that's what it is. That's just the way, when you view this, it's reminding me of the early days after new patch drops, where there's just a lot of outpicks. Teams are running them over quick, one way or the other, and in this game, Bet Boom just had all the solutions. Miero Beastmaster last pick. What a genius move from Bet Boom. Absolutely owned it.
Worked out really well. Shiver! What's up, yo?
What? That is actually my name, though, yo. That's what my friends call me. So, what's up, yo? We'll tell you what's up. Bet Boom 2-1 this one, and therefore will continue their dominating streak. They're second in the rankings right now, and they are doing great this game. I will say, Miero is making a case for Beastmaster to be way higher on everybody's tier list of offlaners at the moment, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm just happy to see games end fast. It's been a long, as bad as it sounds, so just like knowing that there is potential in this patch for games to end around minute 30 and we're not confined to these forever games, that's quite lovely. But honestly, the story of this game was the Beastmaster. It was a Beastmaster pick. It was a Beastmaster call out there. I mean, on paper, the hero was very good. Like, Anti-Mage struggles versus Boars. There's no D-push on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Their heroes really struggle versus, you know, D-pushing or these push lineups. But we haven't seen any push lineups in this patch. And after watching that, I wonder why. I think maybe because it was the last pick and Miero is so confident on the hero that he could see it there and call it out. But after this game, I think a lot of more teams are going to be willing to experiment with Beastmaster because he seems to be good against a lot of the meta heroes this patch. Maybe we just forgot about him because during the Faceless Void patch, he felt kind of useless.
Might be a pub thing, because I remember seeing on Dota 2 Pro Tracker when this patch just came out, the Beast had like a 52% win rate or something, but very few picks. And if you think about, like, in pubs, what is the most played 5 positions? It's like Chen, Crystal Maiden, Enchantress at the start of the patch was being picked, maybe a little bit less now, at least competitively. So it's like one of those things where if you can get it last pick, then there isn't a boar counter. And I think the boar, because of the buffs, I think the cooldown was reduced on it. The damage was increased in the early levels, which was a huge issue for him. Because of the boar buffs, like, you want to play around the boar. And then Helm Dom 2, obviously, being very strong as well.
Did you do something with your hair?
I didn't do anything.
Okay. It looks nice.
Whatever.
Yeah, but the other story of this game, Beastmaster pick, genius of that aside, was of course the GPK Storm Spirit plus save on that Coddle, just heavily enabling him. I mean, GPK is so good on the Storm. He was just winning mid outright, to be honest. And then once he got that Orchid, they were able to find pick after pick on that puck. Even though Quinn got his Zeal Scepter later, it felt like too little, too late at that point. And every time we saw these really long zips from Storm Spirit, and it felt like, okay, maybe they can turn here. There's no way he can't be punished for this. Boom, here comes save, Chakra Magic, he zips out. You lose nothing there. And as the game progressed, there really was no fear of getting Anti-Mage just because of how well Beastmaster took over the entire map.
Yeah.
And eventually Storm gets the Hex. Even more tools in his arsenal to deal with Puck and Anti-Mage later. We saw that come into play in the last fight, near the Roche pit, where Duraccio blinks in on what looked potentially good, but then just gets hexed by Storm.
I will say at some point all the zips and the jumps on Quinn's puck seemed to be personal almost, because it was literally him that they went on all the time. But enough about the mid laners. We're going to talk to the man of the match. It was, of course, Miero, the Beastmaster here for the game, and the guy on my screen right now. Hey, Miero, congratulations on the series. How you doing?
Hello. Doing great.
Glad to hear it. I have to ask you, this Beastmaster, it was only like the second time we see it this Dream League. Why don't we see it more? Because it looks so good.
I think this hero is only on last pick. Like we saw blind anti-mage, and we had some options about the draft. We could pick Lycan or Beast, and we decided to pick Beastmaster into free game.
It definitely looked like the free game for you. Do you watch other teams play? Do you happen to have watched yesterday when I talked to Amar? Per chance?
No, I didn't watch it.
Okay, well, he said that when in terms of offlaners that he looks at the moment, he's looking a lot at you, because he considers you the most improved player in such a short amount of time, and he's getting too good. That's what he said, quoting him right there. And I was wondering, what did you do, in your opinion, to, in a matter of 2 months, go from a form you were at 9 Pandas, which wasn't bad, but you definitely seem to have leveled it up now with Bedboom. How did you do it?
I think our coach in Bedboom, Bulk, on the side, he gave me a lot in the game understanding. So now I'm playing much better because of him, and because of my team. I was playing Bedboom Touch with my friends, with my boys in the team, and they gave me a lot. So that's the reason.
Surround yourself with people that lift you up. That's what you've done. Very, very cool.
Yeah, sure.
And in terms of the state of the offlane, I do also realize that has also changed from a couple months ago to now. What do you think of it? Are you enjoying offlane more than what you did, for example, half a year ago? Are you happy that your hero has to be almost always, obviously not in this case, but first phase picked, for example?
I think it's not no matter. Like I can play any hero. It's fine.
Now you're happy with the current state, the current hero pool for yourself as well.
Yeah, I think it's fine, but it would be nice if I have something like Lycan Brute more in games.
Okay, well, I am happy that we don't have that, but who knows? Maybe we'll see that later on. Miro, I also have a person I'd love to ask you a question.
Sure.
Hey Miro, you played Omni Knight as an offlaner in the first game. Could you talk about his value as an offlaner, since he's different skills than a lot of the typical heroes?
I think this hero has a great laning stage if you don't get into counter picks. So the first game was a bit rough on the lane stage, but we found some options to kill this TB, and then we just scale. So this hero is great right now.
Okay, great. And in the game one, Ace was playing Mars, a hero he doesn't play super often. You play Mars often. So I was curious if you had an opinion on his Radiance that he purchased in that game and how it affected their game.
I guess he could buy Blink much earlier, or just go into Vlad's or BKB. It was much more better. Like he could buy Shiva also that good into PL.
Did you guys react a specific way because you saw it?
No, just say like this guy has Radiance, he's useless in fights. That's all what we say.
Gotcha. And last question, do you think GPK is the best Storm in the world right now?
For sure. He's the best.
Awesome. So you're confident playing with it every time?
No, Storm, he's the best mid laner.
Oh, okay, but not who has a better Storm than him?
Who's the better?
A better Storm, yeah. Storm Spirit.
Maybe Sumail in 2015.
Still better. Okay, good to know. All right, thank you.
I mean, that was a good Storm, I'm not gonna lie. GPK definitely has maybe something to look for. A quick question, Miro, before we let you go. Is there any other offlaner that you look towards when you are improving your gameplay to just take ideas from?
I just watch my replays by myself, and I'm also watching with Amar and Ace. Sometimes collabs, I guess. these players.
Okay, cool. I love to hear that kind of stuff. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Of course, good luck at your match tomorrow, and we'll see you again soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye. We are going to move on to our next series. So more Dota right around the corner. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Dream League Season 22. Welcome back. You are still watching DreamLeague Season 22. We had our first series of the day, and it was a 3-gamer, so we're trying a bit behind schedule, but that's okay. In the current trend, Falcons will help us out because they have 2-0'd every single series they played. Let's see if Extreme Gaming is another one that they can name, or they can take a name they can take here in our upcoming series.
But Cheever,
what?
Extreme Gaming has 2-1 every series.
Know.
So what's going to happen here?
That's what I was going to ask you. You're the analyst. Actually, I don't want to hear from you. I want to hear from Purge first.
That's what I wanted to talk about, actually. Extreme Gaming, they're power leveling. You know, they're practicing. They're getting in more games than any other team. They've had 6 wins, 6 losses. Team Falcons, they've only played 8 games. How are they supposed to win with that kind of experience? It's not possible.
That's a segment?
It's over.
That's the segment. How can you undercut me so hard.
I'm sorry. You didn't tell me what the segment was before we went live.
One thing you said, I was like, dang it.
No, good.
My whole punchline. I'm sorry, what? You think there's one?
No hope, hopeless. Who can defeat the Falcons? No, honestly, they look so solid. They look so strong. I mean, they made BetBoom look ridiculous.
Like kids playing a video game. Yeah. We have a wisdom rune sponsored by the US Air Force that is highlighting specifically how dominant Falcons has been. Look at these records.
That's ridiculous for sure.
This is since their formation, so this is like over the span of 3 months. 4, 3.
These 3 heroes teams are the pesky heroes. Drafting against this team feels so miserable because the shared hero pool between Amar and Malrine makes it so annoying to draft against because the flexes are always going to be there. You also have this Huskar that you have to have in the back of your mind. You have to have solutions innately built in your draft. You have to consider that before Huskar is even on the table, draft-wise. And on top of that, they've been doing offlane flexes in the last minute to get gotcha picks. Like, they flexed Pangolier mid to offlane. They played it on Amar, and they picked a Shadow Demon position 5 instead. And that Shadow Demon changed the entire game.
It was the perfect SD pick.
Perfect SD pick. They also did it with the Tiny. They flexed the offlane Tiny, and they gave Malrine the Huskar. And it looked really good on Amar, and we even saw Shopify play the offlane Tiny yesterday. So they're definitely trendsetters on this team.
Yeah, we have, when we talk about Falcons, we have a lot of limelight on Crits, a lot of limelight on Amar, and a lot of limelight on Malrine. All of those have fantastic reasons to get the limelight, and they get a lot of it. But there's also 2 players that, by the way, are TI champs as well. And one of the 2 players we wanted to spotlight right now, because Skeeter has been just one of the most stable Purge safe laners, carries, that we've seen in a while.
He has been. I mean, he came off the TI win, and I think he was a little bit underappreciated when they won TI. I mean, he was respected as a good player, but I think he's really shown us, especially on Team Falcons, how reliable he is. His MMR has been stupidly high for a long time, and his maybe his playstyle seems a little bit like, I'm going to split push with Dragon Knight or Naga Siren type things, but even on other more conventional carries, he's still extremely stable. So I think he's shown the test of time at this point, and he should be respected as one of the best carries in the world.
He looks like the best carry in this tournament. After yesterday's performance on his Sven, confidently I can say this man can play everything. He can play everything, and he finds a way to be topping the net worth while also joining fights. That's what we saw. We saw him farm his way, work his way from the triangle to the mid lane and pick up extra net worth where maybe other carries wouldn't have done that. And typically, Skeeter doesn't come into the conversation when you're talking about best carries in the world for some reason. Maybe it's because his playstyle isn't as flashy, or people got bored of watching him win on Naga during TI11, but like Purge said, he definitely should be respected.
Yeah, I also feel like we should, if we don't talk about Snaking, I feel like we're also sliding him a little bit because we talk a lot about the rest. But Snaking, he was very self-critical. He said, oh, but I didn't play that well when he plays Crystal Maiden or Mirana, and he's like, oh, but you know, I feel like I don't have that much impact. He has so much impact.
I caught that interview, but I didn't watch the game. Then I watched the replays last night, and I actually, as soon as I started watching him, I totally understood. He actually did have a bad game that game. He got a bit outlaned on the Mirana, I believe, or I don't remember what hero it was, but he got out-harassed got zoned out of lane, died 2 or 3 times. It was an abnormally bad performance for him. It wasn't like the game fell apart. They still haven't lost a match yet. But yeah, he did have a bad laning stage that day. So it's really good that he's realistic about it, because if you have that, if you can identify that you have mistakes as a player and that you do need to work on things, then you are going to spend time working on that, which is so crucial when you are the team that hasn't lost a game yet in phase 2. So
he's going
to keep getting better.
He has a really good attitude. You can sense it, like whenever he does an interview, he's very humble, very self-critical, also very to the point. Like the way that he describes Dota is so succinct. What was the thing that he said about being the first person to go in a fight? What was the
first contact?
First contact. Like I love these little phrases that pro players come up with to describe some like rather complex thing in a game of Dota, because you can use that every time, then everybody knows what you're talking about. Seb is the other guy that I can think of that like prime Seb, where that team had some concepts that were other people hear, and then every team just starts copying it. Like language is very important. And then on top of that, Snake King is like 12k MMR. He's one of the highest MMR position 5s in the world. So mechanically, he's a good player as well.
Yeah, I will say though, 2 of the wins that Falcons have had so far, Skeeter called them robberies because they did get away a little bit with robbery, because here and there were slightly throws that they were obviously able to capitalize on and they played fantastic, but the clean 2-0 record wasn't as clean for every single game, and that is what Extreme is really riding on, the chance that there is indeed hope to take a game and hopefully a series for them off of Falcons here, as they are the opponents here today. And yes, they have gone the distance every single series. It's 3 games. In terms of highlighting players though, we have to highlight XinQ for this one.
I mean, how could we not? He's just like the goofiest 4 position to watch right now.
Yeah.
On his Monkey King, sniping couriers, playing a mini game while everybody else is playing Dota. Sometimes it looks really good, and he's getting a ton of net worth for his team, making a ton of space. Other times it is his offlaner is just feeding relentlessly, level 4 when the enemy Terrorblade is level 7. I love watching this team. They're hilarious. XM also plays sniper mid. Like, this team is just goofy as hell. They're really hard to predict, and that's probably why they've gone 2-1 or 1-2 or 2-1 in every single series so far, is because people don't know what the hell is going on. So how can anybody else know what the hell is going on?
I have a question though. Do you guys think that the 4 monkey is still good though? Because he played it again yesterday and they did lose that game, and I thought it looked very underwhelming, and I'm kind of over it now. I just feel like teams don't care about it anymore.
I'm 100% over it. I mean, you can get away with it in some situations. Like we saw them play the 4 Monkey King courier snipe style versus Team Spirit, and it worked out because the offlane to carry matchup was actually in their favor, because they had a Slardar who's just getting levels the entire time, as I remember. But if you're playing this Monkey King when your drafts aren't, like your lanes aren't good enough to play against the enemy lanes, you're going to need your position 4's impact. You can't play this mini game. And we saw that yesterday. He was 1-6-1 in a 40-minute game on Monkey King. I don't even know how they held out that long, but I think versus Falcons, you don't want to do that. You really don't want to do that.
To be fair, XinQ did say, if they pick Terrorblade, we lose. And then it did happen. He's like, I have no game. And then it did happen. So he's just like, he absolved himself of that loss before it happened. He's just like, I told you so, So we could see it. I do agree. The carry to offlane matchup has to be good for the offlaner. It does happen. There's some Razor versus like a lifestealer. The Monkey King can go do his goofy little mini game, and I think it is good. But yeah, not like we saw yesterday.
And on that note, I honestly think with Extreme Gaming, they're so high skilled. We've seen them just outfight so many really top tier teams in the late game. And we've seen Ame carry almost impossible games in the past. Even during Bet Boom Dacha, he had an incredible anti-mage performance, incredible faceless void performance. This team is their own worst enemy when it comes to their drafts, because sometimes they draft so on point, and then other times it just looks ludicrous or incredibly greedy. So if they don't greed themselves into the dumpster this series, I actually expect them to be very competitive with Falcons.
I love this team. I love how ludicrous they are. I want them to go ludicrous, dude. I need to see Cardell Sharp Eye the tank, first phase pick. Get it in the second phase. Every team is making sure they can't get it in the last pick. XM, he goes Aghanim Scepter, he goes Conda. It's not a greedy mid laner. Not in the hands of XM, or so he says, because he's the one picking the heroes.
I mean, it's like the least greedy way you can play sniper, basically, because you are spending your items to have like a spell impact on the fight. Basically, you don't have to right-click that
one
much.
Spell, yeah, it's really good.
But it's nice that it's so far away. It like gives you an engage kind of that like you can be within 2,000 units, and you don't necessarily need a blink dagger or a force. You're like, I'm still helping start the fight. I catch the guy, break his blink dagger sometimes, or I stun him enough so my allies can catch up. Like, there is some value. It's interesting to me that I do love when these teams have play styles like this that are unique, and they think it's working, and they keep doing it, and it keeps working. So I'm into it.
I like his hero pool too.
Yeah, but are we good? I mean, you guys are talking about
He's
this
not the problem.
sniper pick as if we're gonna see a first phase pick any second now.
I feel like we see sniper half the games they play. It's not that high.
Okay, we'll see. We are actually moments away from getting the draft started, so I do want to talk more about the heroes that we got coming our way. And a sniper mid, I'm all for it, but he's also up against Malrine, and I feel like
10 seconds remaining.
like which hero? Oh, we'll see. Actually, you know what?
It's
respect.
banned.
Oh yeah,
There is
that's
the respect.
good.
This
That's
is actually
good.
the one thing that Falcons do more than I feel like any other team. They're just because they have such a wide hero
Look
pool,
at this.
They're just only target banning and not banning
The
other
Monkey
teams.
King 2 and the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Dude, these are all just, we're not going to let Extreme play what is in their wheelhouse. Like, make them play something new.
Yeah, I mean
Cool.
that's the heroes that they've been playing. Phoenix, their most picks, 7 picks, 71% win rate. It makes their potential Mars pick a little bit worse because that's usually the combo they go for. They're going to go for a DK instead to open up, taking it away from Falcons and giving it to themselves. So draft makes sense so far.
It could be the DK Mars trade. It could be the DK into like Crystal Maiden or Undying or Mirana trade. Like teams have either been prioritizing the other strongest offlaner in the game or their favorite position 5 heroes in this first phase.
Yeah, I feel like with Falcons, they've been leaning more towards flexing Amar in the later picks, so I could see... Oh, never mind. They're going to switch it up and just do the offlaner for offlaner trade, which is not what they've been doing for the last few series they've played.
Keep in mind, this can also still be mid. Right?
It can be, but I think you want to give this to Amar. He's just exceptional on this hero. Probably has had the best Mars performances of any player this DreamLeague. And I mean, they said it before. It was his crit. He said, we have Amar, other teams don't, when we were asking him about offlaners like DK and Mars.
Imagine Mirana will be taken out here by Extreme, because Falcons does indeed have the pick out of the phase. That would also leave the Crystal Maiden to potentially be banned as well. Falcons enjoys both of those heroes, both Snake King classics.
Radiant team back.
No, there's one of the two.
So DK versus Mars, I've heard a lot of conflicting opinions on this because
I think Mars wins.
a lot of teams, yeah, you've mentioned that before, but a lot of teams still value the DK anyway because of the flex potential in the draft and just the late game scaling. But I've also heard a lot of people say that DK suffers versus Mars in the overall game picture. Would you like to elaborate on why Mars?
Let me guess. Mars Arena blocks the attacks. That's all I got.
DK just mans up and stands there in the Mars Arena. He just
regens.
Easy to spear. No, I think like DK hides in the trees and runs away from you and tries to kite. You can't kite against a Mars. You can also block the projectiles, like you said.
That was the one thing, yeah.
No.
But I also feel like I've seen a lot of DKs win just because of how strong that hero's scaling is. They'll get their BKB Manta Aghanims and they don't really care if they get arena'd. If they're getting arena'd and tanking like a full duration arena spear and not dying, someone on their team didn't.
It does depend on the combo with the Mars too, because a lot of the time when we see it, there's like a Mirana or a Crystal Maiden, which both got banned. Like something to, when the DK does get speared, he will actually die. Like they need some sort of damage, and that's decent damage, the Batrider.
I like it.
We've seen, obviously we've seen it actually yesterday, both in Crit and in Snake King's hands. I think most people will remember it was Crit that was able to lasso BZM back with some help of the reel in from the Nagastar.
Who knew?
Who knew? But that definitely has a lot of impact. Happy to see this hero again and the flex potential for the two supports.
Yeah, in the last week at least, Batrider has an 80% win rate on them with 5 picks, so it's definitely one of their comforts. The other is CM, 6 picks, 100% win rate. So
I mean, they're going to be 100 for a lot of times because they win all the time.
Yeah, the stats are good. they lost some games in Group Stage 1, basically. So any losses come from there.
Let's see what the answer is for Extreme Gaming.
Normally, like maybe you'd go for some Hoodwink here, but against Bat and Mars, they both have ways of destroying trees. That feels kind of rough, but still, you know, the stun into Hoodwink, Nagasar.
I was gonna mention that most teams, when they open Mars, they have to have Naga in their first phase bans, just because Naga is such a comfortable hero versus Mars in terms of like laning, in terms of disengaging from his arena with her song, and also she can't get speared if she's just mirror imaged inside of his arena, so it is a go-to for a lot of teams. And the Lion is the burst damage needed to follow up on DK. They were lacking a hero. Jenkins, you mentioned Hoodwink. The other option would have been something like a Lion, anything with very or a Skywrath Mage, but that hero has been
it's a bad hero.
Put in the trash. But you follow up with this Dragon Tail on a single target because there's no saves on Team Falcons so far, just with very high magic damage.
Yeah, SD is banned. That would be the usual save that they would go for.
Would you really? How much effort would you put on getting a save still on the side of Team Falcons?
I think it makes your gameplay a lot easier if you can get this Vengeful Spirit swap or something, because that way you can guarantee some kind of failsafe for Extreme Gaming's current idea in their draft or their smokes.
It's a lot of single target on Extreme. It makes your fights a lot easier if there's a Venge. I do agree. I think that's the best save support other than the SD.
Would lane well with the Sven as well.
Yeah,
if they want to go for that.
We see Peter pull out this hero again. And I've learned to not doubt him on this hero, because sometimes I look at it and there's just a lifestealer pick that's begging to be picked, like in this game, but they just feel comfortable on this Sven. He farms very quickly, has incredibly high burst damage to kill the DK throughout the game, also builds BKB so he can fight the Naga. The War Cry is also going to be a very helpful tool for his team to play against Naga.
I wondered if they were going to pick Puck here or Lesh mid as their mid options, but they instead go for a Grimstroke instead. Double Lasso, double Sven stun, pretty good.
Also the Shard. The Shard doesn't function as a instant save, but it is a tool that you can press on your Mars or your Batrider so that when they go in, you can bail them out just by clicking it.
Helps offset the line problem, basically. That makes the mid heroes a little harder to pick.
Also, Falcons have early Tormentor if they choose to do so because of Sven. Sven's one of the better Tormentor heroes, and he kind of farms in that area at the start of the game anyway. He's in that triangle area, so around minute 20, you can secure that early Tormentor for your Grimstroke. If he gets it.
Yeah, that's probably like the best shard in the game, the Grimstroke shard. It's like that or Treant Protector shard. These heroes, if you don't get it from the Tormentor, I mean, even if you can get it from the Tormentor, often you'll see them just buy it at 15 minutes anyway. I think Storm looks fine for Extreme. They don't get the last pick anyway, so this pick depends on which role they think has more available options.
Yeah, do they want to keep the DK flex open, yes or no? Nope.
They go for the Puck.
Puck it is.
Well, with the sniper ban in the first phase and taking Puck away from Falcons puts Extreme in a decent position. He's good to dive in the backline. I mean, coiling either Grimstroke or Bat is going to be a good time. But right now, I feel like Sven is going to be a bit of a monster and hard to deal with for Extreme's lineup.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's gonna hit a very early timing, and while Puck is probably the most consistent mid hero this tournament, she does struggle a lot versus these tankier heroes, these heroes that have mobility the way the Batrider does. I mean, yes, you can expend Dream Coil, but if you're doing your shenanigans with your Witchblade, you're going to have this War Cry to also think about, giving all of Falcon's move speed. It's not the most clear-cut Puck game. Also, there are ways to catch this Puck. Like, yeah, these are dodgeable stuns, these are dodgeable projectiles, but if Puck gets caught off guard once, there's a lot of means to follow up. There's the Phantom's Embrace, there's the Stormhammer, there's the Lasso. So like if Mars can just do the Arena Spear combo fast enough on the Puck.
I actually think this is a bad Puck game. I don't think current Puck is good versus current Mars. Every Mars is going Eul Scepter Rush. You can't dodge that. So what Effie's saying, that they have all of this stuff to follow up, like they have the catch for him already. It's the Yules, which he already was probably going to go.
Especially Amar, he buys it rapidly.
He was
every
the
time.
first guy that started doing the Yules on Mars. So, yeah, I think old Mars, when it was just the Blink Dagger BKB rush, was good, or was bad against Puck, because Puck can dodge all of this stuff, and you have to spear into arena. But now, like, the Yules is just guaranteed. A Herald can hit the combo.
But there's no way that Extreme does not know that, so they must be okay with that fact. Right?
I mean, they are comfortable. Like, XM is a really good Puck player, and it's a high-tier hero, like I mentioned, and it does a lot for the team in terms of just rotations. It's just that it's not a free Puck game, the way that you would expect. When a team has first pick, this is where they win the draft, on this 18th pick, where they close out the draft and protect it with bans. But the Puck doesn't seem like impactful enough of a pick. But it is good. It's not bad. It's very fine here.
Have you guys ever noticed how, like, two of the Falcons players, it looks like they're in completely different rooms than the other ones?
I did not notice that, no.
Okay, bad timing on that one.
Yeah.
Maybe they are. Completely
I think they're all in the same room.
They are, yeah.
Amar's webcam quality has consistently been bad for years of DPC, so I think it's just his brand this point. He's got to have graininess.
There's an Elder Titan. That will be the final pick.
So they ban out the Leshrac in case there's some nice anti-Naga hero there. Sven's going to be okay there, but other than that, they might have some issues. That's one downside of the Falcons draft. And the ET is going to amplify all the damage they do. So if they do catch Sven outside of BKB, this magic damage against him is going to be really strong now.
Doesn't ET... I mean, ET doesn't really do much versus Warcry.
Yeah, you're right.
It does nothing versus
Like,
Warcry.
But they're not doing that much physical.
Yeah, but you are going to depend on Naga to win you this game. She's your win condition hero here, and like ET, you pick versus these very high armor heroes that get their armor from their agility attribute.
Yeah,
but
good point.
Sven gets it from his shard that he just gives his entire team that isn't nullified by ET.
Hey,
Yeah, that's a good point. Once he gets shard, he'll cover his team well.
Wow.
I need to think about this ET pick a little bit because
I think it's my take on the ET. I had the exact same thought where it's like, where's the Morphling? Pretty much. I think it's because they can Naga Song into Earth Splitter, and also the Earth Splitter works well with the Puck Coil as well. And it's kind of like Sven, Mars, even Batrider, like these heroes all kind of commit to a fight, and ET can either stop the committal with the Stomp, or he can like re-engage with the ET Splitter. So I feel like this is a team fighting ET rather than an Aura-based ET. I don't think it's that great. That means it's like, what, an ET Naga lane versus Mars? I think that's abusable to melee heroes, even though Naga counters Mars in lane. I'm not sure. I'm not sold on the ET pick.
I see what you're saying. I see it because they need follow-up damage for the coil, because the DK is going to be split pushing and farming up until he's strong enough. The Lion isn't always going to be, he's not always going to have his Finger of Death available. So when Puck is defending these towers or making these rotations, he needs a hero to play with. It can't be Naga because she also needs time. So if you have this Earth Splitter on top of the coil, that at least guarantees you one kill on the target that you go on there. And that was very important for Extreme Gaming. So it does tick that box.
Is it enough though?
I'm not sure. I mean, I feel like I'm leaning towards Falcons simply because I don't think they have enough of tools to shut down this Sven and this Mars. They're just going to pop off. But I see what Extreme Gaming did with their draft, and it's not hopeless. I mean, Naga can potentially win this game. But it's hard.
When I see an ET and I see a Sven, I just feel like Sven's going to find him in fights and just like 3-shot him. I don't like these supports that can't defend themselves. Even if Sven doesn't have BKB, I need like they either need a stun or Sven has to have a bad game. So I feel like, and Skeeter's such a good player, he's going to find these kills on these supports.
Yeah, ET will feed to a Sven, 100%. And the Pango last pick, like I know a lot of people are looking at that. It's like, why would you pick Pango into Puck? Sure, like Puck can coil the Pango. That's kind of a counter. But I feel like for everything else in the game, Pango was really good. They needed the team fight, they needed the scaling, and it was one of Mallory's only remaining heroes.
Deals with Naga as well, which was necessary for Falcons.
Well, a lot of questions that we want to have answers to for this first game of this best of 3 series. Let's see how it's going to start. We're heading over to Sunspan and Cinnamon.
Extreme Gaming and Falcons, the undefeated team in this group stage number 2 for DreamLeague Season 22. They have not only not lost any series, Cinderin, that was good English, but also have not lost a single game in this second group stage, 8-0. They look unstoppable. They've come back from deficits, pretty large ones in fact, especially in the laning phase. It matters not. But there's one thing in common, Cinder. They usually get Sven.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Surprised they get it again.
Look what it is.
I mean, we talked about how hard it is to ban against this team, and most of the bans usually secured for Malorine/Amar, the Beast.
Well, they did a good job on those. They gave Pango and Mars, so... I mean, you're going to have to give them something they're good with. They're good with too much.
Yes, this is accurate. A little bounty rune action.
2 for 2 split here. Nice attempt from Snaking to flame break away everyone from the rune, but he was a little bit too late. So the first one will be grabbed by the Dragon Knight. And we're off to the races. So I find this a pretty balanced draft overall. I think there's definitely clear-cut ways for both teams to win this game. It is a bit concerning for the side of Extreme, I guess, that I feel like they haven't really solved Sven that well, in my opinion. The way that Falcons in particular have been playing it. He's gonna be off to a pretty good start in the laning stage. I don't think the dual offlane that they're running here in the Lion plus Dragon Knight is gonna be able to shut out Skitter. And then he's going to get towards this Aghanim's timing, and seemingly the recipe that all of Falcon's fights take once he has this is somebody is giving vision, they will start the fight with some other hero, and Skitter will just eventually see an opportunity. He will jump in with the Ags and one-shot a hero.
Yeah.
And then they're breaking open the fight that way, and he has amazing heroes to give vision. He has Pango, he has Mars, he has Bat, and then on top of all of that, they have the Soulbind Lasso and the Soulbind Stormhammer. Such a nice lineup from Falcons in this one. You know, sometimes you just look at the lineup and you're like, this looks nice. You know?
Absolutely. And on top of all that, even though this isn't something that's going to happen for quite a while, Crit, of course, is the position 4 on this team. He's playing Grim, Dark Portrait this game against a DK or potentially a Naga.
True.
Very, very good.
Or both of them.
Well, you're going to get Refresher.
No, you can Soulbind them.
That's true. That is true. I don't know if I've ever seen the Dark Portrait on 2.
Double
before.
Portrait?
Yeah. That's a rarity. Either way, still very early on though. And we do get to see a Pango. You mentioned him. Thought we were going to see it maybe for Quinn since it wasn't banned for once, but instead we're going to see it on Malorine.
What's it going to take for this hero to disappear from the meta?
I mean, it's not getting banned that much against other teams though, right?
Okay, what's it going to take for nobody to want to pick this? How many nerfs?
Are you sick of it or something?
Does it need? No, it's just, it's fascinating because there's been these heroes in the, you know, there are heroes in Dota that are good for 2 days, like Sand King.
Yep.
And then there's heroes that are good for 2 years, like Pango. And the Sand King nerfs were quite severe after he got good. Whereas I feel like Pango has gone through like 4 rows of nerfs that are almost like in... that you would think, okay, this is it, you know? Now we've reached the breaking point. It just hasn't happened.
Well, I think a lot of that has to do with some of the items that have come out.
That's fair.
And he's turned into a universal as well. Not that, I mean, I don't know how big of an impact that has. It's not like he's right-clicking that much, but...
it matters.
Allows him to buy items that maybe wouldn't be as prevalent on the agility attribute. But yeah, I mean, it's just a strong mechanic, right? The swashbuckle. I mean, it's really the mobility of this hero. And it's really hard to counter the ult. Unless you have some piercing spell. Usually reserved for a Bane, which doesn't exist in this meta. Bloodseeker doesn't exist in this meta. I mean, you have the Ags on for the Ensnare, right? That's one. And does the Puck Coil, is that a 25 talent, or did they get rid of that entirely?
The piercing?
Yeah.
That's 25.
So, gotta wait a while for that one. Of course, Coil is good against Pango in general, but I believe you can roll up within it, if I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong?
I think you can, yeah.
So, there are answers either way.
How much, in your experience, are we seeing the Pangos buy Shard? I feel like that hasn't been
Very often.
It hasn't been prioritized as much as it was. Has it?
No, I mean, yeah. Back when it was popular, when the shard first came out, I guess it was bought pretty much as fast as you can get it, right? Yeah, it's a little bit later now. I would agree with that. But still, it's going to be needed at some point. And could be that because of the new builds and the way that the hero works now, you need that level 18 with the Ags for it to truly feel like you're online. But you also need the Blink Dagger, and that's when the roll-up becomes really good with the Blink. As XM getting forced out of lane a bit. Malrine super aggro. We're going for that Diffusal Blade first. Shield Crash not going to connect this time, though.
Middle tower is under attack.
He is keeping XM at bay very well here. Will not find a kill, though. But has built himself a pretty good lead, 30-10 against the 22-3. In fact, all 3 top last hits belong to the side of Falcons. And the denies to boot, so... Off to a great start in their lanes. And have we ever seen, in this tournament at least, have we seen Falcons lose a lead? They've obviously won the games in the second group stage. But have they been ahead and then lost it and then come back? I feel like the games that they've lost, they've been behind. Or rather, the games that they've been behind, they didn't start ahead.
Wasn't one of the games we cast, they were ahead and then it got brought back to even?
Yeah.
And then they took the lead again.
I think you're right. They kind of...
But it wasn't really like...
They got equalized.
It wasn't super roller coaster. I mean, they are stable.
Yeah.
It's not like there's these huge roller coaster moments for them, typically. Is making level 2. Will be caught off guard by Jin Q, but still just walks it off. And mid lane, 41-11 from Malrine versus the 28-3 now on XM. So Malrine dominating in this mid lane. In fact, all 3 cores for Falcons doing their thing, which seems to be a common occurrence. It feels like it's not every single game, but it does feel quite often that you look at the charts at this point. It's like, oh, Falcons are at least slightly winning every single lane right now.
Yeah. The one thing Extreme have going for them is they have more CS on both supports.
Yeah,
so
Snaking only level 2.
The ET as well as the line. 11 CS on ET is the bigger surprise to me, actually. But I guess he's been able to get some pulls off on DY.
Yeah, it does feel like the Falcon side are, like from the supports at least, sacrificing a bit more. Staying outside of XP range in a lot of these cases. And Zamar, of course, talked about this to death, but gets his hero. This is his patented hero.
At this point, I think it's... What do you think he thinks his top 3 is?
His top 3?
Yeah. His best heroes according to himself.
Well, it's got to be Razor Mars, right? That's I feel like that is. The third one could be arguable, though. Is Jin Q will face the first roll-up, or the first ult of the game from Malrine.
It is as expected, yes.
And only a recipe away from the Diffusal now is get kind of scary. Now, looking at the Extreme side, this Naga, how does this game look for that hero? Past the landing stage.
I think you need a lot of items. Like, knowing how Falcons usually play, I think they have a decent amount of damage to kill the illusions. They have Sven, they have Pango, Mars. Even Grimstroke, if he maxes his first spell, can do a decent chunk.
The coil comes out. XM just barely able to use that illusory orb.
I mean, he'll survive, but it feels really bad. He lost the rune battle and had to ult. So, one jungle camp on the way back to base, that's all it's going to be here.
Can't even finish it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As top lane, XXS will TP out in that dragon form. Pretty close call for him.
Yeah, he also just popped the dragon form, so now this entire duration is going to be spent flying back to lane.
Yeah.
Not the greatest. Yeah, a couple of early potential moves for Extreme haven't really led to anything with their... If Puck would have got that power rune, who knows? If Dragon Knight had a bit of backup here to use that first dragon form, would have potentially put a little bit of pressure on Falcons, but they are the ones
Dire's middle tower
leading this
is under
early game as per usual, like you said. Stacks as well has been the name of the game for them. They've done. We had a game yesterday that we casted them that was like ridiculous stacking coming out. Like
everybody was getting involved.
That was the most stacks I think I had ever seen at that time in a game. I think it was like, yeah, I think it was like 7. What was it? It was 12 minutes in, and they had stacked 27 camps.
I think it was 20. Okay, sure, we'll go.
It was something like that. It was probably 22.
20 something. Probably. It always is.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah, this team definitely on another level right now. The question is, can these other teams catch up to them? They certainly have time. Still only in this group stage number 2. But of course, the playoffs are very quick, Cinder. There's only 2 days.
Yeah.
Not much time to react.
The top 4 teams go to the playoffs. 2 start in the upper bracket, 2 in the lower. So if you're in the top 2 out of this group stage, you're guaranteed top 3 in the tournament.
Malrine with another rune. He's going to get the invis, and now the defusal will be completed. So they'll smoke it up and try to have a nice reveal of that defusal. But they're heading towards the bot lane, which we can see. It's only Ame right now. Obviously would be a huge kill, but he does not have Song. So it certainly is a possibility here. Malrine is going to show himself. Inkswell on top of him. They find the real one. And Ame is super, super dead. Spirit connection. Amar finishes him off with the rebuke. Meanwhile, top lane, Coil. This is for a support bat. Snaking is level 6, but he's going to fly away. And now Skeeter TPing in along with Malrine and Crit. There's the double silence with that soul bind. As the double lasso comes out, no ags needed. Oh my god! Double kill for Malrine, and Amar finishes off Jin Q.
And then denies the tower. So, okay, Falcons killed absolutely everything there. They killed every enemy hero and their own tower in 3 seconds.
That is so disgusting.
Jin Q.
Double lasso, double stun from Skeeter. Jeez. You literally could not get any better in that scenario for Falcons.
If Jinkyu has a little bit more presence of mind there, he could have saved the Earth Spike for the Bat Rider coming back in. Because when the Soulbind comes out, you can kind of assume that that's what they're going for.
Yeah.
So that could have been better from them. But yeah, Jinkyu not level 6, so he can't finger the Bat there. That would have just stopped that in its tracks. But nice and easy for Falcons. Just... They're definitely establishing themselves as the team to beat in this tournament, and this is starting to look really rough for Extreme already.
I mean, I think it's safe to say, I mean, there were basically most, if not all, Tier 1 teams at this tournament. They're the best team in the world right now, easily.
Look at this.
Yeah, it's absurd.
It's 21 camps to the 6 of Extreme. While winning all 3 lanes. They're also stacking.
Yeah.
Usually, or... maybe usually is the wrong way to put it. A lot of the time, stacking camps is a plan B, or is like you're sacrificing something for it. You're like, okay, we have a hero that's really valuable to stack for. It's going to cost me a little bit in the laning stage as a support to walk over and stack, because now my offlaner or my carry has to be alone for 20 seconds, maybe lose some creeps, maybe risk dying or whatever. It feels like they always do it for free. Like they're never... None of their cores have really minded that the supports have been out stacking 4 or 5 times each. It's just seems irrelevant. Like they do it when the lanes are under control, everything is stable.
Yeah, they do pick heroes that are either evasive or tanky enough to be able to withstand just a short time of being 1v2, right? And that gives you the extra levels, that gives you the stacks. And it just pays off tremendously. I wonder what... I mean, teams have had enough time to kind of scout this trend out from Falcons, and I wonder what the true counter is going to be. Like, do you pick like something like a bounty hunter to follow around these stacking heroes and just get the kills? I don't know.
That's definitely going to help with your laning stage.
Well, then you're in a 1v1 at least. Like I think right now, if you're in a 2v1 and you're not killing the one, you're losing that lane. So you might as well have the support somewhere else, so you can have a 1v1. You know, so at least the core in your scenario is getting full XP. But it is a strange way to play.
Sounds like a bit of a stretch.
So is your face.
It's a good stretch, though.
5K lead already for Falcons as Wisdom Runes going to be coming up, but looks like each side will likely get their own. No one's really going for a steal. Instead, We're going to see a smoke from Extreme.
Yeah.
Blink Dagger on XXS.
They do get the power rune, and they'll be happy to find an illusion. That was slightly sarcastic, but actually it's kind of okay. You can use it to break the diffusal of the Pango. Can maybe break out from a Grimstroke situation. If you're clutch, maybe you can confuse the bat. But as it stands, Extreme are yet to get on the board.
Yes.
They're going to try here by forcing a fight at the mid tower.
3 members of Falcons, though, are here to defend. There's no siege creep, but maybe the Dragon form is going to be enough. Amar teeping into the tree. Swashbuckle start onto XXS. Rolling Thunder coming. Arena
is rare
not
miss.
Going to be there. Amar.
And a bad driver on the Pango car.
Indeed. They do defend their tower, so in that respect they're successful, but 2 ults down now for Falcons.
Yeah, there's half a Dragon form left. I think at this point Extreme will press the issue here, and they will get this tower. Falcons will be conceding it. Original plan failed. It's funny how when you watch Falcons, it really stands out when they miss a spell.
It's true.
Because they just never do. So that one was a very uncharacteristic one, with the Arena just coming up just barely short from Amar.
I don't know if this is going to sound weird because we've been casting Dota a long time. Like, this was especially prevalent in the Spirit versus Falcon series. After casting something like that and then going to literally any other series, there's just, it feels like such a big drop-off for some reason. And I can't remember feeling this way before.
Yeah, but then at the same time, we had Spirit again the next day, and they did not live up to that again.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was very, very strange.
Something about Falcons brings the best out of Spirit, I suppose, even though they did lose, but very competitive match.
Some teams have good matchups against other teams inherently because of playstyle. It is possible that the way Falcons plays is something that Spirit handle very well. Either that or they were just having a really good day. Unfortunately, they had a really good day when it mattered the least in that case, because it wasn't enough. And the level that they played on that game, it felt like they would have beaten every other team in the tournament.
All right, Amar has got his Arena back up again. He's going to run into the enemy team, get silenced, hexed as well. Already at half HP, but here comes Malorine with the Rolling Thunder. Yules onto Amar for the time being. There's the Arena onto 2. Both supports for Extreme already dead. And this will almost certainly turn into the Tier 1. Fortification only delays it a slight amount. Skeeter even expending the God Strength for this. Has the Echo Saber, and only the Ogre Club away from the BKB. As Ame caught off guard. Yule's Spear does have Song, but the lasso is there. Do they have the damage? Swashbuckle now, he doesn't have mana. He is dead. No Song to come. XXS completely surrounded. The Echo Stomp is coming. Stuns off most of the targets, but not enough. Big ult from ET, in fact. We'll clean up snaking as a result. That's just the 2 supports from Falcons out. So you can see XM dies on the high ground as Falcons getting all 3 cores. And the Diffusal coming through onto DY. Swashbuckle to dodge the Echo Stomp. Rebuke into Spear. And a couple, it'll be the Stormhammer from Skeeter. Double kill for him, a 4 for 2.
It's just so beautiful to watch the spell casting of Falcons. It's so clean. Let's see when we get the replay here. So keep your eye on Amar after this initial wave comes through. So he's gonna pump fake his Spear twice on the puck in a moment here. He's waiting. There you go. Just flawless. He gets the rebuke on max range onto the DK on the high ground, and then gets the Spear onto XM. And that is the reason they end up getting the kill here. XM would have got away, but he had to go for an awkward escape plan after that Spear connects. And they're just setting each other up so well with the...
On second look there, Ame did have mana for the Song, but it might have been too long of a cast time to live.
Yeah.
Either way.
XXS gonna buy the Fireball.
Huh. Okay, well, they know it's split pushing time.
Time to push waves, guys.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
Runs into Snaking.
And he's
Malorine,
in trouble.
Yep. Inhibit. XXS will take the Rolling Thunder. Oh! And it looks like roll-up has already been taken by Malrine. So that's a freebie. 12-2 for Falcons, yet to lose a game in this group stage, and you're seeing firsthand why that is. And I think Extreme coming into this, they're 2-2, I want to say.
Yeah, I think so too.
So still trying to fight for the top 2. It's kind of wide open right now. Or at the least trying to get into the next stage, which is top 4.
Yeah, top 4 is very open. Top 2 is quite difficult already with BetBoom now sitting on 4-1. You're at the mercy of BetBoom not cleaning house with the rest of the teams, right? Because they've already lost to Falcons as their only loss. So they, on paper, have the easier matchups left.
Jinkyo. Oh my, okay.
Hello.
All right. Snake King had a feeling. Results in a kill. Malrine has the blink now that roll-up is there. See, I like this build a lot more. I know I talk it to death, Syndrome, but now that you go for the Aghanims just a little bit later, it will end up aligning with the level 18, or at least closer. Whereas I think at the beginning of the patch, people were getting at the same timing, which it's like a level 15, let's say, which you don't need, because the talent doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
So I actually like this much more from Malrine. Smart boy. I'm sure AUI had something to do with that.
Yeah, these players have no autonomy. Literally just the puppet master sitting in the back room. All right.
I mean, when it comes to min-maxing, AUI is the best in the world. I'll just say that. That is a fact.
That sounds... I'll believe it.
Jinkyu puts a ward next to his Tormentor. So perhaps expecting a potential steal from Falcons. As the tier 2 being pounded on. Jinkyu is going to be spotted. We'll take the Watcher, but Snake King gets the Wisdom Rune. DY, well, that was an Elder Titan, no longer exists in this realm.
What was the plan there? He just walked into Sven.
Malrine, already high ground. There's the silence from the Grimstroke. Mars Arena, DK in a lot of trouble. Gets off the Fireball, big time usage from XXS, but he dies anyway. Finger of Death, lots of damage onto Malrine, but Skeeter's coming to help him out. The beatdown onto Jinkyu does a triple pump there for Skeeter. Finally gets the kill as XM will be able to get out. Fortification dealing a good amount of damage to Falcons, but they already found 3. But will now back away as the lead continues to grow. 16-2. And they could go for this Tormy if they want, and they'll do just that. Of course, Extreme have vision of this. Maybe they try to steal it. No. Snake King gets the shard that we have discussed way too many times. Oh, Echo, Echo. Ooh. One of the few teams that will prioritize the Elder Titan. And panel kind of brought it up.
Yep.
Bit of a weak hero in a lot of scenarios. And maybe felt that they had enough stun with the likes of the Lion, but it's not really all on ET because they did lose all 3 lanes. Just one of those types of games.
Yeah, and it's worth keeping in mind that the success that they have had with ET, it might just work better against teams that don't have as formidable laning, right? We talked about yesterday how, okay, hang on, Snake King will die here.
Yes, he will.
We feel like I have not seen a Marn crit lose a lane yet. And it also didn't happen here. If you're picking ET into them in that safe lane and they have a range support plus one of Amar's absolute best offlaners, that's probably not how you get ahead in the lanes against Falcons. That's not to say that you have to win your lanes to beat this team, but considering what they've shown in other stages of the games, then it definitely feels like, I would say, for these teams that flat out are just not at the same level, I do think that is the best chance you have, is to try to get ahead early and shake the game up a little bit rather than play very standard, slow lanes and then a farm-heavy mid-game.
Yep, Skater will take an Echo Stomp, but more so delay tactics from Extreme. With the God Strength about to end, so away Falcons go. And Crit's actually already working on his Ag, so just feeling very comfortable being able to finish that before this game is over. So we will likely see that Dark Portrait. Would you prioritize the Naga or the DK? I mean, neither of which are very strong right now, by the way.
That's why he went Fireball. It's because when the Dark Portrait comes out, he wants it to be as useless as possible.
Good plan. Next level.
I think probably DK, especially if he's level 18, but you obviously need to get him after he pops Dragon Form, otherwise it's garbage.
Oh, Malrine. Not able to find it. Although, we say it too soon. XM. Nice waning rift. Malrine really trying for it. There's the arena coming in. Jinkyu actually blinks into it. Double impale to follow. Finger of Death. Amar is still alive. A good ET ult, but still not a lot of damage done other than Malrine. That's the first to fall. The first core, in fact, to die for Falcons. Now Amar will follow suit. Ame getting gone on by Skeeter. Is silenced up and eventually brought down. So finally, Extreme that's the first 2 core kills of the game for them.
Yeah.
But Skeeter, the one able to clean up in the end.
Yeah, if he was there from the start, the game probably just ends, actually. But
possibly.
That was a very long chase. But Skitter had to connect from all the way down in the bottom jungle, so it took him a while to go there. He obviously doesn't have a blink after he went Ags, so he needs to run the whole way. But when he does arrive, he finds the opportunity to go on the Naga and still turn that into a fine fight for Falcons. Kind of just a draw at the end of the day, which is good enough. They don't need to stomp every single fight to stay ahead. Is this a full data list now? He's quite farmed. What can you say?
Well, you just said it. He's quite farmed. Very descriptive.
Roche time. Don't need God Strength for this, just needs time. And time they have plenty of, because Extreme Gaming has not really been able to push the tempo of this game whatsoever with their heroes.
Yeah, so will be a freebie.
Trying to delay it a little bit here with this ET Spirit coming through the gate, but they all Delta split. Eventually, this will go down and probably go on to Malrine.
You know, it's interesting. Elder Titan, not very popular like we talked about. I would rank him maybe, just in theory at least, as the best Roche contest hero in the game. And considering how many Roche-offs we have, it's actually surprising that he's not been that effective, you know? Because that gives vision in all those areas that, like, even if they're smoked, you're going to know you hit them with the Astral Spirit. As Skater will God Strength. High ground attempt. Range Rags, about to fall. XXS, big fireball. That's a lot of fire for Skeeter.
6 swings for the range tracks.
Impale, delay, delay, delay. There is the Aegis on Malrine, so it's not on Skeeter. Another Dragon Tail, Echo Stomp to follow, but the Inkswell will dispel. And there's the Rolling Thunder. They find the puck, but phase shift just in time.
Wow, that is absolutely, I don't even know how small of a fraction of a second he was from dying there. The Rolling Thunder was basically on top of him a second time when he got phase shift. And maybe, is it because is he able to chain it yet? I think he needs 18 before he can truly chain it, right? With the stun duration now? And the cooldown between how often you can stun a hero? I think you need level 18 before you can perma-stun, right? I think so. Either way. He lives, but Falcons still get the range tracks and they go back for their Tormentor. This will be a shard for Amar. So great against the Naga Siren. Gives you a higher probability of spearing the correct Naga because you get 2 targets.
Oh, aggressive play from Extreme. Knowing that they can't just try to defend.
They have to do something. I like this. Hopefully for them, they find this top rune that could help them as well. XM will see the ability. I keep calling it ability damage sometimes. Amplify damage rune.
Ability draft,
yeah.
AD.
Ability arena.
That's AA.
Maybe that's just why I'm thinking of ability rune, because you can't stop talking about a real ability arena every day.
That's right, DY.
Here.
Ooh, the spear finds him from Amar. And the Elder Titan left all alone to die as Superman comes for him. And it's not the good kind. It's the evil Superman that rips him a new one.
Time to go back top, I guess.
Indeed, God Strength available, and they still have the Aegis for a couple minutes on Malrine. So they try for 2 here, almost certainly. I mean, to give Extreme credit, it did take them quite a while to get this set of racks in the top lane. Now they move on as the stun comes out from XXS. It's all about the delay, but I don't know if you can give up 2 lanes and come back from this. Skeeter thinking about retreating. So God Strength is getting a bit low. So they'll settle for the tier 3.
Ame's also cutting the waves, so I think they ran out of creeps.
He's done a good amount of damage as the coil onto crit, Finger of Death, down he goes. They did quite a bit of damage to the tier 3 bottom, actually. And
yeah, I want to commend Extreme on playing quite well, honestly, given the circumstances. Considering they're getting rolled, they're rolling in a straight line, at least.
A prize.
And they are stabilizing this at around the 10k mark. I know, obviously, this is a big lead for Falcons still, and they're in a great position, but Ame is getting really farmed. He's starting to have items that make this interesting. The Sven can't truly lay into him anymore against this Butter and Heart. And he will start posing a threat as well to the Pango eventually in fights. As long as they can play around the control of his teammates, who do have a lot of stuns. And just general lockdown and zone control. Naga loves that, wants to find just annoying angles in the fight. The more chaos, the better a lot of the time.
XM's done a really great job as well. Playing very evasive maneuvers. As
Satanic completed.
Yeah, Satanic, and Crit has his Ag, so Dark Portrait is available. The Dragon Knight is level 17, so... I mean, Ame has Butterfly, so the illusion just got crazy good.
Yep.
So, maybe it's a tough choice. Once you get level 18 on Dragon, it's a tough choice.
I still think you want the Dragon Knight clone just so you can AoE slow the Naga, right?
Yeah,
it's just really powerful. But it's also that I don't think Falcons are missing damage in the fights.
No,
anyway, right?
it's just, it's icing for sure. As the Aegis expires, Falcons doesn't seem to be too bothered, though. God Strength again, this is what they're playing around. Dragon Tail, but Malrine going in. Ame with the sleep. As Malrine has to just roll around, waiting for his team to wake up. But Superman is in. Skeeter focusing on the Naga. Ame not taking that much damage right now as XXS goes in for one more stun.
This is not good for Falcons.
Yeah,
they need to
haven't
get the
done
hell out of
anything
here.
Snake King now on the run with low HP. Is there the proper catch? Astral Spirit coming for Skeeter.
2 seconds for the stun.
With the Impale. Amar countering with the Arena. Down goes Jin Q, and now Ame stuck inside the Arena, or is it Amar in fact? As you can see, Skeeter applying all his pressure now to the Naga Siren. So much evasion coming out, but the Swashbuckle is going to burn most of her mana. But there's the Silence and the Root. Onto the Sven, who's now surrounded by XG. Gets off one more Stormhammer, but eventually will fall. 3 dead for Falcons, and a great defense from Extreme. They only lose their supports.
This game is not over yet. But really, I think the problem in this situation for Falcons, the moment Skitter stunned into Ame at the tier 4s, I think he put his team on the back foot in that fight. This is the type of dive that you can do when the Naga doesn't have Butterfly and you're confident that you can just burst her down with the backup of your team, but there was no kill to be had there. So effectively, you just force the fight into a really bad position, you burn your spells, and Extreme are going to turn that around and take full advantage. So Skitter Sven in this tournament has been extremely stable. This time around, he went too far, and the punishment is quite severe. The lead now, honestly, insignificant. I feel like this game is almost a 50-50 for me at this point. Naga is very powerful. Extreme have shown that they know what they need to do in these fights. And yeah, the entire net worth lead is essentially the supports, right? So
yeah,
if they find a way to open onto the Grimstroke, or if they find a way to open onto the Bat and just blast them with the Naga coming in from the side, that's already good. And They can use the Song for that utility whenever the Pango roll comes in. Song his team, outlast the Pango roll, and then take the fight after. Worked really well for them there. I thought this was going to be like a 25-minute win.
Yep. That's what it's been looking like for most of Falcons games, so can't blame you.
But a good hold, and Ame showing a masterclass on Naga. A really big part of the reason this game hasn't ended is just that he's been out on the map pushing those waves, and
oh, that's a nice illusion.
He's extremely
he's gonna get a range rack.
competent on this. Yeah, this is the fruits of he's been working on this for a while, and we'll get the grand reward of a bot range racks finally. So we haven't really.
Oh, that's very aggressive from XXS. He's the Black Dragon now inside the arena. XM coming in with the coils only onto the Pango, it looks like, but Malrine able to swash away.
He'll live.
Good attempt from Extreme, getting extremely aggressive, and now ticking away at this melee barracks of the bot lane. Looks like they might get it, but TPs are coming. Finally, Fortification comes out. Malrine with another swash, but no follow-up yet. He does have Rolling Thunder. As the Naga Illusion continuing to tick away here. Another proc from XXS with that Frost Breath. Gets to the other side of the wall. Here comes Malrine with the Rolling Thunder, but he hits the wall. That is very unfortunate for him. Ame, though, gets off the Naga Song. Perma-stun now from Malrine, continuing to shield crash, as here comes the stun from the Sven. Again, the focus is on the Naga side, but a big ET ult comes in. Swash onto Ame, Flamebreath back into the right click of Skeeter. He buys back instantly. Snake King ticking away in the meantime is Skeeter looking to re-aggress. This time, it's on the puck. They find the connection, the silence into stun, and they defend now.
How much do you want to commit now, Extreme? You could buy back the puck as well and try to push for Rax now that you know there's no Sven ulti. Is that the plan? If XM would have got out of that alive, maybe they just turn this around immediately with the Naga coming in, but his buyback in the dirt now might have
Will
to...
the illusions be enough?
Yeah, they'll probably get this. Okay.
With the Dragon Tail. Barracks is getting low. Let's see if this ends up being worth it, because the DK is now completely surrounded and will likely be brought down by Falcons, but it is a set of racks complete for Extreme.
I don't think he had to kill himself for that.
Well,
I feel like the Naga Illusions plus Siege Creep were probably going to get the job done, but... All right, well... Falcons have their lead back. And they, more important than anything else, have a clear path to victory. Kill Naga once, it's over. So... This buyback being on cooldown is a huge deal in this game. He will afford a BKB, though. So another line of defense to try to get away. As Skitter definitely had his number in that last fight, absolutely crushed him, and that was without having True Strike, as a matter of fact. He's close to that now. MKB in the works, just another 800 gold to go or so. And then his job will be quite a bit easier. No hesitation from Amar. Straight down mid, push out these waves, force Extreme to go back to base so that you can hopefully open up Roche for yourself. He is available in the top half. A bit surprising, actually, to not see Falcons just straight up go up there after defending their base, but this will allow Extreme to regroup and have 5 heroes alive, and they will smoke now. And this will be a really game-deciding moment if they get here in time.
Yeah, let's see how big of an impact the ET can have if they can even get here on time. DY, that's a really early Astral.
I can move it quite far.
They have Scan, but haven't used it yet. And I think it's too late. Roche is going to give it away now.
Good stomp.
Yep.
It's buying time.
Is it enough, though?
Keep in mind, Falcons don't know how far away they are. They just know they got stomped.
That's true.
So
4 smokes from Extreme. Storm Hammer is used, and now they're going to have to back away.
They can't do it.
Astral Spirit again. You can, even with the smoke, like we said, you can tell when it goes over heroes. Now in the cover of the trees, Extreme know that Falcons have exited the pit.
Oh, there's the portrait. Oh, they find Snake.
Portrait, just Snake King is going to get initially stunned. It's going to be brought down by the illusions as XXX gets off his BKB. Running away from the Sven. There's the Song with the coil expended as well. As they're going to try to separate these fight into 2 things. There's 2 supports buyback now from Falcon's side. And Skeeter trying to kite him. That God Strength now dissipating. Roche roars again. I don't know what the cooldown of that spell is, but Mar, okay. Premature Arena just to make sure no one can get in. So Falcons gets the Aegis, they get the cheese. The stun though, Skeeter has to pop his BKB just to kill these Illusion. XXS still inside the pit, he'll go down to the Sven Cleave. Meanwhile, Malrine taking care of Jin Q on the outskirts. As you can see, Jin Q gets one more stun for the row, but Superman cleans him up. XM has to TP out. Great attempt from Extreme, but in the end, Falcons get what they came for.
Yeah, and you can tell it's very deliberate how Falcons approach that fight. They sent Snaking in front, effectively just as a vision bot. They just sent him in. He got killed. He snapped by his back to come back in. And a couple of key spells get expended by Extreme in that opening of the fight. Sure, they also get crit on the side, but he also has buyback. So they're just winning the fight 7v5, essentially. They do get there in the end. It was somewhat expensive, but getting the Roche probably makes this worth it in the end.
Yep, Skeeter. He has God Strength now. We'll use it. But another fort. Feels like these forts never end, I swear.
They have Song of the Siren as well if they want to buy some time, but Ame is not in base.
Yep.
He's pushing out bottom. They will concede a second lane now.
Again. Inkswell to dispel 2 sets for Falcons. And now they'll back away, and it really does feel like a lot of this comes down to the timing of God Strength, Cinder, and this is like Falcon's entire strategy, going in and out with the strength of the Sven. Which I would think maybe a refresher would be the next item for him.
It should be.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's another luxury part of buying Ags on this hero that we haven't really talked about. But the mana that you get from Ags allows you to go refresher. In the past, Sven builds would struggle at this point, because imagine if he doesn't have the mana and the int from this item. He actually can't cast his kit twice. So he needs to have another way of gaining mana, but with the Ags, it is enough if you're capped on mana when the fight begins. So that's a nice little extra part of that.
All right, they've used their Greaves already. There might be a fight incoming. They take the Tormentor just for the gold.
Good scan. Ain't no Extremer here.
Crit in the cover of smoke to try to get a good Dark Portrait off.
Yeah, he gets that Naga clone again.
Very tense moment now, as this next fight could be the game one way or another. Aegis and Cheese on the side of Falcons. Malrine is the one showing.
Yeah, it is worth keeping in mind. This is not safe by any means for Falcons, despite having Aegis and Cheese, because neither of their supports have buyback. So if Extreme find a moment of weakness and they kill the right targets, they could quickly turn into a 5-on-3. And they do have buyback themselves on DK and ET. On the side of Falcons, everybody else but the 2 supports have theirs. But Extreme will decide this is not worth the risk for now. There will be a sweet spot where the heroes still don't have buyback and the Aegis expires. They have about a 2.5-minute timing for that. I wonder if they're going to try to have it down to a T with smoking around this Aegis expiry. So they have 3 valid targets.
Regeneration.
Or if there's an item timing that they're waiting for. Dragon Knight is not that close to the Manta.
Saving the Wisdom Rune for somebody else. Looks like it might be for the Naga to help him get to 25 potentially.
I guess the Parasma and Puck would be quite impactful. And his 25 talent.
Quite a ways away though.
It's closer than you'd think. If he gets this Wisdom Rune, he's 24.5.
I meant the Parasma.
Oh yeah. That one is going to take it a little while. But the 25 might be worth waiting for. On the side of Falcons, no 25's close. Sven is 26, the other 2 cores are 22. So they have a lot more ground to cover. XM will indeed take this Wisdom and now take the Tormentor as well with his team.
That could be Lion or Elder Titan, and they get the better of the 2.
Yeah. Also, Puck doesn't have Shard.
Yeah, that is true, huh?
He would have liked to get that, but obviously not possible this time around with 2 cheaper or lower net worth heroes missing theirs.
Looks like he's going for that instead of the Parasm now, since Falcons are entering their base. No
I think
more
this is a better choice anyway.
Oh, there is an Aegis still on Mallory, I should say. Stun up. First up onto the DK, but there's the song from Ame. Not going to affect Malrine at all for now. He's going to go for the both supports in the back as XXS in that dragon form flying away. Stormhammer's there. deletes one, buyback instantly. Amar and company now without their BKBs. Ensnare onto Amar. Not really going for any meaningful buildings here. Amar just trying to get out of dodge. And
Puck will
Skeeter,
kill Grim.
Amar will be able to TP out.
This is super awkward
Grim is
for
dead
Falcons.
for 90 seconds. You talked about the no buyback situation. Snake is able to
my-
get out, but Ame absolutely destroyed by Skeeter. He's the one that kept his BKB available. Man, oh man. That was a crit and a half right there.
Ame will have buyback in about 60 seconds. He will have it instantly if they find a bounty rune. If Falcons do want to try to push here. My goodness, that actually looked so good for Extreme too. They kill Crit, who doesn't have buyback. Amar's in a really bad spot. Oh, they're going to lose the shard here. That's very good news for Falcons. They had to TP out their bat. Everything was... I completely understand why Ame wanted to go for the Sven there, and it is the right play. He just needs to probably not do it with his correct hero. Like, just keep ensnaring him, hold him at bay, and let this develop. Falcons again.
I wonder if he's going to buy the shard again. He almost has enough again.
Oh, so he doesn't have to wait on the courier?
Yeah. That's a long time to wait.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes. You're right. The game could be decided before then. But first order of business for Extreme is to buy time for Naga. Falcons are...
She has buyback very shortly now.
Yeah. You really don't want to use that, though.
Yeah.
Might have to.
Don't worry. They have yet another Fortify.
Yeah.
Delay a little bit. DY is there as well. Instant Dragon Tail from XXS. ET ult.
Oh,
not
they
going to
missed.
fully proc. 20 seconds on the Naga. There's the coil expended. Skeeter and company stuck inside. Pops the BKB just in time for the finger. Now Satanic brings him back to a respectable amount of HP. Another Dragon Tail to try to delay, but there's the Arena. Counter initiation now onto the DK Malrine using the Rolling Thunder. That's the death of XXS. Has buyback, but no drag from Malrine. Stuck inside the crystals. Uses the Swash. Silence on the puck right now. There's the song to disengage.
They're going
now
to
the
take this to
buyback
fight.
comes out. No ults really from the side of Falcons as they're going to leave Amar with the BKB. Will he be able to get out?
God.
He is. All of them get out. Wow. Looking at the buyback, only 3. There's about to be 4 in the game, and they're all on Falcons. Oh, 5 in the game. Well, still a little bit short on gold, I guess, for Crit. So Falcons now open up a 20k lead.
And the only silver lining here for Extreme is the fact that Ame didn't buy back, so he has it now, but man, did that cost them. No other buybacks available. This is effectively a 9v6 in terms of lives right now. So Falcons probably going to be eager to find another fight as soon as possible with this advantage. They know at the very least that there's 2 unavailable, the Dragon Knight as well as the ET. The Lion and Puck are without buybacks because of gold, so if they get 1 or 2 assists, they'll have it.
There's the Dark Portrait again. Naga Illusion. Very annoying to the... They're going to use Orchid on it.
And Snaking
the
is
Illusion
really
is
in
chasing
there.
him. Yeah, Ame. Looks like they do some damage to Snaking. There's the coil. They have the stun on the puck, though. That is the death of XM.
Yes, buyback.
Huge kill. Finally buys back. Just got the buyback with 2 seconds afterwards as Ame with the song. Now their attempt to reset here. But the Rolling Thunder from Malrine trying to chase. Ame has to use his BKB. XM has made his way over now, so Malrine will have to disengage. Echo Stomp connects on 1. And it is Amar. They're not going to go any further, it looks like. The Falcons will have to back away for the time being. Roche is up.
Crit has been really, really good at getting the Phantom's Embrace onto the puck. That was the problem again there. Very uncharacteristic, if you think about it. This is a puck game where the puck doesn't have a single save against Grim. He only has the Lincoln, so if that gets broken by anything and he then gets the sounds on him, he has to commit those 3 attacks. He has no Wind Waker, no BKB. He's now queuing up a BKB to try to solve that problem, so Parasma has been long forgotten at this point for him. And this is now another vulnerability on the side of Extreme after Falcons pull that one off. Now the puck is also a huge kill. Starting to find more and more ways for this to become less and less possible for Extreme. They're still hanging in there, but all it's going to take is 1 bad fight and this game is completely over. Falcons will already set up for the Roche to build themselves an even bigger lead.
Yep, so...
Extreme will not let them have it for
Oh
free,
yeah,
though.
they're coming.
They're going to fight
They're
for this.
coming.
This is way too important. And on the side of
leading
Falcons,
the way.
still no buyback on the bat and on the Grim.
He's not there. They do scan out, though. As Roche will roar, that's going to lower the damage right now for Skeeter. Goes off an illusion. Dragon Tail starts. Echo Stomp coming as well. Will sleep him, but there's the counter initiation from Amar. Focuses on XXS, but he gets the BKB off. And now the song. So Extreme with the soft reset. We'll probably try to re-engage here shortly. Malrine looking to try to get his Rolling Thunder out. There's the silence and the stun onto this fence. Skeeter already at half HP, has to pop the Satanic Suit. They delete the Dragon Knight. XXS is done. DY on the outskirts of the fight. Ame, he's completely surrounded. Not sure if they think it's an illusion or not. The Soulbind applied to him right now. Will pop the BKB. Buyback instantly on the Lion. As Skeeter focusing on the puck, another size. This is the Blood Throw that Skeeter just picked up. They delete the XM now. He is dead, likely for the game. No buyback whatsoever. Ame left to his own devices, completely surrounded now. One more Stormhammer for the road. Skeeter, triple kill. Again, Ame with the buyback available, but that's just going to be a 3 versus 5. As well, there are creeps pushing in their base. This is true, the tier 4. First one about to fall. But they know that this is a dieback on puck.
Dire's middle tower.
As Ame going to go for some shenanigans. Let's see what Falcons want to do. Do they go for Throne? Do they go for Megas, or do they play it conservatively?
Can ET possibly... Surely he cannot buy enough time for this. And snare onto Snake King. He's just going to ignore him. He's just netting him off to the
you
side.
Can see he's actually forcing Falcons back for the time being. Ame gets off the song at the last moment. There's the sheep to be able to cancel the TP onto the Sven. The song was successful for the time being, but Malrine coming in with the Rolling Thunder. And they find Ame. Do they have the damage without their Sven? Absolutely. He is just getting perma-stunned and finally brought to his knees as Skeeter, they canceled his TP and then he just killed everybody.
Yeah, it was so funny. Like, CQ hexes him, stumps the TP. Skeeter just turns around, throws a Stormhammer, and just one-shots him. Like, thanks for the cancel, buddy. Ame with a very valiant attempt there. I think he sold his BKB to a Ford Travels, so he didn't have BKB. Why didn't he have BKB? He bought one earlier, right? Surely. But I think he didn't have it with him in this push. Maybe he sold it to buy another item. I didn't pick up on that in the moment. Let me have a look at his inventory here. Did he...
The score is not indicative of how this game felt, though. 38-14 for Team Falcons, but very entertaining. Extreme definitely put up a good fight when we thought... I mean, 1-7-10 for Ame does not tell anything about how this game went.
No, for sure. I actually think Extreme Gaming put up a really valiant effort in the mid game here, considering what position Falcons were in, how we've generally seen them just, close these games out 20 minutes earlier than this when things are this good for them. Definitely want to commend Extreme, but at the end of the day, Falcons are still just... If you can consistently put yourself in positions like this in a game of this type, you are obviously going to win the majority, right?
Yeah.
Like, despite Extreme doing their best, this was an uphill battle from basically start to finish. They couldn't climb the mountain, but they tried very hard. It's good to see, though, for an upcoming game, too, that they can hold a candle to them at least.
So Falcons remain undefeated in the second group stage. Will that change, Shiva?
There is hope. I think a game like that, there's definitely hope. Extreme, it was, as Synderen said, a valiant effort, but it was not enough at the end. Despite selling BKB for Travels at the end, Ame cannot stall any longer, but it was really that for the last, I almost want to say 30 minutes, but it was more like 20. It was stalling the game, because Extreme, they were behind Effie the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's just the Naga factor in games. You're never really out, regardless of what the hero-to-hero matchups may be. Her ability to play the map alongside DK, who also does the same thing, is what bought them so much time. And that's why we saw a really good effort come out, especially because of XG's abilities to engage and disengage later on as they got stronger and they got to abuse Naga Song and get some items out. But overall, Falcons did do it, even though it looked a little bit rocky at some points. They played incredibly well. I thought that their ability to take these early game team fights was just no match. It was no match for XG. They just couldn't fight into them at any point, really.
The more I see Sven, the more I realize how important stats are in Dota. Because the only thing that he got changed in the C patch is some extra strength on his cleave. And then to be fair, BKB did get buffed and some other heroes got nerfed. But it's just funny how like utterly imba Sven looks. Like he was two-shotting the Naga. And I get it's a counter, but it's like usually perceived as a counter because you clear the illusions very easily.
This was just he cleared through the main guy.
It was like it was like the main guy was an illusion.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Like this hero has like 30 armor or something. I don't know where this damage is coming from. Like Valve accidentally, instead of putting in 4 extra strength, put 40 in. And that's the issue. Because Sven seems like really OP. Maybe it's just in the hands of Skeeter.
It's just the Aghanim Scepter is really good. Whenever the Aghanim Scepter is good, Sven just feels like a different hero. Because if that's a viable build for you to build towards, you just don't get kited anymore. And that's the issue with the hero. He felt like a BKB one trick. You get your BKB, you're strong for that duration, but if you get kited, the fight's over. You just have no tools to get on top of them.
That's true.
But now you're just flying on everybody.
The Ags lets you like kind of soft commit, and then when they go on you, when you go in, you BKB. And then after you've already killed somebody because you're on top of them because you have the Ags, then you don't need the BKB because 2 people are dead in the fight because you 2-shot them.
Yeah. But bigger picture, I just think Skeeter in general on this Sven is so good at farming around his team. I mean, he topped the net worth from the start of the game. He just found farm everywhere, and that's just because of how well Falcons can enable him with rotations. That fight we saw top, where I think it was Puck who actually started the fight. They tried to kill the Batrider. They just didn't have enough damage. Then suddenly they come in with the Grimstroke and the Pangolier, and they just get the double lasso early on, and then you still have the threat of the Mars plus the Grimstroke to worry about later, who are running around getting kills of their own at later stages. When you have heroes like that who can be constantly fighting, if you're a carry player who can take advantage of that by also coming into the fights, adding that extra level of strength and also getting gold of your own, it puts you at a really good advantage. And that's just how Skeeter plays. If you look at him, he's in almost every single early game fight, which we don't see out of a lot of carries. And sure, maybe Sven fights better than other carries early on, that's true. But Skeeter makes sure that he's always farming in relation to where his team are going to take a fight. And that's very impressive. It's one of the subtle things that he does that a lot of people don't see, but a lot of carries have not been playing this way this tournament.
It's the Tundra tactic. He's done that since the Tundra days. And now on a team where everybody just wants to fight, balls to the wall, it looks fantastic, Shiva.
It's working out so well. And we can keep talking about Skeeter, but I believe Purge has chosen other players for our Acer Predator head-to-head.
That's right, Shiver. For the Acer Predator head-to-head, I wanted to focus on the 4 position heroes because they had a lot more capability in what they could accomplish in this game here. Jin-Q playing up against Crit here. Jin-Q playing the Lion. He had a very, very abnormally rough early game. He had multiple deaths, 0 assists, 0 kills because it was just so hard for them to get on top of the board, whereas Crit was active in a lot of their early fights, playing Grimstroke here, doing Ink Swells, silences, linking heroes together, and a lot of this comes down to how the first couple skirmishes went. In the clip examples that we have, it was almost always Falcons just winning those early fights. Here's a dive. I mean, they're already up by, what, 6K or something at the 16-minute mark, but here's the first engagement dive for Falcons, looking for kills. Lion on the back line has to deal with Pango roll. As if you're playing Lion and you're dealing with a Pango, it is so difficult, because if you don't disable him before he rolls, you're going to have a bad problem. And then what happens as repercussions is that Falcons now gets access to the core heroes more often than they should. In this case, able to kill Ame here. Puck was trying to save the Dragonite XXS here by jumping in and doing a silence or whatever. He gets caught by the nice spear here from Amar. So they just keep losing core heroes, and the supports aren't able to do as much on the other side of the map. So just frankly, impeccable support play that led to Skeeter being able to do whatever he wanted. He had a great matchup as well. Here's Xingqiu, 19 minutes in. He's 0-3-0, and he doesn't have a Blink Dagger yet. He's still 600 gold away from his Blink Dagger. So like, how is he supposed to initiate for his team when he's having such rough games? It's just so abnormal for him.
I will say, a game like this, we saw, was it the first kill, like 8-9 minutes in or something like that? When we are used to seeing Extreme, and in specific Xingqiu, try to make moves all the time, all around the map. Was that because of, is Lion just not really his hero? Or was it actually Falcons that almost prevented him from being more impactful earlier on.
I'm sure that Jinkyu can play any hero in the game as a support, frankly. I think he just went up against a tough set of enemies. The laning stage didn't go as he expected. He didn't get kills in the lane. Lion did get nerfed a little bit in the last patch, but mostly it's just that Falcons is the better team as they've continued to show. The fact that Extreme Gaming even held on that long, considering how far behind they were, was impressive. But yeah, Falcons cleanly wins that game.
All right, well, can they do it again is the question. We're going to have answered soon. But first, we're going to check in with our social corner as Brian has got something prepared for us. What's up, Brian?
What's up, Shiver? One of the age-old discussions on Reddit about Dota is this game good for me? Should I be proud that I play this game? Should I uninstall this game? Well, there's a new update that's come with Steam and on Dota, which allows you to hide how many hours that you've played in Dota. If we want to pull up the graphic,
is that actually a thing?
You can now hide. There's a little bit of connotation to this title. You can now hide your shameful 1,000 hours of Dota from your Steam profile. So you can't just click on someone's profile if they so choose and see just how many hours that they've put into this game. So this is a Reddit thread. We've seen, you imagine mixed reviews, mixed reactions to this sort of revolutionary concept, and we're going to pull up some of those comments and see what people's gut reactions are. So one of them is very grateful, says, I need this, thanks, right? So this guy clearly is not too proud of the fact that he plays Dota, but also doesn't want to stop. So that's the number one that we see here. There's a next one when we pull up the second comment. Can I hide it from myself too? Well, the answer is no. No, you cannot. You are stuck being able to dwell on how many hours that you've invested into this game.
It is what it is.
I use the word invested instead of, wasted or something like this. And for our last but not least comment is, I'm a Dota 2 degenerate, and I am not ashamed of it. So respect to this man as, embrace who you are. Accept who you are, Shiver.
What are you going to do? Which category do you fall under?
Oh, I'm going to wear it around loud and proud. Like, if I could put it up there, 20-something thousand hours of Dota, I'm not ashamed.
I'm actually amazed that this is a feature. Is this for every game, or did they put it in specifically for Dota 2? Because that's just the type of game it is.
Yes. I think it's a Steam-wide feature, but specifically, I don't think it applies to very many games like it would to Dota, because Dota is one of the few games I can think of that the most of the community has spent 4-digit hours, maybe 5 on. So.
Oh my god, I will not hide my hours. I think
you,
also about 30K plus or something like that. That you can just. Did you know that there are some talent among us?
I don't know if I want to know this.
That just leaves the game open to rake up the hours.
Wow,
which is cheating, by the way.
That's like
also
the opposite
bad
of being
for your
ashamed.
electricity bill.
True.
Because but no, wear them. Wear your hours. They're a badge of honor here for sure. And I'm sure that if you don't have those hours in, you won't be able to play on the big stage ever. As we're gonna watch some of these players that have put thousands of hours and more into Dota 2 play on the big stage. Game 2, Falcons Extreme, coming up next.
It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, be there. faced harder times when sweet words turn into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest, hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and going into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. Fight like an animal, spin it like a hurricane, shoot it like a fireball, heavy like an airplane, crash it like a thunder, roll it like a steam train, fly like a cannonball, burn it like a heat wave. We're half on the road, but we got a hold on it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We come from the gold that makes us a whole of it.
Truly the strongest of us.
Yeah, easy. Although you did skimp on the squats very fast.
It's leg day yesterday.
No, that was 2 days
With
ago,
you.
dummy.
Yeah, that's when it hurts the most.
That's fair. Welcome back. You're watching DreamLeague. Couldn't be any other show, to be fair. And we're in the middle of a series.
Get this fucking thing off me, dude.
I obviously had to stop planking because otherwise it would be out of breath.
Yeah, naturally.
To talk about Falcons versus Extreme, where Falcons took game number 1. It was a relatively close one, though. I will say. I mean, we're talking about they're going to crush and Extreme. They almost did it. It was close. There was a way, and I did feel like Extreme came prepared with a plan, and I hope to do the same thing for game number 2. Draft for it should be underway very, very shortly. Obviously, Jenkins, Effie, Purge. And Effie, I want to ask you, where would you like to see Extreme take this one? Because you can only imagine that they came into game number 1 with a plan to try and take down the ruling champs at the moment in Falcons. And it failed. It fell flat. But what would they have learned from that to be able to adapt for game 2?
I think they need to just make sure that they don't get too greedy with their draft, because their draft was scalable versus Falcon's draft, but they had to not lose a lot in the result, and they needed to get there. And Naga can't really play versus Sven, but her other 2 cores can. They just never got to the point where they can comfortably reach that, because you just lose so much of the map and you trade so much net worth, or you're not getting these early objectives that you need to be getting. And I would honestly just chalk it up to draft. Every time Extreme have had first pick, when they get that 18, when they close out the second phase, it's always been an Ame hero or an XM sniper or something like that. So if they're first pick again, I want them to have a very, very strong 18th overall pick, because that's usually where they win the games. They'll get a Void into a Morphling, they'll get a Sniper into a Medusa or a Primal Beast, and they win off of that.
I kind of feel like the Naga looked a little exposed that game, even though, I know you mentioned that it wasn't good against the Sven, but it just felt like it does annoying stuff and elongates the game. It did make things a little bit easier in some ways, because they gave him some teamfight potential against the Pango role, but I don't know. It just like they said, Sven felt like the better carry.
It did. I think what Effie was saying is correct. I feel like Extreme, well, both of you, I feel like Extreme is a little exposed in the draft. I do believe Falcons banning Phoenix, Sniper, Monkey King is fairly telling. They're just if you guys don't have your cheesy shit, we're just going to beat you playing normal Dota. You want to pick a normal hero like Naga? Go for it. I think you can try to last pick an Ame hero and try to get a perfect matchup. That's always a way that you can go. It's hard to say if that's going to work against Falcons, because we didn't see it last game. Wasn't feeling the ET. It had very low impact, in my opinion. Maybe a core last pick is better.
I have a random solution that I think will probably be utterly crap. But hear me out. If you guys saying in the end of the day, a lot of it is coming down in these games and having the better carry matchup. We know Chen needs to be banned, but how about banning some counters for carry and then just first picking it? The one that you counter. Solved! Great! Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
You're a genius.
So ban Naga counters and then first pick Naga, is that your point?
Yeah. Or any other carry for that matter. I mean, it sounds really... It sounds
It's worth trying if there's a carry that's so OP that there's only 3 answers in the game to them.
Okay, fair.
Which we have been in patches before where that's the case. I don't think this is one like that. I think the reason the carry to carry matchup matters so much in this patch is particularly because they're picked later in the draft when it's the perfect game for them. Where these carries, they can do a lot, but in one element of Dota, whereas when these carries are really OP, it's they kind of do everything, and there's only 3 heroes that really hard counter them. I think the offlaners are currently in that state, and if you do that, you're gonna get an offlaner picked against you, all the other offlaners banned, and then you lose because some offlaner has a free game.
Yeah.
This was an offlane patch. This is an offlane patch, and that's why we're seeing the heavy emphasis on Mars, BK, and Centaur. And if you're going for this first phase carry for anything but Terrorblade, you're shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, they just have more picks to deal with it, basically. Yeah, if there was a carry that was such an outlier, it would be worth grabbing. Yeah.
All right. So the thing we learned from previous game is don't get out drafted in the last phase.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I just think that their 18 pick on Puck was too weak of an 18 pick.
Okay.
When I say 18, for people who don't know what that is, that's the overall last pick in the second phase that comes after the enemy team already revealed their 2 picks in that phase. And that pick is the strongest pick in draft order in any draft because not only do you get to counterpick the 2 heroes you've seen, you can protect it with the 2 bans. And you have to make the most impact out of it. I mean, that's how I've seen Extreme Gaming win when their first pick, and that just wasn't there this time around. That's an oversimplification, but it's a start. It's somewhere that you should look at if you're XG now.
Okay, in case people are wondering, we are moments away from the draft, but as you can tell, it's not here yet, but we're working on it. So don't you worry, the draft will come your way very, very soon. At least that's what we're hoping for, because I feel like what we're saying is that a lot is dependent on the draft, and more specifically with that information as well, who gets first pick, who gets second pick. Because I felt like other than Falcons, no other conversation has had this much emphasis on first and second pick, whereas with Falcons, because they take so much liberty in banning out heroes specifically against the team that they're playing for, I feel like somehow, and I don't know why, the emphasis is a little bit more on that. Is that fair to say?
I don't think the pick order matters too much. It's how you use the pick order, because Falcons draft so consistently well with either first pick or second pick.
Okay.
I think Extreme Gaming have been most impressive on first pick, but it's not that, oh, they need it. But if they do have it, they should use it better, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, fair enough. And we are having the draft up, so that should be revealed in a second. Who does have that 18th pick and who does, if the team will make good use of it. We have Falcons on Dire side, and it's Falcons with first pick. So help me out. Math, the person that has 18th is Extreme.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah, the team with first pick does.
That is correct.
In the majority of their matches, actually, the Falcons drafts, almost every single game, whatever team has first pick, they have first pick for both of the games. It's really interesting. In their last, 5-6 series now, it's always the same. So they seem pretty flexible. And sometimes it's them having first pick both games. A lot of times it's not, though. So it seems like Falcons is pretty flexible doing both.
Maybe they did like Dire, right? They could just be asking for Dire.
Yeah.
They could be.
And I think Dire is actually the better side for carry players than for Radiant, simply because what are the Mighty Mines, the Wishing Well, the one that restores health.
Mighty Mines.
The Dire side, yeah.
Yeah, Mighty Mines are on Dire side, and it makes it so that your carry can stay in the safe lane longer, just because he can go hit a camp there, regenerate a little bit.
7 HP regen. That's like way too high.
And it doesn't apply to the creeps anymore, where it did before.
Yeah.
That was the biggest change, because the other side, they lost their mana aura. The creeps don't care,
Yeah, the Mighty Mines are definitely broken. The only time I can think that you want to be on Radiant farming that jungle in particular is if you're Medusa and you want the mana regen. Otherwise, you're very, very happy to play Dire camps.
Is that enough to offset the ancient old Radiant advantage that we've been having for a long time? In professional Dota anyway.
I don't know what the split is in terms of win rate between both, but I mean, those are big differences, because it's basically like, if you have a carry that has a rough laning stage, or you need to go jungle, and you're a hero that doesn't build sustain, then it's so much better to be on the Dire side. If you're playing like a Spectre or something, Spectre can like the mana regen because you can dagger creeps and stuff because you don't farm that fast. But like, anytime you're having a rough go and you can go jungle, it's so much better on Dire.
Another example of something that you can only do on Dire and not Radiant is on the off lane, you can block the enemy safe lane creep wave into the tower, and the wave takes longer to get to the tower. So it means the first wave of yours will go into their tower and then pushes the second one into yours. So it gives you a creep equilibrium like right in front of your tower for like 3 waves. So technically, you can run almost any offlaner as a Dire offlane if you can set up to do that. And there's very little that they can do. Whereas on the other side, if they block your creeps just a bit, it just sits it in front of the tower like normal. So that's like, and there's a lot of little differences, but they for sure add up.
Yeah, Dire side is just much better than it used to be for multiple reasons, like the twin gates nullifying a lot of the map disadvantage, Roshan just being on both sides now, but also I think that initially when the Mighty Mines and the Wishing Well or whatever it's called, the Happy Well, what's it called? Whatever, that well, I thought that, wow, this is so low impact. I mean, at the start of the patch, it didn't really feel like anybody cared, but now you can actually see the difference, especially if you're playing with carries like Morphling or Anti-Mage that definitely depend on that regen to hit creeps.
I think another Radiant's Dire disadvantage thing is there's a lot more cliff wards in the Radiant jungle. So it can go either way. You could hypothetically ward that as Radiant to protect yourself, but if you're playing Dire and you want to invade the enemy jungle too, it feels a lot easier to play around vision there. Until you go really deep in the Dire jungle, then there's better spots, but at least like that first tier 1 tower, there's better options.
And theory crafting aside, we get the Shadow Demon first pick for XG, and then Falcons off to take Mars. Actually left the DK into the pool and picked the Shadow Demon, but obviously they're not going to take that bait on Falcons or like, okay, we want the DK anyway, regardless of this counter. They respect the counter enough to just go for the ATF Mars. It's incredibly strong. They're probably feeling themselves on it after just winning a game on it. And as for hero interactions, Shadow Demon's good against Mars because he can save whichever target got Arena speared, but he's not as good against Mars as he is against DK.
Yeah, he also sets up for the spear if he saves from anything other than the spear. It's like a free Yules, essentially. And I just saw a Kazoo video where he was playing, he was watching Amar play against Venge, and Amar used the Arena and speared away from the Venge to separate so that the Venge couldn't save. And I think the SD works very similarly, where if you're really good at Mars, you can actually use the Arena itself as a way to distance the SD from the target that they would normally be saving. If there's anybody that's going to do this, it's Amar the fucker.
Emphasis on the last word.
All right, so what's Falcons going for? Because I was going to say we both have Crystal Maiden and Mirana left in the pool after this ban phase, which is very different from what we've seen so far. They end up going for the Mirana, so Snakein will get his hero.
I mean, the Mirana is just nice, right? We talk about the chain stun potential of the Mars, but also versus Shadow Demon, the ally disrupt could be potentially annoying because, like, you can bring your team closer. You can use Moonlight Shadow to reset the fight.
And the center still in the pool. It is the Dragon Knight is the offlaner that Falcons opted to remove. But that means that they will have to deal with the XXS Centaur, which a lot of teams, especially during Group Stage 1, but also still during Group Stage 2, a lot of teams have tried to consistently ban against Extreme. It's a hero he is extremely comfortable on.
And extremely good at.
And extremely good at.
Okay, that's the limit. No more of those.
I hope this is a position for Shadow Demon now that it's with Centaur. I really like SD plus Centaur on lane together because Disruption sets up for Hoof Stomp and you can get a lot of kills doing that. And Centaur is self-sustaining enough at some point where you, as a Shadow Demon, can just go stack the triangle. And Grimstroke also works as a lane partner.
Yeah, I'm into that. I was going to say Hoof Stomp more sets up that 5 Shadow Poison stack. About facilitating the Shadow Demon.
You would prefer the Centaur Shadow Demon lane over the Centaur Grimstroke lane?
Probably not.
Depends on the carry.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If there's like a PA or Faceless Void carry, something like that, then the Grim is happy to play with either of those heroes. I don't think it's going to be either of those heroes, to be clear, just as examples.
But it protects against the potential Pango, which was definitely annoying last game. So that makes it easier. But now that you have this double support that can't super well defend themselves, Sven's going to look good again. Grimstroke's got to be scared of this. SD at least has 2 tools, either to defend himself if he gets gone on, or you can just ulti the Sven to remove his Warcry. Does anybody go Mask of Madness anymore? That'd be counter too, but they have some counterplay. But again, Sven, Skeeter's KDA line was like insane last game. It's like 17-2 and something.
I would like to see like a Troll or a Faceless Void here. I feel like it's probably Void. It's good with the Grim. It's good against Mars. You spear him, he just jumps out. There's not great like instant disable for him. It's good against Sven. Even the time dilation is annoying for Sven, getting kited in fights. But I think the ballsier and potentially better pick is the Troll. It's the best matchup in the game versus Sven.
So go for the Terrorblade. This is the 18th pick you were talking about, Effie. Are you satisfied?
I think it works. It's not like a gotcha pick the way I wanted to see out of Extreme Gaming, but I understand why they want this Terrorblade. They've been playing very well on it. Yesterday they ended their game versus Aurora in like 25 minutes, their game 3, with a Terrorblade. It's also covered quite well by the Centaur. I mean, the issues are there's a lot of chain stun potential, and there's also the arena that you have to deal with, but if this Terrorblade can just get a means to fight in the arena like a BKB, it should be okay. Also, you have the Shadow Demon plus Terrorblade combo, so you're going to have extra illusions. And because of the Shadow Demon using his ulti on Sven's Warcry, I actually like the Terrorblade. Like, if I was saying Terrorblade's playing into Warcry without any kind of dispel in his team, I think it was a little suspicious, but Shadow Demon makes this pick work, I would say.
Yeah. That's a good point. Svens don't really buy AC anymore either, so it's like if he doesn't have the Warcry to protect himself, he gets dispelled by the SD. Yeah, he'll actually be able to do good damage.
So we got the Puck ban and the Huskar ban so far coming out. for our final 2 picks, which are, well, which should be the mid laners. I say should because the flex potential on the Mars is sure still there. I think we're all expecting it to be a Mar, but with Falcons, you always have to like keep that little thing in the back of your mind. Flex potential possible.
So Falcons ban the puck. Does that mean extreme? Oh, Sniper's banned. My bad.
Sniper's already banned. Razor's already banned. Pango is still in the pool, but there's obviously a counter pick coming from Extreme Gaming afterwards. Actually, that's not true. Never mind. Falcons has overall last pick.
Well, Grimstroke is already, I think, good enough against the Pango that it dissuades you. But I mean, I would also say maybe not to the same degree, but Puck was good against Pango, and Falcons picked it anyway because it's good for the game.
Yeah.
Like, I do think both sides need a mid laner that runs around, that's active, that does stuff. Storm is also quite good for either side, honestly.
Yeah, I like Storm for Falcons because they have to deal with the Shadow Demon plus Grimstroke backline because these are double save supports potentially with the Inkswell Shard and with Disruption. These are key targets to take out, but they do have triple jump with their Sven, Tusk, and Mars, so they could just opt for the melee route. They banned this roam themselves.
I mean, Extreme could still go for a Primal mid. It's great with the Grimstroke. It's a hero that runs around, that does stuff. XM has played it. Also denies it from Malorine.
5 seconds remaining.
What if they just go full cheese and just pick Viper and play in a disgusting way?
I mean, XM considers himself the best Viper out there.
I feel like if they pick Viper, they're going to get last pick countered, and then they have a Viper, and they lose.
Who's going to counter? It's like Sniper or Lina.
Lina, yeah, Lina's still available. Both teams know the power of Lina.
It's
Lina
actually
Centaur is good versus Lina. Sorry, Perch.
It's okay, and it's actually a hero that XM hasn't lost on yet. It's the Lina. Lina and Sniper both 100% win rate. Four Lina picks in the last week.
If you would go for a Lina, what would you ban out against?
I don't think you want a Lina against 3 backline jumpers and a Mars who can block projectiles. That seems really sus. You'd have to go spellcasting Lina.
But Lina is like a normally safe mid hero to pick in this position.
Yeah,
so
it
do you
is,
just
it is.
tank it and say like, well, you're gonna
Oh, Kunkka maybe? Because they banned Dazzle.
I mean, it's okay.
Or Primal.
They have saves with Snowball, so Kunkka's kind of mediocre too.
It could still be Primal.
Yeah,
I know Dazzle
right.
beats Primal mid.
Like they've got Grimstroke. Like Primal's the obvious one, right? It'll give them BKB control against Sven. Like he can frontline to give TB a little bit more space, give the support some space. There it is.
About the Void
Primal
Spirit?
Beast.
Primal Spirit, yep.
Why Void Spirit here? Why is this a good one? And why does it bring smiles to the side of Team Falcons?
Void Spirit is nice versus Mars because he can easily go in and out of the arena. He's a good backline jumper, but the backline on Team Falcons is kind of tanky. They're going to build tanky and they're going to be Moonlight Shadowed. So it could honestly just be he felt like playing it. That's what it looks like to me. But it's also going to be a long catch hero. It's going to be able to follow up on the Centaur Hoof Stomp. It can follow up on the Shadow Demon disruption setups, and it uses Inkswell. You needed a mid laner that can also use Inkswell, so you're not entirely dependent on your Centaur.
That's a really good point, yeah. And he actually just played a lot. 5 games last week, 80% win rate, so
not bad.
He should be okay with it. I'm worried about his net worth falling off if he isn't successful enough killing those supports. And since they are tanky, maybe it'll be too hard.
There's still the Lina coming out from the side of Falcons.
Okay. Probably going to be Gleipnir, Lina mid for Malorine here. With lots of aura and right click, hit those supports.
So it's kind of a bold Lina pick. She's going to do a lot of DPS. She synergizes nicely with Arena, but I know that a lot of Void Spirit players pick Void Spirit into Lina. They think that Void Spirit's one of the better heroes to go on her just because he has such a long-range initiation and can do the damage to burst her in the early game. But as the game scales, it's going to be a very strong and very scary Lina.
There's also Centaur, which is like arguably the best backline jumping hero in the game because you turn the entire team into a backline jump.
And we have heard players say that they like the Centaur against the Lina as well.
Yeah, yeah.
It's because he jumps on her, and Stampede is just really good for getting on top of her, slowing her early game.
Is it enough for Extreme, Jenkins, to force out game 3?
I don't think so. I mean, Malorine picked into a somewhat counter in the previous game, and clearly his vibe check on it was correct. And I feel like this is a very similar thing where he's like, yes, they have Centaur, but otherwise this is a great Lina game. They have to also answer the Sven. They can't answer the Sven and the Lina at the same time. Like, one of these heroes is going to carry the game. Like, there's some read that he has on it where even though it's countered, for the game it makes sense, even though there's a 1-to-1 counter in the game.
I think it's a good draft. It's a good draft for Extreme, I mean. Like, their heroes are good against Lina, and their Terrorblade with the addition of Shadow Demon is going to be forced as well. They're just going to have to itemize very specifically and get like 2 key pickoffs with their Blink Centaur reveal. Like, they're gonna either want to kill the Sven at least once or the Lina twice or something. And ideally it's the Lina, because you want to shut this hero down if the enemy team is picking it into counters. So they can do it, but I just feel like Falcons is the better team, so I'm not sure who's going to take this.
I feel like we also didn't really address the Tusk that much.
Yeah,
but
that's who I want to talk about. I mean, it's Crit Tusk. He's well known. I know he's going to have some Omega good saves with Blink Snowballs and the early roaming 3-6. They could genuinely bring a big threat to the Void Spirits, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, okay, you jump Lina if she's gonna be in a snowball. That seems like a very difficult thing to do. But we also know that Extreme, so far every single series they've played has gone the distance, 3 games. We also know that Falcons has not had that situation happen ever. Which one of the blessings or curses, whichever one you want to call it, is gonna be victorious? Let's find out together with Sunfan and Cinerin.
Game 2 is upon us. Extreme Gaming versus Falcons Gaming. Sunsfan with Cinderin.
What's up? What's up, yo?
Yo, yo, yo.
There's something about you saying that that's just so funny to me. It's because
I don't enjoy rap music.
You're just really not giving up the vibes of someone who would talk. That's all I'm saying. You're very far from it, so the dichotomy is really funny. Okay, 2 wards have been placed. Not sure if either team is going to find any sort of an attack angle here. Extreme are hanging around next to the mid lane, hoping that Falcons will spring the trap, but they're staying very defensive and looks like they will just be grabbing the top runes and call it a day.
Yes, no first blood today. Or the bounty situation, at least. So
you know
what's be a trade.
You know what's curious about this game?
What's that?
Skitter's playing Sven.
Wow.
Again and again and again.
Yeah.
And he wins every time, and it just doesn't get banned.
That's right.
And then he wins again. Let's see if the solutions that Extreme have brought to the table this time are gonna do the trick. Obviously, if you have a hero like Sven that kills heroes really fast, the one thing he can't kill are invincible units. So, you know, disrupting people is something he cannot dispel.
That is true.
He's going to have to wait for them to come out for 2.5 seconds and then kill them, which is good.
Yeah. You can take off Dissimulate, though. Big counter.
You mean Resonant Pulse?
Resonant Pulse, that's right. That's the E.
But it's a good point. It's another hide spell. Dissimulate also can dodge the Stormhammer. So, you know, seems like Extreme Gaming, the mindset here is, can we dodge the hammer? And the 2 cores that can't dodge the hammer are inherently very tanky. It's Centaur and it's Terrorblade against physical damage hero.
Yeah.
So,
but there's a lot of stuns that come out of nowhere. Arrow coming out of the trees. A crit blinking with the Snowball and or Walrus Punch. And the panel was talking about it. Of course, there's the Yules that Amar will have into the spear.
Fight me, cowards.
Jinkyu trying to appease the gods.
We've got some good all chat.
This is a deep conversation now. I think we might need a therapist in the chat to...
I love Amar. I don't love Amar. Why? Go. Crit's had enough of this useless conversation.
He's old as Amar. Ooh, getting quite low. I think Crit's old enough that he can just ignore things. Keep in mind, this duo, we talked about it yesterday. Feels like they have not lost a lane together as of yet. And Amar's starting out the lane very low on HP.
This one, I could actually see them losing, though. I think this is the weakest lane that Falcons have played in their off lane in this group stage.
Okay.
not that Tusk is inherently a weak laner, but the synergy with Mars isn't the best. Usually you want to play Tusk with an off-lane ranged hero that can do a lot of attacks with tag team, or some sort of burst combo with a snowball into shards. Mars doesn't really offer either fully, so...
You know, it's interesting.
They are going to get bullied here.
Now that tag team has this effect, you know what he's skilled. There's no question about it, right?
True, you can see the slow, yeah.
Yes, you don't have to worry about shards or the snowball as of yet. But yeah, excited to see Crit play a hero that hasn't really... I mean, I think it has 10 games throughout this entire tournament is Malrine.
It's been played 10 times, Tusk?
I think it was 5 and 5 is what the stats showed.
Okay, I don't think we've cast a Tusk game.
I don't think so either.
We have dodged that.
Why do you always make me question myself? LSA connects,
right.
Malrine to the high ground. Resonant Pulse still there. Deactivates, though. Under the line of the trees, the Dragon Slave into first blood for Malrine. Unbelievable start for him.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to suicide to the tower after killing this range creep, but he will get both water runes instead of dying, so giving nothing over the other way. And yeah, this bottom lane we covered is not going to be easy for Falcons, but the mid lane, the Lina last pick against Void Spirit. The panel talked about how some players like picking Void into Lina. I wonder how outdated that is, if that's still accurate, or if things have changed too much in this matchup. Just instinctively, I would say Lina is really good against you in lane. The game flow is obviously something else later down the line. Void Spirit can assassinate you quite well. But with this head start, Malrine will definitely be in quite good shape. Oh, that either Remnant got taken by a creep walking in front of him. He aggroed on it. Yeah, Malrine is just being relentless here.
Yeah. And what kind of rotation do they have from the extreme side? You have a Shadow Demon and you have a Grim. Which we've seen XXS get left alone by Jin Q many times before.
Yeah.
Usually he's playing Monkey King, though, in scenarios like that.
True.
But we'll see how much XM is crying for help here, because it feels like it's only going to get worse as Malrine just will not stop. Already 20-7 to 11-2 in that lane, as Crit in the bot lane is harassed here. The reflection comes out from Ame. But yet another Mars game for the side of Falcons. Continuing to use it on Amar.
He killed him again.
XM dies again in a 1v1. And at this rate, like from extreme side, we're going to see the replay here. Let's see. I mean, obviously very low already.
No.
Just one Dragons, that's it?
Oh, no.
Why?
Dude. That's a kind of humiliating death.
Yeah.
Just the slow burn.
Okay, so what are the options for extreme?
Oh, the other two lanes are going fine.
Oh, he gets the water rune.
I think you would be making a mistake really trying to focus on helping mid now, because I don't think the kill really exists.
There might be another kill here relatively soon, because Mallory's about to hit level 6, so XM, if he's in lane, gets stunned once, he's going to die, as 6 comes with this creep.
This is just brutal. But as brutal as it is, what are you going to do? Like, if you rotate supports mid, I think the kill can fail. With Falcons TPing in the Tusk, you're just going to get counterplayed. And I think they should rather focus on continuing to do well in the two side lanes, and then XM kind of has to do what he can, which won't be a lot for a bit, but eventually he'll get some levels and farm. Malrine will force him to play this hard camp for now, after absolutely obliterating him in the first 5 minutes. But despite that, it's less than a 1k lead, right? Which goes to show that the other two lanes are quite healthy for the side of Extreme.
Yeah, XXS, it just feels like he always has a good time on this Centaur. I can relate. Is 3 now up here for Falcons. Stormhammer is there. Snowball to follow. Snaking.
Oh, that's a good disrupt.
Starstorm, yeah, not going to be there because of the disruption. Is XXS continuing to walk away, and they don't really do that much damage to him in the end.
When they dodge both Starstorms with that disruption, and they outlast the tag team, you have no spells left. Mallory, oof. Okay, that was close. If he doesn't get that Dissimulate off, he's dead. To a Laguna to the face.
6-minute Lotus will go to Amar.
He has barely got a last hit.
Looking for the Laguna, and another very casual kill from Malrine.
Well, he did dodge the first stun, and then Malrine just walked in and killed him because he doesn't have boots.
Oh,
so
rough stuff. Amar getting gone on here, but it's gonna shrug it off and get off a spear instead, as he's been left alone because of the rotations. Oh man. Look at
if he dies again, dude.
Yeah, there's no way though. There's surely no way. He's leeching some XP crit. It's obviously visible, so XM's gonna keep his distance and get a couple of last hits, but this is gonna be tower kill. Sub 7 minutes. First Wisdom Rune hasn't even spawned yet, and his tower has been killed off. Level 7 to level 4. He's almost level 8, in fact, so basically doubling the levels here. Absurd.
Yeah, and he has more than twice his net worth. It's...
Haste.
It's not good.
Yep. This is... oh.
Here comes the haste of Malrine. He's been freed up from the shackles of destroying mid lane completely.
Yeah.
He really doesn't want to do that anymore. Now he wants to destroy other lanes.
He wants to share the love. Understandable.
He won't find anything. He'll head back
he might.
to mid.
It'll just be back into the lane that he came from.
Oh yeah, this is a problem.
Laguna is up. Dissimulate is used. He gets to the other side of the tree line. He's going to survive as the Inkswell connection onto crit with the meta from Ame. Snowball though, onto the other side. Gonna have to try to turn this aggressive for crit and company. The spear comes in. Malrine comes in as well. Rebuke finishes the job. They do lose crit, but Malrine just everywhere.
They tried saving Ame there with Stampede, but just the last attack.
Is he gonna get this rune as well?
Malrine.
8 minutes. Does XM get something to go his way? Yes. Invis. Jin Q was holding it for him as well. I thought that might have been a Falcons member. Like, oh boy.
Oh, imagine. You're like, finally a rune, and then you walk up there, you get caught and die again. XM will get level 6. It's coming right up.
Yeah.
See if he can do anything with it. Unlikely.
Well,
DY.
DY.
Amar.
Yeah. So again, in that 2v1 situation, as crit was taking out a ward. But still, yeah, other lanes are doing fine. You can see Ame, second in net worth overall. XXS doing quite well in addition.
Yeah, Falcons have about a 1k lead, and they have 2,700 lead in mid. So.
Yeah, a lot of it is on the supports here. Amar will TP. Still only level 5 though. Still looking for that arena. Jin Q hiding in the trees. As Ame coupled up with DY. Trying to turn this aggressive onto crit as a TP coming in from Malrine again. Crit getting aggro. Gets the tag team off. The slow will continue. The slowbind is there. There's the arena coming out. Rebuke into the LSA Laguna blade onto Ame.
He disrupted
Down
wrong.
he goes. DY was disrupted by Jin Q, but wrong target. XXS comes in for the first time. A big astral step from XM though. He's gonna get the kill finally onto Malrine. He's gonna feel good about that one. Jin Q will be the trade though, as Amar trying to finish off XXS, but he's gonna turn the spear instead into the mid laner, which XM dies again. But he at least got some experience his way this time around.
Yeah, I mean, the kill for him is obviously huge to get that onto Malrine for the Void Spirit, but what a mistake from Jin Q, targeting the wrong hero with the disruption. Ame there could have maybe got off a Sunder. We're only going to see the tail end of the fight here, but when this began, remember that 2-man arena from Amar, Jin Q was expecting it the whole time, ends up disrupting the Grim instead of the Terrorblade, who just gets burst by Laguna.
Laughing it off, that's good.
Yeah, that's DY, thanks for saving me, bro.
As Malrine will find DY, probably not smiling any longer. Another death to his name. And Malrine has just taken over the game center. He did just die, so still having this impact though. Is he going Ags? Oh, we haven't seen that build yet. I don't think, have we?
Dire's middle tower is
Not in our games.
It's usually just pure right click.
Yeah, it's mostly been Gleipnir.
So the Flame Cloak that used to be all the crave a few months ago, it feels like.
Yep.
It's the tier 1 tower.
Radiant are scanning.
Pressure being applied by Extreme, and it will be theirs.
Radiant's bottom tower
I will take
is under
that.
attack.
It
Radiant's
will be the
bottom
trade, of
tower
course.
has fallen.
Malrine already halfway there. Yeah, you can see his heat map. Mid lane and bottom lane. As XM, that's a lot of deaths, a lot of skulls there, it seems.
These look quite similar.
Radiant's bottom
Just that the colors are different and the symbols are slightly
That's
different.
right, Arena, Amar, oh my god. XM, another kill. Another kill for Malrine, I should say, onto XM.
Now, if last game is anything to go by, this will still be a 50-minute game. Because Extreme are going to somehow split push the waves with Terrorblade instead of Naga. They're going to find a good team fight with XXS on the Centaur instead of Dragon Knight. But the XM situation is quite different to last game, where sure, he was not winning against Malrine in lane in the Puck versus Pango matchup, but in this one, he is in the dirt.
He's 800 net worth lead against Snake King.
Oh, that's a very optimistic way of looking at it. He's ahead of someone.
He is.
Yeah. He has a 2k lead over his position 5.
That's right.
So doing quite well.
Kaya will be the first. Depends on your MMR, I would think. As there's a blink for XXS, so looking to get involved early. And can't blame him. A lot of times you want to go for some sort of tankiness,
are scanning.
whether it be an Eternal Shroud, or at least part of one, or perhaps the Veil into an eventual Shiva's. But the blink first indicates that they need to create space for XM, as he does need to catch up here. Question is, will he be accompanying XXS on these journeys?
Uh-oh.
Ame.
Uh-oh.
Light Shadow, Stormhammer. Snake King looking for the arrow. Won't find it, but the shards are there. Nice cleanup here, as Falcons extend their lead to 7k. As we are only 13.5 minutes in. XXS showing off the Blink Dagger. Inkswell as well. Jin-Q is there with the Demonic Purge. They have 3 ults on him, in fact, as the Disruption will come out, and now the Disengage. But Malrine has made his way over again, but the Stampede will allow them to get away for the time being, but XM want to get really aggressive. Snake King will take a tumble as a result. Amar with the Arena onto 2. LSA only connecting on the Centaur, but that's the kill they needed.
Wait, what happened?
And DY now trying to run away, but the Stormhammer into the right clicks of Malrine. Amar, Yules will find the Shadow Demon. Trying to get XM now, because that's going to be the easy kill onto the support. He has an Astral Step, so should be fine.
That actually looked quite promising for Extreme, given the circumstances, but the reinitiation from Centaur, which was meant to stomp the Lina, just didn't stun. Did he have cooldown and thought he had it ready, or did he not have mana? I'd like to see a replay on that. That genuinely, I thought this could be the beginning of a comeback, and then they just end up getting absolutely run over because the Centaur reinitiation did nothing. He just blinked into die.
Brown boots and almost blink for crit, so...
Yep. See if we catch it here. So it's hard to tell on the mana bar if he's going to have enough here. But we're going to see the first part of the fight here. He's...
Oh, I see what you mean.
What?
Well, the blink into stare-off contest.
Wait, what did he...
I don't know.
Did he use Stampede and not realize that cost too much mana for him to have Hoof Stomp?
That's possible.
Because his mana bar was significantly fuller when he ran out.
I mean, to be fair, like I said, we're not seeing Centaurs go Phase Boots blink a whole lot. Typically, you'll have a little bit more stats to work with.
Yeah.
And we're seeing repercussion there. Malrine.
Oh, the ward.
Oh, boy. LSA. Oh, my. Oh, boy.
The Flame Club.
Peter, lots of cores just being evaporated. The Instagib essentially from 2 heroes. Amar, are you going to follow suit? You're the 3rd core.
Yeah, come on, dude. Go insta-kill him with your Yule.
It doesn't have the damage yet.
It's the one guy who can't do it. Step it up, Amar. Where's the rapier at?
Yeah, almost there. 4-17. Falcons. Man, this game is just wide open for them. So now, I guess we can start having discussions of when do they take Roche. Their Roche team it's decent. They got tag team. It's not super fast, but...
Tag team and Sven. The Lina is magical, so not the best, but...
Yeah, you'd probably use God Strength for this, and... You can see a smoke now from Extreme. Absolutely need to find someone. Void Spirit has Kaya, and that's it.
What's good in Toast?
What is?
Kaya.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. It's something. If it's all you got, you gotta, you know... If life gives you lemons, make lemonade. If all you have is a Kaya, make toast. You'll get it one day.
It doesn't deserve a response of any kind. Snaking. He's gonna get gone on. A little bit of miscommunication, but...
He'll die.
He will fall regardless. So we're
Kill for XM.
We're gonna avoid the 420 situation.
Very unfortunate for the...
Chat in shambles.
Good news for the meme shorters. 11k still the lead. And at this point, Falcons are just going to keep controlling the map quite effectively. Just keep pushing out the lanes. Sven will farm as much as he wants. It's very difficult for Extreme to access him deep in the jungle because they don't really have any contact points. So the question is, how does Extreme manage to set up a fight where they can get decent fighting conditions even? I think probably the name of the game is to somehow find the Lina. Obviously, the reason Malrine went for this build over the other one is he just wants to absolutely blast the Terrorblade every fight before he even gets a foot.
Speaking of blasts, goodbye DY.
Yep. Recognizes the ward has been placed. Instant Moonlight Shadow from Falcons.
Yeah, heading towards the north. Ame will be smart and TP out.
But yeah, you need to find the Lina. I think that has to be the name of the game, but it's difficult. When he's this farmed and he has the Flame Cloak, the panel talked about Centaur as well as Void Spirit as potential counters for the Lina because they can catch him, but with Flame Cloak you can get new angles of attack that the other players can't really counterplay to the same extent. You're just flying over tree lines where there's not vision. You don't have to come under the wards.
Yep, as crit. Trying to go on XM, but...
Not quite. Oh.
Arrow does connect! Do they want to follow it up? Okay. Skeeter's going to eat the Aether Remnant. We talked about how it feels like Snaking is the only person in this tournament able to hit arrows. And they don't have a DK. I mean, they have a lot of stuns to set it up, but that one did not need assistance at all. Amar has the blink. Yules will be going for BKB now. I think we're getting close to Roche time. Perhaps they...
Yeah, they're planning for it. They placed this ward down here for a reason. Or maybe for two reasons. First of all, to protect the access point to Roche for the Radiant when it's coming bottom in 15 seconds. The other part is they would like to kill heroes in lane, and they're anticipating that maybe the Void Spirit will have to go down here to find some farm at some point, as the hero with the highest probability of surviving taking risky farm. He could be going there.
Malrine. He's just waiting for Ame to come for that ancient creep.
Uh-oh.
He's heading over there.
He's going.
Oh boy. Goodbye.
Oh
3 spells.
God.
Centaur is going to use his Stampede. Looks like Amar will be the trade. But Falcons, I think, still happy with this. He's still surviving. Might take Jin Q on his way out. Doesn't have any spells up, though. So it does end up being a 1-to-1 across the board. But again, Ame twice now caught off guard in that same spot.
Yeah.
As the tier 2 tower swiftly taken by Skeeter.
You almost forget there's a Sven in the game with how this has been playing, but Skeeter is just top net worth while all of this is happening. So more problems coming Extreme's way
Skeeter
very soon.
Coming for Jin Q. They know.
That's very casual. Well, he got the room.
Yeah, he did. I think it's worth it for Jinkyu, honestly.
Yeah, it is.
But, oh
No,
boy,
no.
Ame just TP'd here. He's dead! XXS, newly picked up BKB. XM trying to do something. They do get Malrine.
Oh, Ame actually got that kill with an illusion.
Oh.
So he gets a lot of gold while dead.
No XP, though, but yeah, that's a lot of gold indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. He's been dead a lot the last couple minutes.
Well, his teammates get a lot of experience out of this, so they're going to start making some progress. This could be the magical turning point. We're at the about 12k gold lead, which was the exact same time last game.
Yeah, so you believe in the numbers, huh?
I don't know what I believe anymore.
Okay. Might need a software update then.
Yep. Patch.
Aether Remnant. Crit.
You got the rune.
Gets the connection with the arrow. Stormhammer is going to be dodged, but the arena comes in from the south. Amar, great positioning. And now XM stuck to the arena walls and won't live much longer. Aether Remnant connects onto one, but it matters not.
He was 1 second away from another Astral Step that could have taken him out of it. Thought he had it ready, in which case he could have just jumped out of the arena, but Amar was banking on it not being available, and he was right.
Well, now you have to worry about the Sven Ags. Extra mobility for him.
It's less worrisome than the previous game just because you have these disengage tools. You have the Stampede. If he's flying and people run, they get more distance. You have Disruption. You have Dissimulate. So it's something, but yeah, it's definitely more fuel to the fire here. 15k lead now, and this Roche will be not long for this world.
Do you like giving this to Malrine?
Yeah, I think so. I think give it to Malrine. They also gave it to him last game when he was playing Pango. They still prioritized the mid-hero over the transformation carry. I think it's the better way to do it anyway. Despite...
Extreme? They have an idea this is happening. They will be too late, though.
Yeah. Not even close.
But we have seen teams take this fight after the fact.
Yeah. Well, they have position, but they don't have good vision yet. They haven't placed a ward.
Yeah, they know that God's Strength... Oh, crit breaks up the entire smoke. Gets silenced. Hoof stomped as well. Do they have the burst? They do. LSA's not going to because of the BKB, but Skeeter takes out Jinkyu quickly. He buys back pretty much instantaneously.
No ult on Skeeter.
LSA again, not going to hit. As the jump is there from XM, but he's taking the brunt of the damage. Now the Stormhammer is into the Laguna Blade. Gets bursted from full. And Ame, stuck inside the arena walls, will now try to run away. Skeeter trying to find a connection here. Snaking, looking for the arrow. Might be set up by the spear, not even needed. Jinkyu, that is, I believe, the dieback. As Amar continuing to chase spear up very shortly. Gonna be set up by his Yules LSA. He has Sunder, but they have so many stuns to work with. Inkswell, finally the Sunder comes out onto Skeeter as XXS with the double edge. They will get the Sven, but the Terrorblade falls shortly after as Malrine still alive and healthy. Amar not so much, but the spear does hit, and they have the perma-stun onto XXS, who now tries to run away, but Amar with the finishing blow again. Double kill for him as DY all alone, as XM can only watch on. And Falcons, they do lose their Sven, but they come out on top heavily in that fight.
Wow, just, I mean, if you want to go back to the start of this fight that's been going on for 2 minutes.
7 for 2 overall this fight.
The key part
Aegis is still there
to get us started is that Sven finds Shadow Demon out in the jungle. He just Stormhammers and kills Jinkyu instantly. And that takes away one of the key saves for the upcoming, or the following parts of the fight. And Jinkyu will buy back, he will TP down and start running over to the fight, but in the meantime he loses 1 or 2 teammates, so just good fight selection from Skinner there, good target selection. And I don't know if we're, yeah, this is even going to be the end of the fight, but Amar surviving here. Oh my
God. He always seems to always just get away with such low HP. Then he goes in for the kill anyway. Greedy boy.
He's ours.
XM, he still working on the Ag, so still that second item not there yet.
Yeah, he has lower net worth than Snaking now, so now he can't boast that one yet.
Yeah. I mean, Snaking's actually pretty farmed though. Greaves, Pavis. Good stuff.
I love that you're saying it like it's okay. You know? It's all right, buddy. Snaking's pretty farmed. You're doing fine. He's good.
That's not how I meant
He's
it.
a good player. Oh no. Oh no.
Feels like Crit's playing the position 5 this game, isn't he?
Yeah, kinda. That does happen sometimes when you play heroes like Tusk. I don't think he's the one buying the sentries too much or anything, but just by nature of how the heroes farm.
DY. Oh, okay, Amar.
Went fishing. DY on the south side. Wife comes back to him.
You like that lore?
It's quite sinister lore, honestly.
It's very dark, isn't it?
Yeah. Right.
Wouldn't. That's why he's not in the anime, I guess.
He could have been the evil character instead of Terrorblade. Somehow.
Yeah.
Probably would have changed the storyline a little bit.
Yeah, imagine
when it's a painter instead of a literal demon.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Dire are scanning.
The evil villain is a painter. 22k lead for Falcons, and they will go for the enemy Tormentor. Amar feels like he gets a shard all the time from this thing.
Yeah, I think the reason it feels that way is that Falcons in a lot of their games just pick supports that want to buy the shard themselves. In this game, not so much.
Did they get their Tormentor earlier?
I think they did. Snaking got his from that one.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way he bought his, right? Surely.
Yeah, and Tusk didn't buy his either. So.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The Tusk one is nice for farming primarily. Just clear creep waves.
Skeeter will expend the God Strength for that tier 2. Crit finds the painter, the evil villain inside the ice shards. Very exciting. Will die again.
Gives them another wife on the way out. Here goes Snaking. Just for you. Daedalus!
Oh, Malrine, he's going to be spotted. Stampede to try to connect with him. BKB is popped though. Arena comes out and Ame has no one to sunder. And just like that, 4 dead. XM, for once, is the one member to get away, but will he be able to dodge out these spells? Amar, spear connection. It might just be GG. That's a full team wipe with no buybacks to come. Falcons will have full reign on these towers. Looks like Extreme are going to hold on for the time being. That's going to be 1 set for sure. Should be 2, surely.
Man, how are Falcons this much better than everyone else?
Yeah, it's kind of insane.
What's going on, man? It's so impressive.
Nice spear, LSA, Painter dead again. So it's looking like 2 lanes. God Strength activated again, Skeeter. They could try to go for Megas if they want. Disruption. Just delaying a bit. Falcons, will they just go right away? Yes. Still a 5 versus 4. Mask of Madness activated. Tower will be destroyed very shortly, but XXS instant Yules to counteract him. Gets speared to his tower. The burst is there, but the disruption saving him. Skeeter taking a lot of damage. He's going to be dead. So Ame able to do something here as XXS continuing on. Gets off his BKBs. The Aether Remnant brings back Crit, who will be double-edged to death. So Extreme get 2 kills as Falcons may be overstaying their welcome just a little bit too long.
No one kills us 26 times in a row, says Extreme. And they strike back and keep this game alive and maintain their 0% win expectancy. It's 1 now.
Oh, shit.
There it is. Okay.
Gaben believes a little bit.
He's starting to believe. Gaben says, okay, guys, if you can pull that one off. Oh, no.
On the hunt.
Well, they could save him with Grim.
Yeah, they can, or they can't.
It did not work.
All right, yeah, it's going to go down to 0 now.
That would be really funny.
There it is.
Oh, unlucky.
Oh, boy.
It was hanging on a knife's edge between 0 and 1. Well, it does showcase what their lineup can do when the conditions are met, but
yeah,
Falcons are doing such a good job at just running them over outside on the map and not letting them combine their spells. Extreme Gaming have struggled to string together spell combos in the fights, and obviously when you're this far behind on net worth, it is extremely difficult, and you're kind of hoping to get some sort of gift so you can reach some meaningful items. In this case, the Terrorblade BKB is only 800 away. That would be a pretty big one. Aside from that, nothing really on the horizon.
The hoof stomp initiation onto Skeeter. Actually gets soulbind onto 2. He's going to have to pop his BKB. That's a quadruple edge. But now Falcons run away. By the way, I was going to ask you, as Malrine comes in, he still wants to fight. Jin Q will survive. Malrine with the TP. It's a really long one. So cocky.
That is the absolute state of this game. That move is the perfect metaphor for the whole game. Malrine just doesn't give a shit. Dives 1v4. He didn't kill him, though.
Yeah.
He got off the Glimmer Cape on Jin Q. And is relatively tanky, has 2200 health, so Magic Lina is starting to fall off.
Well, yeah, I was going to ask you about the Magic Lina. So is Revenant's Brooch not part of this build then? I know we haven't really seen this version of Lina with the new Revenant's Brooch, right?
I think you just go E-Blade, right? You just absolutely obliterate with spells, and he is going for that. Seems this is the more standard way of doing it. I don't know if there's like some other tech you could go for, but I think the E-Blade is just the safer bet.
But have you seen this Ags Lina with the Revenant's Brooch from this patch?
I don't think so. Am I missing something? Would it be absolutely insane now? Or?
I don't know. I mean, it's just better. Like, the item's actually worth picking up generally, right?
Yeah, but it's still based on attack damage. Like, it's just your attacks that get empowered. And he's going full magic build, so he wants the spells to be empowered. Which should just make E-Blade a much better choice. I think the Revenant's build could be interesting if you're going Gleipnir, perhaps. Like if you're playing the right-click Lina and it's the type of game for it.
If you go Revenants after E-Blade, you can attack while he's E-Bladed, right?
I think the whole point of it is that there's no hero left after the combo. I don't think there's anyone to attack.
Just in case.
I'm pretty sure this spell combo deals about 2,500 to 3,000 damage, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
It might even be more than that if he lands absolutely everything in perfect order. So we'll see if he puts it to the test against Ame. He has 3k health, then you can do the math. Ame actually has an ability... I can't get it right. Amplify damage rune. So perhaps Extreme can find some sort of crazy fight, but it will be against Aegis and Banner.
There's only... Okay, they are going for
Unless... Okay. They'll get there in time, and Falcons expect them to.
Skeeter's
nowhere
far near.
Yeah. He's TPing bot.
Yes, he is.
So they will connect. Vision being placed by the Aether Remnant.
All Falcons have to do is just wait, as their creeps will push into their base eventually. As long as they have the way to make sure that they can't steal Roche itself. So Extreme know that Falcons are on the north side. And they're hovering around the pit. They are actually going for... You can see the scan come out now. As Amar will proc the beast that is Roche. Gonna lower the damage now. As the Laguna Blade onto Ame. The punch into the air. He has nobody to sunder again because everybody's BKB. The right clicks are enough from Malrine. Down goes the TB again. DY is next. XXS takes a tumble. That is a disaster. This should be GG surely. Full team wipe, and Falcons barely get tickled. They can just go down and get these megas. No need for Roche anymore. Thank you for your services.
It's just so clutch from Amar. Like
GG is called.
He just blinks in, and he sees that he walks in, sees he's getting initiated on, instantly Yules, so he doesn't get taken out by the Centaur Stomp, and then they build the whole fight around that information that he got them by just frontlining. I feel like this is, if I had to pinpoint one thing in fights that Falcons does better than any other team in this tournament, it's getting information. They're just so good at sending in the right hero at the right time to get information and then playing around it really quickly. Sometimes it's Amar on the Mars, sometimes it's snaking on the 5, but they always, in these like tight and difficult situations, especially around the Roche pit, they're really good at gathering intel at minimal cost. And a really big part of that, obviously, clutch plays with Yules, in this case, they have tons of defensive items to cover their bases while they go in, but yeah. You know what? It's kind of, in a way for us as viewers, it's kind of a shame that Extreme Gaming couldn't just get off to a slightly better laning stage, right? Like if their lanes go a little bit better, if XM actually has a game, then I think Extreme's fight execution is actually quite good, but man, they were just so far behind in both games after like 15 minutes.
That's right, as Team Falcons will easily take game number 2. Shiver, what do you got to say for yourself?
For myself? Well, it's not like
accusatory. Like, what did you do?
I don't know what I did. But I will say I agree. We saw Extreme fighting back, and they had good moves by the time they fight back. But the time that they fight back, they are probably about 20 or 15k minimum behind here for Falcons. Also, can we just admire the amount of Grandmaster heroes we see so frequently on the side of Falcons? There's a lot of hero specialists in this squad, and somehow, Effie, they get their hands on so many of them every time.
Every time I watch Malrine on a Grandmaster hero, I think to myself, wow, they can't let this in. But then another one comes out the next day, and this Grandmaster Lina, because on paper, you're playing Lina against Centaur Void Spirit. That's a scary game for you. But hey, not if you completely destroy the enemy mid laner and he's level 5 when you're level 8. I mean, that was brutal. The first 10 minutes of that game looked like a pub, if I'm being honest. Like, getting that tower early, running him down and killing him 3 times without any rotations, going bottom and wreaking havoc there, and then because Malrine had a haste rune, he was just running back mid and forcing XM out of the lane. It felt like XM was... Because if he had gotten off to a decent start, that game honestly would have looked really different for Extreme Gaming, because we saw that when they were casting their spells, they got a lot of heroes very low. They just didn't have that extra bit of damage simply due to how poor their Void Spirit was, and they were depending on this Void Spirit for the early game rotations.
I feel like if a game goes like that, you just go next. Like, that's...
That wasn't the next?
That is unwinnable. That is unwinnable. That is, like, if you're in a pub and you lose that game because your mid is level 5 to a level 8 Lina, you just say, well, fuck, there's nothing I could have done. Like, literally nothing. I mean, maybe they can look back at the replay and, like, there's some... XM maybe, like, overcommitted for, like, a range creep or something like that, fed a kill, whatever. Maybe runes need to be more secured. Maybe they need to, like, get him first blood or something like that. I don't know, but, like, that's another one of those similar situations to, like, when you lose all 3 lanes in Dota, that's just life. Like, you can't break it down after that point. You're just kind of, like, holding on and desperately hoping that a throw occurs. But it didn't.
No.
Or maybe, like, a few throws in a row need to occur.
Yeah.
But it didn't.
The thing is, they didn't lose all 3 lanes, though, in Extreme Gaming. Terrorblade's lane went well. XXS's lane went
No, I'm
fine.
saying it's similar to that.
Yeah.
Like, if there's that much of a differential in one lane, it's the same as, like, all 3 losing.
Yeah, for that I agree. I mean, if your Voice Spirit's level 5 and the enemy Lina's level 8 and rotating, oof, that's a tough one. The thing is, Lina is a lane dominator. She crushes almost every hero in Dota mid, but it shouldn't go that bad. And maybe something happened, like Jenkins mentioned, an overcommittal on a range creep. I didn't watch the laning too closely, but 1 kill in that matchup, it starts to snowball in the other direction.
How about 3?
It starts to triple snowball in that direction. But,
really rough.
But for that, all we can do is praise Malrine. I mean, every day he puts on a consistently top-tier mid-performance. His hero pool is disgusting. He plays the map so well. I mean, we saw him even after all of that. He was hiding, waiting for Ame's Terrorblade to come farm the Ancients, and he had set himself up there, and he just blew him up. And Ame couldn't farm the map, and you think, oh no, Terrorblade fed, but Terrorblade's supposed to be there at that time in the game.
He is, yeah.
He's supposed to be farming there. What he's not supposed to be is getting one shot from Fog from the enemy mid laner that early on in the game, so...
That's a good point. Like, it wasn't just that Malrine dominated the lane 3-0, level 8 to level 5, which already is like, get me out, you know what I mean? But also, he transitioned that into helping all of the other lanes. We saw on the bottom lane, the Terrorblade was going to go in and get a kill, and it was looking really good for Extreme. And then Malrine just TPs in, and sure, I think his teammate died in that scenario, but then he gets the kill on the TB, and then it turns into some, like, eventual, I think there was some respawning happening. It turned into an eventual, like, 4-for-1 where Malrine didn't end up going down, but his team got a bunch of kills out of it. So it's like he gave back to his team, which is funny because he was the one who got the advantage in the first place. So it's like, you just can't give this guy a Grandmaster hero and give him that good of a lane and then win through the other lanes. Like, that's not going to happen. He'll take over the entire game.
You can't ban out all his heroes like that, though. I'm going to ask him. I'm going to ask Mulreen right now. Mulreen, you have some explaining to do, sir. How many Grandmaster heroes do you have?
Hello, my friends. How much is it? It's 7. It's 7.
7 Grandmaster
You want
heroes?
to count all of them?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's say I ain't gonna open it because I don't remember all of them. It's Puck, Razor, Lina, Husker, Batrider, Timber, Pangolina.
How many? And there's 7 bands, right?
What about Master Tier?
What about Master Tier?
Master Tier, it's 4. Probably it's even more than like 5 or 6. Close to 30, it's gonna be next one Primal. He's 29.
Primal Beast is the one you'll get to 30 next. Do you put extra effort into getting them to Grandmaster, or does it just happen because you play so much?
I mean, it depends. Like, let's say Razor, I wanted to have Grandmaster because even if beginning an official, I might have Grandmaster. I also want to use the phrase, response.
I like it. I feel like it instills fear on your enemies. So it's working out great. It's been a pleasure watching you play all the Grandmaster heroes. I feel like you get one almost every single game. I have an unrelated question first. I've noticed you're wearing Aframush's t-shirt.
Yes, it is. I just like... I mean, my t-shirt is not... For now, it's like they're not the cleanest, this is possible, because... Okay. Whatever, and I just took my t-shirt of Aframush.
Okay.
I just showing the Aframush is playing better than me.
Ah, okay. Some
you
respect.
You can make me proud of him.
Some respect given by the shirt. I was also curious. I mean, obviously you have Creepwave next to your name. You're in the Creepwave Guild, and I think 2 years ago, there were everybody from Creepwave, basically, apart from you, found themselves in a Tier 1 team in all the Tier 1 or Division 1 DPC leagues. And you're obviously also incredibly good at the game, and I was hoping that you would be able to share with me some of, I don't know what to call it, but like, I don't know if it's magic or whatever, but what made that squad back then like such a proving grounds that all of you have found such immense success?
Oh man, to be unfortunately, we got the different ways. Someone like got rated, someone not, like me. I got underrated, and I would say these days, back the days, I was like, I was not that good. Like, people could see me if they was looking me as a good player. And for now, what's happening is just like we got our time. Like, contract lands, we got the free. We got us free players, and now we got just opportunity to connect with Amari. And it's just like our way stuck in the time together from 2 years probably.
Yeah,
it was
2 years I think.
And they're different.
Yeah, I mean the potential must have already been there as well, and it's for me it's amazing that you guys back then already found each other, and everybody's potential is coming out as well.
Yeah, I would
really
say I
cool
was
to
just
see.
missing for these old days when I was playing Creepwave, and now I just finally come back and this stuff, and now we are together, and we're showing like powerful of Creepwave.
Yes. I mean, it's palpable here from the studio even. What do you feel like allowed you to, I mean, you're saying it yourself, to improve so much from those days to where you are right now? What do you feel like you've worked on the most that's really showing how good you are?
I mean, I would say, first of all, it's like hard working. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, but it's hard working. Some people can just give up at some point when you just have a bad days, have a bad results, and for a long time. But for me, it wasn't like a fact at all. I was just trying to go up and as much as possible, and I was just playing the Dota as much as possible. Like, I was literally playing 20 pubs per day, and I want to grow up, and I want to have anything in my pool. I want to show the people that I can be the best one. So it's just my goals. I need to follow them.
I mean,
it's not even dream, it's just the goals.
You're doing fantastic at the moment, on top of your game. I have Purge standing by as well. He'd love to ask you some questions.
Hey, Mallory, you mentioned that you're a Batrider Grandmaster. Is that correct?
Yes.
What needs to change for that hero to be picked mid? Because it's only played support right now.
I mean, honestly, I was thinking about it. I'm not even playing in the pub, but if you have Grandmaster, a lot of practice on a year, we can play at any time you want. And honestly, I was looking at some times to get some better pick for late one, but I just think this hero is just it's just better on support. Like I would say, the cores nowadays, it's like there is a lot of cores you can use. It just depends like how you're gonna use them and which situation you're gonna pick them. And support doesn't have like a lot of hero pool who is like actually is very good heroes. It's like people picking some Mirana, CM, Batrider, because this heroes is actually very good at support. It's just like higher tier than the rest of the supports. And I would say just like it's better to have support mid, better support, and then you just can pick better mid.
That makes sense.
But honestly, I want to have like better mid sometimes. It's just funny hero.
Yeah, I'd like to see it too. Did you guys expect to be undefeated in Group Stage 2?
Obviously not, if you especially know like my mindset of the games. So I would say I kind of surprised, especially when we get like getting any series to 0. When especially like 2 series we was close to lose, especially versus UG, I would say. But I don't know, some miracle is happening, and we're just like we're here, we defeated 5 teams to 0.
Okay, and then I have...
I'm proud of my team.
Yeah, you should be. You guys have been doing really good. I have a clip here that I'd like to refresh your memory, where you dumpstered Void Spirit in the mid lane. So could you talk me through these solo kills that you got in the last game?
I mean, I was just like... I know at the start I said, guys, this guy, if he's using Manias, he's gonna have very bad game. And I just released it in the game. Like, this guy just making mistake. But I was just laughing at him. What am I supposed to do? I know what he gonna feels bad.
Yeah.
Then I need to put mental pressure on him.
I think you definitely put mental pressure on him for future games. You did a great job there. So if I am laning against a Lina mid right now, what heroes do you recommend me picking?
It depends by player, but you just need to have like at least stable lane, at least. Not even decent, at least stable. Like you can pick any like Pango, you can pick Primal Beast, just whatever. You just need to have like good weave on this lane. How we need to like get at least 50-50, and then you just need to hero like these 2 heroes. You just need to get top of him. That's all.
Okay.
And
great.
also usually just bringing support, say hello, my friend, don't come to mid. It's Lina.
That helped. You didn't need it that game though. You did that all yourself. So very impressive. Well, thanks for answering my questions.
Malrine,
no problem.
It's been such a pleasure watching you play and also getting to talk to you. And I'm sure that we are going to be able to talk to you a lot at this rate because you guys keep winning. I believe this is 5 series. So I think in Group Stage 2, we've now had every one of your players. So perhaps we'll talk to you again tomorrow, see how it goes. And of course, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you for the invite.
Thank you. We're going to find out what Brian has for us as well in the social corner.
Thank you, Shiver. So we just got done watching Falcons, as you heard in the interview, go 5-2-0 series in a row in this Group Stage 2. And last year, Reddit was kind of filled with a lot of hate for the team on top, specifically Gaming Gladiators. So I wanted to check and see how is the community receiving this team? What's the hype around Falcons' dominance from the previous tournament, Bedboom Dacha, now this. So we're going to pull up some comments, just see what the vibe check is in the community right now. So the first one is, how is Amar so effing good at Dota? How, Shiver? Answer.
Well, you heard it from Malrine, Creepwave. They believed in each other, they have goals, and they stuck to the goals, and that's it.
So if I have goals and I stick to them, I will be Amar?
Yeah.
Okay, on to the next comment.
Definitely.
Perfect. The next one is, Amar and Malrine can make space or clown. Skeeter always comes like, you kids always goofing around. Let me show you how it's done. So as a carry player, I can respect that we have to be all down to business. But this team does seem all about the vibes. And I love this comment specifically because these guys do be seeming to goof around and having a good time while absolutely dumpstering some
And
people.
I also think that it brings out Skeeter's side because he's we talked about it at the start, it's a very reliable carry. And he's just... he is just there to just in case they clown around a little bit too much, I
feel like he's the insurance package for this team. It's really this guy, he's already a Blink Spin or a Blink Alk at like minute 17, and they're 5-man swarming you in your own Ancients. So really like that comment there. So on the next comment, we have, why is this team so fun to watch? Win or lose, their entertainment is so good.
That's definitely because they're having so much fun and you see it on the cameras. That transfers, right?
Well, I feel like their playstyle is really high tempo, low cooldown, and I will say, Gaming Gladiators got a lot of hate because they would pick like Underlord off lane with Greaves Pipe. These guys are buying Yule Scepters, Blink Daggers, and flashier items, so I can definitely see how like it's more entertaining from a spectator's point of view, even in the games that they're just stomping.
Yeah, they're going in to fight.
Yeah.
Whereas indeed Gaming was like, let us farm these lanes
And you can't
really
fight
well,
us.
and you cannot fight us.
Well, in their case, they're bringing the fight to their opponents. And we got one last comment here. So far, the vibes have been pretty damn good on Reddit. It says, Falcons is disgusting in the best way possible. And I promise you guys, I did not fish for only positive comments. I was looking for a slew of different vibes.
Did you not find
This is
any?
all I found. This is all I found. People
Wow.
are just super excited to be watching this team. I mean, even calling them disgusting in the best way possible. Like, I feel like that's about as close to negativity as I could possibly find. So really enjoyable team to watch. I feel like they're really taking the community, like, they're becoming crowd favorites quite quickly.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they're already there even, at least. You know, there's a lot of crowd favorites that oftentimes are only good weather fans.
Yes.
So we'll see if Falcons at some point has a rough patch. Who knows? Maybe they'll never have it at this rate, but eventually teams normally do have a rough patch. Maybe then
I'm
we'll
going
see
to
a little
watch
bit
chat
different.
when Falcons is losing a game.
Okay,
like, they don't even have to lose the game. They just have to be losing in the game because there's some of those people that become backseaters right away. So keep an eye out. I'm watching you guys. You know, give these guys some slack. Everybody has a bad Dota game here and there. Maybe not so far.
No.
But inevitably.
I mean, they still have Shopify and Aurora to go for tomorrow and the day after. We'll see how that goes. But of course, the day here is not yet done, so we're going to stop talking about that because there's more Dota around the corner. However, before the Dota, we're first going to talk about a tier list. We'll see you after break. everybody.
Hello.
Welcome back to Dream League Season 22, where it is time for the 1xBet tier list, as I am writing down letters, because apparently without letters you can't have a tier list. So this is me writing down letters, and I have to hold the board, otherwise it falls down.
I can hold it for you, Sheebs.
You have to hold it on this side, though, because it's wobbly.
Here?
Yeah, please.
It's up to you.
Can I be very clear? I was the one that said I don't think you can do a tier list without letters.
Well, the thing is, we're not actually tiering them based on, like, okay. Doesn't Purge
explain it?
Look, if you do an S to F tier list, what ends up happening is you put the teams that are winning at the top and the teams that are losing at the bottom. And you know what? We already know that. We can look at the standings.
Yep.
Okay.
So instead, wait, you don't even know what's going on.
Be clear. No, be clear, because I'm pointing for you.
I disagree with you, Purge.
Hey, you're behind the board. Be
Doesn't
quiet.
matter. The tier list.
What we're doing.
No, let him explain. I'm gonna point for you.
What we're doing instead is we're talking about teams that have defied their expectation level coming into the tournament.
Yeah. And then, so the teams that defied the expectation level the most are S tier.
Uh-huh.
But in a positive way.
In a positive way. The team that defied... Go back there. It needs to be held.
Can I
it's
call
wobbly.
it exceeds expectations?
If you want.
Exceeds is an A. S is like
S is they blew us away.
It's like what? So I'm thinking about like my grade school days. If you did okay, they called it satisfactory.
I try to bury those deep.
That's like a B level. B
blew
is,
us away.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what they do in grade school. Satisfactory is B. That's like or meets expectations actually. This would be
meets
exceeds.
expectations is B.
A. Don't skip A.
A's exceeds.
A is exceeds expectations.
How do you write exceeds?
EX.
Yep.
I never got that on my report card. I got he has too much energy.
EDS.
Is it now just expectations, right?
That was close.
Wait, if this is an expectation tier list, shouldn't
Forgot she was here.
Shouldn't it change?
Who's that talking? All I see is some
It's
feet.
the board. It's me, the board.
Oh my god, a talking tier list.
Oh my god, it has 4 fingers on the top too.
I'm a tier list, and I have opinions sometimes.
What are your opinions, tier list?
Well, the tier list says that I think that the bottom tier should be the team that performed exactly as expected, because that's boring.
Oh, this
Too late.
Okay.
Getting
because this is non-removable marker.
Yeah. Meets expectations is B tier.
Yes. What is the one? Like, how do you call? Like, that's just.
I feel like this
needs improvement is C usually.
If you had kids, right?
Yeah.
I was just saying, what would you do? What would that be like?
D? What would D be?
You probably really love them.
Come see me or something? Or, I don't
know.
know.
B is like if you had kids and you had one of them come home and be like, I got B's. That you'd be like, okay.
Slightly below expectations.
So needs improvement is C, and what is D? What is if
waste
you're trash?
Of trash.
I will not write trash.
Okay,
waste of.
It's not positive.
Something.
Really needs improvement.
Ooh, that'll.
Yeah.
That's gonna.
No,
really hit
this
home.
is
Carl Jenkins.
Dropout.
D
for dropout. They completely dropped out. They didn't meet their parents'
That's good.
Is anybody
That's
gonna be
good.
at ready
See,
to
at
drop
some
out?
point we will actually start putting things on the tier list. We promise.
This is a very important aspect of the tier list.
Yeah.
When you don't just do letters.
All right, drop out.
Okay.
Oof, that sounds bad. Someone's gonna screenshot this, and any team is on there. They're gonna be, wow, those casters think those players should stop playing Dota.
Yeah, okay.
That's not how I'm gonna
me,
feel.
the talking board.
Oh my god!
Face.
This whole time, who knew?
So, can we just say that I think? Oh, wait a second. Okay, how are we gonna do this? Are we gonna just put things down that we know is there?
Can
or
we
are
just put one at a time? IG as D tier, because with the legendary Jack Chen, of course, I don't know who that.
Expectations were higher.
The expectations were very high. We're gonna call that dropout tier.
I don't agree. They're not dropout tier because my expectations were not that
You
high.
fixed that.
It's stuck there now.
I think they're C tier.
I think they're C tier as well. I felt they were D tier at ESL Malaysia or at Kuala Lumpur. They really disappointed there, but I think they're higher than D. They did better this tournament than their previous results.
I don't think that they're near dropout tier because I didn't.
It's a fluid line.
But
I
expected them to drop out of
But
the
they've got the
tournament.
legendary Jack Chen KBBQ as their general manager. Of course, they should do better than what
Yeah,
they.
but no, because the thing is, if you expected them to drop out, that means they met expectations. They did exactly what you thought.
Well, they
You
went.
thought they were bad. They were bad.
They went 4-10. They tied 4 matches and they lost 3.
No,
So.
but wouldn't dropout means that it.
No,
they didn't-
dropout is you did so bad that you didn't meet expectations. You were way below what you were expected to perform like.
But there needs improvement because I think they had decent shows.
All right, just put them somewhere. We'll speed through this.
Guys, they beat BetBoom, Gaming Gladiators, and Falcons in a 1-1.
Who gives a
That's
shit? Pick
hard.
another team.
That's hard.
Can I nominate a team?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Maybe
Team
not
Spirit. Team Spirit did not meet expectations, so they're in needs improvement too.
I'm gonna
honestly.
agree.
I agree.
What do you think, Jenkins?
Yeah, that's
they're
that's
TI
fair.
champs. We have
That's
high
fair.
expectations.
There's
for them.
really high expectations for this team. Yeah, that's fair.
This is a confusing tier list because they're not a C tier team. They're absolutely between S and A tier.
Yeah, but this is not that type of tier.
That is the purpose
Okay, what
of the
about
list.
Azure Ray with Bubby Beyond? I'm gonna
think
say I
drop
expected them to do extremely well.
Yeah.
Any team that has Bubby Beyond on it, I would say should do very well. I'm gonna go dropout tier.
Dropout tier.
They went 6 and 8.
Yeah, but they are
That's
out.
not good enough. I expected them to
we
win.
expected them to at least be in the next phase, and they weren't.
They were 2
Yeah.
games away from it.
Yeah.
1 game away.
I expected top 4 for them, so they
Sure.
definitely
All
dropped
right,
out of
all
my.
right.
Can I nominate a team?
Yes.
it was what I was
Nominate a
expecting.
team.
I think there's only one team that blew me away in terms of what I expected, and that's Shopify. I didn't think that they would look good.
Wait until group stage is over.
Yes, but so far, I expected them to kind of do okay during group stages and then kind of fizzle out. But
Yeah.
they've been owning still, and they exceeded.
What about Aurora?
I think they
You don't
blew
think
me away
Aurora
as well.
is
The
blowing you
fact
away?
that they do this with the stand-in, and they made it out of the first group stages as some of the top
That's true.
teams,
Nobody
9 and
nobody
5.
expected that, and
they choked so bad the previous tournament, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
they
this
did.
is great.
The
Can I
big
make a
improvement.
case for between S and A? Because yesterday they looked bad and said.
Yeah, but they are already where they are right now. I think is already.
Yeah, that was permanent
Blew us
glue,
away.
actually.
Let's
You
do
can only
let's
take
do
it off the
Falcons.
board one
Let's do
time
Falcons.
before
We, ju-
it
we,
solidifies.
we just
they
saw
won
Falcons.
the previous
I
tournament.
think they're average.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean,
What about the fact they haven't lost a game yet? Don't you think there's a case maybe to put them in A? I mean, it's close.
they
I
3-0'd
agree.
the grand finals of Bet
Yeah, that's
Gacha.
true.
Yeah,
I
can't
feel like
take
that
it
if they, we
They're
have
doing
to,
really good, though.
I think everybody expected them to get first place in this tournament, so they're on track for that. They're meet expectations.
Teams
Ooh, that's mean.
secret.
That's mean.
What I thought they were not gonna meet the second group stage. They did not meet the second group stage. They're out. Meets expectations.
I agree with that. And then Liquid needs to be in.
Yeah,
they're supposed to be doing better.
They're supposed to be second place.
Yeah, that was a big.
Yeah, they didn't.
Yeah,
even
not
do
last
that.
place.
Yeah.
Can I put VP as meets expectations? Because I expected them to have some of the goofiest games that there could possibly be.
Yeah.
And they did have the goofiest games that there possibly could be.
I actually thought they'd make it to group stage too, so they didn't meet my expectations, but I won't argue.
That was not what my expectations were, though. I just wanted goofiness out of them, and I got it. I was very happy with them.
How about Heroic exceeds expectations? Is that
Yeah,
fair?
I think that's fair.
We
Yeah, that's fair.
expected them to kind of like completely choke the event, maybe be like bottom 4 teams, and they
Not even choke.
and they got close to making out of groups.
Just like they
the
would
first
be,
group.
they would just be worse than the other team, so it wouldn't even be choking.
Yeah,
but they're good. They're actually good.
Really solid.
Effie.
Seconded. I also think one win exceeded expectations because I thought they'd only get one win. Jokes aside, they took games off of a lot of teams, and they were kind of group stage 1 destroyers where they took games off of teams who really needed the wins.
They've ruined that.
after they got eliminated.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, I want to talk about OG personally because I don't know. I think it's safe to say they're A tier.
Yeah,
but
I think it
would
exceeds expectations.
I would maybe make a case for S tier.
No.
Why not?
Because they got Seb in the team. TI winner, you can't do. You can't
so
blow
it's,
it.
if they didn't win TI,
they have
that's it?
proven them. He has proven himself before. He has also led a team of where he was a stand-in. He led a team to win a major. You know, I feel like there's
They can
always
still win.
Yeah, but I always feel that there's certain expectation for them to overperform, and therefore I do think they exceed expectations. But I don't think you'll ever be able to put them in S tier purely by virtue of that.
I think though, like if we're going off of what the community was thinking, I saw so many people say, "Oh, Tomato's just a side grade from Yuragi. They're going to be just a shit," you know.
That's why they're exceed.
This is a totally different team.
But they've lost so many group stages in a row. They got past the first group stage. They're winning games in second group stage, which is better than Aurora.
No, I'll agree with you.
It's not about results. It's about expectations.
It's about both. I have been so consistently disappointed by OG
If
at
it's a
Lance for a long
2v2,
time. Personally,
we should put them here.
I'm okay with the middle
If
placement.
it's a 2v2, we should do a middle placement. Yeah.
I just don't think they blew me away, because they definitely exceeded my expectations if we're going by the tier.
Okay, then we're 2v2.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, gaming. I think maybe. Okay, the thing is, they did lose.
I
today.
would actually say needs improvement. Like,
Yes. Yeah.
because they
I would say the same.
they don't normally barely scrape by. They will sometimes not do so well in like the first few days of a group stage and then like start dominating or something like that. But they've just barely made it through, and it looks like they might barely make it through this one as well.
Yeah.
Like their games are hard.
Their games haven't been convincing wins the way that we're used to, so I definitely think that they're performing below expectations for most people.
Yeah.
So we got 3 teams left.
I think Tundra
I think
needs improvement.
Well, they did have the whole mind control, getting kicked and getting a
Yeah.
stand-in, and then still taking a game off of Spotify.
But I expected more out of them, is what I mean. So I actually had high hopes.
You
for
expected
Tundra.
more.
I expected more, and they did worse than I thought. So
yeah,
I would.
3.5.
I personally also expected more, but I thought I was like the weird guy being like, this Tundra's gonna be sick, dude.
There we go.
How did you guys feel?
I agree. It
Yeah,
also
they-
depends on if
yeah.
you look at Tundra now versus if you look at Tundra at the start of the tournament. Because if you look at the start, obviously there's different rosters. So.
If we include the drama in the tier list, then maybe they're closer to D, but Dota performance alone, I think C is fair.
I think so too.
Needs improvement.
Extreme gaming.
For me, they met my expectations. I thought they'd do very well, but I didn't think that they were top 3 potential.
Yeah, they're
But
good.
I thought we'd see good games out of them, and we have, honestly.
They're good.
That's a good point. But I feel like sometimes when they lose, they drop the ball a little bit. Like last game, I feel like they needed improvement.
Yeah, but
big
what did you
time,
expect out of them?
But yeah, that's fair. Like
I expected them to be quite chaotic.
Dude, this is a confusing tier list because
I love this tier list.
We're almost
your
done.
brain is like, why is
This is a good tier list.
One more team to go.
To me, I expected Bet Boom to be good, and they were good. That's
I think they exceeded my expectations because I thought they'd be good, but not great. I didn't think
Yeah.
they'd top their group. So
yeah,
they feel like second best team in the world right now. Good to me. So I would maybe put them in A, but I feel very similar to Effie.
we can put an A.
I think we put it in
with
A because I think everybody expected them to be good in the first group stage. The fact they continue to be good is the thing for me that makes them exceed expectations.
Okay.
Yeah. What are we gonna do with the rest of the half of this board?
What do you mean?
A lot to.
Oh,
that's it. We're done. Could we get a close up on the board?
close up on the board.
This is for people that skip to the end of the video,
Yeah.
so they can see the full
Look,
list
I see
without
the board.
watching.
Does anybody
Oh,
have
can we
any
turn it?
objections to where we are at right
Some
now?
reflection. I don't like that reflection.
and these are expectations and not skill level. Okay.
Also, Purge, that's not reflection. This is literally printed on.
Oh. No, I was talking about it's white right here.
Stand in front of the light.
Going
Stand in front of the light.
reflecting.
Yep, that's it.
Can someone have a tier list that I can hold in front of the light?
We can move it to the camera if you want, Jenkins.
Huh? Okay.
Change the angle a little bit. See, look, it's so much better.
Wow, this is scuffed.
Oh
This
man,
is DreamLeague
You guys
right here,
are-
baby.
Maybe hold it still and let the camera operators do their job.
Shut your mouth, Purge. You're behind the board. You don't speak.
I'm the board now.
It's me, the talking board. You're not holding me well enough.
I can't see the camera well enough.
See the
Hold harder.
There we go. Yep.
You're dropping me. Ow.
No, you're fine.
That's good.
All right, guys. Great tier list. Thank you for doing that one. And
why are you holding it like that? Just because I did it? You're just fine with it? I just put it like horizontal or whatever.
But it is horizontal. What are you talking about?
No, I mean like I put it like flat, like it's a coffin.
Oh.
Love Karen
Do
Coffin.
you remember the coffin dance?
Huh?
The coffin dance?
What's the coffin dance?
You remember the coffin dance?
No.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay.
I feel like you're making that up.
No, I'm not.
Doesn't matter what the coffin dance is.
She gets it.
Do you want to do the coffin dance as we outro?
That's like they do like that.
Okay.
You know, the do when somebody dies. Jesus, where were you guys?
I know
the coffin dance.
Yeah, where
The
were you guys in
meme?
like
It's the
2019?
The meme one. Oh, okay, the meme. Yeah.
It's the
Bro,
meme
COVID
one.
really ravaged
that's
brains,
got me
didn't
really
it?
late. Doesn't matter. We got Dota coming your way. That's right. This is, of course, Dota 2 tournaments or more Dream League Season 22 after the break.
Now, we tiered all of the expectations for these teams, but now we're starting to get some results as we have passed through the halfway point of a Dream League Season 22 Group Stage 2. Today may be the day that we actually have to finalize an elimination if Aurora are not able to pick up a win at the end of tonight. But first, we got Team Spirit versus Shopify, and before that, we got the PogChamp Pandas. Welcome, everyone, to the night shift. Wake up period.
Sorry.
I need you at maximum alertness.
How's it going, everybody?
I hope you're all doing lovely as we have now passed the halfway mark. And Ted, that actually means that this is probably the most time that you've spent at a Dream League.
Awake? Yes, no, at a Dream League.
Yes.
I've normally done a week at a time. I'm sure in the long ago I might have done longer.
Mm-hmm. But those were years in the past.
They were long. It was a different decade. It was a different time.
That's right.
It was very different. I was in a different decade of my life.
You were.
For many moons. So yes, now that I am old and weak and weary, they sort of generally got me for a week at a time. Also, I had kids and stuff, so it wasn't as easy to commit. But now those children are older, and it's easier. But now, sadly, I am too old to make the most of it.
You have kids?
That's right, Avery. And Capitalist over there on the lounge. He is a father.
I just like asking Ted that every time I get a chance.
Because it makes me think, I must talk about my kids way too much. But I love them, Avery. Imagine that. Loving something.
I would doubt that, but sure.
You think you doubt how much he loves his children?
Yeah. I just don't see it.
You should prove it. We do a grand gesture.
Do you want me to cut something off?
Yes.
Okay.
Make a blood pact right now,
I'll
Ted.
cut Avery's arm off.
I like it.
That's how much I love
ritualistic dismemberment.
I'd like to see that.
I would love to see that. Just come in with a big scimitar, just take your arm.
If you had to lose an appendage, Avery, which one would you go for?
Well, the one he uses least.
leg,
You know which one that is.
An arm?
Oh, I see. Okay.
My head. Just end it. It's not even a downside. Oh, you actually have kids?
Yeah, I've got 2 new ones. You two bozos.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Papa. Since you were talking about the old days, there's a Reddit thread up right now. Top of Reddit talks about that interview with Quinn, where he said, "I don't think we'll ever see somebody like Sumail again." And he was talking about basically Sumail's level compared to everybody else in that like TI5 era. So I was thinking, do you guys agree with that? And like, would there be anybody else you would put in that list?
We were literally talking about this in the group, this kind of thing. I asked this goofy question. I was like, imagine if you took someone like, say, Maureen or like Amar and dropped them into TI1 and they're as skilled as they are now, but they're playing against the people that were playing in TI1 and TI2 and TI3, where I think we'd all agreed the skill level has come up. The players have just understand the game far more. It's so much more detailed, the strategies and things like that. I mean, the play is still just like, oh my God, he used BKB and Black Hole. Can you believe it? Like it's kind of now seems quite sweet looking back at it. Because there are team fights in every game where you're like, good God, a lot is happening here. And you guys are noticing some tiny play that someone's made. I suppose Anna was a guy who people would say was streets above everybody else when he won 2 TIs as a carry. Would that seem fair or not?
Is Dota even the way that the game is now, is it even possible to have that much of a differential be visible in the game?
I mean, I think from their individual play probably, but they would need time to adjust to what Dota was back then, because there was a lot of strategy elements to it. That
simpler game, simpler time,
simpler game.
Very quaint.
Before Ted had kids, it was.
No, I still had them.
Ted has kids?
Apparently, I do.
Really?
Yeah, I'll have to look that up.
Now, more interesting question: if we took Ted Why are you laughing? I
His
haven't even
skill
said
level right now.
If we took Ted and we put him in that TI3 Alliance squad,
would I stand out?
would they still win?
Even better, who's he replacing?
Yeah, who's he replacing?
Well, that's another discussion. We can have that too. Okay, who could we replace on that team that they'd still win?
Well, you play 4, so you would be the Ake replacement.
Yeah, Bulldog was instrumental.
You couldn't replace
for
Bulldog.
them.
No way.
He can play Lone Druid. I can't play Lone Druid.
S4 as a mid was at the top of his game at that time, right? So
it's got to be a support. Let's be honest. It's
Yeah.
gotta be a support just by the nature of Dota 2. If you replace one of those supports,
EGM or Ake.
I know Ake never played ranked Dota. He never
yeah, I'm gonna say you replace Ake.
I think I would have to replace Ake. If they would crash out, it would be a disaster.
Ake was amazing, but I think EGM was, from what I remember, I felt like EGM was more important to their win.
So I'm replacing Ake in TI3 Alliance.
That's right.
Yeah.
Ted.
They would lose, and I would be to blame.
But as a trade-off, he was also their most handsome player.
Well.
And thus a seamless transition between the two.
A lot less hair.
In
but
terms of aesthetics.
An equal amount of handsomeness.
You could have a couple extra kids by now.
Yeah, jeez.
Wait, he has kids?
That's
Apparently
right,
so.
Neil. Very successful.
Yeah.
You think your kids are watching right now?
God, no. They got much better things to do.
Do they ever watch you?
No.
That makes sense.
They don't even watch you like your stream, non-Dota stuff.
No, I hope not.
It's because they're not real.
There you go. And the whole thing comes full circle.
We got 'em.
I love a good round book-ending discussion as we put these two kids to bed because they got some casting to do and we got some analyzing to do. Friends, let's get into our first match of the second half of the day. It's Shopify Rebellion taking on Team Spirit.
I walked right in front
Yes,
of the camera.
you did. You broke kayfabe again. They're not supposed to know how we move from there to here.
That's my bad.
It's Hollywood magic.
I'm not a professional, but just this is my first time.
It's all right, Ted.
He's a professional father because did you know that he has kids?
I did know that.
But what
He
else
has the
do you
two on
know?
the couch over there.
Yes, he does, that he's been managing.
Very disappointed father.
Yes.
But I want your knowledge not on his fatherhood, Brian, but on this upcoming series because you're my tech analyst. And I always ask my tech analyst, why should I care about this series? Team Spirit versus Shopify Rebellion.
Well, I wanted to nerd out a little bit for this tournament because I feel like this meta specifically is one of the few metas where there's like 4 or 5 heroes that are just broken in every single draft. So I wanted to hyperfixate on one hero that neither of these two teams have been using and kind of talk about how it affects their drafts because it's been kind of manifesting itself in Shopify's last 2 losses as well as for Team Spirit's struggle in this second group stage. And that hero is Timbersaw. That hero is 31 games picked and 125 bans this tournament, so a lot of teams are getting rid of it. These two teams in particular, Shopify is 0-1 on Timbersaw. They've only picked it once. It was 9th pick for Saber, a hero that's normally been picked first in the draft by a lot of teams. And then Team Spirit has 0 Timber picks and 14 bans of their own of the hero. And so what's basically happened in these series is Shopify lost yesterday, 2 days ago, first picking Centaur and then getting Timbersawed. So they like neglected to take the broken hero and getting countered by it. And then they have been basically, as they've been losing, the teams have been getting progressively more experimental in their drafts. So what happened yesterday was Shopify in Game 3 first picked overall Sven. Yes, right? So I was like, okay, that's a bit alarming. And I'm looking at the early round drafts and the teams that they're losing to. This is actually an interesting phenomenon I saw. Shopify is 2-2 this group stage. The 2 teams they've lost to are combined 6-1 on Timbersaw and get Timbersaw banned against them every single game. While the teams that they beat don't play Timbersaw either. So I'm thinking, how important in these drafts is it that people can play the Mars, play the DK, play the Timbersaws? And so going into the series, neither of these two teams play it. So we're looking at like Centaur stonks. We're looking at the Mars stonks. Like basically what I'm thinking is, what's the tiebreaker here? Because these teams have gotten a little bit too creative with their drafts because of it. We saw Team Spirit go with like a PA Omni lineup, like pretty chaotic stuff. And I feel like when we look at a team like Falcons, they just look comfortable. And I don't necessarily see that from these two teams. And this is a series where if you don't get comfortable by now, you're going to be dropping out because this series is extra pivotal for both teams to move forward to the playoffs.
I could see other heroes like maybe Kunkka rising in the songs for these teams because maybe with the Timber, I feel like Collapse, he's more of a... I feel like Collapse is more of a to-do shitter, kind of like Saberlight too. Like Timber, yeah, like he can go in and when Amar plays it, he makes it look great. But I would say it's maybe just not like their most comfortable hero. Like obviously they can play any of these heroes. But I would say that they just feel better on heroes that will do well in the lane, but then they're like translated into like moves around the map instead of being like a body. You know, they want to do more. They want to be flashy.
You've talked a bit about how you want, like Collapse seems to want to pick a hero that has a stun or something like Magnus or something like that. Goes in, stuns like either a big team fight ult or grabbing a hero with Horn Toss and bringing them back. That seems to be more his vibe rather than, like you said, just existing for as long as possible.
Yeah, like these type of heroes are like maybe a Night Stalker. Like you do well in lane, you can like really outplay them with positioning and like how you're moving. Whereas I feel like Timber is more you need to be like really, really, really good on Timber to like make like the big difference. Whereas I think if you have the right game on these other heroes and you're like Collapse, who's incredible at team fighting and knowing what to do, I feel like he's better off on those heroes.
I wanted to ask you specifically because you're a former professional offlane player. Yeah. Like I look at Amar and I don't think any of his heroes fit like a specific archetype. It's like he's just a specialist at like 5 or 6 heroes originally. Like he was a Timbersaw, Razor, Viper type guy, but he also plays Mars, Pango, very different heroes. So like, what's your experience with players having like, they resonate with specific heroes or they resonate with a specific playstyle? Like how do you, is there a balance there? Do you feel like there's a certain aspect that you want your team to rely on, a specific role that you play? Like kind of just theory crafting this aspect of the game.
I mean, most players have like one strength, right? They're good at initiating, or some people are very good. Like they want to play more like the farmers or like the range dudes. I think it is, of course, best if you can play both types, because I feel like Amar can do anything. Like when I look at Amar, I just see like all the fundamentals are kind of executed to perfection. You can give him any hero that he plays, first pick, and he will win his lane. Like every single time. It doesn't really matter what the enemies do or whatever, he'll just make it happen. So for him, I also feel like his team covers very well. Like when he's Razor, they'll have more going. When he's Mars, they'll pick more damage instead for others, because now they don't have to cover the initiation anymore. But I would say that the players that can do both and understand it, it's really tough. It's like the last skill you will develop as an offlaner. And somehow he has it being like 18 years old.
I look at it like Team Spirit, they have 2 TI wins. Yeah. And like, but Collapse, is that a team thing then? Is that like a lack of, like, they rely on him to do a specific aspect of the game that they need? Because why would a team that's newer to the scene have that, which I agree, like on paper seems really nice, but then Team Spirit's had so much success not having that. That's why I'm thinking so much about Team Spirit.
This has been a consistent thing though, because if we think back to Riyadh and Bali Major, Collapse refused to play Broodmother.
Yeah.
Every single offlaner was playing Broodmother. You had to ban it, and Spirit was consistently having to ban it themselves when they were first picked because Collapse just didn't play it.
That's what these teams are doing with Timbersaw, too.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And so I guess it is like a stylistic choice that you'd think it's a shortcoming, but maybe it's just not so binary that my player doesn't know how to play it, therefore we're always going to lose. I guess there's maybe something deeper than that. And perhaps maybe we can shed some light with a wisdom rune on Team Spirit presented by the US Air Force regarding how Team Spirit have been doing recently.
Wow.
So if we look back to the run-up to TI stint from Riyadh to January, 45-7. They dropped 7 games. Damn. That's insane. But then, from February, not as well. I mean, a 50% win rate is still
not
fine.
bad, but it's not 45-7, was it?
It's also a sub 50%.
It's a sub 50% win rate, true. But this is what people so famously refer to as Spirit and TI form. And it seems like right now they are not in TI form. If we look at their most recent matches, they've only won 1, and it was against Aurora, who is currently fully defeated. They have not won a single series right now. Other than that, Spirit lost to Extreme, they lost to Falcons, which everybody lost to Falcons, but then they also lost to Gaiman, 2-0.
We haven't paneled, I think, too many Spirit games. Maybe Brian knows more, but I feel like generally when I think about this team, I think of clutchness and not necessarily. I feel like they're usually the team that they don't need the better draft to win, but in their last couple series, they've been losing out on the clutchness in the late game, which is not usual for this team and their players. Like, I feel like I've seen Yotoro and Collapse have off games, and actually it shows very quickly because they generally play near flawless. So I don't really know what's going on because, yeah, your drafts can be better, But if you want to be the best and they know what it takes to be the best, your gameplay has to make up for not the best draft sometimes. And I feel like right now they're not bringing it later in the game.
Yeah, which implies that even hypothetically, if Collapse was an excellent Timber Saw, still some things are lacking from Spirit's gameplay right now.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it in my like pregame segment or pre-series segment because I'm like really wrestling with this philosophically, like at night when I'm thinking, what is the new age of like Dota players? Something always evolves every year, right?
Okay.
And I really think when we see these new players like Malrine and Amar, I constantly come back to this. They just play their hero pool like a million times.
Sure.
And so when I look at somebody like Yatoro, I think like he's got his signatures. Like there's heroes he's literally brought onto the meta, like PA. Like every time it's a PA patch, like you're going to see Yatoro picking it every single game. But like I see them experimenting with Yatoro's not so much heroes, like with Lifestealer. Like he doesn't look like the same player, but I also think that they're doing that because this time of year is the time of year to do that. Like when else are you going to not play a hero? Like, you know what I mean? Like the Broodmother problem in Riyadh, like maybe they want to avoid that happening again. Like I have to imagine a team like this to stay on top has to look at these new up-and-comers that are threatening to take their throne. You know, how do you emulate what they're doing well yourself? And so all I'm trying to say is I feel like this meta doesn't fit either of these teams amazingly well. And I do like the way Spirit specifically is like approaching, let's pick heroes. I think that's part of why their late game looks different, because you can maybe lane the hero if you've played it like 20 times, but these hyper-specific, like I know what to do in every single situation, late game scenarios is when you kind of flounder on a hero you're less experienced with.
And even for Shopify, I know you're contrasting the two, but Shopify's still kind of finding their identity.
Oh,
right
I
now.
mean, it's a newer team. It's
Yeah.
a very different reason. Absolutely. I mean, the thing for Shopify is that the way Bulba drafts, like, I don't remember who it was in the backstage, are like, okay, Bulba's the type of guy that says, nobody seems to be able to beat Sven when it's picked in a good game. We can just jam it.
Yeah.
First
That is
pick.
definitely true.
Prove to me how you beat it. I think that's kind of their way of learning. Like, I remember because they scrimmed a lot against Liquid, and I kind of just heard, like, they learned so much from each other because they would just pick heroes they thought were broken for the sake of like, hey, prove to me how you would beat this so we can understand the hero better.
I can also corroborate that. I think, so Animajor Evil Geniuses got grand finals, and if you can recall that patch, Necrobook was extremely broken, and so Bulba just catered all the strategies to just ramming Necrobook in, and it worked all the way up until grand finals, and then LGD had a solution for it. So it's very much like, prove to me that you can pass the test. Can you pass the Necrobook test? And in the game that we saw last night against OG, can you pass the Sven test?
Yeah, and I think that like, it's so interesting how people have different approaches to understanding the unknowns, basically. It's like, okay, we know Sven's kind of come out of nowhere. Like 2 weeks ago, didn't really see this hero at all. Like, how does one team learn? I feel like they learn by playing it. The other team says, we're just going to jam it and say, like, show us how you would beat it so we can understand it better. It's just different styles.
What's a little weird to me is that I feel like the reason why the hero is good is you can pick it in the middle of the draft without seeing too much, and it will most likely do well in the lane, or if he goes slightly loses, he goes to the jungle, and then he doesn't have like too many game counters because he has so much gold, he'll make up for it and then have good team fighting. But when you first pick this hero, it's very different. You're not like doing it against 2-3 heroes where you're good against and then you get to play what you want. So, little surprised. I don't think we'll see it today, at least especially not after what happened yesterday.
You don't think we'll see Sven?
It's a
not
best of
first
like,
pick.
okay, not first
Yeah,
pick.
like
Okay.
I think this hero's best spot is like 16, 17, well, or you close out if you're the 18 pick.
I mean, the issue was that the guys were talking about the fact they were just able to pick Slardar. And basically, Slardar just kind of ruined his game because he just couldn't man fight anymore. Who else did they pick? Was it
Enigma?
TA.
Yeah, it was TA and Enigma.
Like, there's some of these heroes that even when you counter them and there's like one hard counter, they don't really care, but it's like these small little things, like suddenly you have to care about some random egg or a tombstone, some dude batches you, or they have a lot of auras, suddenly you need to hit them like 5 times instead of twice. Your entire fight gets like randomed. And I don't think you want to put yourself in that situation.
So I've just looked up, by the way. I know this is not especially relevant to this draft, so maybe I should save it. But we were talking about people like Amar who've just played certain heroes a ton.
Yeah.
So he has 1,155 games on Timber and 1,098 games on Mars.
That's a lot.
Those are 2 heroes he's played up. But Yatoro has 1,436 games of Morphling.
Wow,
that's a lot.
That is insane. And 1,100 games on Anti-Mage.
That is also. It wasn't Team Spirit first picking Anti-Mage when like Laurel just joined the team?
Yeah, I remember.
So I guess they're not too far off in terms of the way they strategically approach us. I am shocked. At this Timbersaw pick. I'm telling you, I looked it up. Their only pick of Timbersaw was 9th overall pick.
Yeah.
And they had options. Like, they had opportunities to pick this hero early on in this tournament.
You mean like second last pick of the draft?
Sorry, saying like second overall last pick. Yeah.
I would say that I like it here. And so Spirit, they protect their Centaur. You need overwhelming damage against this goddamn Centaur to kill him in like the mid game. So taking out Sven, I think makes sense. But Timber kind of covers that same thing from a different role, right? You have explosive damage in the mid game. If he gets stunned, you should be able to kill the Centaur.
Piran, you're looking up hero-player pairings.
Yes, sir.
How many times has Saberlight actually been seen on Timbersaw?
I will look into that.
Please investigate, because, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that Shopify does not pick it very much. Yopaj, I don't recall being very much of a Timbersaw player from the mid lane either. So they do have an aversion to the hero.
I'm looking up his pubs. He has not played it a single time in the last week.
Saberlight.
In a pub, yeah, Saberlight.
How about Mr. Japoy?
What?
I feel like Mr. Yopaj.
Oh, I was like, what?
He should be able to play Timber too, so that's another strength, of course, when you are second pick, when you pick a hero from this position. You can hold it until the very end.
Neither of them has played it in a pub in the last week. They're both winning their pubs. Like, they're both at like a 70% win rate. Neither of them has played it, so it's they must have either scrimmed in the last day or something.
All right, well, I found a Crusader 1 guy called Saberlight. That's not him.
No, that's not
That's him, yeah.
So I have found him, but it's only showing his pro stats.
That's fine. I only want to know how many times he's played it in pro.
How many times he's played Timbersaw?
Yeah, and ticketed games.
Double digit for sure.
So it's not on the list, on the most played heroes page, which goes down as far as Brewmaster 30 times.
That doesn't
Vladar
surprise me.
30 times.
Press more.
Yeah, I know. I that's for biography, but
Just because he has kids doesn't mean he doesn't know how to work a computer, Kazu.
Piran has kids?
Yeah.
So he's played 20 games. This is according to Dota Buff.
Yeah.
He's played Timbersaw 20 times. And he has a 50% win rate overall.
This is the tiebreaker.
When was the last time he played it?
Not that long ago.
Well, no, he played it this tournament.
Oh, yeah, that's
It was
true.
one time,
It was 1
and they
1.
lost.
Yeah.
Remember, that was a 9th pick Timbersaw. Like, it's just, that's so important to emphasize because, like, that means you thought it was a good Timbersaw game, and in this case, they're getting 4 picks to make it not a good Timbersaw game. This type of stuff I think is beginning to matter more and more. Just what heroes are. I feel like most metas now are driven by 5 to 10 heroes that dictate everything. Like what heroes go well with those, what heroes go good against those, and then it's like the heroes that are good against those, what's good against those.
Yeah.
You know, and it all starts with these like 5 or 6 heroes, and Timbersaw is one of them right now.
I'm just trying to find this Timbersaw game you guys are talking about. I'm not seeing it.
Was it Yopaj that played it or something?
Kunkka, Centaur,
Maybe Brian is lying.
Double
Brian.
Mars, Kunkka, Mars, Doom, Darkseid, Night Dude.
Maybe it was Yopaj who played it.
Am I nuts?
Might be.
I can't see it. He's played Centaur, Mars, and Doom a lot. And Kunkka.
Yeah,
Okay, Shopify literally played Timbersaw 9th pick against Spirit, and it was mid. It was a mid Timbersaw.
Well, I know that
it was 9th pick
I was
overall,
not
that
attempting to
correct.
call you out, Brian.
No. So it wasn't mid Timbersaw. Everything I said was just, I thought it was Saberlight. I did not do my due diligence here. It was Yopaj that played it, and they did lose. But they, yeah, I mean, like I said, they had the option to pick Timbersaw numerous times this event, and they just didn't. Or they were first overall pick and would ban it despite having the opportunity to take it themselves.
Do you think they've picked it here because you have to give a ban to Magnus because of Collapse, is probably what they're thinking. So then they also want to get rid of Mars and DK. So then they're like, well, we kind of have to pick it ourselves.
I know exactly how Bulba works, so I don't even need to speculate this. They played against Betboom.
Right.
They were first pick, and they picked Centaur, and then Betboom picked Timbersaw.
So they were just copying their draft.
Exactly.
Very nice, okay.
Exactly.
So they have got Miposhka on the Grimstroke, which is a signature for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, let's find out how many games of Grimstroke Miposhka has.
He's been loving it, which I was trying to figure out why Spirit enjoyed so much when we interviewed him, but it just seems like it's a preference thing, just comfort. There wasn't necessarily any synergies with Soulbind or Inkswell, he just likes it.
Is this a particularly good Undying game? Like, I feel like Timbersaw is okay in lane, and you can pick like a Lion or something that just gives them stun. Hoodwink. I guess Hoodwink Timber has a bit of anti-synergy with the tree cutting.
So Grimstroke is not in his top 5 most played supports.
It's been a recent thing for him.
It's like they have like waves of when and how they play Grimstroke. I would say it's pretty good in this game. Very annoying for Timber. I would also say I kind of like it against Venge. If you're binding people, Venge swaps the one dude out. Now the other two are still bound, so I feel like you still have some stuff kind of going for it. Undying against Timber, I feel like is a bit of a 50-50 matchup. I would say it has a lot to do with the 4 Timber has and the carry that you pair up with it.
Well, the 4 in this case will be the Hoodwink.
Yeah, which is very good against Undying.
Although, again, we've only seen Yopaj play the Timbersaw mid on Shopify. Saberlight has not played it yet.
And do you want to leave that flex open most likely so you pick Arteezy's hero, Terrorblade, something like that, Luna, Alk, okay. I don't love the Alk pick here. I feel like I feel like Centaur's gonna have a really good lane. Feels like every Centaur has a good lane, but I don't
think this is a let's just get the hell out of here pick. They can be like, we'll be in the lane for a bit as soon as I can.
Yeah, you could just like Wave of Terror, stun the Centaur, and like Acid Spray and kill the wave. Like it allows you to kind of just not interact with him. Yeah, it could be that. It gives you a pretty strong mid-game timing. That's what Alchemist always does. I'm just curious, like...
What do you prefer for your Toro? Out of like Luna, TB, more?
I like Luna the most. I don't love it against Venge, but I really do think it's like a tempo thing. They go TB, okay.
Yeah.
I just don't love TB into Timbersaw, I guess. Just the like mid to late game matchups used to be good for Terrorblade, but now it's like... It was always bad early, but it used to be good later because you eventually did enough damage to kill this guy. And I feel like now with the Shiva's build, it doesn't feel that way on Timbersaw.
So are you guys like 99% sure this Timbersaw is now definitely off lane? They're not going to put him in?
I would say not necessarily. It comes down to... I feel like it's also kind of up to Spirit, like what they will do with their mid pick. Because if you're Shopify and you feel like, wow, I can just put this Timber mid and pick like an even better GG matchup against the TB, like maybe then you still decide to pick a new offlaner.
The TB goes up in value because of the Venge. Like, TB's always been good against Venge because you reflect her and then you get her aura for the time that the reflection is on. So it's always been like a... It's good with Venge and good against Venge because that aura is so good for you. And Venge doesn't buy dispels.
Like having... Like, TB does tank up pretty nicely. You have like soft saves as well, like some Undying heals. Grimstroke can free you up. You have a Stampede. I would say like you're in and out against an Alk who kind of has to commit and like Timber has to show his body. I do very much like Spirit's draft so far, but I would assume they need a mid hero for Mr. Larl that allows the supports to like play through him. Like as a support, you love when you can like bounce between your mid and your offlaner after like the first 6 minutes of the game. So I could see some, maybe you set up for some Ember Spirits.
They love the Tiny plus Grimstroke.
That's true. I'm a bit hesitant with Tiny into some of these heroes, but I know that some teams don't really care, and Grim is a great enabler for it.
I haven't loved Laurel's like impact on last pick. The last 4 games, 2 series, 4 games that I've watched, they've given him last pick. It's been Death Prophet, Lina, Kunkka, Razor. They've lost all 4 of those games, and it didn't feel like he really took over the game either. It's not like he had a good game and then they still lost. It felt like all those, he either went even or lost his lane. So the fact that he's in a blind matchup now, I guess I'm expressing my doubts about Laurel after watching the last 2 days. Obviously, Team Spirit being 1-3, not in their A game. But I agree with what Kezu said. You want somebody that you can work through, play around.
Like, I think Ember is fine, but maybe you didn't have enough bans to kind of facilitate this pick now, because it's blind. The reason I'm a bit hesitant towards like a Tiny is then I feel like you put the Timber mid and you get a new matchup in the offlane as well.
They're expecting the Timber mid. They banned out offlaners. They took out Darkseer and Doom, so Spirit are revving up for a Timber mid.
How's the Lesh been doing overall? I haven't felt like...
He's 13 and 16 apparently.
It's literally right there, Ted.
I blinked.
Nah, it's like a hero.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I think people are picking him more than it should be picked, is what's happening. Like, I think Lesh is bad against Burst. And you have Hoodwink, Venge, which is a lot of Burst, and Alk.
I know you're playing against Centaur, but I feel like Sniper is still very playable for you because you have Venge. I feel like that's like the one added block that I could put there. Because I feel like you want a ranged mid hero now for Shopify. It's generally what can or does counter Lesh and TB in the game. And you put the Timber into the offlane would be my call. I don't have another thing in mind other than the sniper for now.
Puck?
Will be the Puck.
I cannot remember the last time the sniper was seen as a hero that people would actually pick in pro games. Like, it's just the longest time you just never saw
He's
him
become a cheese hero, oddly enough. Like
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
just wins
Yeah.
his
Just the
lane.
can,
and,
though,
yeah,
right?
and it's like late game sniper is always the same hero. You're gonna kill him. Like if you get enough items, you'll kill him. So it's a matter of like hitting this mid game where sniper's 1200 range, and if you buy blinks, you just die to him in like 6 hits. Yeah. So even if you get on top of him, he kills you. I'll just say I've had this weird feeling about the Terrorblade Alk matchup. I think historically it's been Terrorblade heavily favored, and it just doesn't feel like that right now. The Alk pacing just seems better against TB, and I had this feeling the other day, and I'm just going to stick with it again and say that like I really like the way Shopify's timings line up against Team Spirit's draft. I think Team Spirit's draft's like a little bit too standard. I don't know how else to word that.
No, I think that's fair. I would say for Shopify, I really like their tempo and like their mid game, like with this Radiance timing and like try to go in. I have a hunch that this Leshrac, unless he like gets swapped in, that they're gonna be too tanky. Like that Shopify won't have the damage to like facilitate really killing these heroes. So I slightly lean with Spirit, but I think it's a very close one.
Shopify generally win the first game of this series
That's
and then
true.
lose the next two.
That
so
is
I'm going to go for first game.
A common trend. So Saberlight has not played Timbersaw
2 months.
In 2 months.
In a competitive match.
In a competitive match. So he played it in DreamLeague Season 21 once and won. And before that it was Kuala Lumpur.
Well, my boy can play. He can play Timber.
This is the qualifiers for
Oh, this
DreamLeague
is the
Season
qualifiers.
22.
Okay.
Whichever hero pops off, they're going to first pick it next draft as well. That's what's going to happen.
Oh my god, his last Timbersaw game is against none other than Fart Studios.
Oh! Well, if they were able to beat Fort Studios with it, then I'm definitely going Shopify. That means that Saberlight has the best Timbersaw in the world. Right, Brian?
Of course. I wasn't there, but they beat Jenkins, so that's a pretty impressive feat.
That's how you get a star over your logo on
That's
your
right.
shirt.
Beat Jenkins. The little H's on there. Well, let's see how Saberlight's Timbersaw does in this game number 1 with our casters as Cap and SVJ.
The two-time TI winners need to get some more wins here if they want to be able to go to the playoffs of DreamLeague here. They are sitting at a series score of 1-3. Rough times for Team Spirit, man.
Getting into that do-or-die territory.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that means that the pressure is on. And that is when Team Spirit thrives.
That's true. Winners of TI-10, winners of Riyadh Masters, winners of TI-12. These guys thrive in the finals. And, I mean, the last 2 finals that they played in were pretty stompy ones, too.
Feels like when they're clicking, they're unbeatable. But right now, are they clicking? Not entirely. So they are beatable. And that's the good news if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, as this is when you would like to face this team. See if they can make the most of it. Been a very mixed bag for both these teams in this second group stage, honestly.
Yeah.
There's been games where they look really good and crisp, and there's other games where you wonder what the hell we're doing here, and you just don't know what version you're going to get on any given day. Both these teams trying to find more consistency in how they draft, how they play, and how they get those dubs. Honestly, if I had to pick a favorite in this particular game, I feel like I might go with Shopify here for game 1. I just have more faith in Puck than Lesh. I feel like this is a hard Leshrac game. Like, he has his purpose versus the Timber and the Alk. He can scale hard, but Puck can generally make this hero's mid-game a little tough with the coil kiting, and then you have Venge for the swap, coil break, which can be pretty valuable here, and then you have long-range damage from the Hoodwink. And I feel like Hoodwink has looked really good in all the games we've seen it.
Yeah.
So my stock value of Lesh is probably a little lower than a lot of these teams, and my stock value of Hoodwink's probably a little higher. Makes me lean that way, but I think overall it's pretty damn even here.
Do you like Hoodwink enough that you would be opting to like first pick this hero?
I think it's a fine first pick.
Yeah.
If you have a player who's really confident, knows how to itemize it, and you're happy with the farm it takes for what it delivers with it, which not every team is, but if you are, then I think this hero is very strong.
Theodore trying to make a break for it, but he's probably going to get run down here, and that will be your first blood going to Utoro.
Fast level 2, they make the most of it. Really good kill. It's going to help him accelerate this Terrorblade, which is what you want. The faster he stays up with the Alk, the happier you're going to be. As
Speaking of that Alk, he gets cut down by Collapse, so Team Spirit off to the races already, pun intended with the horseman there, but
not a kill I would have expected. This Venge Alklings has a really strong level 2 with the double minus armor versus a hero that has no base armor in the Centaur. Big pickup once again for the two side lanes here as they're both cruising, and generally when Team Spirit are dominating side lanes, I feel like their win percentage must just be insanely high.
yeah. I mean, if there's anybody you want to set up for success on this team, right, it's Collapse and Utoro.
Generally. I mean, Laurel does it for himself, but this is just not a team known for making mid-rotations that much. They commit a lot to these side lanes. They want to enable both these players, so when it goes well, that's generally their game plan succeeding, which means they generally do pretty well. Surprise.
Trying to push back against a Timber Saw. We'll see how Saberlight does. As they said, it's been a little bit since he's rocking this one. I got the Lotuses going to be spawning here. Theodore going to be chased away by the Undying, so Utoro secures that. So bottom lane's looking super fine. That mid lane was going pretty well, it seems, for Leshrac. That Lightning just punishing the puck over and over again. Saberlight almost even just dies to Utoro walking up and right-clicking him.
This lane is not going well at all. Utoro is getting what he wants out of it, and it's a lot. And on the flip side, his Alk is already into the jungle. And lane equilibrium got lost. He has to pull it back, so that lane's not going much better here. And Poshka is just running the mango train.
You still have faith in Shop of High's lineup for game 1?
Nope, I've completely given up.
I mean, this is... it's not that bad net worth-wise just yet, but it's gonna get really bad if Alchemist is already jungling.
I think this is Team Spirit overperforming in the early stages of this laning phase. But again, I think the strength of Shopify's lineup is that like 15 to 25 minute period.
Ooh.
And playing around the puck. This is a team that knows how to play around puck. They know how to play these coil snaps.
All right, there we go. Saberlight gets a little something cooking here. Kills the Undying and will be able to get the bounty for the Tombstone, presumably. So, oh, never mind. Spoke too soon. Utoro came back and denied it.
Cursed the hell out of him. Also, if you're going to have a carry that jungles early, I mean, you're going to take Alchemist 100% of the time, right?
Sure. Is he actually the best carry to jungle early on?
Well, efficiency-wise, yes. I mean, I don't know in any game. You know, there's other carries you'd rather have in a game, but in terms of making the most out of the jungle, yeah, it's this hero.
Opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
AoE physical farming spell with built-in extra gold passive.
Well, if they can't get to a point, you were definitely making a pretty good argument. I was vibing with it. I feel like if they can get out of this laning phase doing all right, this Leshrac may have a really hard time. They got a fair amount of burst. Even just like the Alchemist Venge is pretty scary.
That's the lands? Holy crap.
That was a long-range magic missile. Laurel, he's going to need Split Earth to get his way out of here, and that may not even be enough as Yopaj likely to throw an orb out there. They drop the ward, which should be read by Team Spirit.
He's going to deny
go for the deny.
Deny would be nice here. Got a lot of raindrop burned off that kill as well. It was doing work for Laurel, but once more, Team Spirit, they're content just leaving the Leshrac on an island here, trying to win their two side lanes as hard as possible. I mean, top is empty, so the real contest is down here as Saberlight has ramped up the points, and there's no saving Yatoro here.
Physical damage doesn't do that much to a Terrorblade like the Hoodwink was doing earlier, but the pure damage of a Timber Saw certainly threatens that hero pretty good, and he gets a double kill out of the lane. Saberlight not rusty at all with the Timber Saw, it seems.
big pickups there. They will find the Hoodwink on the return.
Oh, actually popped the Stampede. The Centaur's going to try and get there. Yeah, he's going to be a bit late, or maybe not. He chooses to use the stun on the Grimstroke, so...
Centaur, take me.
Wrong, Centaur takes him.
RTZ was pretty happy with that small camp stack, so it's good Team Spirit invaded there. A lot of extra gold that Alka's going to miss, and of course he just hasn't been laning it at all, so his XP is pretty low.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Looking at that differential here, 4 to 6 on these cores is going to be tough. Tough road for Artor. It's going to be around Yopaj, that's for sure. Have to make the plays around him. Team Spirit just have to read where Yopaj wants to go and not give him any free pickoffs, not give him some momentum off the power runes, and probably play through Collapse as he's just going to have an absolutely free game here.
Kitrak's already here with the smoke. I mean, they do have 2 really good rotating supports, right? Hoodwink, Venge, 2 different stuns, one of them being pretty long range. Decent damage output.
Did Shopify have to just abandon this Alkaline that early?
I find it hard to believe, but I guess if you get that early first blood, Grimstroke Centaur is really good at putting pressure, so maybe RTZ feels like he would... Maybe he could have kept the lane, but he would just get more out of the jungle.
Maybe.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, this is huge kill with the coil if they can get it, but
it's going to be hard to get there. That was a cute little play. Yopaj drops a branch trying to get Saberlight to be able to Timber Chain 2. Not going to be able to finish up the Leshrac. Now making a break for it.
That was a really heads-up play, honestly.
Yeah.
But they just didn't bring the numbers. Like, that's a play you want one of the supports on for sure.
Is under attack.
Yeah, you have a single stun. Maybe that Timber Chain play actually works.
A little disjointed here, and you do not want to miss out on these coil kills. This game gets stabilized again. Boshka chilling with the boys.
Not going to be chilling for long. It's never fun playing Undying versus Timbersaw, man. Your whole identity is based around just taking away some HP, and Timbersaw cuts you down so easily with Whirling Death.
We're seeing why teams are willing to first pick this hero. Absolute menace. It does not feel good to be in this position as an Alchemist, I can tell you that.
What, being behind net worth on the enemy, 2 enemy cores?
And one of them is Terrorblade, who has a very good matchup for ECU and can honestly get close to the same levels of farm if he's having this free of a game.
But down again with the Stampede, with Chemical Rage on cooldown, he's definitely dead.
It's just such a rough start for this Alk, and there's no real pressure being created to dissuade Spirit from going for these plays. It's only around this Timbersaw, really. I mean, he had a couple coil plays, but Poshka is still just sitting down here. This tower's not dead. These trades bottoms honestly haven't even worked out that well for Shopify because it's not progressing the map, it's not progressing the game.
I almost want to see some sort of gank train of just like 3 members going between the 2 portals, you know? And just ganking the side lanes over and over again. Because Team Spirit are getting way too much out of all this. Well, RTZ did get his level 6, so it means he can farm the stacks now.
That's a good recovery stack. Get some extra Skelly summons. And this is a necessary gank at this point. Collapse is getting way too much off the map, but do you have the damage for him?
Yeah, Collapse is going to be a hard kill here. Acorn Shot does bounce back to him, and they got him. Okay, not that hard, it seems.
Brought 4. DD on Yopaj definitely helps that play a lot.
Yeah.
It's a big pickup. You did this while that Alk was clearing the stacks, so very efficient on the map. I mean, you're looking at Collapse's net worth here. He was vacuuming up the space.
Oh, wanted to get the swap. Not going to make it there.
Didn't even get the flag bearer creep, man. But he'll get a tip. RTZ says thank you for the shards. I'll use that to avoid you in my next pub.
Don't actually get him.
Yeah, it's a little sad.
Yopaj should be fine here. Drops the tombstone for that. I guess there's a little stack they can farm together, but kind of an odd play. They're really trusting in this Timbersaw. Saberlight's gotten a fair amount of space.
It's a pretty good Timber game. You have the Grim to worry about and the late game burst damage. Of course, Lesh. Pretty annoying, but you get a Shroud. It's not the worst anymore. They just have a decent amount of interrupts to control you. Yeah. But I also feel like Timbersaw doesn't care about anything in Dota. He's having a good game. You get to those late game items, like the way we saw Whisper play it yesterday. You have this Kaya Blink, Lincoln's build with level 25 double Chakram. What do you really care about?
Another Coil.
Yeah, these are just not lining up.
What's going on here?
And they have everything up. You can just Coil swap. You can smoke for this play if you really need to. This, by the way, this tier 1 bottom is still up. Team Spirit have really prioritized defending it. Just giving them a lot of extra map control. There's nowhere for Shopify to go right now.
Which keeps on forcing Arteezy to this corner of the map, which he keeps getting ganked by the Grimstroke Centaur. And as they make a larger move towards bottom, it just opens up mid. Laurel is constantly keep that pressure. Every single time Heroes showed anywhere else, he would just even willing to tank the tower, diabolic it.
This is a pretty lethargic early game. For all the early spellcasting Shopify's lineup has.
Yeah. Haven't seen a sharpshooter put to use. Haven't seen swap at all. Especially not swap coil. And it looks like those aren't recovery stacks. Those are get even farther ahead stacks. Terrorblade still ahead of the Alchemist.
So I think one of the biggest counters to what Shopify presented in this game is just any sort of armor build up here. Like Shiva's guard on this Centaur eventually it's going to be nasty. It's really hard for Arteezy to commit in. It removes some of the effectiveness of the acid spray plus the wave of terror going in. And you do have a lot of spell damage to follow up, but this is spell damage you can only throw on one target at a time. Whereas Team Spirit just...
Oh,
okay.
Man. He was dead for sure there. He was entirely on an island.
They might get him on the other side. Really backed. They saw him.
Are they willing to dive?
Yeah, they are.
Tier 2 for it? Will they get punished?
I don't think there's any punish really available.
I mean, Yopaj TP's first. He can coil them, and that'll hold them for a while.
Is Arteezy going to gate escape? He's out of there. Nice read. Dodges the gank. That's a big gank to dodge. A lot of wasted time here. And he's closing in on Radiance, so that would have been a really bad death.
The Illicore spots a couple of heroes, but he does have reinforcements nearby. Might end up in some sort of clash here. Deep vision on the side of Shopify gets a decent amount of information.
Still got that Wisdom Rune sitting there as well.
Mine.
Looking for that Yule's catch.
Sharpshooter, not quite enough damage. Timbersaw gonna be swapped back outside of the range of the stomp there from Collapse. And Kidrak will die for it, but a really big save considering this move. And Yopaj is still looking for a pickoff here. Tried to go for the Grimstroke, gets them with the coil there at the end of it. Saberlight, since he's full health, he can go back in and threaten. He's just got to be careful with that Leshrac, really.
Nice pump fake.
Oh, he hit the stomp. What a play from Collapse, faking out the phase shift.
God damn, he got him. Got his ass with that one.
Outplayed.
I feel like the first time you do that, it guarantee works. Because you're not thinking about the pump fake. You're thinking about dodging the stun. He goes in. Oh, I dodged it. Oh, guess what? You didn't. Because now Yopaj is going to be thinking about that pump fake. Which is why the second time you go in, you just throw it instantly.
Also, more levels of phase shift make a big difference in that play.
Yeah,
right?
for
but
sure.
It's only one level. It's fairly easy to kind of get him to use it. still be able to land spells.
Laurel will give it right back. Underestimating the fact Shopify were still in the area, and more than enough damage to kill this Lesh, I feel like.
Yeah, when you go Veil, Kaya, tons of burst damage.
Honestly, it feels like Shopify could be in a much worse position.
Yeah.
Than where they are, right? With the start collapse had, the first blood for Yatoro, the 3 kills that connected on this Alchemist.
Dire are scanning.
Like, Shopify are getting what they want on the map right now. It's not pretty, it's not where they'd want to be, but considering what could have happened, not the worst.
You really need to come up with an answer to this Terrorblade. Because Yatoro's entirely free farming, and on equal net worth with the Alchemist, he is no doubt superior.
He's going to be a problem, but they do have a lot of spell damage, right? Timber, Puck, Hoodwink.
There's no saves on the side of Spirit either, so...
Yep. We'll see if Team Spirit can also accelerate. This is that classic Undying Terrorblade package that gives you Roshan, gives you early tower taking ability with an Aegis. If you group up, it's not that slow for you to just complete some of these objectives.
Well, time to play a little faster for Shopify. Double Blink Dagger. One for the Timber, one for the Puck. Both could be able to jump the Terrorblade.
I thought you were going to say
life right away.
The whip.
Time for the whip.
Do you like whips, Austin?
What kind of goddamn question is that?
What? Jeez, what? They're cool.
Sure. Big fan of Indiana Jones here. Oh, this bushwhack. That's a bit of a shame there. Still can run down collapse.
That damage.
Okay, Soulbind on 2.
Yeah,
this is
stuck.
really well set up for Laurel. Double lightning. Yeah, Soulbind even bounces over to the Hoodwink on the side there, so maybe they can get a 3rd kill out of this whole exchange, as Shopify just group up way too much for that whole situation. Yopaj is doing some work here, but Leshrac isn't low enough for him to commit.
He's trying to maximize that haste rune, but that Soulbind was way too good. You get 2 heroes locked under that tombstone, then you get 2 more on the backside of it. That is so much damage going through. If that Soulbind doesn't land, you might be able to kite this fight out. Like, the coil was pretty good here. You're killing the tombstone with 2 heroes on the side, but damn, does that do work. Laurel just rips them open. It's a spell Shopify are going to have to think about, and one Team Spirit need to prioritize here. Protect Mira in the fights. His control is paramount to what they want to do with these cores that have a lot of damage but not a lot of stuns outside of that hoof stomp.
A little bit early there, but Yopaj not quite in striking distance. Missed the Waning Rift, and you need every bit of damage to get these kills.
Another pump fake.
Longer phase shifts will get him out of danger.
And Shroud for Laurel. Early Shroud here. Kind of like it. You're going to tank up here. You're going to negate a lot of the magic damage that they want to throw on you. It's not the best Shroud game, but the fact he got it this fast is kind of interesting. I mean, I guess the alternative would have been the faster Bloodstone. I don't know, interesting choice. But it looks good for now. I don't really see him dying in the fight.
Arteezy, a 3rd time to get ganked in this corner of the map.
They just know where he is, man.
Yes, sir. Oh no, they don't get him.
He knew.
Arteezy's just a little bit too fast. How did he know? Damn.
You can't kill. You can't gank this guy. Ungankable player. I've been watching Arteezy for almost 10 years now.
Yeah.
I've never seen him get ganked on a neutral game.
Again, there's this part of the audience that does not understand that you are being sarcastic there.
No, I'm serious. I've never seen it.
Okay. All those times you coached Arteezy, you never had any feedback about his farming patterns?
Nope.
Not a single time?
I mean, I remember a discussion about, like, where should we farm on the map? And, Yeah, I got kicked the next day, so that says something about that situation. Shopify looking for an aggressive move here, but they will not find it. Laurel presents himself, the Disco Pony, with a little extra tank ability here. They do not want to go on him. But you are corralling the enemy here while the Alk is farming. And you got to remember, like, the Alk was catching up in this game, whereas the Terrorblade was ahead. So you're back to even, slowly overtaking him.
Coil on the Centaur. Again, the support's out of reach. This dissing between the supports and mid here, really painful to watch.
Maybe Yopaj is just too fast for them on the map. Kind of hard to keep up with him with the Venge, and the Hoodwink wants to do her own thing here, but it has not synced up on some of these plays, and you're missing these little opportunities, which is maintaining Spirit's lead in this game. They're continuing to get to Yatoro's late game here. And Spirit are just tanking up, man.
Yeah.
Everybody outside of the Terrorblade is just building survivability. BKBs, Shrouds, Glimmer Cape, Mech on the supports. This is a lot to get through.
Team Spirit, are they going to get caught inside the pit?
This is like good high ground.
They're going to smoke up, and Kitrax, the one to break it, immediately collapse jumps. So does Saberlight, and he whiffs as a result. Now he's going to be... nice interception there from Arteezy. Will save Saberlight's life. They're going to try and slow him down with a Soulbind and such. Running into the trees, Saberlight. Can he get a long Timber Chain away? He cannot. Hit by the Splitter. Follow up with a Stomp from Collapse. Really nice setup there from Team Spirit.
That was an important kill to connect on, because if Timber gets out there, you have some turn potential on Shopify. The Soulbind got used, Tombstone was dropped on that high ground. That is why Arteezy did not want to commit in there. That stun looked great, but not against high ground Tombstone that you had no chance of killing. And they will get the Kit Track buyback on top of it into the Roshan. The positioning there was just way too good. And it's hard to commit in right now. This Soulbind Tombstone thread, you can't just jump in with all your cores. You're going to get massacred. The Alk's timings are just too off.
And with all this, all these tanky items against the magic damage, it leaves the physical damage of Shopify reliant upon to be able to cut through all this, but he doesn't even have his AC yet, so it's going to be a long time until this Alchemist is an actual right-clicking threat to these heroes. But they really have no choice of just kind of keep it going. I mean, would you feel comfortable accepting that, like, okay, Team Spirit is just stronger than us right now, try and push for a later timing?
I mean, you don't have a choice. I don't think you're fighting this Aegis. You can look for pickoffs on the map, but 5-on-5 looks really hard right now. You need better ways to man it versus the supports right now, which I would say is really only BKB or Lincoln Spheres. Or I guess just more firepower on the puck. If Yopaj can create a bigger threat where he's killing people and you don't have to commit the whole team. The Timber can also go that route with like the Blink Kaya build. But it's going to be the BKB for Saberlight. And Parasma already done for Yopaj. He's also eyeing BKB. So it's just going to be triple BKB and you try and commit in off the stuns, throw the damage in.
Oh no. Hate that. Hate that for him.
You also have to keep in mind this Grim Shard that can come out later. It's going to prevent some of that all-in ability as well.
Yeah. I mean, this Grim has done quite a lot. I think just a lot of the thread behind Soulbind. There's no point in that the Puck and Timbersaw can feel comfortable blinking in on the same target to blow it up. Because if they both get Soulbound, I think the fight's just over instantly.
Until 3 BKBs, yeah, for sure. The Toro has his own now. He is staying ahead of the Alk. That is very good for him.
He's got BKB, so he'll shrug this off, but doesn't feel great.
No. That was your BKB AC timing and doing nothing for you here. Continue to rat out this map. Still a very even game gold-wise, but it just doesn't feel like it's doing nearly as much for Shopify here.
Yeah, I mean, you're down in net worth, maybe not that much, but you're down in net worth with an Alchemist.
Yep.
It has to mean you're losing.
Now, what if he builds an Ags and he pulls it to the puck?
Tower is under attack.
And then Yopaj 1v9s that shit.
I think that's a legitimate strategy. I mean, you said if you could have more firepower on the puck, there's not much more firepower than being able to lay the Ags coil on the supports and just watch them die to coil attacks.
Radiant structures are
Whatever your plan is, you're running out of time right now.
Hey, you said you have this all-in potential. Leshrac, Undying, Terrorblade. They've got tons of building damage and lots of team fight around it.
Really strong timing push with this butterfly.
Saberlight trying to blink in. Is he going to die for that?
Oh,
they had to swap him to save him, and he had to use BKB. I mean, there's no way you could defend this anymore. They're going to collect a kill out of it, too. Not only just Elena Barracks, but Kitrak will die. That's a dieback from him from that Roshan fight earlier.
RTZ in the
Arteezy going for the Undying. Now, it's short and Thunder. No way Yatoro just did that. Oh, God. Is that going to kill their team fight? He's going to come back on a second life here. He did swap in the BKB, so he's going to be okay. No chance of them being able to burst him down. They actually go for it and kill Arteezy. Now, Timbersaw needs to get on out of here. Yopaj needs to keep up the constant harassment here. Don't want to let Team Spirit walk away, but sadly, they're going to do just that.
Yatoro named himself Yatoro God because he chooses who lives and dies. He says it is not your right to kill my 5. That's my right.
You just... He'll return the favor later on when he's low HP.
That's that Grim Shard, though. That's what I was saying. You have limited initiation options, and Shard can bail out all of them here. And then you're just resetting the fight. Your BKB's gone. You're dead. You're getting small trades on the backside with the magic scale you have, but again, you're just running out of time here to put something together.
Yeah. I feel like, in theory, that was such a wild play. It just... I mean, it ruined your meta as a Terrorblade, but they're far enough ahead, didn't matter.
Yeah, I feel like I'm probably letting my Undying just die there. Like, he'd already used Tombstone and stuff, too. It's not like they got him before Tombstone.
Yeah.
He might have not even been dead, to be honest. But Heroics earn you some extra points here at DreamLeague.
Now you just have a bonus little prize pool for random talent awards.
That's right. You will be handing them out at the end of the season.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, they're going to go high ground again, and Shopify, you couldn't do it last time. Don't see what you can do about it this time. Maybe some sort of coil swap play. Collapse will kill the Vengeful Spirit before he gets the chance to do that. So there goes that. Throw that out the window.
They have so much tank ability for 30 minutes in the game. Double Shroud, multiple BKBs. You have this Undying behind everybody. Glimmer Capes, Mechs, Soul Rip. I just don't think you have damage at this point in the game. Your lineup fell too far behind. Arteezy finishes a basher, but it's going to be bashing his head against a brick wall here.
Coil. He could snap it if he wants, and they could pop the Inkswell, but he doesn't need to. Okay. Oh, what a splitter! Right as they jumped in, Arteezy 100 to 0'd.
Absolutely nothing.
What a read from Laurel. God damn.
That was a 6 stun. Absolutely sticking. That'll just be a GG out with a little extra morale loss at the end. Sometimes that's better. That's why it's better to sometimes just give up earlier. You know, now you got this 6 stun. Laurel's feeling himself. He's like, oh yeah, I'm about to style on these kids. You know what? If you just said go down mid-end, never would have happened.
You don't have to fully realize how much better they are than you.
Yeah, if you're like, oh, computer's lagging. Discord laggy. We got a GG out, guys. And and then you go next. But Team Spirit, very happy to play that game out as they look solid. Again, this team has just fluctuated between very solid and very where's their true form. And when they're on, they're on. This game just felt like, again, I go back to lethargic or Shopfire belly. All these coil plays are not with the supports. The Timbersaw, they fought around him. He had an okay start, but those trades never really resulted in that tower dying because they never made a decisive smoke play, brought the numbers, got rid of that, so it's not progressing your game.
Where's the team play? Where's the aggression?
Yes. And then meanwhile, Yatoro has a really good start, Collapse has a really good start, and they're just building survivability. Double Shroud, Bloodstone, Butterfly, double BKB, Greaves, Glimmer, and Grimsave. I mean, you need to be ahead to be able to deal with that.
Well, they got a little bit of break before they head to game 2. We'll see what Coach Bulba cooks up. These guys, he needs to get in there and yell at them a little bit. Get them to wake the hell up. See if we can get a little bit more of competition as we head into game 2.
Perhaps a stern talking to from a British father might reinvigorate them because, Pyrian, I believe that you have some analysis of your own on this game number 1.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Ah, jeez. Shucks.
This game, in summary, Artur died a lot in lane, which is not ideal. And then you hit 25 minutes. Terrorblade had a good lane.
He did.
Terrorblade starts taking your buildings. The game is over.
Oh.
The end. Move. Let's go next.
Hope Saberlight's listening. Next game, don't die. But no, on a more serious note, I think the first time, I don't even know if Arteezy ever had more net worth in this game than Yatoro. Also, the first time he was involved in a kill on the Alchemist was at like minute, I think like 25 or 27. And there's no way, like Alchemist, even when he loses his lane, he always gets enough items that eventually you can go with your team. I think Cap and Avery also mentioned it like very nicely in the game. They were off the money. Like on Shopify, there's a coil going, the supports aren't there, because I did say that I prefer Spirit's draft, but there's no way this game should have been this one-sided. They played so much better than them. They made the right moves where at the same time, Shopify, I feel like they didn't find the right timings at all. Like Arteezy, I have to mention again, but he ends the game 0-5-1. I don't think you're ever allowed to do that on an Alch, even when you lose the lane. And in the first place, the lane shouldn't have been lost that hard. So, you know, next game, I feel like you need to, like they said, wake up, because this is not only draft. This was more on the gameplay side for sure.
Yeah, sometimes in this situation, I'll be like, okay, but what if they didn't pick the Alchemist? What if they picked a more traditionally active carry or something like that? I don't think it would have mattered. I think that they were just out of sorts in this game number 1.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even know exactly what happened. Like, we talk about the lanes, they didn't go well, but even then, like, they didn't find the sync that I feel like usually they do. You know, maybe going back to Brian's point, maybe Saberlight being on a hero like Timber instead of a to-do shitter like Centaur, or starting the fight with Kunkka, like, maybe he needed to be the one that's in the moves to make it work. But yeah, I guess I'll just highlight Spirit. I feel like they laned really well with Collapse and Mirror up top, made nice moves around the map. I would say Laurel, maybe 1 or 2 sussy deaths, but apart from that, when they had their timings, go together, kill Roach, nice team fight in the bottom lane, make it look clean.
It felt like a much simpler plan.
Yeah.
It was like the Centaur immediately, it's like, this is going to be a hard lane for whoever you put up here. He's going to do great. He's going to have money and be able to run around and start fights. And then you pick Terrorblade, and it's like, well, if the Centaur's going to win his lane, Terrorblade will be ready to start taking builders at 25 minutes. Will they be ready? If they've lost their safe lane, and we've had a good safe lane, we're just going to go win the game. And they just executed that really well. And like as you said, it's not even like you could say they massively outplayed them. It looked pretty straightforward from Spirit. They just kind of methodically won the game. Shopify didn't really put up what we've seen them do so far in the tournament. A bad day.
A bad day. Well, or at least a bad start to the day. But
indeed. I'm not writing them off, Neil. God forbid.
It's a 3-game series, Ted. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. In fact, I don't even want to get so ahead as to skip our tech analyst as well. BSJ, what you got for me?
Thank you, Thank you, Neil.
How dare you.
Gosh, I'm conditioned at this point. For the head-to-head Acer Predator for this game, I actually took 2 different roles. I took Collapse versus Arteezy, really looking at that top lane matchup. For the stat for that head-to-head, I would like to be looking at how they were faring at the 10-minute mark, which was not good. And this is the life of Arteezy for this game. I wanted to show all the times that Team Spirit is just messing with his ass, as sometimes he even got away. We're going to see a few times where he does escape, but that's about explains the 0-5-1 performance from Arteezy here.
I mean, they had a ward. What's he supposed to do?
Yeah, this is one where he manages to even not like die, and then they're gonna try to find him again. You can see like how much they want that Arteezy Alk. He's gonna have the like Spidey says, oh, we gotta walk away from these camps, spending all this time not farming, right? Even though he's not dying, you can kind of just see the fear that Team Spirit has instilled in this man as collapse all over the place, seeing him bring down the hoodwink in the trees. Felt like he kind of just had free reign of the map and could pretty much dictate whatever Team Spirit wanted in that game with the Grimstroke Undying behind him.
And I think that was also evidenced by, as we can see, our Acer Predator head-to-head and the numbers behind this. Wait, you went Collapse Arteezy for this?
Yeah, I went Collapse Arteezy because of top lane, and a big part of this is like the net worth doesn't really matter what it is. Like you get to see Alchemist at the end of the game has 20k, but at what cost, right? How long did it take him to get there? Alchemist is supposed to be top of the net worth throughout the entire stage of the game if you're looking for a win, but Collapse, like just pure, I don't know. He literally ran them over and stomped them in Centaur fashion.
Do you think that's, okay, let's say that the first pick was swapped, and you already mentioned that Timbersaw is not really a specialty for either of these teams. Maybe Centaur is fine as a first pick.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Like I had more faith in the Timbersaw just because it is good against Centaur. But this Centaur hero, man, like people are first picking it, and they are #1 net worth at like 10-15 minutes every single game
against an Alchemist.
Yes, and I'm just thinking like if I'm against Collapse, he's going to be a stunning initiator #1 net worth. Is that?
That's the terrifying reality.
It's like maybe you just think, okay, we've got a minus armor lineup, or in the safe lane, you got the Avenge Wave of Terror, the Alk Acid Spray, Centaur 0 base armor. This is going to be the ticket. You know, maybe this is the one time we'll slow down this Centaur. But instead, it's Arteezy jungling level 4, getting out leveled by 2 or 3 levels from Collapse, and then you see the rest of the game kind of play itself out.
But there are still vulnerabilities, as Spirit are still not doing that great in this group stage anyway. So let's see what they'll be able to pull out in a group or the second game. But as for right now, I'm going to go to this man who is sitting behind me, Lacoste, our social media expert for the day. Lacoste, what's been going on the World Wide Web today?
Yo, what up, Shiver? Not much has been happening. I mean, the social media is down. We could not use Facebook. We could not use Instagram.
Oh, I heard, yeah.
Yeah, so what do you mean you heard? You have not been on social media? You wanted me to loop you in?
Yeah, I needed you to loop me in on what is else happening in the world of social media.
You know what's happening? Nothing was happening, so I had to make memes of my own. I'm like, okay, let's just create some of the memes right now.
Okay.
And I'm creating a memes about what am I actually doing, you know, before I do the prep. And we can show some of these memes.
Lacoste behind the scenes.
Yeah, so they Photoshop my picture. I wake up very early every morning, and then I, start the hunt. I go fishing for you ungrateful creatures. And there's the second one as well. So I don't think I can read this one, Tsunami.
Me showing up every day with fresh memes harvested from exotic lands to entertain all the ungrateful peasants.
Yeah, so yeah, you peasants. And I found, I'm lying. I actually found a really funny clip on Reddit. I'm all about that funny stuff. I don't care about the patch notes or how to nerf or buff the heroes. And, this is not from Pro Dota, as we can tell immediately, considering the Luna's item build and the skill build with 4 in the beam. And now the funny stuff happens. Roshan goes through, gets almost a double kill. But the funny thing is, you probably didn't notice, on the other side of the map, Zeus is battling it out with the Dragon Knight, and you can just check, it's a bit small, but he dies also to neutral creeps, which is like, what the fuck is happening in this game? We don't know the current MMR of this or anything like that, but yeah, it looked pretty low to me. And there's also another Reddit thread about the most boring heroes.
The most boring hero to play in Dota 2. There are over 100 heroes in Dota 2. I want to know what is the most boring hero in the game.
Io.
The most upvoted comment was one of the guys told his friend that if he played 150 games of Lich back in 686, when Lich didn't even have any fun abilities, you could basically just cast Frost Shield, eat a creep, Frost Nova, and your ulti. You didn't have any control whatsoever. He's gonna give him a Dragon Claw hook.
Okay.
He quit Dota entirely about halfway through the challenge. So no wonder we're losing Dota players if we have friends like that. But yeah, I want to talk to you guys about the most boring Dota heroes. What do you guys think?
I'm on the money. It's on the Lord.
We had that
way.
conversation. So we were saying, has Kesu ever been forced to spam some heroes in competitive Dota? And he was like, no, I love all the heroes. And I was like, okay, what about Underlord?
Yeah, that hero sucks. I don't want to play Underlord ever.
He could not tolerate. You're saying Io, Ted?
That hero's cool.
I'm saying he's pretty boring. He just stand there following someone around like a baby. It's just kind of dull. I did play Lich. My first 100 games of Dota was Lich.
It was.
It was like I played a couple of heroes, but then it was, I love that. Sacrificing creeps? Who doesn't like that?
You could have gotten a free Dragon Claw hook. Brian, who's your...
I'm going to have to go with Lone Druid. I feel like it's not just that boring to play, but you know the script of the game every single time. You're either going to win or lose by 15 minutes, and if you're losing, he's just running at you with a bear that you can't kill, and if you're winning, he's just useless. So absolutely boring.
How is no one mentioning Lifestealer? This guy has no abilities. You have basically Ghoul Frenzy, which is you hit the guy and you slow him down. That's it. That's the ability. What's the fun? Where's the fun?
What if you play the BSJ build, the Radiance, and just stay in someone forever?
Then you roleplay the Ancient Creep, and you get to cast some spells from there.
Yeah, the most exhilarating type of gameplay imaginable.
Absolutely.
But let me bring you some more exhilarating gameplay for game number 2 of Team Spirit versus Shopify Rebellion.
You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. She'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. Who's more alive.
again.
Oh, shit. Centaur?
Centaur.
Oh, what?
Well, technically,
Mars?
Mars' first pick.
Wow, we've hardly seen these heroes.
This draft is out of this world.
Well, imagine that. Shocking developments here in game number 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus Team Spirit, which I suppose the minimal surprise is Timbersaw goes completely ignored. As you suspected, Brian, not in either of these team specialties. Shopify thought they could, a little experimentation with it. It failed.
I did all that prep, and then I just predicted the team that picked Timbersaw.
How the mighty fall.
I think that Shopify are like, we're not fucking picking that again.
Yeah.
And Spirit were like, we don't want to fucking pick it either. So
Correct.
let's just, neither of us pick it or ban it. We'll just pretend it doesn't exist. It's
The one thing to notice is, at least I like what Spirit are doing. Like in the first game, they first picked Centaur, ban Sven, because it's a very good answer. This game, they first picked Mars, because Naga would have been very annoying. So even though, it doesn't look very different, there are small things that go into it that will make a big difference.
Also, Brian, for morning shift, I don't know if the trend continues, but in night shift, we've also seen Pango fall off in relevance significantly. I thought it was just like a few teams didn't like it, like Extreme were completely ignoring it, even though there were many games that I thought XM could whip out a Pango. Group stage 1, we were seeing Pango left and right, banned first phase. Now, what are you noticing about Pango?
Yeah, I haven't seen it as much myself in the morning groups, but we also saw Malrine pick Pango today against Puck.
Right.
I was actually going to say, generally, because Puck is so strong and the hero that's strong against you means you'll get picked less.
Yeah.
Pango, I think that's why, actually. There's just too many, Huskars, Pucks, heroes that you just don't match up very well against, and there's not enough bans to protect it. I think enough of the Pangos just lost for that reason, and I think in that particular game that they did pick Pango and they were successful despite picking in a Puck, it was because the other team just had no BKB piercing anything, and it was 5 stuns across the lineup. So having the role BKB built in was just really strong in that game. But I don't know, metas are weird,
That's why I love the longer tournaments, because whatever preconceived notions you may have about a patch or a meta will be consistent for the first 3 days of a tournament, and then it all goes out the window.
And I think it's really important to note that I think more so every year, pubs at the highest level look exactly more and more like competitive.
Yeah.
You see the same heroes. So you kind of feel it in pubs too. 1 week something is just winning, and then people are playing against it all the time. It's obviously annoying to lose to it again and again in pubs. So people try to figure out these answers pretty fast. They've got a large sample size to do so. So that's why the meta's so cyclical, I think, right now. And there's only 4 or 5 heroes usually that survive the trials of, okay, not only are we strong at the start of the patch, but we're actually so broken, nothing truly deals with us.
Yeah.
So we get to remain on top. But the rest of them,
I'm kind of surprised to see Techies picked here when the Mars is down, because you can't use Blast Off into Arena. You can't get in there with it. So if they put a Mars ult down and your team is inside it and you're not, you basically just standing there.
Yeah, you're just throwing a sticky bomb, and that's kind of... I would say it's probably more about the lane matchup. I assume, when Spirits see the Centaur, there's 2 heroes that come to mind for me. It's Undying, which they banned, and maybe an ET. So maybe you're already trying to go make sure that whichever 5 Miposhka picks, that he's going to get outranged by the techies, and just follow-up damage into Centaur. So I would say it's more to make sure their follow-up picks are easier.
Okay.
As opposed to it being good against Mars, which, it's not.
Yeah.
you would much rather have a Grimstroke, though. In terms of enabling the Centaur, wouldn't you? I know they can't just, say that's better, so pick it. But I just feel
it's... I would say, Grim is better in, the mid-game, but I guess Techies has less volatility of getting you to that stage, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. So if you're more concerned about enabling his laning phase blindly,
yeah,
you
exactly.
pick Techies.
Clockwork,
I see.
my good God, what?
Against Techies, specifically.
Clock is very interesting, I think, against Centaur too, right? You get on top of him, Stampede doesn't really matter unless you, kill the cogs.
Oh, please let Clock be good again. I would love that.
You miss him.
He's one of my most played heroes. I love this hero.
How do you feel about the jetpack? You like it?
I love it.
Yeah.
You get the hell out of danger. That's the whole point of it. No, I think this hero is one of the more fun sort of pos fours you can play, I'd say. Really interesting spell set. I think even things like the changes they made with his axe and being able to fire your rockets a bunch of times, I think he's a really, really fun hero to play. I just never see him in pro games, ever, so it's fun to see him.
I thought they might consider PL because it's so good against Terrorblade one-on-one, and it's also so good against Venge, but because she's single target and can't deal with you at all. But man,
this hero sucks.
I feel like this hero's so bad in lane, specifically.
I was looking more at like maybe range heroes to pair with the clock.
Yeah,
I would
know.
also personally say that I actually really enjoy playing offlane Centaur into PL.
Oh, I was going to say it's free.
You don't actually care about having no mana later because you double edge. You also know when you hit the real one with the shard because you get up your stack. You also out-tank him. So overall, we'll have to see how Spirit brings it together because, yeah, you're very good against the TB and the other two, but Centaur, like in the late game, this hero's no joke.
Yeah, I feel like Saberlight's going to pull his best collapse cosplay here and just be #1 net worth at 10 minutes running around the entire map. They do have a lot better shutdown on the side of Team Spirit, like for the Centaur, like Clockwork, once he hooks you in the mid game is really strong. You have Mars Arena to limit collapse, or in this case, Saberlight's ability to run around. But yeah, I think the whole point of Clockwork is to remove techies from the lane. Like that's why you pick it. You'll zone him on the side and create a 1v1. And now you have PL in the 1v1.
I think it's super important that he does do that because if they play like some weird 2v2 where they both play in the lane, I think Spirit has 0 chance. If Miposha can like do exactly what you're saying, where he forces like the techies to keep paying attention to him, then maybe your Toro will be.
But you as Centaur,
okay.
wouldn't you like want that? Like I'm saying, you're happy both ways.
Yeah,
aren't
I
you?
would probably beat your ass. But if I mean, Yatoro's very good with the like creep aggroing, so I feel like it's still the best thing they can do.
Okay. But it's just, they mainly have to worry about surviving this lane. You're not picking PL, obviously, with any intention of winning your lane.
Yeah.
But if he's not doing what Arteezy did last game, where he's jungling at level 4, I'd consider this a win for the top lane.
I would agree, yeah.
We know what we're getting out of Centaur. We have a lot more playmaking potential on him in the mid game from Spirit side. So those early, we did see Shopify gank collapse once or twice with the puck last game. I'd expect to see something similar coming from Team Spirit because that pressure in the top lane is going to be immense, I would say, around like 10-15 minutes.
I mean, I feel like Larl needs to be a hero where he can like offset this post-lane pressure because Saberlight will be top net worth after the lane is over. And you need like, I would say, this type of mid hero. So they're going to take out Zeus. Okay, I think like all these, they could just maybe go Puck if they find another good band for it. I don't know if it's just that hard to do it, but I need Larl to be a hero that can offset the tempo at minute 10 to 15 where Yatoro then just gets to farm. Because he will need this time to get ready in the game.
Well, I mean, they could ban Sniper and take Puck, right? Sniper's been the guy that nobody wants to play Puck against.
Wondering if there's anything else.
They have very little time to figure out this.
5 seconds. 4, 3.
Templar assassin.
Wow, they
gets
banned that. That's almost certainly a Puck then, because they banned it despite having PL, who's like insanely good against TA. They're also probably concerned about the tempo, like having a hero for Yopaj that's just gonna basically line up with that Centaur's timings. You have too many problems to deal with at the same time.
It's at least like one of, or at least like judging from the bans, like you're saying, it should be Puck. Obviously, there are other options, but that's the one that kind of comes to mind here.
Well, they've got
no time.
3 seconds.
Yeah.
There's the Puck. Now, is there any world in which Shopify picks Sniper here?
It's not a fantastic Sniper game, but because you have a free farm Centaur most likely coming out for this game, I wouldn't mind if they just say, yeah, we're going to win all 3 lanes and just beat you that way. Or like win 2 lanes and go even on the 3rd one.
I mean, you've got the Venge to save you if you get like hooked or anything like that. And from Mars.
Bulba seems like the type of captain to say, like, everybody's been doing this. It's our turn. Show them what we got.
The Sniper can work, like maybe do some Mjolnir, but I'm looking for a hero that just does well against Sniper, but then answers the Timber more in the game, the PL.
Good heavens.
I refuse to predict the team with Timber. But
really?
Yeah, I have to go against I have to use my pregame prep to its advantage somehow. I can see why they picked it, though. It's good against PL. It's like a tempo-setting guy. I'm just concerned how PL gets out of the laning stage. I just feel like Saberlight's going to be so free farm here. And we've seen this time and time again against Centaur.
Yeah, I personally actually dislike the Spirit draft, and it's not very often that I find myself saying this, because I feel like later, like when the game goes, I don't see them having the damage to actually deal with the Shopify heroes. Timber runs out of mana or buys the Eternal Shroud. I feel like he won't care about PL. Centaur won't care about all the pokes, because Spirit will want to play long fights. But I actually feel like even though Shopify have a TB, his team will carry him in the long fights. So I'm definitely going with Shopify. 3 gamer.
I'm going to go with Spirit. No reason.
Back to you, Neil.
Just a gut reaction.
I don't want to admit that I'm just happy to see them pick Clock. I just want to see Clockwork win a game. That's all I want. That's all I want, okay? So I'm going to go with them.
It would be encouraging, but every single time we see these one-off heroes emerge, they've not been successful.
He's 2-0.
I know.
I don't know if you
Is
saw
he
that.
really?
Yeah, Clockwork. They gave the stat. He's 2-0 right now, 100%.
Okay,
It's not
2-0.
possible for him to
I'm
lose.
picking him because nobody loses with this hero, Neil.
Apparently not.
I mean, there's a problem like with some of these PLs. Like when I see an early offlaner, a lot of the picks right now, they're obviously supposed to be good for your own team, but they add even more value when you can slow the tempo of the guy you're laning against. PL does not slow down Centaur at all. You're handing him a good game. And you're not really enabling your Clock 5 either. So I just, fundamentally speaking, I actually hate the pick. So I hope that Spirit will lose.
My prediction is that we saw that Yatoro PA game that went 95 minutes. I feel like this game is going to be eerily similar, where they're going to be losing by a lot on Team Spirit. And it's going to get weird. It's going to go like 50, 60 minutes.
It's going to get weird. I like it.
It's going to get
He's
really
right.
weird. I think that's what's going to happen.
He's right.
And so you're going?
I'm going for the team that doesn't have Timbersaw.
What the fuck?
Team Spirit.
Give him a Spirit on his side. And give me a Spirit as well, because that keeps the group stage spicier, as that means that they'll equalize Shopify Rebellion and series score. So let's get into our game number 2 with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
Ain't no goddamn way these guys just pick Clockwork. Ain't no way. Who the hell is picking Clockwork?
They are.
I'll tell you who's picking Clockwork. Heroic and Secret, aka teams who have already been eliminated.
What? Wait,
If they
Secret
thought it was a good
DreamLeague?
idea, then it's probably a bad idea.
Wait, Secret got eliminated. They were here?
Yeah.
I heckin' love Secret.
30 seconds.
And I heckin' love Dota 2.
I mean, the wild thing is they won both those games.
Delayed smoke. Who you gonna find?
Get nothing. Yatoro's already sitting on your side of the river.
That was the most trash delayed smoke I've ever seen. Why is Phantom Lancer sitting on their side of the river also?
Yeah, was it trash or did it just get hard countered by Yatoro?
This guy's game sense is just
The
off the
battle
charts. Man.
begins.
All right, let me tell you a little story, Austin. before we get
Story
into this
time.
game.
Buckle up.
Are you familiar with the biblical tale of Job?
Yes.
The man known as Job.
Yeah.
God tests Job. Right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
First he takes away his dog or something, then he kills his family and burns his house down. Just to fuck with the guy and see if he still has faith. I think Phantom Lancer is that test for me.
It's your own personal curse?
I think somewhere, if there is a god, he has nothing left to take from me. So he has sent all of these Phantom Lancer games into my lap. Just to see if I lose my mind.
Wait, is this the last curse or the first?
What?
You said you have nothing left, so what were the other ones? What were the other ways that God tested you, Job?
My entire life of Dota 2.
He sent you Quinn?
He made me play in North America. That was it.
That was it?
The point, okay, this is not the point of the story. The point of this story is I hate this hero. And
Kidrak, that's going to be a first blood. I don't know how we managed to aggro the tower, but Mira immediately takes advantage of it.
I do like me some Clockwork Goblin, though. So I'm going to focus on the things I enjoy in life and not on this hero that is going to get absolutely smacked in this lane and in this game. And I hope never picked again. Thank you. That's my story for the day.
Why do you hate Phantom Lancer so much?
I've already explained this, Austin. He's the most dishonest Dota 2 hero. There is no honor in this hero. He runs from every fight. He relies on manipulation, deceit. None of his skills are high skill. They're all low skill skills.
Not a single one of them.
No.
Doppelganger.
All brain dead.
Doppelganger is not, can't be used in any high skill way.
All I know is I queued when I was coming up in Dota 2. I was a lowly MMR player around 4 or 5K. I taped my mouse to my dog's foot, and I had him play a Phantom Lancer game, and he went like 8-0. Okay, brain dead.
I mean, I think the you want to talk about dishonest here. Oh, we got inside the cogs, but that also means it's a free spear for a collapse. That's okay. They can farm some cog money. Nice little doppelganger dodge. Of course, very brain dead.
Wow!
Very low skill. He has to click it. He will. Wow!
All right, my rant's over. But Shopify are winning these lanes, and I feel like they're just gonna stomp them here. I don't know. This is another one of those drafts where it's just all on the Mars. Because Puck has not been that fast this tournament, I want to say. Cyril's generally losing the lane. Takes some time to come online. If he does, he's a powerhouse, but he needs other heroes to give him the damage to make that happen. There's a lot of early tanky heroes in Dota 2 right now. A lot of magic resist you can build. So he's a late game scaler. That's how I'm viewing this hero more. And that means it shifts even more onto Collapse here.
What the hell is going on mid? He's
do you mean?
23 and 10.
Yeah. I'm telling you, Puck doesn't win lanes. He doesn't have the base damage to compete.
They're still getting kills in this bottom lane with the the clockwork. It's kind of working.
This Goblin's going Goblin mode.
He's not a goblin anymore.
Yeah, but his name was Clockwork Goblin.
Okay.
So I'm gonna stick to the OG lore, which is the correct lore. Would you like some Phantom Lancer lore?
There's a Valve employee out there who writes Dota lore.
Yeah.
He just wrote off that entire guy's job.
No, I'm not saying that isn't valuable, but I prefer the OG lore.
Okay.
The Dota 1 lore, okay?
There was okay.
And I know him as Clockwork Goblin, so I'm gonna keep calling him that. Until I have to watch another 8 Phantom Lancer games, and by then, you'll never see me again.
Mirror's already level 3. It's a big peak for the old Clockwork.
Going in. Going out.
You talk about the dishonesty of Phantom Lancer. Yeah, I feel like he's gotten more dishonest as time goes on because now he doesn't even go in to fight like he used to. Now he just spams lances the whole time.
Yeah, because Valve didn't know what to do with this hero.
Blast off lands. Raindrop can only protect you from so much. Get another kill on Yatoro. I mean, this is completely opposite of what was happening in game 1 with Yatoro.
I mean, this is just not a laneable lane. Spirit are making up for it on the other side for sure. Getting a lot more done with this double melee than I think Shopify expected.
Yeah.
See if they can translate it into some extra kills, because they're going to need them. These cores are getting fat. And they're going to be big tanky boys between this Timber and the Centaur. A lot of meat on that lineup.
Laurel has gotten 1 deny. Arcane Runes, super helpful. Mira has to maybe give up his life to be able to get that one. Still tried to go for Laurel. Magic Missile doesn't land, so have to content themselves with the Goblin.
And they'll refill Yopaj's mana, or he'll refill it himself, so he is cruising this game. 42 and 17, he is decimating Laurel in this matchup. Universal hero with high base damage.
Dire are scanning.
It's the future.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Sableye just spamming him with double edge off cooldown. And then the moment he doppelgangers, then Theolacor is cleared to blast off.
Yeah, I don't know what the idea was on this lane. This takes me back to that lane yesterday where
Hey, they got the Wisdom Rune. That's good.
That's actually a huge one. Takes me back to that game yesterday where Arteezy played Spectre into the mag. Some of these lanes you look at and it's just, I don't see the pathway to existing in them, though that's a huge pickup from Aposhka. Wisdom Root and the kill as a solo Lion. You don't see that every day.
No, certainly not.
Absolute Giga Chad Lion plays out
now
here.
He's going to buy some time. He's got a Fairy Fire, so he could survive a hit or two if he wants to.
Courier scouting him. That was nice. Nice little touch. That's true. Now, of course, Maposhka is there because this lane does not exist. And yeah, let's hide that net worth chart for a little bit longer. I don't think we need to see that. I don't think we need to see that for a
yeah,
little.
we could show fantasy points. Fantasy points.
Yeah, how's he doing on fantasy? Let's look at the Phantom Lancer fantasy. He's doing great.
Dead even game.
Damn,
look at that.
Look at him go. Buyback status. He's got buyback, folks.
Okay.
He is cruising here.
So when he eventually dies again and is so filled with rage at this terrible lane.
Look at we're searching for any stat.
Collapse is the one person having a good game, and Yopaj is trying to shut him down. Arena TP out is good to go. All right.
Huh.
Well played, well played.
Yeah, get rid of that haste rune.
They actually
make another play.
Yopaj still has a little bit more haste rune to go.
Surprisingly tanky here. Is Yopaj just like throwing these chains out?
Like he's a Pudge?
Yeah, just mental chain.
Kind of seems like it, yeah.
60 and 19.
That's
East
so
bait rotation.
insane.
Yeah, I think this game is out of control, Austin.
I do tend to agree, Avery.
Space for Yatoro, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I bet Arteezy's laughing right now. It's like, oh, you fool. Didn't watch me do this to myself yesterday, did you? I learned my lesson. That was the smirk of tried to pick an actual agi carry in this meta. That wasn't terribly.
I was about to say, I was like, he's playing an agi carry. That is.
He's recovering. He's recovering.
I mean, we saw that PA picked up, but he ended up losing that game.
I mean, PA is not a real agi hero.
What?
Yeah, it's a fake. Like it's a fake agi hero, you know, because she doesn't commit and man fight anybody.
Okay, then neither does Phantom Lancer, in which case he's not a real
That's
agi
right.
hero.
He's not a real hero at all, Austin.
What is this argument? He's going to have to doppelganger over to the other side of the cliff. He does make it. He fakes it out. What a low-skill dogshit play that was to fake out the enemy team with doppelganger.
Yes. The highest
Isn't
skill,
that right,
the
Ace?
highest skill play you'll see pro players make with this hero is to not move. That's right, Austin. And he pulled it off. He did not move for 5 seconds.
Oh, Yopaj was having such a good game, too. But Team Spirit brought 4 heroes to the mix, and they're not going to get him, but they're also going to get Saberlight as well.
The Goblin
does not have level 6, so no swap available there.
Dude, Mira's owning this game.
Kind of is.
I don't know what's happening there, but
Bellhab's doing a...
Got to make sure his hair looks good for the interview afterwards.
Yeah, got to make sure he looks good for the highlight reel.
I'm serious. This clock is having one of the best clock games I've seen in a long time. Own the lane. Almost level 6. That extra Wisdom Rune steal really helps this hero. And he's a good control mechanism for the Scent and the Timbersaw in this game. Really good find from Spirit. Again, a lot of this game is going to come down to the Mars and the clock making some kills happen to free up the recovery time for the Phantom Lancer. It's not an impossible game by any means.
Yeah, they're not that far out in total net worth. Just kind of a rough start, but Shopify also, like, they may have this lead, but we said they were a little bit slow and a little bit disjointed in game 1.
You throw a couple more of these kills away. Looks very different. So if you're Team Spirit, you know, step 1, you enabled your stunners. Step 2, report the Phantom Lancer.
Radiant's middle
Step
tower
3,
is under attack.
play around the puck on the Mars.
Okay, real 4v5 mentality.
And they're getting there. Oh, look at this. This move being broken. He is invis. And he's just in there.
Nice hook shot to try and get away. The coil holding in the back.
He stunned the porcupine, the biggest threat in that fight.
What was that? A little misclick, a little misclick.
I mean, he messed him up.
Kitrek's not having the best time on Vengeful Spirit.
No, it has been a struggle for him to connect in a lot of these plays.
Somehow it got worse from game 1 to game 2 if he's stunning neutral creeps.
Well, he was just, he knew the heroes were dead, so he got some extra farm. Honestly, heads up play. And that's a tower connection for the Terrorblade.
Yeah, nice rotation by Arteezy to take advantage of these kills and take the mid tower.
Yeah, I like this. Collapse wants to fight this tower. It's one of the better fights for this Puck Mars lineup, but just can't do it.
I like how we're so used to Arteezy's playstyle that when he moves around half as much as Doraccio does, we're like, oh my god, this guy's all over the place.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm telling you, he's a changed man, dude. I don't know what happened to this guy, but
I mean, he said the new vibes on the team, right?
True.
Felt like that on the old team that they just kind of experienced everything there was to experience outside of winning a tournament, of course, but
Is under attack.
everything else they got a chance to experience, right? And now with the new team, it's got some new vibes. He's feeling some new experiences, learning some new things.
I mean, that team won some tournaments too.
Yeah, like what?
There was that like random 4-team Chinese tournament on a boat or whatever that was. That had like $2 million.
The cruise ship one?
No, it wasn't a cruise ship. It was like a gambling boat or something. What was that tournament?
Was it the one? Didn't that
Remember
one
that
just
one?
literally not have a stream because?
No.
the
That was
connection
the new. That was like they released some big new patch, and nobody knew what was happening.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I remember Sumail played Queen of Pain at that tournament. There were only 4 teams.
Nice spear back. Actually hit Saberlight as he blinked in.
We'll get back to that.
It's not. Oh, kills the mind. He's slowing down this damage. He's dead for sure, but it's taken a while for Shopify to get him. Doesn't seem like Team Spirit can take advantage of all that time, though. Swap back onto Laurel. He has an orb, though. Oh! Did he juke it out? No, he just stayed there.
He was dead either way.
Yeah.
No way you're getting out of there. Nice rotation from Shopify to backstab this tower. Remove that arena coil fight from going out nicely. And once more, Arteezy can join all these plays. Yatoro can't. And they're just getting a huge numbers advantage off this. Benefit of that lane stage destruction. Centaur remains unstoppable. Phantom Lancer was not the answer. And it has given them a lot of momentum here. 6K lead at 15 minutes. You looking up that tournament?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The last time they won a tournament was Manila Masters. I remember because I was there.
No, that's like official tournaments, man. I'm talking. This was the 4-man.
What am I supposed to Google? Unofficial
Okay,
Dota tournament Arteezy won?
4 teams, Chinese tournament, new patch. It was the Zai Crit Squad. They won that, and then they gave them a suitcase of money.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What the suitcase of money was like a DAC.
Oh yeah, that was a different tournament.
Yeah, wait.
That's a good story though.
I'll always remember how foolish you looked.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I googled Nanyang Dota 2 Championship Cruise Cup #1.
Was that it?
I'm gonna say no because EG wasn't even there. It was 4 teams. They're all Chinese teams. Are you like hallucinating?
No.
What is going on?
Dude, I'm right about. You're just looking up the wrong stuff. This is why we need AI. Aggressive play. And they
Spear
find
him
Arteezy.
with the coil on him. Nice little combo that secures the enemy carry kill. Trades all to support, but who the hell cares? More importantly, though, Cruise Cup is a part of an esports themed carnival held on the Sapphire
not the
Princess
Cruise Cup,
cruise ship.
man. Arena to catch us too, and Yatoro's here to clean up. The Clockwork Goblin slays another foe. What is happening in this game right now?
I don't know. Shopify are just losing arrows all over the map despite the healthy lead they have, despite that great move. Yatoro barely lives. Oh! It all maybe could have been all right if Yopaj actually managed to kill Yatoro again. Gets his Timber Chain canceled there by the God's Rebuke. And now the Clockwork's on top of him, so he's dead as well. That was just effectively a team wipe.
Team Spirit making the moves, and they reap the rewards here. The second you're locking these heroes in these stuns, there's not much counterplay. No BKBs up yet. Collapse and Mira just putting this game on their back right now. A ridiculous offlane dual performance in terms of impact. Yatoro does not even know what he's seeing right now. Spear into the cog! They're getting both of them.
Yeah, Stampede, they're going to be able to... Okay, Theolacor's out, but I mean, still very good attempt to get both.
Shopify has the 3 strongest cores in this game, and they have not made a single decisive move in, like, feels like 5 or 6 minutes here. They're just crumbling. No way around it.
Oposhka is going to have to get back to his Clockwork to save his life, because Arteezy is almost there. Couldn't quite get it. Clockwork intercepts just in time. Mini stun is good enough to get the Lion out. And the only thing Arteezy can kill is more cogs.
This game is not that out of reach now. Shopify could have been up maybe 12K at this point. Instead, they're up 3. Last 5 minutes here in terms of a sequence was catastrophic.
And it's not particularly inspiring,
no.
Because even if you win this game, then it's just like, okay, but are you going to have to outdraft them again in Game 3 to have a chance to win?
We might not even see a Game 3 at this point. They got to get something going, because the momentum has been all Team Spirit.
Sandwich.
Oh, he got it off the blinking.
Trying to catch both the supports. Get the Clockwork first. Stampede to run down the other one. Good play by Maposhka. Really good read. Just TP's out.
It's 5 heroes for a Clockwork.
I don't think Terrorblade was there.
TP'd up, right? Yeah, TP top. He had illusions bottom. Now who's seeing things, Austin?
I don't think you just made up this tournament. Why would Wikipedia not
Why would I make a tournament up? It makes no sense.
I don't know. You're such a...
I remember the games.
Arteezy fanboy. You're just making up tournaments that he's won.
No. God. Actually, yeah, maybe it was an older EG.
Oh my God.
Maybe Arteezy wasn't ever there. Was that the Sumail Fear University? Yeah, I think it was actually. It wasn't? No, Zai was there.
You're just having a full-on conversation.
I'm actually not sure, dude. You confused me now. But that team won it, and we'll give it to him honorarily. Also, Arteezy won Dota Pit. BO5 Grand Final versus OG won 5 games. It was the Lone Druid Enigma meta. They picked Lone Druid Enigma like 4 games in a row. The games got super delayed. It went till 8 a.m. and they won that LAN. So suck it, Austin.
Okay, that was probably before Manila Masters.
Well, yeah, I was at Manila Masters. Oh, they found Yatoro. Okay, so there's a decisive move in this game. Smoke into core pickoff, retakes the map control. You only have 2K lead now, but you reestablish something. And you're looking for this butterfly timing on the Terrorblade because, of course, this is the biggest power spike in this carry-to-carry matchup. So you really need to get that butterfly and make some objectives happen with it. Yopaj fishing. They're going to chase.
Jumps the orb, does manage to get the blink away before the Stampede hits him, but Saberlight was on the other side. Oh, the wall blocked him out. He was going to hit the blast off, but Theolacor ends up inside of the arena, therefore doesn't land, doesn't get the stun, misses out on the kill. And now they've dove into the tier 3, which Team Spirit are going to try and take advantage of with Mira popping in from behind. And Yatoro's back and he wants some revenge. Spear into the Venge, does manage to hit the stomp immediately onto the Phantom Lancer, but he's in Fizz already. He immediately managed to get rid of that threat. He has starts throwing some lances around. They burnt out Yopaj. Yopaj is totally out of mana here. Does have Soul Ring to work with, though.
Oh, he trapped himself.
Oh, Collapse put himself in the trees.
What? I didn't even know you could get stuck there.
I don't think Collapse knew either.
Well,
the 4-team tournament you're referring to was China Top, says Charlie.
yeah. See, he was there. Ask him if they gave him a briefcase of money.
No.
Okay. Well, they might have.
That was WEC.
Yeah, so who was on that EG roster? That's the question here. We've established that the tournament I knew existed. Thank you, Austin. This is, I'm sure, what the viewers came here for. Big smoke from Team Spirit as Austin continues to do his research.
Why do I have to Google everything for you?
Collapse looking for the jump. He finds our team, but the man to dodge!
Damn, he's good. Hook shot back in. They want to keep playing this one out. It looks dangerous, but the Clockwork somehow stays alive, kills Theolacor. Okay, now he's going to die to the Reflection. Arteezy's getting burned out of mana. He's in trouble. He's blasted by the finger and dead just like that. Saberlight is no mana either, so he's stuck as well. A full turnaround from Team Spirit is enforced now.
This day has not been a good day for Shopify. Nothing is syncing up. Honestly, that spear might have not hit him anyway, but that was a nicely timed dodge. We come to expect those from Arteezy, his signature move, and then promptly got finger killed in Arena. Oh, it did not end well, and Yatoro is starting to take these fights over. They just can't lock the Lancer down. There's too much disruption. This Lion Clock Mars have been everywhere in these fights, making it really hard for the Centaur and the Timber to get the job done. Don't have the BKBs yet. Just don't have the survivability or the capability to ignore the chain stunning coming out. Could be a very different story in the fight if you get there, but at this rate, Team Spirit have just taken this game over. And this arena is causing problems. You can swap one guy out of it, but these arenas have been catching the Venge. You can't Techie's Leap in. Stampede does nothing for you. Timbersaw is getting barraged by the clock.
Okay, China Top 2016.
Yeah.
There were 4 teams. EG won it over Newbie.
Yeah.
That was still before Manila Masters. So even as
was
you
Arteezy on that team?
I don't goddamn know. Yes, he was. There you go,
ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, the arena saves him. Once again, the blast off cannot land. They're stuck inside this arena with the hook shot. Landing onto the two of these heroes with the cogs. Arena combo. It's a pinball inside the pit. And Shopify, oh, they're going to receive a ulti for this one. Arteezy gets off a Sunder, but who the hell cares? He used it on an illusion.
Oh, the man to dodge on the lens!
All right, calm down there.
His signature move. Yatoro was not ready for his signature move. And yo, clean up Kid Track. 4-man wipe as they got the Centaur as well on the chase down. Another just sick team fight out of the stunners here from Team Spirit. Joint MVP between Mira and Collapse this game. But honestly, so far it has been Mira because he is playing a hero that absolutely no one thought deserved to even be in the game anymore.
Yeah, seriously.
And he is balling with it. Ags up. Whisper for some extra spell damage. He is doing a crap ton in these fights, and you still don't have BKBs. It's going to be Shroud for Yopaj. No, he's debating. He knows he needs BKB, but he wants something faster, and they're not winning the fights to accelerate him there. Shopify are in trouble now.
Yeah, do you even win this matchup at any other point in the game? Like this TB Phantom Lancer isn't like for the rest of the game, it's heavily favored for PL.
Yeah, generally PL just is happy playing this out from here. The one thing is you have this Centaur Timber who in theory can scale a bit better.
Collapse is just relentless in the pressure now. Sea Hero, Arena Hero.
Dude, these flares are so annoying for the Blink Dagger.
Yeah. Saberlight just can't get a jump forward, and as he does, he's
Ravage.
running. Little two-man stun
Unravage.
from Maposhka. No follow-up, though.
That stun was so good. Collapse just missed it.
They got some mines that they're trying to play around right now. Yotoro's getting a ton of information. He's going to try and burn out Arteezy almost immediately. Blast Off goes out and lands onto the real one. Could they find the real one? He gets the Thunder on it, sure. The shot lands? No way, they got him. The mines kept the rest of the heroes back. Somehow Yotoro got up there, hit 0 of the mines, and his entire... Oh! That is not a hero!
What?
You just fingered an illusion, my man. Oh, he got Maposhka with that Timber Chain. Now he's going to try and run down Collapse.
Oh, he didn't see where he went.
Yeah, lost sight of him.
That was the big kill there. This is one of the weirdest games I've watched in a long time.
Oh, Arcane Rune for Laurel. That's a big pickup.
All right, BKB for the Timber Saw.
Radiant are
That's a
scanning.
big one.
A prize.
Can actually go in confidently in these fights now. And if he gets to 1 or 2 more, if he can get to Shiva's +1, he's a force in those fights. Now you do have extra scale with the puck here, as Laurel top of the chart on this puck, and he just finished an Ags. He is ginormous. 8-1-6, 230 CS, Grove Bow on top of Maelstrom Witchblade with an Arcane Rune in his pocket. Ags and Shard already completed. This is just a nasty amount of damage in 29 minutes.
Picks up a tier 3, but fairly certain that Grove Bow is better than anything you could find in the tier 3 list.
Quiver?
Except for Quiver.
Honestly, I'm not convinced Quiver is better in a lot of situations.
Yeah, because of the phase shift AoE attacks and stuff.
Yeah, it's better in the initial burst hit, which I think is enough to usually justify it, because that's more reliable, but for a lot of heroes, it's not straightforward. It tells you how good Grove Bow is. They'll proc some mines, go behind, and look for the flank on Shopify, but it gets scanned out.
Oh, Shopify got to go back and fight them there.
Oh, they're just planting the defense line and waiting.
Yeah, let them walk into us. That is the advantage for techies. Who is going to be going for a Scythe. He's going to pick up the Tiara now for some extra mana regen, which he needs.
Arteezy shows at the tower. He's trying to bait him in. But meta's running out, and it looks like Team Spirit don't have any interest in chasing here. Just playing for Roche.
Yeah, I mean, Roshan's going to come through, and meta's going to be down. Can they just force this?
Oh, 100%. You just go in there with PL, and it's free. So you can put Shopify in a position where you have to contest this, otherwise...
Yeah, I guess
you're gonna play
the clockwork, you can kind of flare, cut the waves and stuff, so there's no real threat of high ground.
I mean, is this an Aegis you can afford to give up in this game?
Yeah, I mean, they were pretty lucky to catch Yotoro the last time that they did. Now he could just be super aggressive with that first life and just try and burn out all of the mana on Shopify Rebellion's squad. The Theolicor gets caught.
Leaves him in the coil.
Damn.
Even got Elven Tunic, huh? Really nice for the PL here. He'll just go hard. Tank up versus the magic damage. That's pretty much all he has to worry about.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under
There's the
attack.
Shivas. That's a big component of what Shopify are going to try and do in these fights. You needed that. You needed the BKB on the Timber. You ideally want another set of items here, but you're going to have to make do with what you got. And I don't know if you want to just let Team Spirit farm here. Yotoro's not going to let you farm. He's once more just running in invisible, taking a Watcher.
It's crazy to me how aggressive he is, like what he did last time too. Just running through with this invisibility. Like, the invisibility is also a sign. If they have sentries, they instantly know what's real, you know? Kind of gives Shopify the opportunity to jump him. A real hero first. Is he going to do it again here? His team really isn't that close to like follow up. Well, he's got to get to Bloodthorn. There's a butterfly problem TB has, so at least his mana burning won't be as effective for Shopify.
It's like a little freebie.
This is why I love Clockwork, but I hate Clockwork. I love playing this hero, but you think about this guy had to do you had to do so much on this hero just to get where he was, and your game is still over at some point. You have no say in it.
It's not over.
It's pretty over.
What are you talking about? How's it over?
What is he going to do for the rest of the game?
He's going to hookshot people and mess them up.
Uh-huh.
Hero's one of the few BKB stunning melee heroes in Dota 2 from a support role. That's rare. That's valuable. Always valuable. Vision? Always valuable. Blink cancel? Always valuable.
Dire's bottom tower is under
He's going to be a vision bot. That's what he's going to be. And that's sad, because he deserves more considering his performance.
You know what? I'll make a bet with you.
Okay.
I predict before this game ends, Mira is going to hookshot in and cog in at least either 2 cores or 3 heroes total.
Okay, and he probably dies.
I don't care what happens after that. That will be good enough for me.
Dire are scanning.
I will wager $8,000. Do you accept this wager, Austin?
Hold up. This is way more interesting now.
With 6-to-1 favorable odds.
What the?
Come on, dude. That's like, you make that money in like a week with your Pokemon trading. Be honest.
Pokemon trading?
Austin's a huge collector.
Mira gonna have to hook shot away from the enemy team, as Clockwork is prone to have to do, because he's very easily killed.
Well, they got through this Aegis period without a real fight into it.
Yeah.
That's good for the Mjolnir for the Terrorblade.
Mjolnir?
I don't know how much difference that makes, but I guess it's something. Honestly, is that better than just like a Bloodthorn or even a Hex? I feel like this Mjolnir versus PL is a debate sometimes, dude. Because he doesn't have to just go in and start hitting somebody, right? Like, it's a little extra magic AoE, but I feel like oftentimes it's better to just play for the fact that you, at some point, find this Phantom Lance with a stun in the fight, and then you just, like, chain Hex him and he dies.
Well, they have the Scythe on the Timber
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, Bloodthorn then.
Maybe even, like, Silver Edge, some extra Kain, Hurricane. I don't know. We'll see. There's no real easy items at this point in the matchup. So he gets some, creativity is a good skill. And he's still top net worth.
Radiant's middle tower.
I mean, they got to their next set of items here. That's the important thing for Shopify. They now have a chance to deal with this PL in the fight, which makes a huge difference. Now, when they get 3-man cogged, it's going to be rough, but
yeah, is that what you said? You said 3-man. You said 2-man hookshot.
No, I said
3-man cogged or something.
Yeah, I said 2 cores or 3-man cogged.
Are scanning.
Okay.
Because there's a bench in this game, so like if he swaps someone out, that's not going to count.
Aeon Disc and an Orchid.
Aeon Disc puck is... That's one of the things in Dota I think is like the dirtiest, honestly.
Yeah. Slippery hero. You get one shot to jump him, and then it's just countered by an Aeon Disc.
It's so dumb. You can't really play to like nullify a puck Aeon either, because he has phase shift insta after. Like, it's just such a dirty combination. Get some tower damage. Refresher for collapse, so double up that control.
I like that delayed the illusions going in. Well, Poshka cleared the first bit, but he gets a lot more extra damage off that second illusion.
Shopify looking for some mistake on the high ground. They can maybe swap someone out, but they will not get it.
Yeah, oh, that's a good point. They have a swap site.
Yep.
That is a scary combo.
They can win fights. By no means out of the question. Especially if they find the puck or the PL. Honestly, any core. They can start any core with like a swap hex, stun hex. There's no real save on the side of Spirit outside of you hooking and trying to interrupt that play. Okay, found something. Don't think you want to hard commit on this, but we'll poke it.
No, certainly not. Going into
Look at
this
the
high ground, how
barrage.
much damage did he take already? Jeez, they had to swap him out there. That means Kitcherex on the front lines with Collapse inside the arena, so he's already dead. Collapse running forward, looking for more. They know the Centaur's dead. Can he find Arteezy? Arteezy, BKB Sunders?
Got the blink though.
Can he fight through this? Can he TP out? Can he do anything? The arena, it's going to be a problem. He's stuck inside the arena and he's dead. He is done for in this fight. Mira comes in with a hook shot and an ally. What a great play from him. Another solid hook shot.
Dire structures are falling.
Try and chase down Yopaj. No, too slippery.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Man, the long-range barrage firepower from this lineup. The rocket flares and giving vision for the lances.
What?
Into finger impale for such an early swap. And your TB's just running for it. That fight was
Did all
already
that
over.
damage initially? What brought him down to half health?
Lance plus the flares, man.
That's just it?
And then he got fingered after. These lances hurt. They really hurt. It's got full Bloodthorn now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, I think it's jump a core or bust at this point for Shopify Rebellion. You have got to find a good core target, take them out of the fight, get yourself a 5-on-4 where you can advance instead of retreating and just getting poked down. Team Spirit are just not giving it to you.
Well, that just leaves the Mars. When you say jump a core, it can't be Puck because they outdisc, and you're probably never going to find the Phantom Lancer. So, do you really want to jump Mars?
If you get a swap hex on him, yes. I think you take it.
Okay.
He will die.
Hey, Price.
Collapse. He's going to go for a spear back here.
You can play for the next Roshan here. This is not necessarily the best time to try and force the high ground throw going into Rosh. And another hex for the techies. Control builds. Man, Shopify have a lot of net worth in this game, but feels like none of it really does anything unless you can connect it on the exact right hero in the right way.
Yeah. I think like the Heart on Centaur is like a good example. That same item on Mars, or you know, like same net worth item. It's like he's got Refresher. Like, okay, now you could double arena. The Terrorblade can't do damage to anybody in range for him because there's like a billion walls in his way.
Honestly, I feel as though Mars is the strongest offlaner. This whole offlaner pool we've been seeing. There's like Dragon Knight, Mars, Timbersaw, Deep, Centaur, Magnus, and then some like, you know, flavor of the month, whatever, Tiny, Razor.
Sure, yeah.
I think Mars is number one. Like, I would be happy picking Mars into any of these others. I think he reliably does way too much. His lane is reliably just as good, and he has so many builds that you can play and scale into. Just fits into any draft.
Collapse gonna run straight into the enemy. An arena on 4, a spear on 2, a second arena, a second spear. Collapse has got them in a Venn diagram of hell. Oh my God. Collapse with the most Giga Chad play I've seen in years.
That was literally just 1v5. Team Spirit were so far from that play with everybody. It does not matter.
We're talking about how good Mars is late game. Like, oh, yeah, looking good for the camera.
It's like, great team fight, team. Thank you for your contribution.
So preamble about how Mars is like the best offlaner. how good he is late game.
That's why.
They just straight up 1v5s the enemy team.
Just locked him in a cage and dug their grave. Disgusting late game hero.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
Well, Yatoro's got the boring job. All the heroes died, so he'll take the buildings. 3.5 minutes on the Aegis. Shopify surely in shambles after that last situation.
I think they've been in shambles for a while, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think it started long before that fight.
Radiant's courier.
Strength blink for the Mars.
Radiant structure.
He's got a DD on him? Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Somebody got to die. It's running out though. He'll not get the value. He's gonna play it safe.
Oh, missed the hook shot, but got the kill anyway. Larl just killed the enemy carry.
Blink and you
Game's
missed it.
over. I mean, you can fight this out as much as you want, but there's no way they're going to be able to do the damage without their Terror Blade. Yatoro gets a little bit low. Remember, he has the extra life. Oh, Doppelgangers just before that magic missile lands. Yopaj and Saberlighter tanky. And Yatoro maybe is going to get forced back here. Again, you could just die whatever you want. He's got the extra life. Collapse goes straight to the back line, gets them all inside the arena, spears them before he even hits the wall. The Venge is already dead. Timberstock gets cleaned up, leading Saberlight for last. A 2-0 cleanup for Team Spirit. Man.
Well, I owe you a lot of money. Good thing you did not accept that bet, though. As everybody heard, you did not accept that. That clock could not find the multiple cogs, but he didn't need to because Collapse just arena'd their entire team every single fight. Thank you for giving me Mars. I will collect that game. He turns to Yatoro and says, "You're welcome." He says, "Thank you." Thank you, my brother. Anytime. I mean, it was the Collapse and Mira show through and through. What went well in that laning phase? That dual offlane. What brought them back in that early game? That dual offlane. What won them pretty much every team fight in this game? That dual offlane.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, Laurel had a great game here. He's 13-1 and 14.
Put some respect on Laurel.
Yeah, he definitely did his work in this game, but the puck would not drag that game back if that offlane does not go as well as it did, and it set up so many of those plays. And that's why I'm giving them MVP, because that is not a dual offlane that we're seeing a lot. Like, Mars Clock, I don't think that's on a lot of people's radar.
No.
They did way better than I expected them to versus a strong lane and Venge Terribly.
Yeah.
That laning went really wrong for Shopify. It cost them a bit. Even then, they were up a lot in this game. They had full map control. They had the 3 strongest cores on the map. In that 5 or 10 minute period in that mid game, they got nothing done. They got picked off. Yatoro gets to catch up. They couldn't get to their BKB butterfly timing connected to a Roshan. Honestly, a very misplayed mid game from Shopify that Spirit took advantage of very well. And this is a team you cannot make mistakes against, right? There's a few teams in this tournament. If you mess up, they're going to take advantage of it. They're going to steamroll you. I feel like Spirit and Falcons are the top 2 of that list for me. Like, you mess up versus these teams, they do not look bad. And they showed it here yet again.
Yeah, you said at the start of this, Team Spirit, with 3 series losses, the pressure's on, and they stepped up here against Shopify. An easy 2-0 for Team Spirit.
And that means that they are now tied with Shopify Rebellion in terms of series score. 2 wins and 3 losses, which keeps this group stage interesting, as the middle of the pack is getting larger and larger with each passing series. Collapse in rare form. You agree with Avery's assessment, Kessie, that it was basically the Collapse and Mira show?
Collapse and Mira were definitely, they are my MVPs for this game for sure. And I do want to credit Spirit for coming back in this game, but I gotta say, Shopify from their position, they're up like 7k gold at 16 minutes. There's no way, like if they're not angry right now after losing this game, then I don't know what, because I really think that they actually have no business losing this game after the position that they put themselves in. Arteezy goes bottom. He dies alone. Then Spirit go top. They punish the rest. Shopify lose 5 heroes within 1 minute on 2 different places on the map. Arteezy respawns, TP's bottom again, wastes his meta on nothing. Literally, these 5 minutes of Dota gameplay are illegal. And if you do this against a team like Spirit, you're gonna lose. It's just that simple.
So a little bit of self-implosion coming from Shopify Rebellion.
Yes, absolutely. I think Bulba has a bit of a job right now, after this game, because I think these losses, they sting a little bit, because some people are going to say, yeah, but we feel a lot of pressure, because maybe there's the PL later. Some people are going to blame the draft, some people gameplay. So yeah, Bulba has some homework to do right now after this game.
And this was something that you've highlighted about Spirit many times, is that this is probably one of the most stressful teams to play against, because even when you do have an advantage like that and you don't make mistakes, Spirit will still find a way to come back. And so when you make the mistakes like this, it just makes it that much easier for Spirit to let a hero that we don't see very often, like a Clockwork, for example, Ted, come into relevance.
Oh, delighted. Delighted. It was a really nice combo. It was like an interesting lane. I haven't seen it before this tournament. Not the kind of lane you see all that often in pro games, like dual melee, especially with Clockwork is kind of a weird one. But yeah, like as you said, it felt like Shopify were doing well. And then all of a sudden it's like, they should have won that game based off the way things were going. But I feel like that's the thing that Spirit have that wins them a lot of games.
Yeah.
Which is Collapse just pogs off. Like that's just a big factor for Spirit. You can't ignore that. Yes, they're all capable of that. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they've got the best carry in the world. But the point is, Collapse is that guy who's just sometimes go like, I'm just going to win this. I'm just going to beat them all. And you guys can just keep up and hoover up some of the kills. But I'm just going to go and win this game for us. I mean, it's glorious. Watching him in full flow, he's one of the best players in the world, easily. My favorite to watch, personally.
Not a hot take on that one.
No.
It's poetry in motion every single time he's on his signature. But then why wasn't the Centaur able to match the pace? We saw Collapse the Centaur do fantastic in game number 1. What made Saberlight Centaur in this game number 2 weaker?
I think they were just not on the same page. Like suddenly, so your carry dies bottom, then something weird happens top you, then all of you die. But even then, like they go from 6k to 3k. How does no one in this dev timer think about, okay guys, when we respawn, let's go hit Roche with Wave of Terror, use meta, then play the map. We keep farming, like, we keep the lead up. We play the map nicely with TB. We slowly get towards like a Shiva on our Centaur, a Hex on our Timber, and then we start exploding. So like you slowly work towards it. Instead, the game, I feel like they were all over the place. Also, at one point, they had 3 people who are queuing up a Hex. It just goes to show you they don't know what the hell is going on right now and what to build. Arteezy ended up going back for Mjolnir, but either way, they just ruined their entire game in like 5 minutes. And it's not on one player specifically. They messed up as a unit. Their entire team messed up.
Hello.
Good timing.
Well, maybe they were exposed by some vulnerabilities as shown by the Mars on a Team Spirit. And we're going to get a chance to speak to that Mars because we've got Collapse on the line for a winner's interview. Collapse, congratulations on a great performance. I see you're trying to stifle a smile right now because you should be happy. But I want to know something about your hero pool right now. We were mentioning it. You're not that big a fan of Timbersaw, and last year you weren't that big a fan of Broodmother. What's up with these heroes that all the other offlanes like to play other than you?
Sorry, what?
So why do you not like Timbersaw right now very much?
I didn't say that I don't like it. Maybe just not a good pick for him and not a good opportunity to pick the Timbersaw, I guess. We just prefer more the Centaur or DK or Mars or even Magnus if he gets out of the ban.
So then for you, what does make a good Timbersaw game that out of all those other 4 heroes, the DK, the Mars, the Magnus, you would still think, oh, okay, this is actually a good Timbersaw game instead?
Maybe only if there's 5 strange heroes. Strengths.
That's what it takes for a Timbersaw, 5 strength heroes? Oh, you got high standards for it, but you're making your hero pool look great. I got BSJ for a question for you as well.
Hey, Collapse. We've been seeing Centaurs get first picked every game, and you guys are pretty much winning every single lane. Top of the net worth, minute 10. Can you talk about what makes Centaur's lane so strong?
Maybe because of his stats. I think he has a lot of regen, and but he has a low armor. But you can like buy some ring of protection to cover it. I think just has a kind of best spells for in hero. He has like stun and stampede. You can save your team. You can help with the initiation, and I think I don't know. It's just fat hero who kills everyone with his broken nukes and broken ulti.
So, what out of all these stunning playmakers that we've talked about, who's actually your favorite offlaner to play, just in general? Like, it doesn't have to be right now.
Probably center. You're always gonna win the lane if you're playing the center.
Okay, so you're really well known for Mars, obviously, and Magnus. We have a really fun clip from that last game. We got a Venn diagram arena coming out from you, the double arena. Can you just... Is this something you've had to practice a bunch? Is this just a lot of experience? Talk about, like, how exactly you land such perfect positioning on these abilities.
I mean, it just comes because of experience of that hero. I played it like 1,000 games maybe already. Not only on the main account, but on the Smurfs. But now I'm playing only on the main account.
Of course.
So, I know, it's just experience. I don't know.
Do you have to, like, warm up on this hero and practice at all, or is it just, like...
No.
It's just natural at this point?
Just pure reflexes already.
That's awesome to hear, man. Thanks for the interview.
Pure reflexes, pure skill. Collapse, if you don't mind, I would like to take you back to yesterday. I wanted to know how you guys felt after that 95-minute game against Gaming Gladiators. Is that one of the longest games of Dota that you've ever played?
I just want to... I don't want to remember the last day.
Okay, fine. We will wipe it from the memory. We can celebrate your win instead, Collapse. Congratulations on the 2-0 against Shopify Rebellion, and good luck against BetBoom Team tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you later.
See ya.
It was bad memories for that one, but this is a good memory because this man is a surgeon on Mars. He makes it look incredibly good, and he just rolls up into the game. No warm-up necessary.
Well, maybe he's about to get banned because he mentioned the word Smurf. But
no,
he's talking about the old days.
Yeah,
it's the old days of the
He's like
Smurfs.
my favorite player, and he's a Smurf. I hate when people Smurf. Almost.
I mean, then you can't like everyone of the pro Smurfs.
Kazu, I want you to look me in the eye right now, and I'll know if you're lying. Have you ever smurfed?
Yeah, of course I have.
Fucking piece of
shit. Get him off the panel.
Brian, you smurf?
Dude, this guy makes content
He
in Herald.
educationally smurfed, actually.
It's different.
No, but he did, I don't know if I can dox you like this, but he did get some coal.
I did.
Oh.
I literally played one game on it in, like, the last year.
That's
and
enough.
I lost.
You lost on your smurf.
Yeah,
that's
how-
justice.
Yeah, exactly.
That's justice.
I thought he would go harder than just say justice.
No, I just
leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that.
I think I speak for every Dota player out there that isn't some smurfing god that you can go fuck yourselves with. There you go.
I still think there's a difference of Smurf. Like, obviously it's gone now and no one does it
Here
anymore.
come the excuses.
No, listen up, because some pro players had valid points. It's a difference whether you play on a, like, because pro players Smurf from like 12k to maybe 11.
Right.
It's not some 11k and now you go play in Herald.
Yeah, they're not playing in the 2.5, 3k pubs. Like, just to be clear, they're like.
Yeah,
sometimes-
hopefully not, because they're not going to learn anything.
Sometimes they don't want to reveal strats or builds and stuff like that. Like, I do understand that side of things.
But it perpetuates the acceptance of smurfing.
It does when they smile about it. They're
Exactly.
like, yeah, of course I have a smurf. Yeah, that's annoying. There are differences.
There are
There are
differences.
gradients of smurfing. It's all pretty despicable, but in some cases I can understand it.
Thank you, Ted.
But I do despise everyone that smurfs to the very fiber of their, to the core of their being and through every fiber of mine.
He despises me.
There we go.
In my old days.
But you're reformed now.
I mean, yeah, I better
Bullshit.
be. No one Smurfs now.
Yeah, bullshit.
Not even Collapse.
I believe him. People can do it now. You don't want to...
That's true. You don't
People
wanna get
will
lumped
witch
on.
hunt the hell out of you right
That's
now
true.
if they do
I'm
find out
starting
anything.
a witch hunt right now. Hashtag ban Kezu.
That's a good one.
Hashtag Bankcast.
I'm sure it will work. Keep it up, guys.
Hashtag road to Riyadh. And hashtag, I don't know if we actually have a hashtag for it yet. ESL Birmingham is coming to you, my friends. That's right. LAN Dota is returning. And it's happening in the United Kingdom. ESL.gg/BMH to get tickets and attend the first LAN of 2024. I hope you'll be there because we're going to make a lot of great memories this 2024 ESL.gg/BMH. What is this that I'm looking at right now, Period Flux?
This is some members of the phenomenal Birmingham crowd, which was... I've been to a lot of live Dota events, and the Birmingham crowd was absolutely up there with the very best of them. Tons of fun, lots of humor, and it really was an excellent atmosphere. I just had so much fun. You'd see people just walking around the town centre, and they're all Dota fans. There's like all these Dota fans that descended on Birmingham. It was great. I think the players all had a great time. The fans were loving it, and it was a great atmosphere. Even though some of the games were pretty shitty, I'll be honest with you. We had so much fun with it, and it has been so long since we've had a LAN in the UK. I know that all my lads will be going. Tons of UK Dota people will be going, and I'm hoping if you can get to the UK for Birmingham, please do, because you don't want to miss it. It was brilliant.
And this is a secret victory that ended up taking it. It was the Nisha era secret that were the champions of.
Yep.
This was 2019.
Yeah.
That's 5 years.
That is 5 years ago. The math, hold on. Yeah, that's 5 years ago. He's right. Yeah.
Old? Okay.
Yeah.
Humble beginnings.
It was honestly, it was great. It really was a great LAN, and I'm glad we get to go back. You weren't there, were you?
No,
you weren't there.
I wasn't there either.
Brian wasn't there. Brian, you weren't in Birmingham, so
Brian
you guys
wasn't
get
there.
to experience the magic.
You're
of,
the only one. We've
UK
heard the
LAN.
legends. I saw the picture of the beach ball. I remember seeing that on stream during the draft. The panel would be talking, and there'd be like a beach ball bouncing around in the background.
Yeah. It was kind of like like a football crowd at times, but. Obviously, I'm going to be there. I'm going to hopefully have a lot of fun with the crowd. Got some stuff cooked up.
We need a longer line of Seb.
What was your broadcast role at the last Birmingham?
I was panel.
Panel?
Yeah, me and T were panel.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's a real UK panel.
It was a real UK panel. Yeah.
But now you're going to be out there.
I'll be out with the people.
With the people in
Pint
the crowd.
in hand.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we should do a live bit from the spoons for sure.
I don't know what that
These
is.
guys
I don't know
have
what
no
that
idea
is
what
either,
that means.
so.
And the lads know what I mean. Okay,
The spoons.
Yeah.
Coming to you.
Yeah, we'll do a content piece where I take you down the spoons.
I don't know what that means. This is kind of scaring.
I'll stay out of it. I'll let you do it.
No, you can come too. We'll get all the foreigners and whip them down the spoons.
Send help, please.
Oh.
Should I be scared?
No.
Okay.
Let's carry on.
Let's carry on then. But we have a little bit of time before our next series, so we have something special planned for you. You may have been seeing some content, seeing all these pro players guess the rank. Well, we're going to do a live guess the rank right here in the studio with our casters, and you can maybe get a handle on just pinpointing gameplay and assessing how good a player is. It's an art. Are we good at that art? Probably not. We will find out how good after the break.
I send you down to me. All the angels would agree. Shine your light into the dark, fading in from far away, trying to find the words to say. You're everything I ever dreamed. All the hope and all the good that I believe in. You're everything I'll ever need. All the things I wanna be. I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever need. In my heart you'll always be. Now I know you're all I'll ever need. I give the world to touch the sky and keep you safe here by my side. I give you all the brightest stars for all the hope and all the good, 'cause I can see now you're everything I'll ever need. All the things I wanna be. I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever need. In my heart you'll always be. Now I know you're all I'll ever need. Let the love that's all around you knock on doors, come inside with arms wide open. And I say you tell me all the angels would agree. You're everything I'll ever need. All the things I wanna be. I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever need. In my heart you'll always be. Now I know you're all I'll ever need. You're all I'll ever need.
Welcome back, everybody, to Dream League Season 22. We've got some entertaining games to fill the time as we wait for our final series of OG versus Aurora. Now, you may have seen some content pieces that we were airing earlier with the players, where we would show them a clip of some Dota gameplay, and we would ask them, what rank do you think it is? Thing is that oftentimes these pro players are so good they don't even know what the other ranks are. There's Immortal, and then there's all the other garbage. And it all just kind of meshes into each other. But I have faith in our three contestants. It's Kazu, it's Lacoste, and Pyrian Flex. Pyrian, you've been kind of morally grandstanding on here as to the stance of smurfing, but Have you been doing your community service of Overwatch cases?
I do Overwatch cases,
You
yeah.
do?
And I sometimes do them on stream as well. So yes, I like doing Overwatch cases.
Okay, so you have a history of watching other gameplay and making a vague assessment on, well, for Overwatch, whether they're scripting or smurfing or cheating or whatever.
Yeah, and I'll tell you the other thing is when we do the in-houses, which is like we get everyone, you have to be Archon and below, we're very quick to spot people that are
Not.
above Archon because we're like, this guy's stacked.
Whoever's
Camp.
playing good,
Yeah.
he's
Get
like,
him out.
"Get him out, kick this guy.
Get him out. That's literally what we do. We're like, this guy's too good, get him out.
And Lacoste, as for your experience, it's my understanding that you actually spend the majority of your Dota gameplay in unranked. Is that accurate?
Lately, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's been too stressful, it's been affecting me too much, and I'm like, yeah, this is not worth it. So me and my boy Fogged, we have a couple of stacks. Unranked Dota is pretty good at high levels because you meet these immortal players that are like rank 500. Sometimes pro players also play it from time to time, so good competition. It's very try-hard. It's 5-on-5, unranked. It's super try-hard.
Some of the hardest games I've ever played are on US West unranked against China stacks, where it's TI finals every single time at 2 a.m. in California. And Kazu, how about you? What's your pub experiences been like recently?
Only high immortal, so no party queues. I can only also tell you like half the medals, so we'll see how I can even guess people.
Yes, we will be running the full gamut. So everything for Ted, what is the order of the ranks if you could inform our leaderboard immortal players?
So it goes Herald.
Yeah.
And then I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure if it goes Guardian then Crusader or Crusader then Guardian.
Doesn't matter.
Guardian.
I think it goes Herald, Guardian, Crusader, Archon.
Okay.
Legend, Ancient, Divine, Immortal.
That sounds right.
But I often get Guardian and Crusader the wrong way around. I'm pretty sure it's
I think they will not mind. These players will not mind.
If you guys mix it up, I'll give you equal credit for Crusader and Guardian.
Okay.
How about
I mean, the
that?
difference between Guardian and Crusader is pretty minimal.
True.
Like, it really isn't that big a difference.
What's the MMR
But
difference?
Herald is really noticeable, I'd say.
Well, if it's that noticeable, then you guys should do a good job on this test, right? All right, friends, here's how it's going to work. We're going to show you a clip of some gameplay, and my contestants are going to have to guess what rank gameplay we're watching. So, production, let's roll the first clip, and I believe we're going to be watching a Rubik and seeing how they do. We need to get you a good program.
Hold on. We need to get a screen.
I can see half a screen.
Production.
I can see a dragon.
We can't see.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Sorry.
Okay.
Production, could we run that
Let's
one more time?
replay.
Can we
Let's
do
run that
one
back one more time. Also,
This
that was a
play
very
was
short
so
clip.
good. We
I
need
saw
to play
big-
it one more time.
Yeah, Big Black Dragon is all I saw.
I hope you guys get more than like 7 seconds worth of gameplay to assess what rank a player is, because, okay. We're watching a Rubik.
This Earth Spike, length, he wants to keep the distance. Like, he's going for Octarine. Like, you
47
don't need all this cast range. It's the Mimi. I would say this is definitely what's the middle rank again, Ted? Like something in the middle.
Oh, like Guardian?
Guardian. Let's
Or Archon?
No, this guy's good. He's even using like he's using
Spells?
he's using bad juju to lower his cooldown. He has telescope.
He almost killed himself there. Like, you can't, but
He's playing it to the limits, though. Now, are you still thinking middle of the pack, Lacoste?
I don't like this lens. Telescope is good, of course, if you don't have one on the team, but Rubik with Aether Lens, when I see that, I'm like, that's pretty garbage.
What's under Divine?
Ancient.
I could see him being Ancient, yeah.
Write down your predictions, gentlemen, and we will grade
Don't
them.
copy my homework.
Don't copy.
What's below Ancient?
Below Ancient is Archon.
Archon.
No, below Ancient
Archon.
is Legend.
Oh, Legend, my bad.
And then Archon.
Legend.
Okay, Legend.
And then,
this guy's Legend in real life as well.
It was a legendary Rubik performance. All right, gentlemen, please reveal what you believe this player to be.
Witness so small.
Kazu thinks it's Ancient. Lacoste thinks it's Legend. Ted thinks it's Archon. Now, I have the answers, but I don't know if we have a fancy overlay to also reveal it. Am I revealing it?
Oh, it looks like I'm 1-0 up, so I believe I won.
You are correct. It was an Archon Rubik.
You know how I know?
How do you know?
Blink Etherlens, dead giveaway, baby.
Really?
Dead giveaway.
Everyone buys Blink Etherlens.
But it's just, they always get it. I guarantee.
You don't need that much range. Like, it's not
Why
like you're...
do you need Blink and Etherlens, Lacoste? You've got
You
to
can't
blink.
even use, like, Blink is full screen, pretty much, with all these items. Now, Lens, if you buy that, it's grief. Like, just buy different items. Get a Force Staff, get a Glimmer Cape.
You've got to blink. It's like people get Ogre, they go Etherlens, and then they go blink. It's like, what are you doing? And in the old days, it was Etherlens and Mana Boost. That was a dead bloody giveaway, right?
I mean, that was a good one though.
That was a good one. That was a good one to start things off. Ted,
Either way,
you
I
are
I
currently-
spot my people.
That's
I
true. You know
I
your
can know my
people.
people. Come on, let's go.
All right, let's roll
My
the
bros.
second clip. We're going to be watching a Razor in this clip. Razor, it's 12 minutes, and we're still kind of late
What
in
if this
phase.
is like Yachter or Razor, and we're like, yeah, this guy's Archon.
Yeah. Okay, so they're IO Razor. He's buying Orchid.
Against a Necro. He's linking the Necro.
Yeah, he's keeping decent range.
Yeah, he's snapping him.
Wait, what minute is that?
He's not
13 minutes.
He's not thread swapping ever.
Oh, come on. Tread swapping.
Has Raindrop. That's like these scrub players, they don't buy Raindrop.
This guy,
Like,
he has a skill point that he hasn't used in like 20 seconds too.
He may have
He's
just
not that
leveled
good.
up during it.
No. He had it for a while.
Rampage.
well, he didn't need it. He's that good. He doesn't even need his skills.
Also, Maelstrom.
He just swapped it. He swapped the treads. Did you see in the end? Like
he
last
used it?
second. Yeah, he did, but they didn't use the spell afterwards.
Okay, he
so-
didn't tread swap. He didn't skill
This
as fast
is,
as the level up. He's
another-
like, this is medium rank. What's under the one? What's under Ancient?
Legend. Pyrion has been quietly studying
what's under
the clip.
Legend? That was Archon?
Crusade Archon.
We just had Archon, so it's probably not that.
Well, I can tell you that the clips have been fully randomized.
Oh, so there
is a
might be three.
you can't
Oh,
metagame
okay.
this.
Okay.
Okay.
He was pretty farmed. 15 minutes, Oblivion Staff,
Maelstrom.
I'm ready. Maelstrom. Pff, this
I'm
guy's
ready.
good.
All right, gentlemen, reveal your answers. We got Legend for Lacoste,
And double
we got
Ancient.
Ancient for Kazu, and for Pyrion. You're all wrong.
He can't be that good.
He was divine.
Dude, this
a
guy needs to-
divine Razor.
Boosted.
I was close.
This
Come
guy
on.
got boosted.
This guy
Or-
bought his account.
No, that's Divine 1. Like, he's basically Legend 5.
No, he's
Or
got the
Ancient 5, whatever
He's got
it
the
is.
medal.
He's got the medal.
I was a Rampage. Why are you hating, Kazu?
Got
What? My dog can get a rampage in the right game. Doesn't mean I'm good.
And well, on Phantom Lancer, right? As we heard from
Oh,
SVT
yeah,
in the
that-
last cast.
Just put it on the dog.
Put it on the
Yeah.
dog. He can go 8-0 on Phantom Lancer. Anyone can win on Phantom Lancer.
Maybe he's got a real good dog.
All right, the Ancient was close, but not quite good enough.
You could tell it was reasonably high rank because there's a ward on the high ground before they start the fight there. They didn't take the fight without vision. Dead
I
giveaway.
mean, his movement was good, but then
Yeah.
like he.
It was the
there-
tread swap.
he's got-
If he tread swapped, then what would you have given him?
At least, I think I would have probably given him. If he tread swapped and skilled right away during the fight, because
Oh.
he didn't, then I would have given him Divine or Immortal.
Okay.
But he didn't.
But he didn't.
Okay.
Room for improvement for that player, and room for improvement for my panelists as well. Let's go to our third clip. We're watching a Slardar in this one.
That's not a skill shot hero. But let's see. He's paired up with Io, so the combo is there. They're losing. What,
He has
4K?
26 CS at 11 minutes, 0 denies. This guy is garbage. This guy is one above Herald.
0. This is the worst one. This might be.
Wait, are these clips player perspective or hero chase?
It looks like player perspective.
He's never clicking another hero.
He's clicking enemy
What is
heroes.
he even clicking?
Okay, not like to check their items, you know what I mean?
Who checks the items?
He's
not-
just right clicking. He's just
He's
standing
not
there.
spending his gold. Okay, this guy is garbage. Okay, I know what this guy is.
You say garbage,
another-
I see ultra kill.
Well, this guy walks in like this is the last guy. He can easily walk away. Awkward.
Okay, so he didn't.
Another rampage.
He didn't tread swap. He had 0 denies at 12 minutes. He had 2 CS a minute. No neutral item. He's garbage. He's garbage.
Pyrion, yet again, quietly analyzing from the
I'm
shadows.
close to yours.
The most studious little individual over there in the corner.
I just like to do my homework. I didn't do it at school. It's nice to do it now.
There we go. All right, let's reveal what your predictions are. Crusader.
I went Crusader.
He's a Herald and a Crusader. Put a point for Lacoste. That was Herald
that
gameplay.
guy's
I should have trusted.
terrible. Like you could have seen him, even though he's got the rampage. Like, he's not using anything. He's just like right clicking.
Just standing there.
I
The
should
thing
have
is, there was
trusted
an
my
Arc
gut.
Warden. I thought you don't see Arc Warden that often at Herald.
That guy was
because it is
smurfing.
quite hard.
That
Yeah,
guy
he
was
He
smurfing.
fucking got his
Should have
ass.
trusted my gut.
He put the bubble down on top of him with the slaughter inside
He
it.
did, yes.
That's pretty Herald.
I was, you know,
What the
being torn
Herald
between.
is that?
Yeah, what
Say
the
it.
Herald was that?
There
Yeah. I know my guys from Herald.
Your prime demographic, Lacoste, and you scored it well. Let's go to our fourth clip. This is a Troll Warlord that we're going to be watching in this one.
Oof, let's see.
Close check. Buying Disperser, good sign.
Ooh, a lot of CS. 200.
He's toggling to move faster.
Manta against these heroes, I don't like it. That's a bad sign.
Duel.
Go.
Uses phase boots right away.
Swapping forms regularly.
Manta. Didn't even Manta. Didn't need it.
Good timing
Good
on the
ulti.
ulti.
Yeah, good focusing with ulti as well.
Gossamer Cape. This guy is better.
Gossamer Cape against Wind Ranger, Spectre, Puck.
This
I
one
don't
may
like
be a
the
bit
Manta. I
trickier.
think Manta, you don't build Manta
Okay.
against these heroes, so that's a bad sign. He's definitely not Immortal, not Divine.
Okay.
What's below Divine again? Ancient?
Ancient.
All right, my boy. What if I...
This time I'm actually going to ask you before you reveal it. What were your thoughts on that clip?
His speed of thought was very good.
Okay.
His reactions to things coming was clearly much bigger than the guy who was Herald.
Yes.
Stop watching Lacoste. It's my homework.
He saw the target and immediately knew that he could get him. Like the speed of thought was just there. We thought this guy knows what he's doing.
Target acquisition.
Yeah, but it was just overall it looked way too clean. So I'm actually saying he's quite a high ranked.
It took him a lot of time to focus Spectre instead of just chasing a hero. He lost like 2-3 seconds, so definitely not a high rank player.
Now, I was paying attention to the small details, which looked pretty good. I didn't look at many other things. I actually think he's pretty high rank.
Okay, we're looking at the micro, not the macro. Gentlemen, reveal your boards.
Oh!
A Divine, an Ancient, and an Immortal prediction from Empyrean Flax. I think that means we get a second point for Lacoste.
Well done.
Because it was an Ancient Troll Warlord.
Damn, this guy's good.
I mean, listen,
Item
you
build
guys
revealed
think
him.
that the Immortal rank means you're amazing. I play with guys for Immortal rank.
They
and
suck.
They're pretty shit a lot of the
Yeah,
time.
I'll tell you what. Like sometimes you meet these Immortal players, and there's a big difference. Sometimes I'd say these like Divine players play better Dota than some, especially like in the stacks.
I think the Archons as well. A lot of Archon players out there are underrated. They're the wheelhouse. You know what I mean? No, they're
the
salt of the earth kind of
Archon
players.
is new Immortal, pretty much.
Yeah,
I think Archon is like right up there for sure.
MMR inflation is real. Maybe we need another reset. Or maybe my panelists just need to step it up. Other than Lacoste. Lacoste, you're killing
step it up. I'll step it up.
You'll step it up. Please, Kezu. You're 0 predictions accurate so
Just giving
far.
some advantage here to these dumbasses. Let's go.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
we're the dumbass.
Playing for the long game. Let's roll clip number 5. We're watching an axe in this one.
Is it gonna be Rampage every single time?
I'm not
good
sure.
items. This is good.
His
good
quick buy is good too.
Yeah. Maybe he should have had Shard before 36 minutes, but that's a common mistake. Thought he's gonna get it from
Tormentor.
Stormy. And big one. Dunk.
Dunk.
He went for Dazzle, which okay, but you're also Axe against Dazzle, so let's see.
Dunk.
Rampage. This guy's good. This guy's good. I like Refresher. You don't
Refresher's
see
good.
this in like lower
Alright.
skill bracket, I would say.
He has to be. He's like top 3 ranks.
Yeah,
like
this
one of the
is,
top 3 medals.
Immortal, Divine, or Ancient. Those would be the options.
Oh, but hang on.
But where in there do you think it falls?
He looked bottom so late. He's not immortal, I don't think.
A quick qualification there, Kezu. You're like, but I don't think,
Like he didn't he waited. His team was basically getting dove in the fountain, and then he checked first.
It's
you know
pronounced
what I mean?
Dovened.
Dovened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Divened.
Dovened.
Yeah.
Dovened the fountains.
They were being
Correct.
dovened.
Dovened the fountain.
the past participle of it.
I like
What do you like, Kezu?
his. If he's spot on, you need to end the game.
Then show it to me. Lacoste. And everyone else, please reveal your predictions. Divine, Divine, and Collapse.
No, I think this guy's Divine as well. I think like for Immortal, the other players would not stack
The grouping
like that.
up, that
yeah,
was
the
the
grouping
thing.
up
Yeah.
of the
Yeah, yeah.
enemies.
I mean, they thought that they had it in the bag. They were diving fountain. You know, game was over. And then in comes
It happens to the pros.
an Immortal player,
Are you
unfortunately.
serious, man? Come on.
I was gonna put it, but then the
I
fact
was
they
about to
grouped
say.
up.
No way.
They grouped up, so I thought no
Fucking
Immortal
Kazu,
player
man,
would be
mislead
such
me.
a noob.
No, but 5
just-
Immortal players would be
Yeah.
such a noob.
Turn brain off. It will work better. Let's go next one.
You're thinking you're overthinking things, Kezu.
I am.
Go with your gut,
I liked
man.
everything. I said, this Refresher, you don't see these in lower ranks. He had a good neutral item, good like 5, 6 items with Boots of Travel.
The quick buy was on point.
Quick buy, everything was on point. Should have trusted myself.
Remember, we're grading the player. We're not grading their teammates or their enemies. You can use that for extra information.
They're queuing in that game, so...
I mean, maybe matchmaking couldn't find
next
you.
clip.
Next clip.
I need to catch up, guys. Let's go.
All right. Let's roll a Techies clip. If this is a rampage, I'm going to lose my mind.
If he places triple mines immediately, that guy's good.
He rushed
Ags. Oh my god. Into Shadow Blade. What am I watching? Fairy Fire, 20 minutes.
He's not even... Okay. Oh, he was so slow. Did you see that?
No, you just doesn't have
What is he doing?
What the fuck
What is this
that
reaction time?
It was the hard read mine.
What?
Sick
His
Earth
camera
spike.
work. This guy is...
Oh my god, is this actually going to be a
What
rampage?
the... Okay, he's the mastermind.
That's an Alfred bot right there.
They're bad. They are bad.
Fairy Fire,
They're
20
all
minutes. If you haven't
okay.
had a chance to use Fairy Fire,
this is the Cinder and
I need
Smurf
to-
account.
He needed the 2 damage that late in the game. What are you talking about?
I need to check the rank, so...
What are you trying to the low ranks? Which one of the low ranks it is?
I've chosen.
I didn't check
Aaron
his
has
CS,
chosen.
but this guy's
for this one, Period, I would love to hear your assessment. What were the flags that you noticed?
What does that even say?
The item build is a dead giveaway.
Okay, sure.
And I'm pretty sure that whoever this player was, this is their
best
way.
hero.
This is the way they do it.
Every
So
time.
it's every game, they pick techies, they do this build, and this is like their dream moment. They're like, see, that's why you go Ag Shadowblade. Like, that's
Yeah, I don't know what
mentality of
Shadowblade
these
is for.
No, this game, it looked so bad. His bad play lured them into his shitty item build and gave him a rampage.
Yeah, exactly.
This guy, can I reveal?
Go ahead.
This guy has to be Herald.
You're saying Harold. He's
What the
saying
Herald
Harold.
was that?
Lacoste says what
Guardian.
the Guardian
I'm like,
was
it can't
that.
happen.
Put another point on the board for Lacoste.
He's a god!
That was a Guardian level performance from that Techies.
This guy's cheating.
Herald
amazing.
players, they don't know how to build Agon himself.
There you go.
They don't know the components.
No way.
That's
I'm
unfair to
impressed,
my
Lacoste.
poor, my
What was
poor
the other
Herald.
Herald guy we had? That was a Slardar.
The
Slardar was
Slardar,
Herald.
correct. The Slardar who pressed mouse 2 and then proceeded to make a sandwich.
Yeah,
I guess this guy had too many buttons.
I'm with you, Ted, though, that oftentimes players will get away with this and then it enforces their bad behavior. That
Yeah, of
like it
course.
worked that one time.
Yeah.
Kez, are you sure you're immortal? You couldn't even recognize an immortal player.
Yeah, it's true. Wait, did you get the immortal one?
No.
Okay.
None of you did.
Got him.
I'm doubting all of your ranks. All right, we got a Necrophos for our next rank to load it up. Let's see what my panelists think.
There better be a Dagon here.
Oh my god, it's the Radiance Rush, but at least he bought like a magic one, so that's...
Then he's going
At least.
Sanj and Kaya.
How long are we waiting in the invis here, mate? Okay, okay.
So
Is
he's
he
burning
getting an
him down.
invis rampage?
This is Hans 2 Dota 1 Clinks. I don't know if anybody remembers. He was buying a Radiance. Maybe some boomers in the chat will remember it. And
What was
just
the name?
following people. Hans 2 Clinks.
Not familiar.
It's like 20 years ago. All right, double kill immediately.
Are these all? I think they're all rampages.
Okay, his item build is good, but his CS is low. His quick buy is good.
These guys are just like running away.
They're garbage.
Oh,
He's
Shackle.
got 72, for fuck's sake.
Wait, he's trying to kill him with the focus fire? What is this guy doing? What the Herald was that? I think it might be another Herald. They don't have Sentry in the
All
river.
right. In an effort to keep this competitive, I will allow you to write 2 ranks.
2!
You can have
Alright.
2
That
ranks.
just makes it easier for him.
Lacoste is only allowed to round 1 rank.
Okay.
The rest of you can write 2 ranks.
What's the third lowest rank?
What's the third lowest rank, Tyrion?
There's Guardian, there's Crusader, and there's Archon. So Herald is the lowest, then it goes Crusader, then Guardian, then Archon, I think.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready.
Lacoste, you only wrote 1, right?
He did.
Yeah.
Okay. Reveal, gentlemen, and to see what we got. Archon to Herald for Pyrian, Crusader to Guardian for Kezu, Crusader laser focus from Lacoste. Because he's right, it is a Crusader.
So I also get a point.
Kezu gets 1 point as
Kezu
well.
on the board.
Suck it.
You're owning
very
it.
good at this, Lacoste.
Lacoste
Yeah,
is
I know.
insane.
I've been playing this game for 20 years. I've seen literally every single shitty item build that possibly exists in Dota.
So what was the legend
man.
of this Dota 1 guy who built Radiance on Clinks? What
Yeah, it
was
was Hans 2.
this? Okay.
Hans 2, he was rushing Radiance back
You
in the
just
days.
run around Invis? Because
Yeah,
wasn't
and,
Ghostwalk Radiance Invoker a thing for a while?
It was.
Like
it
a
was,
meme
but
build?
that was a way later because nobody was buying sentries. Nobody would buy dust. I don't know if dust even existed back in those days. So you could have maybe it did, but yeah, you couldn't. You were focusing on your item build. People were buying like recipes for items instead of buying items. And Hans
oh my god! But
like
the
top
Darkseer
10
bounty was you
True,
didn't even need a
Iron
radiance
Shell,
for that. You just put the Iron Shell on the bounty.
And counter
The bounty goes invisible and walks. What could you do? There's nothing you can do.
Invisibility is invincibility.
Let's continue. I'm addicted to this game. I need to catch up. Let's go.
Because he needs his next hit.
Let's go. Come on.
So give him his next hit. Give him some Faceless Void gameplay for this next clip.
All right, let's watch.
Faceless Void, I'm assuming Rampage.
Safety bubble, good sign.
Good. Double raid band, don't like it too much. One raid band is enough usually.
I mean, his Tim's losing though. It's 4-6.
Has clarity.
He's against Night Stalker.
Like, look at his neutral items.
You hate to see it.
All right, play it again. I need to focus on
I'm down to play it again.
Production, run it back one more time and let's see if we can get a closer eye.
Because he has healing salve, he has clarity, and doesn't have shovel, so he brought those items. So that's definitely not a high rank. He's hesitating here a lot. Do I go in?
He didn't cancel his chrono.
Yeah.
An eternity of embarrassment.
But also, why is Viper attacking from these like weird gates? Like, why is he positioned there in the first place? That's why I don't get it. So
this one is hard.
Let me just check the ranks real quick.
Tad, I'd like a quick assessment from you once you finish writing your 2 ranks.
Pretty dog shit.
Yeah.
I wonder.
What if he hit the chrono? Would that change anyone's mind?
What's lower, Archon or Ancient? Ancient is lower, right?
Archon's lower.
No.
Okay.
How do you know?
Maybe you should just write them down at the bottom.
I need a list.
Ranks.
I need a list.
I'm vaguely aware there's some ranks below Immortal.
You're allowed to
I have
write
a
2,
cheat list.
Kazu.
You can.
I'll just keep watching with Lacoste.
You're allowed to write 2, Kazu. Yeah. I mean, Lacoste.
Yeah, you can play with cheats, guys.
Lacoste is
fine.
destroying you guys. Did you write 2, period?
Yes, I did. So the thing is, he used the dilation spell.
Yes, he did.
And that, to me, that moves him up a couple of ranks.
Oh.
Because a lot of
the guy was leaving and he pressed his last button.
A
He's
lot
not
of the
that
really
good.
shit players do not cast their spells, hence the voice line. Please
Lads,
I'm ready.
cast your spells. And lads, reveal your whiteboards.
I've said Crusader Archon.
Crusader Archon, Legend from Kazu.
Come on, give me a point.
It's the Crusader! Which means that Tad gets another point. He's now
Hell yeah.
2 points in.
Pulling into the lead.
Well, you better make it
Very
quick.
slowly.
We only have
It's not
3.
fair. They're playing turbo mode. I'm playing standard Dota.
And even then, you're out GPMing Kazu right now.
I mean, this game is for stupid people. Let's keep going.
That's why he's addicted
That's
to
why
it.
you want another one. There are only 3 clips left, so you better make the most of it. Let's roll this Warlock clip that we have.
Oh, here
This
we
guy's
go.
playing
Here we
Warlock.
go.
He's got to be garbage.
Good items.
We don't know when we recorded
Good
it.
items. 2 points in Shadow Word. This guy's good.
This
Maxing
guy
out
is not
the
bad.
good spells. Sniper holding the high ground.
He's moving back and forth. I like that.
Rest of the
Blind?
team did not. What is Troll doing on the other side? Like, they buffed him with Solar Crest. He's not going in. Oh, interesting.
Okay. What is... Okay, DK was...
I didn't move.
I'm so confused.
This golem's going in, though.
Yeah, but it takes him like 2 seconds to use the golem. He's not even casting the spell with Warlock.
He actually got a rampage.
Didn't look like he's gonna get a rampage.
They tipped him too. This is not a high rank game. They wouldn't tip him.
Who tipped him? Allies?
The DK. Yeah, his ally tipped him.
DK was like, that was a sick Warlock play
He said,
right
you
there.
steal my rampage, bliat. You know, this wouldn't happen in Heimamar, so he's below
I'm
that.
taking the phone out.
Yeah, show
Check
me.
the ranks. You guys don't think it's a very high rank?
All right.
Pyrian, how'd you feel about that team fighting that Warlock displayed there?
So his spell placement was hopeful, I would say.
Okay.
Just boshing down the ult. But I also like the confidence.
Yeah.
Like, he was like, I know they're up there. We should go for this. But then his upheaval was not great.
Sure.
I'm essentially, that's the kind of shit I do. Where I try to YOLO because I'm like, this is going to be a great play. But then I'm so excited, I think I better cast my other spells as well. So then I cast upheaval. I'm like, I really regret this because now they're miles away. But he got a good Fatal Bonds off. And of course, he did get a page. And I did notice that he had a sentry on him. So this lad's all... And a Solar Crest.
3 sentries.
So, yeah.
3 sentries.
And this guy's had a Solar Crest. So I'm just saying, you know.
Solar
He had
Crest,
good items,
these
that's true.
Pepegas, like in low ranks, they don't buy these like support items. He was getting Aghanim Scepter after, which I'm fine. Didn't see the neutral item.
I didn't catch it.
I thought it might have been a bubble. I didn't see it.
Was it Fairy's Trinket?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm ready.
I think this guy's high rank.
Then let's see it. Reveal the ranks. We got Legend Ancient for Kazu, Divine for Lacoste, Legend
Legend
Archon for Pyrian Flex. Kazu gets the point. It was an ancient player.
Holy shit.
Ancient 5, basically Divine 1.
Yeah, same shit.
So close.
Last clip gets double pointer, right?
We'll see how I have to bend the rules. But I like what you were saying, Pyrian. It's sometimes your brain moves faster than your fingers. You know, you're very excited to do something.
All right.
When it actually comes time to do it, you're like, oh,
Yeah.
the equation has changed.
I mean, honestly, Ancient. There are a lot of very bad Ancient players out there.
There
A lot
are.
of bad players.
Anyway, sorry, let's carry on.
The trench never ends. All right. Second to last clip. It's a Rubik. Yet again.
Ken.
Our second Rubik of the night.
People love to play that
Oh,
hero. Oh,
this
is
guy
some
has
fun.
good
Oh
items.
my
Holy
god,
shit.
This guy has good items.
He's
RP
rich.
finger. He's stealing good spells. Look at that. Half
8,
HP
4,
gone.
31.
Look at his camera work. This guy's good.
He dunked him.
Holy god.
His camera work was good. His spells are good. Huh. He pauses.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
A little bit of
Somebody at
PM.
the door, pizza delivery.
But does that improve the rank to pause or is it lower the rank to pause?
I don't know. I'm just trusting my gut read on this one.
Like you just went
It's
right
fogged.
It was fogged.
Giannis
My
Lucas.
game.
in. I like how
Giannis
you
Lucas.
cited camera work. What is this dude trying to audition for Observer? What does camera work mean?
No, like he like
If it's player perspective.
yeah,
Yeah.
like earlier he mentioned that you have such high cast range on Rubik. His hero wasn't even on the screen anymore.
Oh,
He's like
okay.
looking at because his spell has like 1 billion range, just right there. It's good.
Okay.
Also, the
good
very bad players, either their hero is always completely centered
Yeah.
because they just follow him around, and they never ever move the camera.
Also, this guy's item build was good.
It
like
was good.
Wind
This was like
Waker,
post
Arcane
60
Blink.
minutes.
He was
Refresher,
rich.
Wind Waker.
He was rich.
Yeah.
I've got mine.
Let's do the reveal.
Let's see him. Flip those boards around. Immortal Divine, Divine, Immortal Divine.
If he's Herald, I'm leaving.
Points for everyone. It was a
Wait.
Divine player.
I mean, if we couldn't cheat, only Lacoste would have got the point, actually.
All right, you know what? This last one, it will count double. You happy, Kazu?
I'm happy, baby.
You really don't want me to win, huh?
How many answers I get?
I just want you to flex on them even harder, Lacoste.
Okay,
I
but
want it to be
one
3
guess.
to 7.
One guess.
I've got a caveat. It's not worth double. It doubles your current points.
Well, it's
So
still
we
the
can
same.
so you're
win.
saying
No,
it can't
because
be a
that
tie.
way, if you get it as well, you win because you end up with 10 points, which I think is fair.
But either
He would also
if
win.
it was worth 2 points, that would
He
be the
also
same
wins.
thing, except that you guys can tie him instead of beating him.
Well, let him continue.
Let him.
We just work the maths out on that. Hold on.
Dedicate your brain power to the clip, Tyrion, not the
5
math.
plus 2.
4.
Carry the 1. Hold on.
yes.
Yeah. No. Yeah. You're right.
Rounded. Okay.
I
Yeah.
just thought it would look.
A rounding error. All right, friends. It's the very last clip of Guess the Rank, and it's an ancient apparition.
Oh, ancient.
He's ancient. That's it.
Ags.
Top
Ooh.
tower.
He's right-click
What
AA,
the
huh?
fuck is that? Why does he have mana boots? Midas. So he wanted to transition into a carry. Paladin. So this is horrible. What am I watching? If you had Grobo, you would still keep
Wait.
that item.
Wait. He's
He's
gonna
gonna
land
blast
this.
him.
The read.
gonna land this.
The read.
Oh, baby!
If this is the
terrible.
clip, I need a replay. If this is the clip, I need a replay.
This is the clip.
Oh, we need a rerun on that.
Why
one.
do you need a
What,
read?
what were you so unsure
I want to
about?
see.
I don't know.
I want to see
I
it one
don't
more
understand
time.
anything that happened. he's mid AA.
So he has
he's a
okay,
bottle.
he sent the Grobo back. My God, to take a tier 3 Paladin sword
Did
as
the
a
Paladin
neutral
sword
item.
not keep him alive there, Lacoste?
No, this guy is not bad. He last picked mid AA into Troll Alchemist. I'm gonna give him that.
Play the clip again. No, I'm not even kidding. Let me see what happened.
Okay, All
right, one more rerun.
What does he have on the team? So it was Infest that healed him. Not
Yeah.
Wait,
and a little bit of lifesteal.
Wait, why is everyone bronze? Was it the same in all these clips?
That's just the Dota Plus rank.
Okay, I
It's
thought
the
they
bronze
just
rank
all...
from League of Legends, yeah.
Okay.
Going into Hex. Hex is a good item. I don't like the neutral items.
But Lacoste, he read the blink. Does that not impress you in the slightest?
Who tipped him?
Lifesteal
Okay, it's
or
an
tip the
aggressive
Queen of
tip. How many answers we get? One or just one?
You
right?
get one.
One. Oh man.
Sudden death, baby. You better commit to a rank.
I've got it.
He's got it. As we see this ancient apparition.
My heart. Okay, I got it. I think.
And one last ice blast for the road. Queen of Pain. Ba-bam! All right, production. Let's see what we got.
He got lucky.
For our final reveals, Kazu thinks it's Divine
The small one is
Immortal
immortal.
question mark. Lacoste, what do you think it is?
Oh wait, do I get 2?
No, not the lower one
He's-
is. I'm just
okay.
trolling.
He's just memeing.
I'm
Lacoste
saying-
thinks it's
I'm
Legend.
saying Archon.
Kyrian Flax thinks it's Archon. which means that our champion is Lacoste.
Oh,
it was a
what a
legend
night.
ancient apparition. 10 points for Lacoste.
Oh, we did double.
Yeah, these legend guys keeping me
Holy
alive in
shit.
this game. Yeah,
They are
We had like
legends.
3 legends.
What a performance, Lacoste. I'm in
And they even
awe.
tried to cheat, and guess
Still
you would
couldn't
have
win.
0 points. If you just had one guess, you would literally have 0 points.
That's actually not true. At
Not
some
true,
point,
one
I
point,
had a
you
point.
had
I would have
1
had
point.
I would have had 2
At
points.
some point,
2
yeah.
points. 2 points. This game is it's
Great
too
that
hard.
you pointed it out.
It's
yeah.
too hard.
That was an excellent game, Neil.
I agree. Well
it
played,
was
Neil.
good. This is good content.
I would
That's
love to
all.
take credit for it, but actually, I'll give credit to Lewis, our line producer
Good job,
for the
Lewis.
show. He was showing the pro players this, and we thought, why not do a live one? It was good stuff. Piran, did you learn anything from watching all these different games about? Because you like scouting out bad players for your own in-houses,
For the
right?
international.
Get that Slardar in there for the International.
Dude, Slardar, I'll put in a good word for him.
International 2020, and we might not do in this year. We might get him in.
All right.
Get him in. He's a shoe-in.
I'll give him your number. In the meanwhile, though,
Don't give him my number, please.
I'll give him
Steam account.
I'll give him your
ID.
Skype.
Steam number.
Tell him to at me on Twitter.
I'll give him your Discord. Friends, I hope you were enjoying guessing the rank, but now we need to guess who's moving forward in Dream League Season 22's group stage, which means we need to prepare for OG versus Aurora. If Aurora lose, then I do believe that they might be eliminated from group stage 2. So stakes are high. I hope you tune in. We'll be back in 10 minutes for the last series of the night.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out. 'Cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. I feel electric. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. I feel electric. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shock, the future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static-hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now.
It's time to close out the night, my friends. It's back to business. We are now in the final series of the night. It's Aurora versus OG, where stakes are immensely high for Aurora. Because if they lose this, then they are eliminated, because it will be impossible for them to get 3 wins. If they win this, though, it's fine, though, because Kazu, their next 2 opponents will be Falcons and then Bet Boom.
Hey, good luck.
Did you just make it up?
No, the
Okay,
next
the
2
dark,
opponents
yeah.
are Falcons versus Bet Boom.
Hashtag road to Riyadh,
Hashtag
baby.
road to Riyadh, baby.
Yeah.
So, just get through OG, and then
That
it's
is-
smooth sailing from there.
Yeah, that's a rough one, because you're already 0-4, and Aurora have looked anything but impressive, at least to me. I don't know if you guys have seen anything very positive, but I have not.
Not in this second group stage. I think this is the team that, had a little bit of... Because I don't think many people studied them, because you were probably preparing for these Falcons, Bet Booms, Team Liquids, even for the first round, considering that they did well at Bet Boom Dacha, they did well in the 2023. So I think they were slightly under the radar. They underperformed at Bet Boom Dacha. Aurora, they brought in a stand-in, and people were like, you still prepare for every series, but definitely went under the radar, I would say. Not impressed in the second group stage, I gotta say. I think even the games that they won, they looked pretty shaky.
Yeah, I was encouraged by the fact that the most of X-Town was continuing the generally good times. I think their best performance ended up being Riyadh, where they got 3rd.
Yeah.
Which was encouraging, especially for me who was covering the CDPC. I was seeing them do well and smash the CDPC. Lima Major, they also did quite well, but always just ever so far away from being able to get into grand finals. Then they bomb out of Dacha, and I'm like, okay, well, here we go again. Do well here with Lornoff, and then the honeymoon period immediately wears off, and this is where we're at now.
If you had to guess their ranks on the team, the second group stage,
It would not be very high.
There was that one Morphling game from 23 Savage where he got solo killed twice by, I think it was Collapse.
Yeah, you played those 2 clips, we're putting
Yeah.
him pretty far down the line of those ranks.
But then
Sorry,
he had a
bro.
redemption on Sven, but yeah.
You know what I think that the thing is, if you look at a lot of teams, they have kind of a unique way of playing, right? You know what I mean? And it's either a good unique or like, why aren't you playing winning Dota like everybody else? You know what I mean?
Sure,
like
yeah.
they had a style where you thought no one else really plays this way. And sometimes that's because you're way ahead and you figured something out. And sometimes maybe your approach is just wrong. And I felt like watching them play, it felt like I don't know if their approach is the right one. And I would say I have been vindicated in that opinion.
You have, because they've been getting destroyed by everybody, and they haven't even played the hardest opponents yet.
Yeah.
So...
But it's probably hard because they go into this group stage, the first one, they kind of shit on everyone, do really well, and now second group stage, when I look at it, I feel like they're doing the same thing, just way worse. So something must have happened where, I don't know if people are sick or what's going on, because it doesn't necessarily look like strategy. Maybe the balance is off, because you don't just want to play for 6 minutes in the game, you need to play all the minutes before that. But I can't really pinpoint like a specific thing that I feel like they have to change for them to play better today.
Are they drafting the same heroes as everyone else, or?
I would say the drafts like don't look as strong compared to the other like teams that are topping the groups at the moment. They're experimenting a lot, I would say, with some of the picks, and also in terms of execution, it's just not there. And also something that you said, you had one of those tech analysis before the game.
Yeah.
About their games being long. Like if you're playing a long game every single time, you need to stay focused for like good 60 minutes. They're good at it, but the strongest teams here, they're playing really fast Dota. Like even though for dispatch it can be considered fast because they're getting out of the laning stage with like 3, 4, 5k lead. I think Shopify, like through the group stage, was a good example. BetBoom, of course, and Falcons. So you need to speed things up at start. You can't just, we'll pick whatever and see how it's going to go.
Well, that's a good segue into my tech analysis for today. Because OG, when we look at their drafts, I have a little graphic. I want to highlight, so the heroes in red from, Shopify and Extreme Gaming, I want to highlight how OG draft. Basically, all the heroes in green are always the answer to the heroes that you see in red on the other side. And it's not just like game counters, it's also like tempo counters in the game. Like literally the enemy team first picks Sven, they speed up the game with like a TA Slaughter. In the other game, they nicely answer some Phoenix Doom with an Arc Warden. The other game against Shopify Rebellion, also like a Gyro Omni, not really something we see. And if you're a team like Aurora and you give them easy counter picks that also speed up the game at the same time, I personally just feel like Aurora are in for a beating in this game unless they try to adapt like at least a little bit where they can fight back either in the lanes or earlier in the mid game. Because generally they just look like, okay, we lane and now, all right, mid game, let's chill and wait.
Don't have to do anything, just hit the creep. Something that they're really good at is stacking. Second best team at stacking at this tournament, especially at the early stages of the game. So maybe stack less at early, so you're actually playing the lanes, and then stack in the mid game and farm if you want to go for that route.
Laning is good, I like that.
Laning, very good. Important in
Tell that to Jinkyu.
He lost.
He lanes so well that he creates a new lane for himself. Fourth lane in Dota. Fifth if you consider jungle to be a fourth lane.
It's true. OG have been on the come up. They faced the two strongest opponents at the very beginning of Group Stage 2, BetBoom team and Falcons, and after that, they have been experiencing a renaissance. They got their victory against Extreme Gaming, followed by a win last night against Shopify Rebellion. Both were 3-game series, but OG was pretty confident in that last game in both the series.
I've got an excuse for why that is.
Why is
I
that?
think I may have said it when we were analyzing this game last night. So I predicted that Shopify would win the first game of the series today and then lose the next two. And that was not the case, right? But OG have consistently lost the first game of the series, I think, and then gone on to win the next two. I think part of that is maybe the Seb and the experience that he's got on the team is like, you know what, I know what these guys are up to, and we'll pick this, and that's how we'll win, and we'll make these adjustments. And the first game, almost the opposition sort of reveals their hand, and then he's got 2 games to beat them. This is a guy that's used to playing very high-stakes series and winning over the series. Not necessarily winning every game, but you've got to win over a series. I think Seb's brain, his Dota brain, is able to do that over a 3-game series. They can lose the first game, but then they're going to get you on the next 2.
They are very good at adjusting, but I feel like this team was getting disrespected, like after losing to BetBoom and Falcons, like, oh, they're 0-2 at the bottom of the group, blah, blah, they suck, kick the next player, whatever. But even in those games, they look good.
Who's the next victim? Just get rid of Tomato.
He was
not in the team for very long, just kick him out.
The rest of the team gets together and kicks Seb. That's the plan.
That's the hardest one.
Whoa.
Then it's all
Staging a
Jover.
mutiny.
Then it's Jover. You can't.
No, indeed.
Can't kick.
So back to the
big balls.
point.
No,
lost it.
I'm agreeing with
No, you're
Gurian
done?
that
I don't know what I was talking about anymore.
It's a
You
team
threw me
that
off.
adapts very well. And in the Shopify series, it was adapting to Sven. And then I guess technically in the Extreme series, it could have been adapting to the potential for a sniper, because that seemed to be dictating a lot of the narrative of that series in Extreme Gaming. So yes, it's a type of team that excels the longer a series goes. And the longer a meta goes, the longer a group stage goes. They learn more and more. They have more data on all the other teams. At this point, I don't really know how much data you need on Aurora necessarily, but
Not more. I have enough data on them that I don't know what they like are talking about right now, because obviously suddenly you do well early and then everything goes to shit. They probably feel like they're changing some things and it's not working. You keep coming with like a slightly new idea, you still get O2'd, you don't look like really
This
well.
is where you start doubting yourself as a team, because like you play the group stage really well, you think something's working, you bring the same thing into the second group stage. It's not working, so you need to change it midway. You're trying the new stuff, it's also not working, so you don't know whether you go back, whether you want to continue with something like that you tried at the middle of the group stage, or you need something completely different than these two things, and it just might be like a game where they crumble. As we can see, just all losses here.
Yeah.
And none of them against Falcons or Bedboom, because they have not faced them yet. And this was their series against Extreme earlier, which was more of the same. But yeah, I can't really, like, it just seems to be systemic. I'm in favor of ripping out the entire foundations, starting from scratch, based off of not just this tournament, but Dacha also. I don't really know if... There's a lot of baggage on this team, obviously, from Talon. Sunbee's still coaching them as well.
Yeah.
So
23 baggage.
23 baggage, exactly. There's a lot of that on this team. And I don't know how much of it is constructive or productive.
I mean, they have like individual good moments, but I feel like it's like 2 minutes are good, and then it's followed by like 5 minutes of kind of mediocre gameplay, and then you have something good again. It just never comes together. I don't know.
I think this team's highs are very high when they're playing super good Dota, but their lows are also like the lowest of the teams that we have in the second group stage in terms of like what they're doing. If things go wrong, this team, they will not make any aggressive move. They will just, continue to farm up. They're like, okay, just wait. You lose network advantage, you're losing the map. But that's how they play in Southeast Asia. We can go back to Southeast Asia. This team does have a lot of international experience. Every single member of the team except Lorenov, of course, because he's the newest member of the team. He played in only a couple of Tier 1 tournaments so far. But I don't know, something's just not working, and they need to flip the switch.
And as we reach the halfway point of Group Stage 2, we have a lot of games of DreamLeague now under our belt. So I oftentimes find this to be a good point to get an assessment on what isn't popular right now. So if you guys don't mind, I'd like to quiz you on some of the uncontested heroes of the entire tournament and get your read on why they're not popular right now.
I get to answer as well.
Of course.
Yeah.
This is a roundtable discussion that we will be having.
Well, you ruined it yesterday because you said Spectre. Spectre was picked for the first time.
But I'm looking for unpicked and unbanned. Completely uncontested heroes right now. A letter patch drops and they are still utterly ignored. So, first hero, Chaos Knight. Kazu, what's your opinion on Chaos Knight right now? Because I'm seeing Naga Siren get banned a lot. We're seeing Terrorblade. We're seeing Phantom Lancer. Where's CK?
I would say that what he does, he's like a very solid laner. He fights back and he gives you a stun. But think of these heroes, there's the same but better in like both Sven. I feel like it's very similar but better. Same with Alchemist. They also play better. I think they have less counters. If you want an illusion hero, why not Naga or TB? So he's just way worse than all the other alternatives you have.
What would it take for him to maintain relevance? Because he was quite popular maybe like 6-7 months ago, and then he just kind of fell off a cliff.
Lacoste.
I don't remember the changes. I think it also comes down to some of the offlaners being very popular. Like they have a lot of AoE damage. You have this like Magnus, you have Primal Beast, you have Centaur. These heroes do really well. I think it also comes down to Shiva's Guard being very popular in the previous patch against the illusions. Like they just die. I would say maybe it's viable. Maybe Falcons could bang it out. It's one of Skeeter's better heroes. But I think a lot of these heroes that are uncontested, which are 15 of them, some of them could be really picked. I think we discussed that in our green room yesterday about Dark Willow as a position 4. I think this hero has definitely a play when you're looking for position 4 that gives you team fight, good laner, area of control, contest Roshan really well. Scaling as well, not as good as it was before, but I feel like, teams sometimes tend to do the research and they do like tunnel vision in
Yeah,
terms
they
of
do,
like
for sure.
heroes. So people forget about certain heroes, which are still okay for certain situations.
Yeah, Dark Willow is uncontested and potentially viable. There's a hero that you've been bringing up on occasion, Ted. Drow Ranger,
Yeah.
completely ignored right now. What do you like about her when she
Nothing.
is good? Oh, okay.
Hate that hero. Get her
why,
out the game.
why do you suggest it on occasion? What do you think she does well?
Because she's just one of those annoying farmy heroes that can hit buildings from 1 billion miles away.
Yeah.
She blows creeps up. In lane, she can be very annoying against certain heroes with the hyper... You know, the fucking... When she gets the hypothermia thing, it's even more annoying. But she's just like slowing you. He's just like, well, oh, God, I can't get away. It's awful. But she can go to jungle and farm super fast as well. So I don't really understand why they're not picking her. I think she seems the same old... pain in the arse Drow to me, but maybe they're just better choices.
I personally think Drow could be picked. It's just very hard. Like looking at the offlaners, let's just look S tier offlaners. Centaur Mars. Both these heroes are like close to unplayable.
Right.
For like an offlane Drow, they get on you or there's some arena. But I like the, you know, they upgraded the Glacier. You have higher range.
Yeah.
First of all, your multi-shot gets better. You know, if anyone would pick
Do you
it,
have
it's
a True
Yatoro.
Strike on Glacier as well? Maybe you should call Sun's fan.
You do get True Strike on
He
Glacier.
will know. Beep, boop, boop, beep.
Beep, 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 beep. Hello, Suns fan. It's ringing.
Hello?
Glacier! Oh, Cinderin actually answered the phone. Hey, where's Suns fan at? He's in the bathroom? Okay, I'll call him later.
Of course he is.
He just ate some ice cream.
So we'll wait for later.
We'll wait for later.
We don't know, but I do believe you have a True Strike as well.
I'm pretty sure you do. And melee heroes were originally getting bonus range when they were standing on it, but you get bonus range if you're a ranged hero for sure.
And now you need to enter. Like you can't just climb.
they need
you
to
have to run
around.
from the
There's an
stairs.
entrance, which is pretty
Please.
cool. Wow.
You have to ask for permission like a vampire. How about if we're seeing mid sniper, why can't we see mid Drow Ranger?
No.
Why not?
They're very different heroes.
How so?
Okay, Drow has no defensive capability other than
You're
just
saying
killing
Sniper
Gust.
has more defense?
He has shrapnel, baby. That spell is good.
I got Gust.
Wave clear.
Gust-
okay.
okay, fine.
Wave,
Wave
clear.
clear, yeah.
Long range ult.
Wait,
can gank.
You're saying Drow doesn't have wave clear?
Rain, wave clear.
You're
Very
saying-
little one.
With the
It's very bad early on, guys. Come on. It's really
terrible.
garbage.
So what's
You can
his
keep
wave,
trying,
What's
but
his wave clear that's so good early on? Level 1 shrapnel?
level 2 shrapnel clears the wave.
Yeah.
Well, level 2 multi-shot, what does that do?
Clear the wave.
Nothing?
It barely kills the range creep.
So what's the point in it?
It's
How come it keeps
garbage.
killing me, Kazu?
It scales because the shrapnel doesn't
You
scale.
run away from it, Ted.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Well, it's difficult, mate.
No, Sniper on the other side. Like this guy, he becomes tanky, especially with the XM
Yeah.
build.
Dude,
Dragonlance,
XM Sniper.
Aghanim
Mwah.
Sniper. You have like 2000 HP. He builds into like early raindrop, raid band, magic one, depends what he needs. So he's very survivable.
Tank Cardell.
You get Tank Cardell, Hard Scotty into AC.
So
Very
what
popular
you're
build.
telling me is to make Drow Ranger relevant, we need to get a Conda build. We need a single target spell
Yeah,
for her
probably.
that brings Conda into prevalence. How about another carry? Ted, what's your assessment of Juggernaut these days? You remember this hero, Jug?
I still see him in my games because, of course, being magic immune in lanes is super useful. But he doesn't scale as well as the other carries. Like, that's just it. He just kind of doesn't. His ult is kind of, you need to get it off. But if you can't get it off on the right hero and it bounces, like, it just leaves you just kind of fucked, I think.
His ult needs to have a dispel on the
I
first
agree.
hit. So you can't use like
on the
ghost
target?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But even then, is it good enough? Like, so then you wait
Well,
for
it's
them
better
to
than
Yule.
it is right now.
Because this hero is nearly unplayable. I see Jug, I buy Ghost Scepter Yules.
Yeah.
Congrats, you can't kill me.
Right.
They
So-
they tried playing it in Bebum Dacha, I think Extreme did, with like Mag Jug. He was 10-0, it looked like garbage still.
And I think almost unanimously everyone hates the new Blade Fury because what was Jug's former strength, which was lane killing potential if he had a slow or a stun. Now Blade Fury is just tickling at the beginning.
Pair him with a CM or something.
It was a guaranteed
She gets
kill
the
lane.
freeze, then she slows, and he's just...
The 2012 combo. That's what happened when I started playing.
It's old school, right? It sucks to play against that. But they made the changes. So it's like, well, I can't even do that. So what's the point? And why would you pick him over something else? It's the same old story. A lot of these heroes, I feel like at this level, you're not going to be like, yeah, he's pretty good. You're going to take the very best hero that you can fit into your draft that is available. You're not going to go for Jug just because, let's pick Jug.
Especially because if
like
you need
Jug.
a spell immune hero, Lifestealer is popping off right now, so
Right.
why not pick him? All right, how about an offlaner for you, Kazu? Legion Commander.
Oof.
Where's this hero been
This
at?
hero, this problem with this hero is, and people have learned over time, this hero's a bait.
Why?
This hero is just straight up a bait.
It's a free dispel. What could be worse than a free dispel?
Every time you play Legion, then they get some Lincolns, or they pick one save, or someone buys a Yules, you go and you duel, you die once, and you feel like you want to.
I'll tell you what's the problem
quit.
with this hero.
Tell me.
You have to click like 7 different buttons.
That's
like
it.
you have to shift Q
Yeah.
everything. I'm not
Actually,
even kidding.
You can nowadays use the Q in the duel, so that's
can,
one quality
that's
of life
true.
change, but then you still have to use Blade Mail, Armlet, Blink, BKB.
Do you like the change of press the attack and overwhelming odds, like swapping their buffs?
I'm still getting used to it. I'll be honest. Like it's just like I have to think every single time I'm playing with Legion Commander.
The reason I bring it up is because now technically it's less relevant to mash all your buttons before you go for a duel.
Yeah, but it's still
hard.
It's still, you need to click those buttons. It sounds stupid, but it's a very, I would say, difficult hero to execute because you need to have like a good lane. This hero doesn't play well from behind.
I feel like they could have kept the spell the same, just that you can W yourself in the duel, because now you lose the effect where you purge your ally, and they get attack speed to turn around, which was like half the reason people pick Legion.
Exactly.
Now it's like your duel is good, but now it turns out no one wants to play Legion anyway.
And even the free press the attack that you get after winning a duel is just like, whatever. I mean, who cares? All right, how about one that would be very specialized for you, Pyrian? Lich.
Oh my boy, Lich.
Where has he been?
I love Lich.
My friend.
When they
Lich.
took Sacrifice away, they
come on.
killed
No.
this
The dream
hero.
died.
That was like a decade
They
ago.
killed this hero.
Let it go, Ted.
All right, I'll take that away. So, I just think there's better options. I mean, I do like him. I still think, he's fun. But why wouldn't you just pick CM if you want something that's going to slow people and has a big magic
You know what Ted
damage and
did
stuff?
with Lich? Most definitely. He strikes me as that guy. Old Lich with Sacrifice.
Yeah.
He gets Aghanim Scepter, uses a couple of ultis on Ancients, enemy
Oh, the
heroes.
infinite bouncing one?
Infinite bounces.
Hell yeah, baby.
You're like, oh, I just killed a hero. Nice.
Hell yeah.
Worth it for my
If I
axe.
couldn't pick techies, I did that. Yeah, that was
Those were the days. Although, on the topic of techies, I think maybe like 2 Dream Leagues ago, it was Spirit that was picking Lich as a very popular counterpick to techies.
Oh, yeah,
Because you would just
you
interrupt
can
the
suck him out of
blast
his
off.
jump.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, I think he's probably just suffering from the same thing a lot of heroes suffer from, where they're like, you may as well pick something else.
Yeah,
you know?
this hero suffers from being trash.
He is bad. That's the problem. I've said for the longest time, and this is weird with the power creep we have in Dota, where they're so happy to just spunk power on all these other fucking heroes. Along comes Lich, and his ult hits one guy and then bounces off into the moon, and they're like, it wouldn't be balanced otherwise. So fuck off! Everyone else's ult's got juiced up to the moon, and all of a sudden Lich, it bounced to the creeps, bad luck, mate. Wait 2 minutes and then fucking go again.
They made the initial...
Fix this hero!
They made the initial projectile a little bit faster.
Oh, it's a little faster so you can see it fuck off even quicker. That's fantastic.
It doesn't prioritize heroes. Why does Witch Doctor
That's a great point.
prioritize heroes?
Why?
It doesn't even one-shot creeps. It should be able to one-shot creeps.
it's
Although that
bad.
may be... Yeah, that would be
it's
bad.
a bit of a nerf to the...
Although, I mean, of shards, I do think Icefire is one of the best support shards out there.
It's annoying.
Yeah.
It's alright.
It's annoying. I mean, it's an AoE slow that they have to hit,
You riled them up, though. I like that.
By the way,
Lich really
he's
got him.
heated.
Now, I want to see Lich right now. If there's a slaughter in this game, I want to see Lich.
Yeah, Aurora, you got nothing to lose.
Here's a hero that's maybe not on your list, Venomancer.
Uncontested. That was one of them.
Terrible hero. That
Horrible.
hero.
Venomancer's
Kezu, like, whenever I
I'm-
see Kezu, I'm like, he's the
Bro,
Venom
I'm on level
player.
25 Veno, and this hero is unplayable. It doesn't matter what items you... Unless there's maybe one build. You rush Axe, you just go in and you die.
Right, that's it. You just literally
Yeah, we've
go,
seen
I
that.
will help my team.
Yeah, we've seen that in the Herald review.
Yeah.
That the guy who rushes Ags on techies. Fairy Fire
It
Brown.
worked. He got a
Boots,
rampage.
and Scepter.
Did it not
Worked
work?
for him, Rampage, yep. Back to the draft.
If you just rush the axe,
Back to you, Ted.
you basically turn yourself into a very big blood grenade. That's literally, you're just
Yeah.
going to go in and blood grenade. What we were thinking, that you could give him charges on the Venomancer Plague
Wards. That would
so
be
that
pretty
he
good.
could put down a few at a time, because that would just help him be useful in fights. Get down some vision quickly to start a fight, to disrupt heroes from blinking in and stuff. It'd be something.
That's what Heroes of Newerf had on their Venomancer.
Did it
Just
really?
saying.
Charges
Yep,
on
they
Plague
had 2
Wards.
charges on level 4 Plague Wards.
That's cool.
All right, bring that back.
They
Steal
were-
it from Heroes of Newerth, who stole from us.
Which is dead. It's a
Yeah,
dead
which
game.
is dead. We can use the codes. It's fine. So
Back to the draft,
back to
Lacoste.
the draft one more
first
time, and
picked
back to
TB.
Ted.
They just first picked TB. Yes, they did.
I'm really glad that Aurora banned Hoodwink in the first phase, because Ari popped off in the last series that they played against Shopify.
Damn,
he
that
was
guy's-
pretty much carrying.
He's incredible in that
I
hero.
don't, like, what is this gonna be the bait, TB? I don't know if I'd like.
Oh, you think it's a 4-position TB?
I think it is a flex here.
Okay.
for sure.
I
'Cause
think
It should be a flex, yeah. I agree.
they could even do the classic Axe TB lane. where
But what
you
is
get
it?
Armlet on TV.
Ted, can you explain to the viewers?
You get Armlet TV, you get as low as you can, you walk up, Axe calls someone,
now I
you
remember.
swap the target, and Axe gets a free dunk, no messing, cannot
I mean,
miss.
if you feel like you're out of the tournament, you might as well get some Reddit clips.
Go for it,
farm
boys.
some Reddit karma.
Put on a show for us, Aurora.
Come on, guys, please.
So yeah, TB, very good hero, not in the first phase, of course. Has a lot of counters. I'm even fine with picking up Sven as a counter to this hero at the moment, considering how fast you can farm. Just because you can buy into Revenant's Brooch, that's always good. Turn your damage into magic damage. How far we came, huh? As Dota
That was
2.
all. That's an item that was in Han, by the way. Just saying, Harkon's blade.
Oh yeah, what was that?
It turns your attacks into magical.
Archon's blade? Only Archon could build that
That's the
blade?
H.
Only Archons can build it.
Archon's blade. It was a good item. It eventually.
We need Herald's blade in Dota. Does absolutely nothing. Costs 400 gold. Lowers your GPM by 50. All right, back to the draft
Welcome
one more
to the
time.
night
One
shift.
last time, going back to the draft.
Get back to the draft. You love second phase bans, don't you? Shadow Demon, Crystal Maiden taken out. Thrilling stuff.
Ari should be proud of himself, you know, that he's got a hero that is like, you've got to ban.
First phase ban?
Yeah, you have to ban Hoodwink against Ari. That is where you want to be.
Ain't nobody afraid of Seb IO right now, but Ari Hoodwink.
Take the IO.
How about some vengeful spirit for Aurora? And save from the Mars arena. I mean, if this is kind of like a whatever pick, like you pick whatever you want, kind of some damage, some decent laner.
What is this Pepe called, Kezu?
I'm not sure. It
Really,
looks
it's
like a
dunce Pepe.
like dank dance or something.
Oh, nice. Yes, you're close. Dankies.
Dankies,
I was
okay.
close.
Dankies in the chat.
We're farming the Dankies numbers. That's good.
He's having a great time.
He is. Because he's watching DreamLeague, Ted.
For OG later, that could be a Phoenix. So maybe if you're Aurora, you need to be aware of. If Aurora don't pick Mirana. Like if you pick
Yeah,
TB
if
Mirana,
you have TB Mirana,
I want to leave.
I'm leaving this panel.
we're
That
double
you're going to
leaving.
be...
Ted, you're soloing this one.
I can do it.
Yeah, I'm sure you
You've
can.
seen, but yeah, I just don't like Mirana. You need to have some kind of a setup.
Dire team pick.
Good.
Good.
Oh,
Very
wow.
good.
Not a Mirana.
See, this is a hero, 18 wins, and he hasn't been over 9, and he hasn't been getting picked every game. It feels kind of interesting that Primal Beast for ages seems to have been a hero that teams just auto go to, because you can flex him, and he's a pain in the arse, he's strong, and he goes in, and he's beefy. You can play him mid, you can play him here, there, and
It's the
everywhere.
easiest hero to play in terms of laning. Like, a lot of the times you'll see this hero not lane at all. He can easily gank as well, not level dependent in terms of what he wants to do. If you're playing it from a mid lane, you might see some like 5-minute rotations, 4-minute rotations to your safe lane. He's like, okay, there's no rune, there's no water rune, but I'll pick up a bounty rune and gank the enemy safe lane instead.
I'm not sure if I super love it. Like, let's say it goes offlane, right? Your TB is a flex. He's a 4. Now suddenly your offlane is Primal Beast TB.
Great lane.
So that doesn't sound amazing. I also feel like Sven is something that's on the menu later for OG, just like Phoenix. I wouldn't be opposed to a Phoenix pick here. You're good against Primal, you're good against TB. You don't care if he's 1 or 4. You're going to destroy him either way.
We did ask Tomato about it, so they haven't been playing the Sven, but he thinks it's fine.
He's been pubbing it today.
Oh, really?
I mean, it's not like Sven is hard. I feel like he plays 2 games. He'll be like, yeah, this hero's good. I can play it. Farm some creeps, throw a stun.
Yeah, because
I can do it.
Tomato's Dota buff.
I was curious because, yeah, everyone during our shift has been loving the Sven, but OG seriously have been ignoring it. And
I like this one. I thought coming into the tournament we're going to see more of a Grimstroke because Lich mechanic, very good. Like, Pango was super popular during Bet Boom Dacha. Here, not as much. I've seen a lot of the time, because he was contested at Bet Boom Dacha much more than he was at the DreamLeague. I don't have the exact number. It's just my gut feeling. But yeah, Grimstroke, good against all of these heroes who want to go in. Pairs up nicely. Like, his shard is S tier. Like,
Still S tier,
this
yeah.
shard is one of the best ones in the game, especially for the supports. And
So he did indeed play Sven this afternoon, 47-minute Radiant Victory.
Yep.
He went 12, 4, and 13. OG Whisper was
they're
offlane
duo
Timbersaw.
queuing together.
Yeah,
How
went
cute.
21, 3, and 20.
Yeah, that's OG. That's Whisper Timbersaw for you.
10 seconds
Huh?
remaining.
That's Whisper Timbersaw going 21 and 3.
Right,
That's
yeah,
pretty good, yeah.
Exactly. They were up against 33 and Yuragi also. So that was quite a match. But yeah, so he went. Let me see. He went Ag, Shard, Treads, BKB, Daedalus, MKB, Satanic, Tangent.
They're items.
Glad. Crikey.
How many career kills was there?
Oh,
Hero
gosh.
damage.
Can I see that on
Yeah,
here?
the graph at 36 minutes. What was the XP
36
advantage for the Dire team?
They were up.
There's the Sven. So this
There it
DB is going to be the flex for Aurora, which we expected. But the problem is you have TB and PB. They're not gelling together too much.
I get it.
I'm not sure if I like the lane. So most likely this is going to be...
Wait, did you say gelling like jelly?
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Well, I like that the TV, I guess, is a flex. We don't really want to play carry TV into Grim, because then later there's also Dark Portrait, but... Okay, so Sven's a good hero. But yesterday it was picked early, didn't look the greatest. I feel like Wind Ranger is already an annoying matchup if it's a core. You're gonna... Sure, if you get on her, you can dispel the Wind Run, but she's gonna buy Lincolns, there's some Mantas, you can play on high range and everything, so... Even though I think it's good, you cannot tell me that these three heroes together in a draft inspire you to think that this is good.
I said that they need to shift whatever they've been doing, and yeah, they are shifting things quite a lot. What do you want? Like, you need someone who can stand the ground, because Sven Primal Beast, they go in, you need someone to fight back. Like, these heroes are very good at running away. Mars maybe can do it with the Arena, pre-BKB.
How about a real support hero?
Oh, for Aurora? I was thinking about OG.
For Aurora.
For
Since
Aurora,
they have to pick.
I want to see... Maiden's Band, so...
A Lich in there.
I'm fine at Venge.
Rubik.
It's Rubik. Good spells to steal. I think you have like Power Shot, Shackle. I don't know if we're going to be stealing stuff from Vespers Mars.
Any...
Grimstroke.
How about a Life Stealer?
I was thinking Life Stealer. I was thinking maybe Faceless Void, something that can be beefy in the front line. Morphling as well, very good. They have some lockdown, but yeah, Morphling with the Dispel mechanic, with the Arena, I don't think you're bursting this guy early on. But I like Life Stealer. I think Life Stealer would be my first choice.
Yeah. So, Mr. Tomato, he
Great
said
posture.
that when
I was going to
he
say that posture stinks. Sit up, young man.
You can do it in your 20s. No
Yeah, that's
problem.
just wait 5 years. We'll catch up.
Yeah, just wait till you're 28 or whatever. Oh, my bones. Oh.
See, that's what Seb's saying right now.
He's saying, you young whippersnappers. You reckon the board behind him has all the chores he set for the young kids on his team that they have to do? Tidy room, do dishwasher.
I feel like he just has like French quotes behind him that he yaps to them translated after the games.
Inspirational
Yeah,
shit.
exactly. Well, Lifestealer pick comes out, not too surprising, which means, okay, so OG could, let's see, they can decide between a 2 and a 4 on their last pick, depending what they want their little Wind Ranger to do.
Has BZM played Wind Ranger yet this tournament?
I can double check.
Investigate, my friends.
I know he does play the hero.
He does play it, but he did
I mean, how
play
he plays
it.
Marana, he'll play anything.
0% win rate. They did play it against AR. So.
I see. So yeah, some minor flex. They ban out the puck. And Aurora are... We also don't know where this Primal is going yet.
Yeah.
It could be the TB-PB lane.
Could be. I would also be fine with some Razor, potentially for the mid lane. Razor, Wind Ranger kind of do like similar stuff, but you're forcing Primal Beast to lane differently, so he like creep skips and everything, and he's also super tanky hero. I just want to see slightly more frontline for OG.
The Razor's like traditionally a big counter to someone like Sven anyway, right? Just get on him.
I would be on board with the Razor too. Just something like to create a second lane, like the cost is saying, to make it annoying for this Primal Beast is pretty good. I have to say already, even though Aurora have last pick, I am very worried for how they will tie this draft together, because I don't think it looks very good at the moment. Because they need a hero that addresses this Lifestealer. Like Sven, yeah, he can do it, but it's not easy, I think, with the supporting cast he has currently. Like Rubik doesn't really interact with Lifestealer. Support Terrorblade definitely does not either.
Does he Ghoul Frenzy himself with Reflection? He doesn't. Ghoul Frenzy doesn't apply on illusions.
I'm glad you got that covered. Because I didn't. I wasn't sure. I had to think about it.
2 spirits are removed by Aurora, Storm Spirit, and Void Spirit. They are expecting this Wind Ranger to be a 4 position. And OG, they ban out some Burst, and they pick up the Razor. Take out the Coddle.
Good calls. Okay, which means if you're Aurora,
They also didn't need to ban this because I think there was potential for Razor, sorry, on the side of Aurora, but since they had the first pick, looked very good for OG. So now they need something. They might need to pick up, some Cardell from the mid lane.
Hell yeah!
I'm fine with maybe Lina. You need some distance.
Wasn't Maboka's game also with a sniper on his team? Wasn't he 4-position TB with the sniper? Or?
I feel like Sniper doesn't win this game.
He does. He definitely doesn't. This draft is already weird, very difficult
Maybe,
to fix.
I don't know. I see Quap. I don't know what can salvage this draft, personally. I don't know.
The pushback is nice against Lifestealer. He locks onto a target. There's also Lina, another range hero who can keep the distance against the Razor in the mid lane. I don't think they had many good options left in the tank. I also don't believe in this position 4/5 Terrorblade. It's going to be Ollie playing it, so 5 TB.
Yeah, hopefully he can show us something. I know that people play it in their pubs, and it's maybe not as bad as we make it sound.
In
but
the pubs?
overall, yeah,
yes,
this draft together just doesn't inspire me very much. I feel like Tomato has a pretty free game. The Lina's in the same boat of the Sniper. Yeah, you play high range, you're good against Razor in the game, but what do these heroes do when they get arena'd? And then Razor runs in with BKB, and Lifestealer runs in with Rage with an Inkswell.
He activates Flame Cloak and then still bounces into
Flies
the wall.
out.
Because you can't fly out of the arena.
So yeah, I am going with OG. Aurora need to stomp lanes to have a chance in this game.
I'll go with OG as well. I think there's a slim chance of them winning this game. A lot of things need to go, laning stage-wise, teamfight execution, good observers, showing out the lanes, Roshan taking potential, staying together, PMA as well, also synergy, good spell casting.
Good, you said laning.
I get same answer, same reason.
I'm
take it away.
Say Aurora, because today is apparently Q's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday!
And I would like him
Who
to
drafted
have,
for him?
He's definitely going to want to sit around and play Dotes.
Exactly. That's how everyone. Kazu, that's an ideal birthday for you, isn't it?
What, playing Dota?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, but not with this draft. I feel like I feel like I'm getting trolled. A surprise birthday party that's garbage.
Yeah, this is the cake getting shoved in your face, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think so.
Getting some
Happy
cake
birthday.
W.
All right. Back to you, Tsunami.
It looks very difficult for Aurora to win this game.
We only saw the one support Terrorblade in our DreamLeague so far. It was just Maboka, that's it.
He was also playing with Slark in the team.
It was Slark, that's right, not Sniper.
Slarky Malarkey.
Yeah.
Not been winning.
Will we see
games.
Butterfly TB this game?
It's one farm position lower, so definitely, I think. We'll see. Let's get into game number 1 with our casters, Cap and SVG.
If Aurora was able to somehow make it to the playoffs, this would be one of the most insane comebacks in Dota's history, I believe. And it starts here, Avery, with this wonky-ass lineup. Keep going. Switch. Faster. Faster. Yeah.
Thank you. That was me actually playing that, by the way. You can, if you would like to hear more of my performances, you can donate at Patreon.
You're not going anywhere.
Music for Mages. Patreon.com. Giving the gift of music to Dota Hero players everywhere.
God, I wish you contributed something to these cats.
Look, man, I'm just preparing you for what's gonna ensue, because it's gonna be a clown fest, no matter what.
Yeah. Can I get a request for music for game 2? Can we get some real clown car music?
Not yet.
Monty
Save it for the right moment.
Okay.
Ooh, look at him go. Do you like whips, Austin?
God damn it, stop asking me that.
So Razor's got a real nice whip. This hero is rising. Stocks are on the rise.
I mean, it's entirely because of the heroes that are meta, right?
I think this hero's just pretty solid. Gives you decent skirmish power, decent scale, strong laning, flex hero, ranged.
Yeah, but I'm more so saying it. I don't think any of the meta items really fit him super well. I don't think he got like a buff or anything that made him viable. It's just kind of like he just fits.
He's pretty good Yasha carrier.
Yasha. That's the meta item you're gonna point to. Yasha.
Would you name your kid Yasha?
No.
Okay, well. Okay, chill, man. Why are you so angry? Trying to bring that light tone of brevity that we're known for, and you just keep shutting me down. So, you know what? Fine. I'll do some analysis. Let's see what this support Terrorblade is made of. Because that other game we saw it, where Bavoka played it, it didn't feel like the real support Terrorblade.
Now, this is the real support Terrorblade.
I think we're really going to see the potential of this here as he tries to zone for a Sven.
Aurora given up already.
So here's my question with this whole draft. Isn't this a better Terrorblade game than a Sven game?
Yes.
The matchup versus Razor is better. The matchup versus Lifestealer is arguably better.
Yeah, but you can't run support Sven.
Yeah, you can.
I mean,
that was actually a thing for a decent amount of time.
Yes, that was a thing in the past. Yeah, but do you think it's actually good?
I mean, it just shows you the value people have placed on Sven in this tournament. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Okay.
Like this, people feel like if they get this hero in the second phase, you take it and you go with it, like no matter what. That's what we're seeing, right? And
yeah,
Aurora,
we saw that from Shopify yesterday.
Oh, that's a nice little pickup right there. Anytime you can kill Lifesteal, then you're really happy about that. So that's some good momentum. And honestly, Aurora doing pretty well in lanes. And this is an elimination match for them, so they have to step it up, right? To have a chance at remaining in this tournament, it has to start now, and it has to start against OG, a team with a decent amount of momentum here. Also a scary team over the course of a series.
They also have to build their own momentum because after this, they will face Falcons, and after that, they will face Betboom.
Yeah, that's a tough road.
Yeah. It only gets harder.
So you really have to gain some momentum and start figuring some stuff out. But hey, creativity is one way to do that. When you're struggling, just try some new stuff. Can't go worse.
Okay, so do you think TV support is legit?
Yeah, it's viable.
How? Why?
I mean, he's a strong laner. Again, I go back to like my issue with this pick is not necessarily the laning phase. It's the items you buy and your impact in a team fight. Now, if you buy Vlad's, drums, this type of stuff, I think it's fine. He can contribute those items in a team fight, same as any other hero. But you have to make his spells do something for you. You have to land these big reflections, and you need to make Sunder count. And that's not always the easiest. In this game, like, what stops you getting off big reflection Sunders? Not a lot, right? Unless you get caught in the arena or a soulbind, which in theory shouldn't happen. If OG go on a single target with an infest bomb, and they link somebody, you can Sunder them. It helps you sustain the fight or turn it. You can maybe reliably get that value out. But these things have to happen. Otherwise, the hero's kind of a dead hero. And he's not going to give you that roaming potential. He's not going to give you a strong skirmish potential. He's just going to farm and give you auras. Sometimes that's all you need, but sometimes you need more. You have to decide which it is. And Lornov showing up here in game one with a solo kill.
Now, even if Aurora do lose this series, I want to point out this is the second group stage. They got themselves into the top 8, and they did it with a stand-in, which I think is particularly impressive. Lornov has played very well, so it's not like there was necessarily a downgrade in like player skill or anything, but naturally you would expect just a little bit of a bumpy road when you replace a key player like Armel.
Language barriers, cultural differences, all these things add up in a team environment. But Lornov has looked great for them. They fit him in really well in a short time span. And yeah, they're probably overperforming relative to where I think a lot of people put them coming in, right?
Sure.
So you still got a chance here. You still got a chance to claim a spot in the later stages. You can make some magic happen. So far, this game is looking pretty solid. 3 lanes won. And they're farming. And they've got some heavy scale on this side. Nina Sven. Primal Beast, we've also seen this hero just be an absolute monster in the late game. You can buff him up with the armor here as well. Maybe the one concern with this lineup is it's a lot of single target outside of that Primal. Not a lot of AoE control or any real counter initiation. So OG just gonna run at you. What happens when they just run at you, right?
That is so sad.
That's a haste ruin razor. Someone's gonna die.
Yeah. And they might even kill 23 as well. They're gonna start running at him. The plasma field does not nick him. Keeps his healing salve up. So it's good to go. This matchup does not seem great, despite the fact the Lifestealer is supposed to be great against, you know, tanky boys and such, and he has a slow. It's Primal Beast's Pulverize has gotta be disruptive for Lifestealer.
Yeah, I don't think this is that one-sided. Honestly, I think Primal's in that category of heroes like Pangolier just don't really care about anything in Dota.
Yeah.
You can make their life harder, you can interrupt their spells a little bit, you can maybe slow them down, but like ultimately, you pick the hero, he's gonna do something. Unless he gets Huskard or something, I don't know. And so far, Jab's having a very good time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You know, when they first picked the Sven, I thought they were gonna do Jab Sven.
That's why I thought it was. You know, Terrorblade for 23 and make Jabs play another carry. True classic, but they got you.
Which would have been the, I mean, it already is pretty insane. Warcry plus Terrorblade. The armor is out of control.
A little steal there with the power shot, okay.
Ari with the Inkswell on Whisper. They're going to chase down Ollie. Don't actually get him, and the turnaround could be coming here. Jabs. From one side is 23, from the other is Jabs. They have a nice spear that'll keep Jabs at bay, but Ari does get cleaned up by Lornoff. Also gets an amplified damage root, so really big stuff. This Lena's gonna be massive, man.
Yeah, he's gonna start taking some towers too if he wants to pop this here. 5 heroes in the river for Aurora. A team we've felt has been very slow so far in this second group stage.
Why don't we see more of Lena? I've just felt like this hero, ever since they gave the damage over time to Dragon Slave, this hero's so good in lane, and it still is a good scaling hero, because